Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 631 to Chapter 684. Who the sound of a bugle horn resounded across the surface of the sea. A majestic troop sailed over from the distance. It was a huge green turtle king with a length of thousands of meters. It swam in the sea like a floating land. On the back of the green turtle king, there was a 9-story palace, which seemed to be made of white jade and was full of magnificent luster in the morning light. The bugle sounds were coming from the white jade palace. Looking carefully, on both sides of the huge green turtle king, there were 2 rows of guards with shiny armors. They walked on the waves with their banners fluttering, showing a solemn atmosphere. The sudden appearance of such a team on this vast and boundless azure sea naturally attracted a lot of attention. 9th Heaven White Jade Tower. Is the old ancestor here in person? Wu Chong trembled all over, and his eyes were full of shock. Old ancestor? Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with a touch of light. Is it the big shot who returned to your green turtle clan a few years ago? How do you know? Wu Chong was surprised. Lin Sun smiled and didn't say anything, but he sighed with emotion in his heart that it was really a coincidence. Wu Chong, didn't you go to find the whereabouts of the witch? Why are you here? Who are those 2 guys? Before long, the mighty team approached. A capable middle-aged man stood on the back of the green turtle king and asked. Greetings, Deacon. Wu Chong hurriedly saluted and said respectfully, these 2 childs are here to visit the Holy Sun. Visit the Holy Sun? The deacon glanced at Lin Sun and Old Toad and frowned. Well, come up and talk with me first. Immediately, Lin Sun put away the boat and stepped on the green turtle king with Old Toad. Then, the team continued to move forward in the sea without delay. May I know your names and why do you come to visit the Holy Sun? The deacon asked aloud. Sorry, I wanted to visit your Holy Sun, but now I changed my mind. I want to visit your old ancestor. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said. Unexpectedly, the deacon was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. You want to see the old ancestor? Are the 2 of you joking? 2 strange young men suddenly came to see the old ancestor of the Green Turtle clan. This seemed too ridiculous. Why did you change your mind? Wu Shang was stunned as well, and his entire body shivered. How could a figure like the ancestor be someone that just anyone could meet? Weren't these 2 fellows too rash? Lin Sun said, please report that an old friend has come to visit. I believe as long as your ancestor, impudent. Before he finished speaking, the chief deacon's face darkened. I think the 2 of you are here to cause trouble. What do you take my green turtle tribe for? How dare you claim to be an old friend of my ancestor? Who gave you the guts? He was thoroughly annoyed. What kind of status did their old ancestor have? How could he become friends with 2 youths of unknown origins? This was simply absurd. The faces of some green turtle clan guards nearby also became unfriendly. Are you suspecting us? Old Toad's face darkened. Humph. I don't know how many madmen like you have seen over the years. I advise you to leave quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. The chief deacon scolded and became more and more impolite. Lin Sun felt a little helpless and said seriously, whether it's true or not, I just hope that you can help me to report. Once again, he was interrupted before he finished speaking. The chief deacon's face was cold and he said sternly, drive them out. If they dare to resist, it's okay to kill them. Yes. The guards nearby had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Hearing this, they immediately took the order and looked at Lin Sun and Old Toad with murderous eyes. Lin Sun couldn't help frowning. At this moment, a deep voice came from the 9th Heaven White Jade Tower. Who's making noise? Don't you know the old ancestor is meditating? The voice was full of anger, which made the chief deacon and the guards stiff and their faces changed slightly. Son, calm down. There are 2 little guys making trouble. They'll be solved soon. The chief deacon hurriedly explained. Someone is making trouble? With a swish, an imposing figure swept out of the palace and looked at the scene with eyes like lightning. This man was dressed in a dark green robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was tall and had an outstanding demeanor, and his eyes were like bright lightning. Greetings, son. All the people present saluted respectfully. Obviously, he was Qin Yunyang, the son of the Green Turtle tribe. What the hell is going on? Qing Yunyang frowned and fixed his eyes on Lin Sun and Old Toad. He found that the two of them didn't have a trace of fear, but looked very calm, which made him feel that something was wrong. The chief deacon hurriedly stepped forward and explained in a low voice. "Want to see the old ancestor?" Qing Yunyang was also surprised, and his eyes flashed with cold light. When he looked at Lin Sun and Old Toad again, his attitude had become a little cold. "Wu Chong, you brought these two people back. Tell me what the hell is going on?" Qing Yunyang asked. Being stared at by Qing Yunyang, Wu Chong broke out in a cold sweat. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he was out of his wits. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and cursed inwardly. This Wu Chong was a complete coward with no backbone at all. If he told the ins and outs of the matter, it would inevitably lead to a great misunderstanding, but it was too late for Lin Sun to stop him. Wu Chong cried out with a long face, "Son, this has nothing to do with me at all. I was forced by them." With tears streaming down his face, he told everything about how he had met Lin Sun and Old Toad and how he had been coerced. This made Lin Sun and Old Toad speechless and gave him a headache. Qing Yunyang's face had become extremely gloomy, and he laughed out of extreme anger. What a pair of audacious thieves. They didn't say anything when they threatened my servant, but they still dare to come here and behave atrociously. They are simply tired of living. Saint, please calm down. Leave these two villains to me to deal with. The chief deacon was murderous. It's over, it's over. This is bad. Old Toad complained, "I told you this method wouldn't work, but you just had to try it. Now, I'm also going to suffer." Lin Sun was also speechless. He felt that he had been very polite, but the other side didn't listen at all and even regarded them as evil thieves. He simply couldn't say anything. "What are you waiting for? Capture them for me," the chief deacon roared. All of a sudden, all the nearby guards took action and surrounded Lin Sun and the Old Toad fiercely. "Wait." Lin Sun's voice was like a clap of thunder, full of deterring power that struck straight into people's hearts. It was just one sentence, but it shocked the guards so much that their heads buzzed. Their chi was almost disordered, and they staggered and exclaimed. Qing Yunyang's eyes shot out a cold light. He seemed to be aware of Lin Sun's extraordinariness and was a little surprised. Immediately, his face darkened, and he sneered, "It turns out that you have something to rely on. However, I have to say that you are really bold to come here to make trouble with just the two of you. As I said, I just came to visit an old friend. You just need to inform him, and then you will know whether it's true or not." Lin Sun took a deep breath and explained patiently. "Old friend?" Qing Yunyang was completely angry. At this time, this guy still regarded the old ancestor of the Green Turtle tribe as an old friend, which was extremely arrogant. How could the old ancestor have such an old friend? Stubborn and unrepentant. In this case, don't think about leaving here alive today. Qing Yunyang's eyes were full of killing intent. With a clang, he took out a fiery red saber and rushed towards Lin Sun in person. Is it so difficult to just inform him? Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Boom, this area was covered with terrible killing intent, showing Qing Yunyang's terrible fighting capacity. This made the chief deacon and the attendants excited. The Holy Sun actually made a move personally. Now there will be a good show to watch. If these two villains die in the hands of the Holy Sun, it will be a kind of luck. Ordinary people are not qualified for the Holy Sun to make a move personally. For a time, Qing Yunyang became the focus of the whole audience, and many guards even showed a look of respect. Even they rarely saw Qing Yunyang make a move. This was an extremely rare opportunity to observe. In the blink of an eye, Qing Yunyang attacked. The fiery red saber had already set off a sea of fire, which covered Lin Sun. Rumble the void was burning, riddled with holes, and the scene was terrible. Why, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh again. He stood there, motionless, and just waved his sleeve. The sea of fire, which covered the sky, seemed to be swept away by a hurricane. In an instant, it collapsed and turned into a rain of light that disappeared without a trace. All the experts present stared with their eyes wide open, and the excitement on their faces froze on the spot. He only waved his sleeve and destroyed the powerful attack of the Holy Sun. Even Qing Yunyang's heart shook fiercely at this moment, and his expression became even more icy cold. "Looks like all of you came prepared." Boom, as he spoke, he slashed out once more. The saber light shot out violently, and it was peerlessly dazzling like a rain of light that was filled with a terrifying aura. Many people were visibly moved, and they realized that Qin Yunyang had executed a lethal move. But Lin Sun was slightly impatient. Earlier, he'd made a move to tell Qin Yunyang to stop before going too far. Who would have imagined that Qin Yunyang would actually push his luck? He didn't hesitate any longer and stretched out his hand to slap out. The light green palm force was coiled with a smooth and translucent aura, and it lightly flashed out. But in the next moment, a rumbling sound resounded out. It was the sound of the void collapsing, and it seemed to be utterly unable to endure this palm force. Bang! Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Qin Yunyang's saber was simply as vulnerable as a piece of paper, and it collapsed and dissipated with a bang. And the remaining momentum of the palm force didn't diminish, and it crushed towards Qin Yunyang with an irresistible momentum. It seemed to have enveloped the entire world, and it made the latter unable to avoid it. Qin Yunyang's face changed completely, and he realized an unprecedented danger, which made him shocked, angry, and confused. He was a holy son, and it was rare for him to encounter an opponent in the same realm. He had always been regarded as the #1 person in the younger generation of the Green Turtle clan, and he looked down upon all his peers. But now, the battle had just begun, but it made him feel an indescribable feeling of suffocation and oppression, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. How could it be possible? The palm energy was simple, suffused with cyan Taoist aura, and had an irresistible and unparalleled power. Qin Yunyang's expression changed again and again. He exerted a secret method and tried his best to resolve it. But to his horror, the palm energy was condensed and didn't disperse. It was like an unshakable mountain, moving all the way. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't resist it. He was forced to retreat. The whole audience was in an uproar, and their eyeballs almost fell out. Qin Yunyang was the holy son of their Green Turtle clan, but he couldn't even take one step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Accompanied by the rumbling and crushing of the palm energy, Qin Yunyang's face turned red. He resisted crazily, but in the end he was still forced to retreat. This made him more and more shocked. His face was extremely pale, and he almost went crazy. It was just one palm energy. But he couldn't resolve it. Boom, there was no time to think. The palm energy seemed smooth and simple, but it was condensed and terrifying to the extreme, and it kept crushing. It seemed slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yunyang had been forced to retreat more than 10 steps. Seeing that the palm energy was about to cover and oppress his body, Qin Yunyang finally couldn't bear the fear in his heart. He dodged to one side and didn't dare to face it head-on. Crash, but at the same time he dodged, the palm energy, like a ripple, trembled slightly, and then disappeared without a trace. "Thank you for letting me win." At the same time, Lin Sun spoke with a calm expression. Obviously, at this last moment, he stopped while he was ahead and took the initiative to withdraw the palm energy. That kind of control over the release and withdrawal of power caused the nearby guards to shudder with fear and trepidation. No matter how stupid they were, they also realized that Lin Sun was not an ordinary person at all. Otherwise, how could it be possible to force their holy son to retreat with just one palm? Too terrible. Who on earth was he? The whole audience was silent, not a sound could be heard. Qin Yunyang's face was livid and uncertain, and there was an unspeakable grievance in his heart. He couldn't accept this result. Old Toad, who had been watching from the side, actually wanted to say, "Boy, you'd better be content." In the Demon Saint secret realm, who knew how many holy sons were killed by Lin Sun, let alone you? But in the end, Old Toad still restrained himself. He didn't want to provoke Qin Yunyang, lest this guy went completely crazy, and the situation was a little bad. Clap clap clap, in this deathly silent atmosphere, a round of applause rang out. Suddenly, an azure-robed young man had walked out from the Nine Heavens white jade pavilion, and he clapped as he walked, and his footsteps were unhurried and indescribably composed. The old toad's pupils immediately shrank and its heart trembled. It felt an incomparably terrifying and oppressive aura from this green-robed youth. It was as if he was facing a king who was looking down on the world. There was no need to guess, this green-robed young man was definitely a life-and-death realm king. Patriarch. At this moment, the Grand Manager and all the guards present were dumbstruck. They recognized the identity of the person who'd arrived, and they bowed in unison. They cried out inwardly, feeling terrified inside. The disturbance here actually made the old ancestor personally come out. The consequences of this were just too severe. If they were to be blamed, they would not be able to escape responsibility. Greetings, old ancestor. Qin Yunyang's complexion was gloomy and ashen. He stepped forwards and bowed. This grandson is ashamed. I've let the old ancestor see a joke. It's over, it's really over this time, the old toad murmured. Even a life-and-death realm king was alarmed. This was too serious. The Holy Sun is not to be blamed for this matter. It's all my ignorance. I didn't know these two villains came prepared, so that I alarmed the old ancestor. Please punish me. The Grand Manager stepped forward and knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. As for Wu Bing, he had already prostrated on the ground in fear, shivering all over. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat, and his face was wrinkled. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This time, it was he who drew Lin Sun here. If the old ancestor blamed him, he would definitely take the main responsibility, and the result would be unimaginable. But the strange thing was that at this moment, the green-robed young man didn't pay attention to them at all. Instead, he looked directly at Lin Sun and said angrily, "Why did you suddenly stop?" Qin Yunyang was stunned. What did the old ancestor mean? Was he being sarcastic? The Grand Manager, who was kneeling on the ground, boasted of his cleverness and hurriedly flattered, "With the old ancestor here, how dare these villains commit murder?" Yes, the old ancestor's divine power is unparalleled, just like a divine dragon in the sky. How dare those villains do it again? The other guards hurriedly echoed him. Suddenly, Lin Sun's expression became strange, and he said, "Elder brother, if I continue to fight, it will really be regarded as a troublemaker. Are you really willing to do that?" Elder brother, hearing this address, Qin Yunyang's eyes widened. How dare this guy call their old ancestor so casually? He deserved to die 10,000 times, and the Grand Manager was so angry that he almost went crazy. He shouted sternly, "How dare you? How dare you blaspheme our old ancestor? Villains like you must atone for their crimes with death." Only the old toad felt a little strange, and his eyes kept rolling between the green-robed young man and Lin Sun. "Fuck off. What villains? You dog slave, you have eyes but fail to see." But the green-robed young man seemed to feel a little embarrassed, and he suddenly kicked the Grand Manager. With a plop, the Grand Manager was kicked away. Like a broken sandbag, his body fell into the sea hundreds of meters away, screaming incessantly. And when they witnessed this scene, Qin Yunyang was stupefied. Those guards were stupefied as well, and they had stupefied expressions. What was going on? Why did the old ancestor suddenly attack his own people? "Old ancestor, what are you doing?" Qin Yunyang was a little anxious. "Humph. Useless thing, I'll deal with you later." The green-robed young man glared at him, which made the latter stiff and dull. What the hell was going on? At this time, the green-robed young man no longer paid attention to him. He stepped forward with a laugh, patted Lin Sun on the shoulder, and said, "I really didn't expect that you would suddenly appear here, which surprised me." Lin Sun's shoulder bone was almost broken. He grimaced in pain and said, "Elder brother, be gentle." The green-robed young man suddenly laughed, "Don't worry, I won't slap you to death. Come on, come with me, this is not a good place to talk." Saying this, he put his arm around Lin Sun's shoulder and walked towards the 9th heaven white jade tower in the distance. "Come on, arrange a banquet. Today I'm going to entertain my sworn brother. By the way, take out my treasured fiery floating cloud liquor." In the hearty laughter, the green-robed young man and Lin Sun disappeared from the palace. In the field, Qin Yunyang and the others all stood there with their mouths wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. Even the old toad couldn't react, standing there in a daze. Is he really an old friend of the old ancestor? After a long time, someone opened his mouth in a trembling voice. Crack, as soon as the words came out, he was slapped next to him. "Idiot, didn't you hear that the old ancestor said that the young man, no, the senior is the old ancestor's sworn brother? My God. The guards looked at each other in dismay, and their expressions were extremely wonderful. It turned out that the young man didn't lie, but really had an unusual relationship with the old ancestor. Plop, Wu Bing, who was crawling on the ground, rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted with fright. This made people not know whether to laugh or cry. But Wu Bing didn't think so. Just now, when he thought of his spineless confession just now, which made everyone regard Lin Sun and the others as villains, he had an impulse to die. That was the old ancestor's sworn brother, but he was betrayed by himself. At the thought of all kinds of serious consequences caused by this matter, Wu Bing, who was originally very timid, completely collapsed and directly chose to faint. It turns out to be true. At this moment, Qing Yunyang also recovered a little reason, and his face was stiff and ugly. Why didn't you say it earlier? He looked at the old toad in the distance. Nonsense, how many times have we said it? The point is that you don't believe it. The old toad rolled his eyes, turned his head and walked away. He held his head high and strode away in high spirits, leaving Qing Yunyang staring at him. At this time, the old toad finally understood why Lin Sun was so confident. It turned out that he was the sworn brother of the old ancestor of the Green Turtle tribe. This is 2F** King Awesome, on the 9th floor of the 9th Heaven White Jade Tower, in a magnificent and elegant hall. I remember that it has been almost 2 years since we left the ancient relic. Brother, you have become a great practitioner of Tao Insight Realm from a little practitioner of Martial Realm, which really surprised me. The green-robed young man sat cross-legged on the main seat with a face full of amazement. He was naturally the Green Turtle King. On the way to the Forbidden City for the first time, Lin Sun accidentally got involved in a void vortex and appeared in an ancient relic in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. It was also there that Lin Sun met the Green Turtle King who had been trapped in it for thousands of years. In the end, it was also with the help of the Amrita Saint Pearl in Lin Sun's hand that the trapped Green Turtle King had a chance to get out. I didn't expect that you had become the old ancestor of the Green Turtle tribe. Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. In the ancient relic, the old ancestor of the Green Turtle tribe had said that he was more than 2,600 years old. But in the Green Turtle tribe, 2,000 years old was the growth period. In other words, he was no different from a teenager in human beings. It was for this reason that Lin Sun was happy to call him brother at that time. Unexpectedly, the other party was already an old ancestor when they met again. Ha ha ha, in this case, how can you conclude that I am one of the old ancestors of the Green Turtle tribe? The green-robed young man laughed. Lin Sun smiled and told him everything about the interrogation of Wu Chong. Then he said, at that time, I also doubted whether it was you, so I came to have a try. Unexpectedly, I guessed right. This is fate. The green-robed young man smiled. Following that, they chatted one after another as they drank and reminisced about the past. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was not sure whether the green-robed young man still remembered the old friendship after 2 years. But now it seemed that he didn't have to worry too much. It was worth mentioning that the green-robed young man was called Green Lai, who called himself the Green Turtle King. He was free and unruly and proud, which was very different from the ordinary old antiques. His temperament was no different from that of a young man. Perhaps it was because of his unruly temperament that he was grateful for Lin Sun's life-saving grace when they met for the first time and became sworn brothers with Lin Sun. He didn't neglect Lin Sun because of his low cultivation. Gurgle. The clear and sweet sky-blue liquor was poured into a white jade cup, and a string of bright red bubbles appeared at the bottom of the cup. Every single bubble seemed to have an expanse of clouds floating within it, and they swayed lightly and drew out a scene that was magnificent and dreamlike. This was the liquor fiery floating cloud. This was a peerless aged wine that Qing Lai had collected, and it was refined from 136 types of rare treasures that were suppressed within the flameglow ice soul jade. Lin Sun picked up the cup and drank it up. Suddenly, the taste buds on the tip of his tongue seemed to explode. There was a kind of ultimate sweet fragrance and fiery breath colliding and entangling, raging in his mouth. When it flowed into his throat, the ultimate ice and fire breath turned into a warm and pure flavor, spreading in his limbs and bones in an instant. In an instant, Lin Sun shuddered. His pores opened, and his mouth and nose breathed in and out an indescribable smell. It was like all kinds of life, lingering with all kinds of tastes, leaving an endless aftertaste. Good liquor. Lin Sun exclaimed. This liquor contained an indescribable artistic taste. After drinking it, it was like watching all kinds of life in the mortal world and tasting the ups and downs of the world. It was too wonderful for words. Hey, this liquor is wonderful. It can be used to sharpen one's state of mind and get rid of evil. With just one cup, you won't have to worry about the risk of qigong deviation when you advance. Qing Lai smiled proudly. I see that you have just stepped into the middle realm of Tao insight. This liquor is the best for consolidating your state of mind. Brother, can I have another cup? Old Toad smiled flatteringly, drooling. Qing Lai hurriedly put away the gourd and snorted, be content. This liquor is limited, and the value of one cup is equivalent to that of a peerless spiritual medicine. On the table, there were all kinds of delicacies, which were the specialties of the sea, unique and rare. Not to mention in Xiao Empire, even in Soul Oblivion Sea, ordinary people could not enjoy such delicacies. It could be seen that Qing Lai was really attentive when entertaining Lin Sun. Brother, are you also going to Cloud Canopy Bazaar? Lin Sun couldn't help being surprised when he learned Qing Lai's purpose. What a coincidence. What? Are you going to join in the fun too? Qing Lai asked. Immediately, Lin Sun spoke of the matter of him bidding for the vast universe. Arkansas, you mean you want to return to Xiao Empire by this boat? Why is that? Qing Lai asked in surprise. Lin Sun had no choice but to give a brief account of what had happened in the secret realm of monsters. Hearing this, Qing Lai gasped and stared at Lin Sun, shouting, So you are the young devil god of the human clan? Lin Sun was stunned. Brother, have you heard of it? There was a strange look in Qing Lai's eyes as if he was getting to know Lin Sun all over again. Damn it, the news about the young demon god has already spread like wildfire among all the major forces in the southern CC. I'm not deaf, so of course I know about it. When he spoke up to hear, he was still in slight disbelief. But all of this was done by you? Aren't you a little too savage? He's more than savage. He's a freak. Old Toad, who was engrossed in the food, added. I was forced to do this. I don't want to provoke others either. But brother, you should know that when it comes to snatching fortuitous encounters, killing is inevitable. Lin Sun felt helpless. He did feel very innocent. Qing Lai was in a daze for a while. Then, he burst into laughter and pointed at Lin Sun, saying, You've gained a lot from this trip. I heard that you're the one who gained the most in the secret realm of monsters. Then, Qing Lai couldn't help asking more about what had happened in the secret realm of monsters. Except for some extremely secret things, Lin Sun didn't hide anything and told him everything. So, Grandma Xianxia of the Dragon Whale clan was really killed by an old ape who had stepped into the sage realm. Qing Lai was deep in thought. He was shocked that no sage had appeared in the Soul Oblivion Sea for so many years. But there was a living sage in the secret realm of monsters. This news was so shocking that Qing Lai had to pay attention to it. After a long time, he muttered to himself, perhaps, this unprecedented calamity is really about to arrive, the catastrophe of the Great Way. Hearing this, Lin Sun's eyelids twitched. He remembered what Zhao Jingxian had said. In 100 years at most, the real battle of the world, or the real world of chaos, would come, and all this was because of the catastrophe of the Great Way. After a while, Qing Lai sighed, it's a pity that I can't go far in the near future. Otherwise, I could personally send you back to Xiao Empire. He changed the subject, but I can help you buy the vast universe arc and give it to you. Just when Lin Sun was about to refuse, Qing Lai said, Don't refuse. All the participants in this treasure auction are big shots of all clans. There are many life-death realm kings like me. You've made too many enemies now, so it's not good for you to show up in public. It's safest for me to help you. Lin Sun was shocked. It was just a treasure auction, but it attracted so many life-death realm kings, which was very unusual. Thank you, brother. Lin Sun looked solemn. It's a piece of cake. Qing Lai smiled. Later, the two talked about the antiquity relic where they met for the first time. Qing Lai told Lin Sun that the relic was also located in the ultimate Although it was completely different from the Demon Saint's secret realm, it was no less dangerous and mysterious than the Demon Saint's secret realm. In other words, there were also great opportunities in the antiquity relic. Unfortunately, the entrance could not be found, as if it had disappeared into thin air, which made Qinglai feel quite regretful. He had been trapped in the first layer of the antiquity relic for thousands of years. According to his speculation, there was a second layer, a third layer, and even more mysterious places in the relic. Maybe when the catastrophe of the Great Way comes, the secrets in the ultimate will have a chance to reappear in the world. This was Qinglai's speculation. At the end of the banquet, Qinglai suddenly looked at Old Toad and said, "Brother, when we arrive at the Cloudpung Bazaar, can you let this little brother of the three-legged golden toad come with me?" "My pleasure." Before Lin Sun could answer, Old Toad had already agreed eagerly and excitedly. Since this treasure auction could attract so many Life-Death Realm kings, there must be many incredible treasures that would be auctioned. For Old Toad, who regarded treasures as his life, this was an irresistible temptation. "Ha ha ha, with little brother accompanying me, I might really be able to discover some good treasures in this treasure auction." Green Turtle King laughed. He was very clear about the ability of the three-legged golden toad, which was known as the unique ability to identify all the treasures in the world. "Hey hey." Old Toad laughed proudly and squinted at Lin Sun, as if to say, "Look, this is the one who has a pair of sharp eyes, unlike you, who has eyes but can't recognize Mount Tai." Lin Sun gritted his teeth secretly. This toad was getting more and more annoying. A few hours later, in the distance, an island appeared from the sea in the far distance. It was extremely huge and stretched for thousands of miles. Above the island, the brilliant light of treasure soared into the sky, which was extremely conspicuous. The island was called Cloudpung. Cloudpung Bazaar was located on it. According to what Qinglai said, Cloud Canopy Bazaar had existed since the ancient times, and it had a long history. Its purpose was for the sake of allowing the beings of various races to interact and trade with each other. Up to now, when the major races of Soul Oblivion Sea traded with each other, they often chose to do business in Cloudpung Bazaar. It could be said that Cloudpung Bazaar was a trade center in the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea, where rare treasures circulated in the world. Every day, countless treasures and rare treasures were traded in it. It was extremely lively and prosperous. When they arrived at this sea area, many figures of all kinds had begun to appear along the way. There were huge teams and groups of practitioners of all races, which were densely packed and whistling from all directions, which was quite spectacular. Their goal was the same as that of Green Turtle Tribe, which was to rush to Cloudpung Bazaar, which seemed very lively. "Yunyang, you are responsible for entertaining my brother when we arrive at Cloudpung Bazaar. When I finish my business, I will come to you. If you dare to neglect me, I will be the first one who won't spare you." Qinglai called Qin Yunyang over and gave him instructions. Qin Yunyang's face was stiff, but he still agreed respectfully, although he was still a little aggrieved. A teenager, even younger than him, had become the sworn brother of his ancestor, which made him feel very depressed and unable to lower his head. "What's the matter? Are you not convinced?" Qinglai's face darkened as if he had seen through Qin Yunyang's mind. "I dare not." Qin Yunyang shook his head quickly. "Then I'll be troubling you." Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands. Qin Yunyang's lips twitched a little, and he nodded with difficulty. He was extremely depressed in his heart. As the holy son of Green Turtle Tribe, he was reduced to the role of a waiter, and the one he served was a teenager. How could he not be depressed? But he had no choice. No matter how depressed he was, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. After all, this guy was the sworn brother of their ancestor. According to seniority, Xianxia was in the same generation as his grandfather. Then, wouldn't he be in the same generation as Xianxia's grandson? At the thought of this, Qin Yunyang was depressed. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart and felt uncomfortable all over. "Don't worry. We have our own business. As long as you cooperate well, I won't deliberately embarrass you." Lin Sun's voice came into his ears, which made Qin Yunyang stunned, and then he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This couldn't be better. But Qinglai seemed to be a little worried. After the team arrived at Cloudpung Island, he called Qin Yunyang to one side alone to talk. No one knew what they talked about. In short, when Qing Yunyang faced Lin Sun again, Lin Sun immediately found that this guy had changed. Qing Yunyang looked at Lin Sun with a kind of indescribable complexity, including fear, doubt, and a kind of unspeakable surprise. Lin Sun's heart moved, and he vaguely guessed some reasons. Cloudpeng Island. Flourishing like water, all sorts of unique styles of buildings stood in great numbers. Some were rough and magnificent, some were resplendent and ancient, and so on and so forth. This was the trade center of the major clans in the South Sea. All the clans lived here, so the architectural style on the street was full of the unique style of each clan. For example, the shop opened by the Herculean Ox clan had an extremely rough architectural style, and the sign was branded with the shadow of a Herculean ox demon, which could be seen at a glance. It was an enormous palace that was shaped like a bird's nest and completely bright golden, and it was the shop that belonged to the Gold Phoenix clan. It was in the morning, and the sky was bright. The Cloudpeng Island was very lively, with strong practitioners of all clans shuttling back and forth. The hustle and bustle resounded in every area. There were not only a variety of shops, but also many scattered stalls, markets, restaurants, arenas, and other places of entertainment. Walking in it was like entering a strange world. Creatures of all clans could be seen everywhere, such as dragon whales, water apes, clams, bashes, and other clans in the sea. There were also creatures of blood lions, cyan falcons, golden phoenixes, and demonic elephants on the island. There were even more bizarre creatures, such as the Bronze Ant clan, which looked like ants but was more than 3 meters high, and the Iron Eagle clan, which had black wings and an eagle's head and a human's body. However, no matter what clans they were, most of them would dress up as practitioners. Only a few clans would show up with their original appearance. It's really lively here. On the noisy street, Lin Sun walked leisurely with his hands behind his back. He felt it was novel and interesting to look around. There were so many clans here, which was an eye-opener for him. The only regret was that Lin hadn't met a practitioner of the human clan along the way. This made him vaguely guess that there was no place for human clans in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. Look, look. The meat buns made of undersea toadworm are juicy and fresh. I only sell them for 10 sea crystals. Child, would you like to taste the heavenly fragrance dew wine specially brewed by the Green Hornet clan? It's made of the powder of hundreds of spiritual flowers collected by our clan's liquor priest. The price is fair and honest. Big sale. Crazy sale. This is 100 treasures pouch made by the Blood Soul race's unique craftsmanship. Inside is an acre of high-grade spirit farmland and 3 800 feet wide treasure ponds. It's definitely a must-have divine artifact for your travels. All kinds of shouts and peddlers rang out one after another. In a trance, Lin Sun thought that he was back to the bustling city of Xiao Empire, and the smell of the secular world blew on his face. Do you have sea crystals? Lin Sun stopped and turned his head to ask Qing Yunyang beside him. The corner of Qing Yunyang's mouth twitched. He threw out a storage pouch and said, "There are 10,000 sea crystals inside. It's enough for you to spend." "Thank you very much." Lin Sun put it away with a smile. Next, he began his sweeping operation. The Neon Cloud Tribe's specialty 8 delicacies Tonghulu, the Golden Thread Snake Tribe's steamed toadworm meat buns, the Green Hornet Tribe's heavenly fragrance dew wine, all kinds of exotic delicacies, aged wines, snacks, were bought by Lin Sun without hesitation. In other words, whenever Lin Sun saw something strange along the way, he would buy it with a wave of his hand. These were all the specialties of the tribes in Soul Oblivion Sea, which could not be seen in Xiao Empire at all. Although they were not expensive, they were fresh and strange enough. Lin Sun was not sure whether he would have the chance to come to Soul Oblivion Sea again in the future, so he planned to take this opportunity to collect a lot of things. Of course, he bought more for his relatives and friends, such as Xia Ji and Yang Ku. Child, this is the fuyuretaining jelly of Shanjing tribe. If a girl takes it, she will stay young forever. Even if you don't need it, you can prepare some for your wives and lovers at home. I'll buy it. How much? I'll buy 100 bottles first. Okay. Similar scenes continued to play out in the following days. This guy is really unreasonable. Qing Yunyang followed Lin Sun all the way. When he saw this scene, his eyes became more and more strange and complicated. Since entering the Cloudpung Bazaar, he had been a man of few words. In particular, his attitude towards Lin Sun was even more abnormal. He was no longer in conflict, depressed or resentful. But at the same time, there were feelings of surprise, confusion, shock and fear in his heart. Is what the old ancestor said true? Is this guy really the young devil god? This doubt was like a thunder, constantly surging and surging in the depths of Qin Yunyang's heart, making him unable to calm down at all. As the holy son of Green Turtle tribe, he naturally learned what had happened in the secret realm of demon saints as soon as possible. However, he couldn't associate Lin Sun with the young devil god at all. The young devil god in the news was overbearing, disdainful, ferocious, and horrible. He had killed all the heroes of various tribes, pushed down countless heroes, and made rivers of blood flow. He was invincible. What's more, in the final battle, he even suppressed 4 top holy sons by himself. His power was like that of a god, and his courage was monstrous. Such a figure was just like a legend, full of colors that could make any peer awe and fear. Even when Qin Yunyang heard the news at the beginning, he was so shocked that he almost couldn't believe all this. But no matter what, Qin Yunyang remembered this young devil god, and even regarded him as a legendary talent who couldn't be defeated. However, the young man before him had an expression that was calm like water from the beginning until the end. His bearing wasn't ordinary, but it was far from being overbearing and ferocious. He was like a handsome boy next door, and he didn't seem to be a legend at all. The thing that caused Qin Yunyang to be most speechless was that since this fellow entered the Cloud Canopy Bazaar, he was like a country bumpkin that had entered the city, looking around and revealing a surprised expression at everything he saw. He had an appearance as if he'd never seen the world, and it was simply embarrassing to the extreme. How could such a guy be the ferocious and unparalleled young devil god? The more Qin Yunyang thought about it, the more puzzled he was. Do you have any more sea crystals? Suddenly, Lin Sun's voice rang in his ears, awakening Qin Yunyang from his chaotic thoughts. How long has it been? You've spent all 10,000 sea crystals? Qin Yunyang was stunned. Well, this Cloudpung Bazaar really deserves its reputation. There are so many good things that I can't control my hands at all. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Qin Yunyang almost rolled his eyes. Look at those things you bought. You call them good things? You can fool a child. In the end, Qin Yunyang resisted the urge to complain and gave Lin Sun another 10,000 sea crystals. He was not afraid of Lin Sun, but worried about being scolded by ancestor Qing Lai. You're a good guy. Thank you very much. I'll repay your kindness when I have a chance. Lin Sun glanced at Qin Yunyang with a smile, and then continued his shopping trip. Kindness, as long as you don't make trouble, I'll burn incense in thanks, Qin Yunyang murmured in his heart. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Sun didn't make any trouble, but he spent money like water. In less than 2 hours, Lin Sun asked him for sea crystals 3 times in succession. Lin Sun was not polite at all. And this kind of thing was still going on. Although Qin Yunyang was the holy son of Green Turtle tribe with a strong family background, he didn't have many sea crystals with him. When he noticed that Lin Sun spent money at such a terrifying speed, he couldn't bear it at once. This, Qin Yunyang finally couldn't help asking. Ah? What's the matter? Lin Sun was bargaining with an old man of Red Dragon tribe in high spirits to buy a pair of pearl hairpins. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but look back in confusion. Nothing. Qin Yunyang held back when he saw Lin Sun's eyes. It was really difficult for him to stop Lin Sun. As the holy son of Green Turtle tribe, how could he care about some sea crystals? It would be too shameful if it was spread out. But he really felt a little distressed in his heart. What made him most speechless was that Lin Sun spent so many sea crystals to buy some ordinary goods. None of them could catch his eyes at all. It was just like a waste of money. This guy seems to regard me as a fat sheep. Qin Yunyang was very depressed and became more and more silent along the way. Well, it should be about time. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to stop shopping. Qin Yunyang couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. After careful calculation, in less than 2 hours, Lin Sun had spent nearly 80,000 sea crystals. This caused him to jump in fright. 80,000 sea crystals. That was enough to buy a precious heaven-ring treasure. Thanks a lot this time. Lin Sun looked satisfied and said with a smile, where are we going next? I'm going to a party later. If you don't want to go, you can wait for me nearby. Qing Yunyang said quickly. He followed Lin Sun all the way like a retainer, which was really boring and depressed. It would be better if he could get rid of Lin Sun. That's a good idea, Lin Sun stroked his chin and muttered. Qing Yunyang was refreshed, do you agree? Lin Sun shook his head and said, although the idea is good, I'm not familiar with the people and the place here. If something happens, it will be bad. So, I'd better go with you. Qing Yunyang's lips twitched imperceptibly, and his face was stiff. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said, okay, well, there's no time to lose. Let's set off quickly, Lin Sun said with a smile, as if he didn't notice the change of Qing Yunyang's mood at all. Follow me. Qing Yunyang turned around and couldn't help showing a trace of heaviness on his face. He became depressed again. By the way, what's the party? Lin Sun asked. It's a party among the core disciples of all clans. No ordinary person can participate in it. Qing Yunyang answered weakly. But soon, he seemed to think of something, and his face became extremely solemn. He stared at Lin Sun and said, when you arrive at the party, you must not make trouble, and you must not expose your identity. If you don't agree, I won't take you with me even if the old ancestor blames me. Okay. Lin Sun agreed without hesitation. Qing Yunyang led the way first without hesitation. On the way, Lin Sun also learned that in this treasure auction, when the big shots of many ethnic forces came, there were also many outstanding young people like Qing Yunyang following them. Among these young people, there were many top figures like Qing Yunyang. Qing Yunyang had received an invitation to come and participate in this gathering that belonged to the younger generation of each race. A quarter of an hour later, in the Wind Tower. This place had been booked, and there were elite guards outside the tower. Without an invitation, it was impossible to enter. Don't make trouble for me. When they arrived here, Qing Yunyang warned Lin Sun again. It seemed that he was still worried about Lin Sun. This was normal. If Lin Sun was really the young devil, once he made trouble, the consequences would be extremely serious. This was a gathering of the young generation of all clans. If there was any conflict, who could bear it? In Qing Yunyang's view, Lin Sun was such a dangerous and cruel person. He was afraid that Lin Sun would kill people if he didn't agree, so he warned Lin Sun again and again. Lin Sun was a little funny. How could he be the kind of person who liked to make trouble? In order not to attract attention, he had disguised himself before he set foot on Cloud Pung Island. Even his temperament became more plain and ordinary, in order not to attract attention. It couldn't be helped. If his identity was exposed, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, Lin Sun would not take the initiative to make trouble without Qing Yunyang's warning. In spite of this, Lin Sun solemnly promised Qing Yunyang. It turns out to be the holy son of Green Turtle Tribe. Please. After the guard's inspection, Lin Sun and Qing Yunyang entered the Wind Tower smoothly. On the top floor of the Wind Tower, there was an extremely magnificent and spacious hall, which could accommodate hundreds of people. It was magnificent. From here, you could even overlook half of Cloud Pung Island. When Lin Sun and Qing Yunyang arrived, the hall was already full of practitioners, all of whom were outstanding figures of the young generation of all clans. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. Although they were dressed differently, all of them had extremely strong qi. Almost all of them were in Tao Insight realm. Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. In Xiao Empire, Tao Insight realm practitioners like Yao Tuahai could dominate a province and be worshipped by countless practitioners. However, in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, Grotto Heaven realm experts could be seen everywhere, and they were all of the younger generation. There was not a single expert of the older generation. Such a lineup and number were far beyond the reach of the cultivation world of Xiao Empire. Young Master Yunyang, what took you so long? At the instant he arrived at the entrance of the hall, a young man with violet hair and a proud expression frowned, and he seemed to be extremely displeased with Qing Yunyang's late arrival. To Lin's surprise, Qing Yunyang, who used to be extremely proud, seemed to be quite afraid of this young man. With a touch of embarrassment on his face, he explained, "Sorry, I cut the crap. Come in and take a seat." The purple-haired youth interrupted impatiently. He didn't spare Qing Yunyang another glance, withdrawing his gaze. Qin Yunyang's expression flickered, and he seemed to be somewhat angry. However, in the end, he restrained himself and led Lin Sun to a corner of the hall. At this time, only this corner was left empty. Lin Sun saw all this, and he couldn't help but be lost in thought. He didn't ask any more questions, because it wasn't suitable to do so under such circumstances. The hall was very lively. The outstanding talents of the younger generation of various clans were gathered here. There were many handsome men and beautiful women, and they were drinking and chatting. Speaking of this treasure auction, although the scale can be said to be unprecedented and grand, those who can participate in it are all great figures of the older generation, and it has little to do with us. Suddenly, a young man in a black robe sitting in the seat of honor spoke in a clear voice, and it immediately attracted the attention of the entire hall. Lin Sun was keenly aware that those gazes that looked at the young man in a black robe more or less carried a trace of fear or respect. Obviously, the status of this young man in a black robe was very high, and it was far superior to the outstanding talents of various clans present. He is Luoya, the holy son of the Black Phoenix clan. Among the holy sons of various clans in the South Sea, his fighting capacity is so strong that he can be ranked in the top 30. Qin Yunyang told Lin Sun this person's identity in a low voice, and there was a trace of deep fear in his voice. "Oh, how is he compared to Niu Tunshan of the Herculean Ox clan?" Lin Sun asked. The corner of Qin Yunyang's mouth twitched fiercely, and he almost rolled his eyes. Only now did he remember that the guy beside him was an incomparably ferocious and ruthless person. There's no way to compare. Niu Tunshan is a supreme holy son, and his fighting capacity is so strong that he can be ranked in the top 3. Qin Yunyang explained patiently, and he felt somewhat bitter in his heart. His explanation was simply superfluous. In the eyes of this guy, he probably didn't care about these things at all, right? I see. Lin Sun said in a daze. In that case, this guy should be at the same level as Graceful Peacock, the holy son of the Cloud Monkey clan, right? Qin Yunyang's forehead was full of black lines, and he was speechless. Graceful Peacock's fighting capacity is so strong that she can be ranked in the top 10. How can Luoya compare with her? No way, then how is he compared to the holy son of the Jade Unicorn clan? Lin Sun asked. Qin Yunyang almost collapsed, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. The holy sons that this guy mentioned were all tyrannical. How could Luoya compare with them? The most infuriating thing was that, comparatively speaking, he, Qin Yunyang, was even inferior to Luoya. Didn't this show that he, Qin Yunyang, was even more unbearable? Seeing that Qin Yunyang didn't speak, Lin Sun became more and more puzzled. Could it be that he's inferior to Lin Lang, the holy girl of the Blood Lion clan? Qin Yunyang was about to cry. Big brother, you'd better not ask. Can you spare me? So he's just SOSO. Lin Sun had roughly judged it, and he couldn't help but feel a little amused. Originally, he had thought that there would be many extraordinary and peerless figures participating in this gathering. Who would have thought that he had overestimated them? That's right. The strength of the circle you associate with is naturally similar to yours. I misunderstood before. Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought, but these words of truth were like a knife that deeply pierced into Qin Yunyang's heart, making him extremely ashamed and resentful. This guy was simply too good at torturing people. Although the treasure auction has nothing to do with us, I have an important matter to discuss with you at this gathering. On the seat of honor, Luoya's expression was solemn, and his eyes were disdainful. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. I wonder what's the important matter that even alarmed Big Brother Luo? A young man asked. Luoya said in a low voice, I presume everyone has already heard of the matter of the young devil god. The matter I want to discuss this time is precisely related to this person. Young devil god, this title seemed as if it possessed a strand of magic. In just an instant, it caused the eyes of all the men and women in the hall to squint as their expressions changed slightly, and the atmosphere became much quieter along with this. Obviously, they'd heard of the ferocious deeds the young devil god had once done, and this was why they were shocked. Qin Yunyang's entire body even stiffened as his hand trembled, and the wine cup he'd just picked up was almost thrown out. Young devil god, the matter to be discussed at this gathering is actually related to this fellow beside me. Instantly, Qin Yunyang's heart clenched, and he couldn't help but glance at Lin Sun. Yet he saw the latter had a composed expression and was eating a pastry with relish as if nothing had happened, and he was so comfortable that it aroused jealousy in others. This fellow is really composed. Qing Yunyang suddenly had a strong impulse, and he wished for nothing more than to crack open Lin Sun's head and see what exactly Lin Sun was thinking. Could it be that he really wasn't worried in the slightest? Wasn't he nervous? What if his identity was exposed? What would he do then? Qing Yunyang's heart was in a mess. Don't let your imagination run wild. The more you act like this, the more abnormal you seem, and it's very easy for others to notice something fishy. Lin Sun squinted at him and transmitted his voice to him. What? All of you seem to have been frightened by that young devil god? Luoya frowned as he spoke amidst the deathly silent atmosphere, and his words caused the expressions of all the men and women present here to become slightly awkward. Taoist Luoya, it isn't that we're afraid, but the rumors say that this young devil god is truly too terrifying. He's simply like a god of death. We naturally don't dare to underestimate such a figure. Someone spoke up in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. Yeah, so long as it's a well-informed person in the Southern Sea, they're spreading the news of this young devil god. Even a peerless divine son like Niu Tunshan lost at his hands. Who would dare to underestimate his ferocity? It isn't just Niu Tunshan. Even Meng Lianqing, Kong Xiao, and Xian Luozi were suppressed by that young devil god when they joined forces. He's simply ferocious to the extreme. The others present here spoke successively as well. Meanwhile, Qing Yunyang had calmed down slightly, but his gaze was still slightly strange when he heard the fearful words everyone spoke about Lin Sun. He said in his heart, if all of you knew that the young devil god is here, then all of you would probably be shocked silly. He glanced at Lin Sun, yet he noticed that Lin Sun still seemed as if he hadn't noticed at all, and he was drinking mouthful after mouthful of fine wine. What a monster, Qing Yunyang ridiculed in his heart. All of you are right. The young devil god's accomplishments in battle are obvious to all, so I naturally won't underestimate him. Luoya spoke calmly and in a low voice, however, no matter how formidable he is, he's still a youth of the human race. The Southern Sea realm is our territory, so how can we allow a human like him to act wildly? As he finished speaking, his voice suddenly rose in volume, and it was filled with righteousness and an oppressive aura. Someone couldn't help but ask, could it be that fellow Taoist Luoya called this gathering to discuss how to deal with that young devil god? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. Yes. Luoya didn't deny it. According to the deductions of an old priest of my Black Phoenix clan, it can be confirmed that the young devil god hasn't left the Southern Sea realm yet, and this is the best opportunity for us to deal with him. Even though his words were impassioned, none of the young experts present here agreed with him. Conversely, when they heard this, their expressions changed. They actually wanted to deal with that young devil god? This? Everyone hesitated. That was a young devil god. He slaughtered the experts of the various races until they were utterly defeated, and it seemed as if he was undefeatable. Deal with him? How was that any different from courting death? One had to know that back then, outside the sinkhole, there had been a group of powerful figures eyeing him covetously, but they had ultimately allowed the young fiend celestial to escape safely. Under such circumstances, making them deal with that young fiend god was simply a joke. Taoist brother Luoya, this action is probably inappropriate, right? Someone frowned. You have all misunderstood. Luoya grinned, and he seemed to be very confident when facing the questioning gazes of everyone. Perhaps we aren't a match for that young devil god, but don't forget that there are still great figures from the various clans standing behind us. But we have no enmity with that young demon god. Why do we have to deal with him? Someone snorted coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately aroused many voices of agreement. You're wrong. Luoya took a deep breath, and his voice was heavy. According to the information I obtained, amongst the various powers that entered the demon saint mystic realm, only that young devil god has become the greatest winner, and he possesses an unimaginably great fortune. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of fervor suffused his eyes. Everyone, that's a great fortune related to the Saint Tao. Moreover, he killed so many saints and experts, and he plundered countless spoils of the battle. If we're able to capture him. He hadn't finished speaking when the hearts of everyone in the hall shook, and their eyes flickered indeterminately. They finally understood Luoya's intentions. So it turned out that it was for the sake of seizing the fortune and treasures possessed by the young devil god. As it was said, wealth moved the hearts of men, let alone a great fortune related to the Saint Tao. Instantly, many experts were tempted. Luoya noticed all of this, and his expression grew even more confident. It can be said that this young devil god is a living great fortune. If we're able to capture him, then our gains will absolutely be unimaginable. He paused for a moment and continued. Moreover, we only have to search for the tracks of that young devil god during this operation. When we really make a move, the great figures of the various clans will naturally arrive at the first possible moment. I think it's feasible. Instantly, someone couldn't help but agree. Right, the South Sea is our territory. If we allow that young devil god to escape, then it would seem that all the powers of the various clans are too useless. The other experts chimed in. In any case, they weren't going to make a move themselves, and they only had to search for information and tracks, so they were naturally happy to see this happen. If I leak the news. Qin Yunyang was extremely tempted when he heard this, and he couldn't help but glance at the nearby Lin Sun. Lin Sun's tranquil and indifferent eyes had suddenly looked over, and they seemed to be peaceful yet were filled with indifference and coldness. This caused Qin Yunyang to be unable to help but shudder. What a pair of cold eyes. They were like a god of slaughter that looked down upon the world and took everything to be ants. Even a butcher would feel fearful when he killed someone, but would a god of slaughter care about trampling ants to death? Suddenly, Qin Yunyang extinguished this thought and felt a chill all over his body. At this moment, he finally calmed down completely. It occurred to him that Lin Sun not only had a great fortune, but also was the sworn brother of the ancestor of the Green Turtle tribe. Even if all the others wanted to kill Lin Sun, he absolutely couldn't do so. Don't think too much. I'm not like them. Qin Yunyang explained in a low voice. I'm afraid you'll think too much. Lin Sun pointed at Qin Yunyang with a faint smile, and then withdrew his gaze. Qin Yunyang. You're so sneaky and silent. Do you have any objection to Taoist brother Luoya's proposal? Suddenly, someone shouted. It was the purple-haired young man next to him, who was looking at Qin Yunyang coldly. Lin Sun immediately raised his eyebrows. When they had just arrived here, Qin Yunyang had been severely reprimanded by this purple-haired young man. And now, this guy obviously began to find fault with Qin Yunyang again. Qin Yunyang's face suddenly changed. In an instant, he noticed that many eyes in the hall were looking at him, especially Luoya, who frowned with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Qin Yunyang stiffened all over and was a little panicked. Just when he wanted to explain, he was interrupted by the purple-haired young man. What's wrong? You can't even speak? A person like you can also become the holy son of the Green Turtle tribe. It seems that your Green Turtle tribe has really declined. The purple-haired young man sneered. The other strongmen present also couldn't help but laugh. They looked like they were watching the fun, and their eyes were playful and thoughtful. It seems that Qin Yunyang's position in this group of people is a little unbearable. Lin Sun saw all this. Bang! At this time, Qin Yunyang was also annoyed. His cheeks flushed, he slapped the table and stood up. He glared at the purple-haired young man and said, Wait Song, you've gone too far. Humph, so what if I've gone too far? The purple-haired young man called Wait Song said disdainfully, I forgot to tell you that Taoist brother Lan Tianqi will come later. You must not leave in advance. Lan Tianqi, when hearing this name, the atmosphere of the whole hall was obviously quiet. There was a trace of surprise and fear on the faces of all the people present. Even Luoya, who was sitting in the seat of honor, seemed to be a little moved and surprised. This made Lin Sun curious. These young men and women present were all outstanding figures in their clans, but Lan Tianqi could make them pay so much attention and fear. Obviously, he should be a ruthless character. He looked at Qin Yunyang. The latter's face was extremely ugly at the moment. He gritted his teeth, and no one knew whether it was because of anger or fear. Ha ha ha, look, this guy is afraid. Is there really no one in the Green Turtle tribe? Let a guy like you be the holy son. Wei Song laughed and didn't hide his sarcasm. Although there were many strong men present, at this moment, no one spoke out to persuade Qin Yunyang. On the contrary, they all looked on with folded arms. This made Lin Sun more and more sure that Qin Yunyang must be very unpopular in his circle. Otherwise, how could he be so blatantly provoked and ridiculed? The affairs of my green turtle tribe have nothing to do with you. Qin Yunyang's face was extremely livid, and his eyes were about to crack. But in the end, he seemed to bear it and turned to Lin Sun, "We are not welcome here. Let's go." While speaking, he transmitted his voice, "Don't interfere in my affairs, lest your identity is exposed. In that case, even my old ancestor can't save you." Lin Sun was stunned. He didn't expect that Qin Yunyang was not only patient but also considerate of himself. "Want to leave? It's not so easy." Wei Song's face darkened, and his eyes became cold. "If you dare to leave now, I dare to suppress you now and force you to kneel here. When Lan Tianqi comes, he will deal with you." This sentence was too threatening and full of humiliation. Qin Yunyang's face turned blue and white. His whole body was stiff, and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging. Obviously, he was extremely angry. As the holy son of Green Turtle Tribe, he was humiliated and threatened in public, which was a great shame. If it was spread out, it would be a great shame. "Wei Song, you've gone too far." At this moment, Qin Yunyang's eyes were red. He was like a completely enraged beast, and his voice was a little hoarse. "I bullied you, so what? Don't expect the old ancestor of your Green Turtle Tribe to save you. This is a matter of our younger generation. Even if your family knows it, I'm afraid they can't put down their dignity to save you." Wei Song sneered, "Maybe when you are suppressed by me, your old ancestor will feel that you are too cowardly and abolish your position as the Holy Son." What he said was true. In all the clans of South Sea, those big shots turned a blind eye to the grievances between the younger generation. They did this in order to better sharpen their descendants. If Qin Yunyang was suppressed and humiliated in public today, it would not only be a disgrace, but also a loss of his position as the Holy Son. Qin Yunyang was completely stiff, and his face changed constantly. Lin Sun was wondering what kind of deep hatred made Wei Song humiliate Qin Yunyang like this. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. This was really going too far. When they saw the aggrieved and furious expression on Qin Yunyang's face, a wave of roaring laughter resounded in the surroundings. "Look, just one sentence from Wei Song is enough to scare our Green Turtle clan's holy son into not daring to leave." Alas, the younger generation of the Green Turtle clan is getting worse and worse. There's a reason for this. 1,000 years ago, ancestor Qin Lai suddenly disappeared, and his whereabouts were unknown. Without such a life-and-death king, Green Turtle clan's power declined day by day. Even if ancestor Qin Lai has returned, it's impossible for Green Turtle clan to regain its former glory in a short period of time. No matter what, Qin Yunyang is too unbearable in the end. As a holy sun-level figure, when faced with humiliation and threats, he could only swallow it in silence and not dare to resist. It's simply too shameful. Various voices resounded in the hall, and there was ridicule and sighing, causing Qin Yunyang's expression to become even more unsightly and livid. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. His sullen yet stubbornly enduring appearance did not win him any sympathy. On the contrary, the more he acted like this, the more unbridled the ridicule and criticism became. Seeing this, Lin Sun frowned for a while. This guy was really patient. "Let's go." In the end, Lin Sun couldn't stand it anymore. He sighed and looked at Qin Yunyang. The young outstanding talents of the various races in the hall were all startled. Who is this fellow? He actually dared to suddenly interfere at this time. Many people looked at Lin Sun suspiciously. They didn't know Lin Sun, but they didn't care. He was just a teenager who came with Qin Yunyang. How could he be a powerful figure? "Who are you? Brat? How dare he meddle in the affairs of Qin Yunyang? I advise you to sit down obediently. If you dare to say another word, I'll be the first to kill you." Wei Song's cold eyes swept over Lin Sun like a knife. He was somewhat angry. A youth at Qin Yunyang's side actually dared to jump out at this time. This was undoubtedly provoking his dignity. Qin Yunrod's expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice over, "Lin Sun, don't interfere in my matters. If you let them see through your identity, we really won't be able to leave today." Lin Sun said calmly, "You want to see through my identity? We have to ask them if they have the ability to do so. When he spoke up to hear, he sighed and reminded, remember, blindly exercising forbearance will only allow your enemies to take a yard after taking an inch. Furthermore, with your attitude, if you don't change it, don't even think about stepping into the ranks of the truly strong in this lifetime. If you agree, then come with me now. Otherwise, you'll have to swallow your anger here and be mocked and humiliated by them. After that, Lin Sun didn't look at Qin Yunyang again. With his hands behind his back, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the hall. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at anyone in the hall. His condescending attitude caused many experts' faces to darken. Qin Yunyang's expression changed indeterminately as he struggled intensely in his heart. But before he could make a decision, Wei Song couldn't bear it anymore. He had made it clear enough, but Lin Sun didn't care about his threat at all and treated him as nothing. This infuriated Wei Song. Brat, are you courting death? He said coldly. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he raised his hand to strike directly at Lin Sun. His palm was powerful and blazing, making a thunderous roar. Boom, this palm was extremely domineering and ruthless, without any politeness. He intended to kill Lin Sun directly to establish his prestige. The people in the field suddenly became excited. All the young men and women of various clans showed a playful expression. For them, Lin Sun was just a teenager who followed Qin Yunyang here. His status and identity were certainly not worth mentioning. But it happened that such a teenager seemed to have more courage and backbone than Qin Yunyang. He chose to leave with a reckless attitude. This was obviously a provocation to Wei Song. Now, Wei Song couldn't help but take the lead to launch an attack. Naturally, there would be a good show to watch. How dare you? Qin Yunyang roared. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. At the moment when Wei Song launched an attack, he actually rushed to attack Lin Sun angrily. Boom, surrounded by surging divine light, he stood in front of Lin Sun and collided with Wei Song head-on. A deafening collision sound spread along with it. Dang, 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 Qin Yunyang was shaken back. His face turned blue and white, and his qi and blood were tumbling. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter in the field. Everyone's expression became more and more playful. Qin Yunyang actually dared to launch an attack. This made all of them feel very fresh. Oh, you really dare to fight with me? Wei Song didn't smile, but his eyes were extremely cold and full of killing intent. He didn't expect that at this moment, Qin Yunyang, who was like a bully, dared to stand out to stop him. This is a friend I brought. It doesn't matter if I am bullied. But if you want to deal with him, you have to pass me first. Qin Yunyang roared. The blue veins on his neck stood out. His expression was a little ferocious, but his attitude was extremely resolute. Obviously, he was ready to risk everything. Hearing such cruel words, not only did the crowd not restrain themselves, but they all laughed with disdain and disapproval. Seeing this, Lin Sun also smiled. A touch of relief flashed through his black eyes. Qin Yunyang should do this, but it was far from enough. As a strong man, you should not only learn to resist, but also know how to fight back. Even if your strength is not as good as your opponent, you should let your opponent know that you are not so easy to bully. Lin Sun suddenly turned around. His eyes were cold and indifferent like an abyss that made people palpitate. He looked at Wei Song and said in a calm and indifferent voice to Qin Yunyang. But at the same time, these words were also heard by everyone in the hall. They were all stunned and almost couldn't believe their ears. Was this teenager crazy? If Qin Yunyang didn't help him block Wei Song's attack just now, he would have died long ago. How could he have the chance to talk nonsense, especially Wei Song? He was so angry that he laughed. He was provoked again and again by this teenager. Did he really think that Wei Song didn't dare to kill? Boy, don't think about leaving here alive today. Wei Song pointed at Lin Sun with a gloomy face. His attitude was arrogant and cold. Lin Sun ignored him and still said to Qin Yunyang, in the struggle for the Tao, the brave come first. If you don't have such a state of mind, even if you are lucky to survive today, what about in the future? Every time you endure and give in, sooner or later, you will be ruthlessly eliminated on the road of Tao. Qin Yunyang stood there with his chest rising and falling rapidly. He was silent. Hurry up, kill this man. I don't want to hear him clamor anymore. Someone shouted. Damn it, teach Qing Yunyang a lesson in front of us. Don't pretend. Wait Song, if you don't do it, I will do it. Many strong men in the hall started to shout. Wait Song's face was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, don't worry, everyone. I will kill him right now and put his blood into the wine. Then, I will drink with you. Boom, before his voice died away, he had already launched a brazen attack. His palm force was like thunder, wrapped in thousands of rays of light, and the power of Tao was pure and thick. It had to be said that Wei Song's strength was really extraordinary, and he obviously had rich combat experience. This strike of his was swift like a bolt of lightning and extraordinarily ruthless, and it was utterly impossible for an ordinary person to execute such might. This made the eyes of many strong men in the hall brighten. They realized that Wei Song wanted to kill Lin Sun with the momentum of a thunderbolt to establish his prestige. Seeing this, Qing Yunyang was just about to take action, but he saw Lin Sun take a step forward before him this time. Lin Sun casually stretched out his palm and fingers casually. A cold curve appeared at the corner of Wei Song's mouth. This guy dared to fight with him. It seemed that he really couldn't wait to die, however, just for a moment, the curve of his mouth froze. His pupils suddenly contracted, and an unspeakable sense of danger suddenly gushed out in his heart, making him feel cold all over as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This, before Wei Song could understand it, he felt a pain in his right arm. With a cracking sound, his flesh, tendons, and bones actually burst into pieces in an instant. Ah! A shrill scream came out of his mouth. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but he saw a slender white hand had already patted on his shoulder. Bang! It was just like an extraterrestrial mountain pressing on his body. Wei Song was suppressed to kneel on the ground before he could struggle. His kneecap was broken, his whole body twitched, his cheeks were distorted because of the severe pain, and his shrill voice was extremely tragic. All this happened too fast. With one palm, Wei Song's right arm was destroyed, and he was suppressed to kneel on the ground, unable to struggle. All the people in the hall were shocked and stiff. Their original excited and playful expressions all froze there, and they were dumbfounded. This result made them somewhat unable to wrap their heads around it. One palm, Wei Song directly. Knelt down? Who dared to believe it? Although Wei Song's strength was not the top among the young men and women of all clans in the hall, he could at least be ranked in the top 10. Who could have imagined that he would actually be defeated by a young man, and in just a single strike? Even the holy son of the Black Phoenix clan, Kuya, who was sitting in the seat of honor, couldn't help palpitating and being shocked. He realized that they were all wrong. The teenager who followed Qing Yunyang was not an ordinary person at all, but a master. Even Qing Yunyang, who knew Lin Sun's identity, was shocked at the moment. He could imagine that Lin Sun, the young devil, was very strong, but he didn't expect that he could snatch it to such an outrageous extent. One blow, and Wei Song knelt down. If it was spread out, it would set off a great uproar among the young generation of all clans in the South Sea. Slap! At this moment, Lin Sun was still indifferent as before, and he seemed to feel that Wei Song's shrill cries were too ear-piercing, so he flicked his finger from afar to knock Wei Song out. After that, he said to Qing Yunyang, now you've seen it, this fellow is only SOSO. His carefree attitude caused all the experts in the hall to feel angry and bewildered. Who exactly is this young man? Why have we never seen him before? Only Qing Yunyang had a complicated feeling in his heart. If he possessed a strength similar to Lin Sun, he would naturally not endure and be afraid. Your problem isn't the strength of your strength, but the problem of your mentality. Lin Sun glanced at Qing Yunyang and seemed to have seen through Qing Yunyang's thoughts. I understand. Qing Yunyang nodded. From the beginning until the end, Lin Sun had always been giving some sort of guidance to Qing Yunyang, and he took everyone in the hall to be nothing and paid no attention to them. It was even to the extent that even Wei Song, who was defeated and kneeling on the ground, seemed to be merely an example in his eyes, and he was used to prove it to Qing Yunyang. This sort of arrogant and willful attitude caused everyone including Luoya to arouse the feeling of being disregarded and humiliated. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously here and treat us like we're nothing? You're truly lawless. Someone couldn't restrain himself and stood up angrily, scolding Lin. The expressions of the others were also unkind, and their eyes flickered. Lin Sun seemed as if he didn't notice, and he looked at Qing Yunyang as he said, "If you're a true expert, would you pay attention to the clamor of a fly?" The corners of Qing Yunyang's lips wriggled. He really wanted to say that this fellow wasn't a fly, but was called Lai Yunshan. Even though his strength couldn't be said to be terrifying, the ardent Crimson Bird clan behind him was an overlord amongst the various great clans and powers of the Southern CC, and no one dared to rashly offend them. But in the face of Lin Sun's calm and cold eyes, Qing Yunyang finally gritted his teeth and didn't say much. He just said bluntly, "No." Lin Sun nodded, "That's right." Lai Yunshan, who was regarded as a fly by Lin, was so angry that his face turned purple and his lungs were about to explode. When had he, a dignified figure of the Flamingo Bird clan, been humiliated like this before? No, yet now, under the gazes of everyone present, a young man had bluntly taken him to be a lowly and ugly thing like a fly. How could Lai Yunshan tolerate this? Haha, do you really think that you can look down on everything and do whatever you want after defeating Wei Song? Lai Yunshan's voice was incomparably cold. "I don't care who you are. If you don't kneel down and apologize to me today, not only you, but all your relatives and friends will die to atone for their crimes." The voice was cold and emotionless. Everyone in the hall revealed a cruel smile. In their opinion, Lai Yunshan was qualified to say that. Because he was a descendant of the Flamingo Bird tribe, just this identity alone was enough to convince people, this kid was finished. That was what everyone was thinking. "Friend, perhaps you're very strong and have the qualifications to be arrogant. However, before us, you're nothing more than an ignorant man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Right now, kneel down obediently and apologize, and perhaps you might be able to keep your life." A young girl spoke with a voice that revealed a strand of pride. "No, just kneeling down and apologizing isn't enough. He injured Wei Song and ignored us. We must give him an unforgettable punishment to vent the hatred in our hearts." "Humph, where did this wild kid come from? So what if he's strong? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some power?" The others sneered as well. The scene where Lin Sun defeated Wei Song might make them palpitate and surprised, but in their view, no matter how powerful Lin Sun was, he was just a teenager without any background. Some clues could be seen from the fact that he was able to become friends with a character like Qing Yunyang. After all, which figure of a genuine peak power would become friends with Qing Yunyang? It was because of this judgment that they were so fearless and filled with a sense of superiority. However, Lin's reaction was beyond their expectation again. He was still very calm as he looked at Qing Yunyang and said, "How do you feel right now?" An indescribably complicated look appeared on Qing Yunyang's face. It seemed as if he had seen through everything, and understood everything. He took a deep breath, and said, "I've discovered that I used to be very ridiculous. I was actually mingling with these people. I was practically blind." Everyone's faces sank. These words weren't concealed at all. They were frank, which was equivalent to directly scolding them for being unbearable. "Qing Yunyang, do you understand the consequences of saying these words?" Lai Yunshan was enraged and threatened. Others also looked indifferent and cold. Did Qing Yunyang want to shed all pretenses of cordiality with them? But do you, Qing Yunyang, have the qualification to do so? You're simply courting death. A group of clowns who only know how to act like tyrants by relying on the power of their clans. I used to regard you as kindred spirits. Now I understand that in the eyes of the real strong, you are just a group of flies. You don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the vastness. How ridiculous." Qing Yunyang became more and more calm. His face was full of firmness, and his voice was sonorous and calm, as if he had become another person. He had metamorphosed, at least in terms of state of mind. There was a little more transformation than before. Lin Sun was keenly aware of this. What Qing Yunyang said was not important. What was important was the attitude behind his words. This was the key. If a strong man didn't have this kind of state of mind, he was doomed to have no great achievements in his life. Clowns, flies, when they heard these words coming from the mouth of Qing Yunyang, who had always been obedient to them, all the people present were a little stunned and couldn't believe it. Immediately, they became angry out of shame. How could a trash like Qing Yunyang dare to regard them as clowns and flies? This made them feel that their dignity had suffered an unprecedented provocation and blasphemy. Qing Yunyang, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down now and apologize to us, and I can pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, Lai Yunshan's voice seemed to be squeezed out from his teeth, and he pointed at Lin Sun, otherwise, you'll be like him. Don't even think about leaving today. Really? Lin Sun raised his head, and his eyes were as deep as an abyss as he looked coldly at Lai Yunshan. At that moment, Lai Yunshan's whole body inexplicably stiffened, and his heart trembled. He felt an unprecedented chill. And he felt as if he was stared at by a god of slaughter standing above the ninth heaven. How could a mere gaze be so terrifying? Boom. Before he could figure it out, he felt a blur before his eyes, and then Lin Sun had already appeared in front of him. Lin Sun's speed was so incredible that he had no time to react. You also kneel down. A calm and indifferent voice sounded in his ears, but at this moment, it was like a supreme decree, and it shocked Lai Yunshan to the point that even his soul trembled. No. He was just about to roar when he felt a hand pat on his shoulder, and then he felt pain all over his body. With a bang, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Sun merely patted Lai Yunshan lightly, and he was directly pressed to kneel on the ground like a straw. The ground was shaken to the point that it trembled, and many cracks appeared on its surface. The whole scene was silent, perfectly silent. That was Lai Yunshan, a noble descendant of the Flamingo Bird clan. Looking at the entire South Sea, perhaps even the experts of the top forces wouldn't dare to do this rashly, but now, the youngster practically didn't talk nonsense, and he didn't care about all this at all. He directly pressed Lai Yunshan to kneel on the ground. This was the greatest insult. If it was spread out, Lai Yunshan wouldn't be able to raise his head in this lifetime. The most frightening thing was that Lin Sun's speed was too fast. It seemed to be an understatement, but it was incomparably terrifying and beyond imagination. No matter if it was Wei Tsang before or Lai Yunshan now, they were almost suppressed by Lin Sun with a raise of his hand, and they didn't even have the ability to resist. This was too terrifying. Although everyone present was a figure of the younger generation, they were also the outstanding talents of the younger generation of the various clans. Perhaps they were a little domineering and arrogant, but there was indeed not a single weakling among them. Moreover, they were slightly stronger than ordinary experts. This was precisely where their competence and confidence came from. But they simply couldn't imagine exactly what kind of terrifying power was needed to be like that youngster, to be able to settle the universe with a wave of his hand. That kind of transcendent and outstanding matter could only be possessed by people at the level of a supreme son of saint. But now, it had appeared on a youngster. How could this not shock them? Even Qing Yunyang was shocked at this moment. But soon after, a wisp of fanaticism and yearning appeared in his eyes. If I also possessed this kind of power, who would dare to treat me lightly? At this moment, he yearned to become stronger even more. He saw a trace of a true expert's might from Lin Sun, and he realized that only by becoming stronger himself would he be able to obtain the respect of others, and only then would he be able to make his enemies fearful. Otherwise, if one didn't possess strength as a foundation, then all so-called relationships and circles would be like an illusion, a pavilion in the air, just like how all the people in the hall were so arrogant earlier, yet now, before this young devil god, Lin Sun, they were like laughable clowns. Strength, Qing Yunyang's eyes became even firmer. Friend, you're going a bit too far. Amidst this deathly silent atmosphere, Luoya, who sat at the seat of the host, spoke. His pupils were dim like ghost flames, and they flowed with a terrifying sheen. In the eyes of everyone, Luoya was a top expert whose strength was sufficient to be ranked in the top 30 of the younger generation of the South Sea. But in Lin Sun's opinion, it was nothing. You're unconvinced? Lin Sun's tone was flat, yet it seemed to be extremely domineering in the eyes of everyone present. Please provide me with your guidance. Luoya took a deep breath while blazing divine radiance surged into appearance from his entire body, and his might suddenly became extremely formidable. You're no good. Who else is unconvinced? Come at me together. Lin Sun's deep black eyes swept the surroundings. Everyone that was swept by his gaze trembled while their expressions were unsightly and stiff, and they didn't dare meet his gaze. This is the might of an expert, right? Qing Yunyang muttered in his heart, and the gaze he shot at Lin Sun carried a trace of reverence and admiration. Humph. Luoya grunted coldly, and he was already unable to tolerate it and attacked ferociously. Bang, he wasn't overwhelmed by rage, and he'd realized how strong Lin Sun was. So as soon as he attacked, he withdrew a golden spear that flowed with a bright glow and tore through the sky towards Lin Sun. The hall rumbled while space fell into disorder, and the ear-piercing howl was like a storm that caused the expressions of everyone present to turn pale while their vital blood roiled. There was utterly no need to doubt that Luoya had utilized his entire strength. Obviously, he'd taken Lin Sun to be a formidable enemy, and he hadn't held back at all. This strike of Luoya's could absolutely be said to be shocking, and it could be considered to be top amongst those at the same cultivation realm. If it was any other cultivator, that cultivator would probably not dare go head-on against it at all. But Lin Sun's reaction exceeded the expectations of everyone once more. He stood there without moving in the slightest. His tall and handsome figure was like a lofty mountain, and he'd merely stretched out his slender and fair hand before firmly grabbing onto the golden spear that struck towards him. This spear strike that could shatter mountains and annihilate yin and yang possessed extremely terrifying strength. But at the instant it was grabbed by Lin Sun, it was unable to move an inch forward. Not only that, the golden spear wailed and seemed to be slightly unable to endure it, and it caused the expressions of everyone present to change violently while their souls almost flew out of their bodies from terror. This was Luoya's full force strike, yet it was suppressed so casually like this. Bang, Lin Sun's wrist shook, and he instantly seized the golden spear before sweeping it horizontally. A rumble resounded as Luoya's entire body was blasted flying, and he smashed open a hole in the wall over 30 m away, causing dust and smoke to suffuse the air. A single strike, Luoya, a top expert in the eyes of everyone, had countless bones in his entire body broken, and he'd suffered a crushing defeat on the spot. On the other hand, Lin Sun still stood towering on the spot without moving in the slightest. Only the golden spear that he held upside down had appeared in his hand, and his figure was alone while his dark eyes were cold, and he shocked everyone present. P.S. I received many messages of encouragement and consolation for Goldfish. Thank you, everyone. Currently, Goldfish's family has already made arrangements to take turns to accompany my grandfather in the hospital. Don't worry, everyone, I'll make the best use of my time to update and save more drafts in order to repay everyone's understanding and encouragement. I'll guarantee at least midnight tonight. Luoya fell to the ground. His hair was disheveled, and he coughed up blood without end. His entire body convulsed in pain, but he stubbornly endured it. Compared to this pain, the fear in his heart was even more intense. Luoya was similarly unable to imagine that he would be like Wei Cong and Lai Yunshan, unable to resist a single strike from that youth. It was too scary. When he recalled the events of the battle from before, Luoya felt as if he was dreaming. In the blink of an eye, he'd already lost. Even if Niu Tunchen, Meng Lianqing, and the others come, I'm afraid they won't be able to defeat me in a single move. Luoya's heart surged while he lost control of his emotions, and he felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Exactly who is that fellow? The hall grew even more deathly silent. At this moment, these outstanding figures of the younger generation of the various races finally felt an unprecedented pressure. As they gazed at the young man that stood alone in the distance, their expressions became heavy, surprised, and bewildered, and it was even to the extent that they carried a wisp of deep fear. Wei Cong was defeated, Lai Yunshan was defeated. At this moment, even Luoya had lost. Moreover, they were all defeated by a single strike. This seemed to be too terrifying and horrifying. Luoya could be said to be a top-rate existence in the heavenly insight realm, yet even he was unable to resist a single move from Qin Shi, so how terrifying would Qin Shi's combat strength be? Who else is unconvinced? Take this opportunity to stand out. Lin Sun's eyes were cold and calm. His voice was not loud, but it was full of absolute confidence and disdain, which made everyone present tremble and dare not speak. Before, they were arrogant and conceited, thinking highly of themselves. They thought that since Lin Sun was a friend of Qin Yunyang, he must be a nobody. Therefore, they had always despised Lin Sun. But now, they were panic-stricken. They felt fear and threatened. They realized that the person they thought was not worth mentioning was actually a peerless figure who had been hiding his strength. This type of person had already stepped foot into the peak of the heavenly passage Great Tao. He could be said to be matchless, an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with those at the peerless divine child level. Even if he didn't have any monstrous power to rely on, he wasn't someone they could provoke. The entire place was silent, and no one dared to speak for a long time. Qin Yunyang saw all of this, and he was extremely excited in his heart. What was a true powerhouse? This was it, this kind of person, carrying the clouds and energy, transcending the blue underworld, soaring 90,000 li above. In comparison, the so-called outstanding talents of the various races present here were merely ants on the ground. They could only look up to them and revere them. The sound of footsteps came from outside the hall, and it was especially abrupt in this quiet atmosphere. What happened? A robust, burly, and ferocious young man strode over. He wore a scarlet-red cloak, had thick bones, a shiny bald head, and a pair of eyes that flowed with cold lights. He was like a ferocious beast that emanated an oppressive and ferocious aura. Lan Tianji. The eyes of everyone present flickered as they recognized the identity of the newcomer. This was a ferocious figure that was even stronger than Luoya, and his combat strength was so formidable that it was sufficient to be ranked in the top 10 of the Southern Sea's younger generation. At the same time, he was also a top-notch saint. He was extremely cruel and ruthless, and he had a notorious reputation among the younger generation. Previously, the reason why Wei Tsang wanted to stop Qin Yunyang from leaving was because he wanted to wait for Lan Tianji to come. Everyone knew that there was enmity between Lan Tianji and Qin Yunyang that wasn't known to outsiders, and supposedly, it was caused by a woman. But no matter what, practically everyone in the younger generation of the Southern Sea was clearly aware that so long as Lan Tianji encountered him, Qin Yunyang would surely suffer a beating and humiliation. As for the specific reason, perhaps only the two of them knew. Now, Lan Tianji had come once more, and Qin Yunyang was present here. Would something similar to what they'd imagined in the past occur again? The gazes of everyone couldn't help but look towards the young man at the center of the hall, and when they saw his pair of deep and cold eyes, their entire bodies trembled while they went even more silent. This wasn't the time to watch the show. Why isn't anyone speaking? Lan Tianji frowned as he swept the hall with his gaze, and he noticed that the atmosphere was slightly strange. Let's go. Lin Sun calculated the time and felt that the treasure auction ought to have ended at this moment. So he called out to Qin Yunyang before walking out of the hall. This caused everyone present to be stunned. He's leaving just like that. After that, all of them heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. It's good that he's leaving. If this fellow were to continue fighting, then I'm afraid all of us would suffer a calamity. Lan Tianji's face couldn't help but sink when he saw this. In the past, no matter where he went, he would be received like a host of stars surrounding the bright moon. But today was too unusual. Since he entered the hall, there were obviously so many familiar faces, yet all of them seemed as if they were mute, and from the beginning until the end, no one paid any attention to him. The thing that Lan Tianji was most unable to tolerate was that it was only an unfamiliar young man, yet he'd called out to Qin Yunyang and intended to leave. Undoubtedly, he'd been directly disregarded. This caused a fierce light to flash in Lan Tianji's eyes, and he shouted loudly right away. Qin Yunyang, fucking stop right there. His voice was like thunder that shook the soul. In the past, when Qin Yunyang was berated like this, he would surely be terrified to the point of stiffening on the spot and not daring to move. But this time it exceeded Lan Tianji's expectations. Qin Yunyang seemed as if he hadn't heard it, and he didn't even spare a glance at Lan Tianji before turning around and leaving. You are courting death. Lan Tianji was thoroughly furious. Originally, his temperament was extremely fierce and brutal. At this moment, he'd been successively disregarded by everyone in the hall, Lin Sun, and Qin Yunyang, as if they'd treated him as air. How could he not be furious? Boom! Amidst the violent shout, Lan Tianji stretched out his hand and grabbed. A ball of deep and resplendent thunderstorm and lightning arcs emerged, turning into a big hand that fiercely grabbed towards Qin Yunyang. As a proud son of heaven who could be ranked among the top holy sons, this strike of Lan Tianji was naturally extraordinary. And because he'd attacked with fury, his strength was even more terrifying. But to Lan Tianji's surprise, when they noticed that he'd made a move, the reactions of the other people present seemed to be different from the past. There was no excitement or cheering, no expectation or excitement, but a complicated and strange feeling, as if they couldn't bear to do it. What the hell was going on today? Before he could figure it out, Lan Tianji noticed that at the same time he'd made a move, the young man who was walking towards the outside of the hall suddenly turned around. Boom! Immediately, a slender and fair palm appeared out of thin air, and with a light pinch, it crushed the big thunderstorm hand that he'd released. Huh? Does all this have something to do with this young man? Lan Tianji's pupils suddenly shrank. He was not an idiot, so he keenly perceived the key at the first time. Do you have any problem with me taking him away? Lin Sun asked. He didn't know Lan Tianji, nor did he know the grievances between Lan Tianji and Qin Yunyang, but he didn't care about it. He was about to return to Ziyao Empire, so he naturally wouldn't care who he'd offended at this time. Ho ho, where did this wild boy come from? How dare you talk to me like this? Lan Tianji was furious, but his face became more and more gloomy. The fierce killing intent in his eyes was fully revealed, and his momentum was overwhelming. Boom, Lan Tianji was really overbearing. As soon as he finished his words, he directly took action and slapped towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he dodged it lightly. Then he said, "It's not suitable for fighting here. It's better for us to fight 3 times to determine the winner. If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. If you lose," speaking of this, Lin Sun looked at Qin Yunyang and continued, "If you lose, you should kneel down and kowtow to him 3 times. How about that?" As soon as these words came out, Lan Tianji's eyes couldn't help but narrow, and he began to look Lin Sun up and down carefully. This young man was too confident, and he couldn't see through Lin Sun's strength. This made him realize something was wrong. "Brother Lan, this person has just defeated Wei Song, Lai Yunshan, and Luoye, and he's done it with a single strike. You should be careful." Finally, someone forcefully restrained the fear in his heart and reminded Lin Sun in a low voice. Lan Tianji was shocked in his heart, and his expression changed slightly. Wei Song and Lai Yunshan were nothing. What really shocked him was that even a figure like Luoye was actually defeated in a single strike. This made him have no choice but to be moved and not dare to be negligent any longer. "Ho ho, I thought you, Qin Yunyang, had some ability. It turns out that you found an expert to help you." Lan Tianji sneered, and his eyes were like knives as he glanced at Qin Yunyang, and they were full of contempt and coldness. However, Qin Yunyang's expression was calm, and he said firmly, "No matter what you think, I just want to tell you this time that I'll kill you with my own hands 10 years later." Lan Tianji frowned. It's too strange. In the past, Qin Yunyang was simply like a cowardly tortoise that only knew how to swallow insults and humiliation, and he was extremely cowardly. But today, he seemed to have become a different person. Could it be that it's all because of that youth? Lan Tianji paid no attention to Qin Yunyang's so-called battle in 10 years, as he was extremely disdainful of it. What he really attached importance to was that youth. 3 strikes? Are you sure? Lan Tianji's eyes flickered and surged with a ghastly cold light as he stared at Lin Sun. "I'm asking you if you dare or not." Lin Sun's expression remained unchanged. "All right." A loud shout was simply like a thunderclap that caused one's heart to tremble. At this instant, Lan Tianji had already launched a brazen attack. Rumble, terrifying lightning surged all over his body, and his eyes emitted lightning, and he'd completely released the might of a peerless holy sun. At this instant, it was as if a peerless ferocious beast had awakened in his body, and the ferocious aura caused the entire hall to tremble. Everyone's expression changed in unison. So strong, obviously, Lan Tianji also realized Lin Sun's strength, so he didn't dare to be careless. He intended to exert all his strength to suppress Lin Sun within these 3 strikes. However, Lin Sun was still calm and tranquil, standing there, aloof and extraordinary. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the battle began. Boom! In the first strike, Lan Tianji displayed a secret method with great momentum. His palm struck out, which shocked all the people present. They recognized that this was a secret unique skill with boundless horror. But Lin Sun resolved all this with just one palm. He stood there casually and calmly, without a trace of wavering. This also made people feel cold in their hearts. How could the all-out strike of a peerless holy sun be resolved like this? This guy was very strong. Lan Tianji was able to become a top saint, so he naturally had rich battle experience. Just one strike was enough to let him realize that this opponent was somewhat difficult to deal with. However, he couldn't figure out when such a powerful figure had appeared among the major forces of the Southern Sea. Why had he never heard of him before? However, Lan Tianqi didn't have time to think. In the second strike, he took out his own weapon. It was a saber surrounded by silver lightning arcs. Thunder-devouring saber, it was a powerful ancient treasure imprinted with the power of silver spirit battle thunder. It was filled with a destructive aura. Even in the Southern Sea, this saber was famous. It was because it was an ancestral weapon of Lan Tianqi's clan. It was rumored that in ancient times, this saber had been stained with the blood of a true saint. Its power was immeasurable. Lan Tianqi is using a secret treasure. Everyone in the hall was shocked. They realized that Lan Tianqi had obviously realized how terrifying this young man was. He was treating him as his number one enemy. What was more incredible was that even so, Lin Sun was still barehanded. Could he be so confident that he could fight against Lan Tianqi without using a treasure? Everyone's hearts trembled. They didn't know that Lin Sun was also barehanded when he defeated Niu Tunshan and the others in the ancient dojo of the Demon Saint Secret Realm. At that time, Lin Sun was only at the great perfection of the initial stage of the Grotto Heaven Realm. Now, he had already entered the middle stage of the Grotto Heaven Realm. His overall strength had undergone another transformation, and he couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Thunder rush roar. Lan Tianqi shouted. His voice was like spring thunder. A saber radiance swept through the air. With a ripping sound, the void was shattered. A dazzling saber radiance appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, it was as if a bolt of tribulation thunder had descended from the sky to destroy the world. That terrifying aura made everyone's scalp go numb. They almost stopped breathing. It was too terrifying. If this attack was aimed at them, they wouldn't know how to dodge it. Even Qing Yunyang, who was extremely confident in Lin Sun, couldn't remain calm at this moment. He knew Lan Tianqi very well. Although this person was cruel and ruthless, his combat strength could be said to be swift and terrifying. Moreover, as a top-notch holy son, he was a ruthless character in the entire Southern Sea who struck fear into the hearts of his peers. But now, he was attacking with all his strength, summoning his artifact and using his secret technique. That kind of domineering and boundlessly domineering posture was something that no one could remain calm about. As for Lin Sun, could he stop it? Bang! However, Lin Sun's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm and tranquil. In the face of such a terrible blow, he didn't even make a move, but just took a step forward. One step, however, an impassioned dragon roar resounded. A lifelike snow-white ice serpent appeared. It raised its head high into the sky and emitted an indescribable aura of desolation. This scene was like the appearance of a true ancient divine beast. It was dazzling like snow, and it carried a dignified and indifferent aura of looking down upon all living beings. At that instant, the expressions of everyone present turned ghastly pale while their hearts palpitated with unease, and all of them were awed by the aura emitted by the ice dragon. Moo! The dragon's roar was like a howl as the ice dragon soared into the sky. Its body that was graceful like ice and snow coiled around, easily shattering the lightning saber shadows that covered the sky and transforming them into a rain of light that filled the sky. Bang! At the same time, Lan Tianqi seemed as if he was struck by lightning. His body trembled, and the space between his thumb and index finger shook violently. The thunderous saber buzzed incessantly, and it almost flew out of his hand. In an instant, Lan Tianqi's expression changed, and it was unprecedentedly solemn. This was an unprecedented great enemy among his peers. Since he started cultivating, he had fought with many supreme saints, but he hadn't encountered anyone as terrifying as the young man in front of him. This fellow was like an abyss, unfathomable, and frightening. Facing him was like facing a king. Although his power was indifferent, his strength was unfathomable. Looking at the others in the field, they were all stunned like clay sculptures. Even Luoya, Wei Song, and Lai Yunshan, who had been defeated by Lin Sun, were shocked there, and there was great terror in their hearts. Only now did they realize that even if they were defeated by a single move in the battle with Lin Sun just now, Lin Sun still held back too much strength. If Lin Sun didn't hold back at that time, when they thought up to here, their entire bodies shuddered because the consequences would be too severe, and they didn't dare continue thinking about it. No wonder, no matter if it's those old fellows or those extraordinary figures of the younger generation, all of them call him the young devil god. Qin Yunyang clenched his fists tightly in secret, and he was shocked and excited in his heart. An expert. This is a true expert. No matter how many techniques or secret techniques you possess, I'll break through all of them with my own strength. I only have one final strike left, and I won't hold back any longer. Lan Tianji took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with resolution and madness. His imposing aura changed abruptly like a storm that rose steadily, and it grew stronger and more terrifying. His entire body was covered in lightning that surged like lava, and it was dazzling and resplendent to the point others didn't dare look at him directly. Bang! Along with a rumble, everyone acutely noticed at the first possible moment that Lan Tianji had advanced. At this moment, he'd actually stepped into the heavenly insight realm from the intermediate stage of the heavenly insight realm, and his overall strength had obtained a completely new improvement. I, Lan Tianji, have been sharpening my Taoist foundation and suppressing my realm every day since I started my cultivation, in order to strive for a perfect path of the Tao in the future. And today, you're very lucky to have personally witnessed a small change in me on this path. Lan Tianji's expression was grim and cold, and his eyes were flowing with thunderstorm. His imposing aura shocked the hall, making everyone feel depressed and suffocated. However, you're also unfortunate. The third strike will determine the winner, and you are doomed to die under my Tao. The cold and murderous voice reverberated in the hall. Lan Tianji's expression was rarely calm, but there was an absolute disdain that had never been seen before. This was the demeanor of a top saint, and their invincible belief in their own Tao, which was also a common characteristic of the real strong. Perhaps their characters were different, and their style of doing things was different. However, all of them possessed extraordinary persistence and confidence towards their paths towards the Tao. Everyone's heart trembled, and they were all awed and convinced. If you can block my blow, it's not too late to say that. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. Until this moment, he had an interest in fighting, and the fighting saint method quietly ran. Boom! This time, Lin Sun took the lead and punched out. It was simple, direct, and ordinary, but it had a kind of power that could penetrate through time and space and shake the world. This was the most essential mystery of fighting, which was integrated into the essence of 9 strikes for shaking heaven. It was like a butcher dismembering an ox. The essence had reached an extreme state of returning to the original state. The great sound was silent, and the elephant was invisible. This punch was the same as well. It didn't have a blazing and gorgeous scene, nor did it cause a world-shocking commotion. However, when he punched out, the void was like a canvas that was fiercely crushed into pieces. Everything before everyone's eyes seemed to be falling apart and falling into destruction. Only a single fist seemed eternal, and it filled everyone's eyes. Everyone's soul was completely submerged by the power of this punch. They could no longer see anything and felt a strong breath of death. They were just bystanders. The target of this punch was not them at all, but it had caused such a great impact on them. It could be imagined how terrible this punch was. Lan Tianji's face also changed, and his mind was shaken. He thought that after his promotion, he could suppress Lin Sun with an absolute posture. But when facing this punch, he found that he was wrong, extremely wrong. All the hairs on his body stood on end. This was an instinctive reaction, an intuition towards danger. It was even to the extent that his soul, will to fight, and state of mind were all affected. For the first time in his life, he had a strong impulse to avoid this punch and only wanted to escape. Was this still the power that a practitioner of Tao Insight Realm could exert? All this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened so fast that Lan Tianji didn't dare to think about it. This was the third blow. According to the agreement, the winner should be decided. How could he retreat? Kill! Lan Tianji roared. Every time his strength was mobilized, he gathered all of it in a way that was almost self-damaging, and then he chopped out. For a moment, Lan Tianji had a feeling of being drained. He knew that this blow was too fierce. Even if he could win in the end, his body would be damaged to a certain extent. But, as long as he could defeat Lin Sun, it was all worth it. However, when this blow really collided, Lan Tianji found that he was wrong after all. Boom! Divine radiance erupted while his fist shook the world. All the furnishings in this hall rumbled as they were blasted into powder. Many nearby experts weren't able to dodge in time, so they were affected by this attack and were blasted flying while letting out shrill cries. That scene was like a storm, which made the whole hall a mess. Plop, when all the rumbling stopped, when the mist dispersed, Lan Tianji's body was like a mountain that couldn't bear the weight of a heavy mountain, and he suddenly collapsed and knelt on the ground. He coughed up blood, and his skin was trembling. His face was so pale that it was almost transparent. He was extremely weak and showed signs of being seriously injured and dying. Everyone's eyes widened, and they clenched their teeth tightly. One punch. Lan Tianji, the great saint, was completely suppressed. Looking at Lin Sun, he stood alone, his clothes were spotless, and his black eyes were cold and calm. His transcendent posture was like a king overlooking everything. I actually lost, Lan Tianji said in a hoarse voice, as if he couldn't accept it. He knelt down facing Qing Yunyang. All of a sudden, there was only darkness in front of him. Who are you? Why are you so powerful? After a long time, Lan Tianji struggled to look up at Lin Sun, only to find that the hall had long been empty. The young man and Qing Yunyang had already left. I don't even know your name. I lost, really miserably, Lan Tianji laughed at himself, and his voice was full of loss and disappointment. All the people in the hall were silent, and their expressions were uncertain. They couldn't calm down their emotions. Looking at Lan Tianji, they couldn't help but feel sad for him. He was a top-notch saint, so glorious and dazzling. But now, he was in such a pitiful state that it moved one's countenance, and all this was because of one punch. Who was that young man? The bustling Cloudpun Bazaar was still in full swing. Lin Sun and Qing Yunyang shuttled through the bustling crowd. They seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, they were rushing out of Cloudpun Island at a very fast speed. Although those guys are a little arrogant, they are not stupid. I'm afraid it won't be long before they figure out my identity. Are you afraid now? Lin Sun asked. Qing Yunyang secretly as he moved forward, if they know that you have something to do with me, the consequences will be unpredictable. I'm not afraid. Qing Yunyang's expression was calm. Although my Green Turtle clan has declined, it is not something that anyone can bully. Moreover, my ancestor Qing Lai has returned. With him here, anyone who wants to deal with us will have to think twice. He took a deep breath, his eyes full of determination. After returning to the tribe, I will do closed-door training. Within 10 years, I must become a real expert. Qing Yunyang had indeed changed. His mentality was different from before, and he had a firm and persistent belief. As the saying goes, the strong must strengthen themselves. With this mentality, Lin Sun believed that Qing Yunyang would inevitably brave the wind and waves on his own path. Lin Sun saw all this and couldn't help but nod secretly. It was not too late for him to realize this. What about you? Aren't you worried? Qing Yunyang suddenly asked. It should be noted that Lin Sun was absolutely a hated character in South Sea. Once his identity was exposed, the consequences would be terrible and unimaginable. If everything goes well, I will leave today. Lin Sun smiled and didn't care at all. You can stay in my Green Turtle tribe. I believe that with Ancestor Qing Lai's protection, you can at least avoid some killing, Qing Yunyang suggested. No need. Lin Sun shook his head. As they talked, they left Cloudpun Island and came to the back of the giant green turtle where the experts of Green Turtle tribe were. Old Toad, how is it? As soon as he arrived, Lin Sun saw Old Toad waiting there. Today, Old Toad followed Ancestor Qing Lai to participate in the treasure auction. They had already agreed that as soon as they bought the vast universe arc, they would immediately set off and return to Xiao Empire through South Sea. Old Toad suddenly sighed and frowned. Something unexpected happened. What? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. What happened? Motherf asterisk cur, just thinking about it makes this king want to kill someone. Old Toad had a gloomy expression on its face. When this matter was brought up, it still stomped its feet in anger and let loose a torrent of abuse. It turned out that during the treasure competition, the Old Toad and Ancestor Qing Lai were determined to obtain the vast universe arc, and they'd forcefully placed an astronomical price on it, causing all the other great figures to be defeated and not dare compete with them. Who would have thought that at the final moment when the hammer fell, someone would suddenly intervene and directly bid for the vast universe arc at twice the price of Old Toad and the others? Old Toad couldn't be blamed for being so angry when it saw the cooked duck fly away. Originally, this king and big brother Qinglai were both very angry. We thought that we might as well kill them and steal their treasures, snatching away that vast universe. Arkansas. Old Toad was clearly very excited. Who would have thought that by the time the treasure auction ended, that guy would have already fled without a trace? He's simply more cunning than a fox. After hearing this, Lin Sun was speechless for a while. This was really full of twists and turns. Where is brother Qinglai? Lin Sun asked. He was summoned by a group of great figures to discuss some matters, the old toad answered casually. Old Toad answered casually. Saying this, his expression suddenly changed and he smacked his forehead. This king almost forgot something important. What important thing? Lin Sun frowned. It's about you. The old toad's expression was solemn and a trace of worry appeared between his brows. He transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. Although this treasure auction is unprecedentedly grand and has attracted many great figures from various clans to participate, do you know what their real purpose is? Without waiting for Lin Sun to answer, he said, it's to deal with you. Lin Sun's heart shook fiercely. Deal with me? That's right. I don't know which old fart used a secret method to calculate that you haven't left the South CC yet, so the great figures of various clans can't stay calm anymore. They heard the news and came here. They want to join forces and set up an inescapable net to capture and kill you. Lin Sun's black eyes surged as he fell into silence. Don't doubt it. Now in the South CC, almost everyone knows that you've obtained the greatest fortune in the Demon Saint secret realm, which is related to the true inheritance of the divine way. Do you think those life and death realm kings will be willing to watch you leave? Seeing Lin Sun remain silent, the old toad became anxious. I really didn't expect that the life and death realm kings would join forces to deal with a Tao Insight realm practitioner like me. They really think highly of me. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and sighed softly. Previously, Luo Ye and the other outstanding figures of the younger generation of various clans gathered together to discuss how to deal with him. Lin Sun wasn't surprised by this and didn't even take it to heart. But now it was different. This was a group of old monsters joining forces to target the great fortune he had. They couldn't allow him to leave the South CC alive. Under such circumstances, even Lin Sun's heart couldn't help but become heavy. The worst thing was that even the vast universe arc had been taken by others. Are they really going to force me to cross the Soul Oblivion Sea directly? Lin Sun was lost in thought. It was unknown how many nautical miles they had to cross to return to the Forbidden City from here, and the journey was full of unpredictable natural disasters and dangers. Without a life and death realm king to carry them, they would absolutely die. For example, when Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian came together, it was thanks to Elder Gao Yang's ample preparations that they were able to safely reach the outside of the ultimate ruins. But now it was different. Only Lin Sun and the old toad were left. With their current strength, crossing the Soul Oblivion Sea was no different from courting death. It's all that bastard who snatched the vast universe arc from us. Don't let me know who he is, or I'll kill him. The old toad gnashed its teeth fiercely. Who do you want to kill? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice like a wind chime suddenly rang out. Accompanying this voice was a graceful and ethereal figure that walked on the waves from afar. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, her bearing was graceful, and her jet black and beautiful hair fluttered in the sea breeze. She was like a celestial maiden that had walked out of a painting. It's that demoness. Lin Sun and the old toad recognized at a glance that it was Ahu. Dressed in a light yellow dress, she stood on the blue sea. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. Her eyes were big and intelligent, and her whole body exuded a kind of holy and glamorous beauty. Her appearance was breathtaking. It's her. At this moment, Jing Yunyang's face also changed slightly, revealing a complicated expression. There was hatred, bitterness, and sadness. Only then did Lin Sun remember that Wu Shang once said that it was Ahu who stole the treasure of their green turtle tribe, Thousand Chance Banner, so they chased after her all the way. But Lin Sun didn't expect that Ahu would appear here and take the initiative to come to the territory occupied by the strong of the green turtle tribe. This chick was really bold. Lin Sun glanced at Qing Yunyang, but to his surprise, he found that Qing Yunyang had calmed down at the moment and didn't take any drastic action. However, the strong of the green turtle tribe nearby were all angry and murderous, and their eyes were locked on Ahu. Perhaps as long as Qin Yunyang gave the order, they would absolutely attack without hesitation, but Qin Yunyang didn't do so. Instead, he sighed softly and waved his hand, "Don't move, let her come over." This caused the experts of the Green Turtle clan to be slightly puzzled, surprised, and bewildered. "Child Yunyang, we meet again." Ahu smiled sweetly, and her beautiful eyes were flowing with clear waves. She floated over like a fairy, attracting the attention of the whole audience. "What are you doing here? Isn't it enough to take away the 1,000 chance banner? Do you want to harm my Green Turtle tribe?" Qin Yunyang said in a low voice. Ahu frowned her delicate eyebrows, and then said with a smile, "I originally wanted to leave, but I have to do one thing." "What is it?" Qin Yunyang frowned. Ahu smiled slightly, looked at the old toad, and said in a clear voice, "Hey, did you just say you wanted to kill me?" The old toad was stunned, and then immediately understood. He said angrily, "So it was you who took away our vast universe ark?" Ahu giggled, "What do you mean by yours?" "I got this thing from a treasure auction, so it belongs to me." Don't twist words and force logic. At this time, Lin Sun opened his mouth. His black eyes stared at the girl of mysterious origin and behavior, and he said, "Miss Ahu, you didn't come especially for us, did you?" Qin Yunyang's eyes narrowed. She came for Lin Sun. Sure enough, Ahu snapped her fingers and smiled like a beautiful and charming little fox. She said, "Smart. You guessed it. It's amazing. Although I don't know your intentions, I don't have time to deal with you now. Why don't we talk more directly?" Lin Sun also smiled, his black eyes deep. "This is too much of a waste of time. You just come with me, and I will have a good talk with you on the way." Ahu smiled even more brilliantly. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, her teeth snow-white, and her graceful and slender body was shrouded in a dreamy luster under the sunlight. She was incomparably beautiful. "Go with you? Do you really think that just because you're beautiful, this king will be charmed by your stinky skin and foolishly follow you?" The old toad's face was full of disdain. Ahu's smile vanished. Her clear eyes were clear as she said seriously, "I have the vast universe arc in my hands, and you're about to face imminent disaster. If you don't go with me, do you have any other choice?" As soon as she said this, Lin Sun and the old toad's pupils shrank in shock as they realized a problem. This mysterious girl called Ahu actually seemed to know their situation like the back of her hand. Who on earth was she? Ahu curled her lip and said, "If you don't go, then I'll leave." "Then I'll thank you in advance, miss." Lin Sun almost didn't even think about it before he happily agreed. The old toad shouted angrily, "Damn, you brat can't really be charmed by her, right? What if she's an enemy?" "Are you afraid?" asked Lin Sun. "What a joke. Why would this king be afraid of a little girl?" The old toad said disdainfully. "Then what's there to be afraid of if you go with her?" Lin Sun continued to ask. The old toad finally realized that Lin Sun wasn't joking, but was serious. It was also at this time that Qin Yunyang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You too, if you trust me, I suggest that you go with her." Lin Sun and the old toad were startled. Never in a million years had they imagined that Qin Yunyang would actually speak up for Ahu. Even Ahu seemed a little surprised. She took a deep look at Qin Yunyang and finally said with a smile, "Child Yunyang, I really didn't misjudge you. I don't need you to judge right or wrong. I only hope that you never appear in front of me again in this life." Qin Yunyang was expressionless. Ahu smiled and didn't say anything more. In the end, Lin Sun and the old toad followed Ahu and floated away. Before leaving, Lin Sun left behind a storage pouch and gave it to Qin Yunyang. He said, "Destroy the things inside after you've seen them. I hope they can help you." Qin Yunyang only withdrew his gaze after he watched Lin Sun and the others leave. He was in a daze when he recalled everything he'd experienced today. So, he really is that young devil god that caused an uproar in the entire South Sea. After a short while, Qin Yunyang's heart calmed down, and he became unprecedentedly firm. Lin Sun allowed him to see the path of a true expert, and he realized that his performance in the past was too unbearable and insufficient. To think that I'm the holy son of the Green Turtle clan. Who would have imagined that I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well? From today onward, I'll strengthen myself, abandon everything, and focus on my grand Tao. Qing Yunyang took a deep breath while his gaze became clear, and the change in his state of mind caused his entire bearing to seem different. The nearby attendants of the Green Turtle clan acutely noticed that their holy son seemed to have become a completely different person. His bearing was calm and composed, and it caused them to be surprised in their hearts. Right, I wonder what Lin Sun left behind for me. Qing Yunyang thought in his heart, and he turned around and walked into the 9th Heaven White Jade Pavilion before carefully opening the storage pouch given to him by Lin Sun. After a short moment, Qing Yunyang seemed as if he'd been struck by lightning, and he stiffened on the spot while his chest rose and fell indeterminately, and his expression became extremely colorful. There was shock, there was ecstasy, and there was a sense of gratitude that came from the bottom of their hearts. The things within the storage pouch were very simple, and they were a few scriptures. There was the Bloodline clan's Ponwu scripture, the Dragon Whale clan's Freedom Swallowing technique, the Herculean Ox clan's Nether Thunderblast Precious technique, the Cloud Monkey clan's 6-armor Devil Seal scripture. Every single one of these scriptures could be said to be unparalleled and possessed boundless profundities. They were supreme secret techniques of the various clans, and they contained the profundities of the Grand Tao. Their value was unimaginably great. If news of this were to spread, the entire South CC would be shaken and give rise to monstrous waves. It's no wonder that those great figures disregarded their identities and joined forces to pursue and kill him. No matter who it was, they would probably be unable to tolerate the supreme secret techniques of their clans being leaked. Qing Yunyang had an emotional expression, and he was even more shocked by how terrifying Lin Sun was. Forcefully seizing the supreme secret techniques of numerous clans wasn't something that just anyone could accomplish. If I'm able to see through the profundities of these scriptures, then I'll absolutely be able to occupy the greatest advantage when fighting the experts of the Bloodline clan, Dragon Whale clan, Herculean Ox clan. Because I've already seen through the intrinsic secrets of their cultivation. Perhaps this is the purpose of Lin Sun giving me these scriptures. Qing Yunyang's heart was in turmoil. Finally, he looked through the window at the blue sea in the distance and murmured, "Lin Sun, thanks a lot. When the true great era comes, I will fight alongside you on the Great Tao." Drunken Wind Pavilion, 9th floor. The huge hall was in a mess. Lan Tianqi, Luoya, and all the other outstanding geniuses of the younger generation had gloomy expressions as they sat cross-legged there. Although Lin Sun and Qing Yunyang had left, not a single one of them was able to calm down. When they thought of everything that had just occurred, their hearts trembled with fear, and there was even a type of indescribable shame. I don't think there's such a person among the Southern CC's Paradise Realm top holy sons. Is there? Who do you think that guy is? Luoya's low voice broke this deathly silent atmosphere. Everyone looked at each other. If I'm not wrong, then that young man has probably already stepped onto the strongest and peerless path towards the Tao of Legend. In the end, Lan Tianqi spoke. He took a deep breath while his expression changed indeterminately. This sort of realm is called the King Realm. He's like a supreme king amongst his peers that stands proudly at the peak of all mountains, and he's said to be invincible amongst his peers. Only a peak figure that has similarly attained the King Realm is capable of going against him. Besides this figure, all other cultivators are unable to go against him. Kings look down upon a realm like divine dragons in the sky. During the primeval times, they were reputed to be supreme geniuses that were capable of suppressing an entire realm and sweeping through all. Even if it was during the primeval times, such a figure could be said to be peerless. When these words were spoken by a top figure like Lan Tianqi, it was simply like a thunderclap, and it caused everyone present to go perfectly silent and fall into shock. That young man from before was actually a supreme king that stood at the Paradise Realm. He's capable of suppressing an entire realm and sweeping through all his peers. This was simply like an ethereal legend that was filled with unbelievable colors, and it practically caused everyone to not dare believe it. Is there really such a peerless figure in this world? Someone spoke with a trembling voice. There is. Lan Tianqi's reply was resolute and forceful, and a wisp of recollection flashed within his eyes. A few years ago, I once followed the seniors of my clan to pay a visit to the Heavenly Pivot holy grounds in the ancient Desolation region. It was there that I heard some rumors about supreme geniuses. What I can be sure of is that there are peerless figures that are monstrous geniuses amongst the great powers that have been passed down since the primeval times in the ancient Desolation region. For example, the disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect that's reputed to be the #1 sword cultivator of the younger generation that's renowned throughout the ancient Desolation region, Yun Qingbai, was reputed to be an invincible supreme king when he was at the Paradise Realm. Yun Qingbai. The expressions of many people present here changed slightly when they heard this name. Obviously, they'd heard some rumors about this person. Amidst the expanse of shock, Luoya's expression went grim, and he cried out involuntarily. Could it be that young man from before is such a king? Lan Tianqi said in a low voice, he was able to defeat me within 3 strikes and caused me to be utterly unable to resist. Even if a person like this isn't a king, he surpasses a king. Everyone suddenly realized that Lan Tianqi was a peerless holy son, and he was almost at the peak of the Paradise Realm. However, he had indeed been utterly defeated and suppressed by that young man with a single punch. There was probably no one in the entire South Sea who could achieve such a feat. Then, where did this young man come from? Why had they never heard of his strength that was comparable to a king of the Paradise Realm before? I remember now. So it's him. At this moment, someone shouted loudly. That young demon god. Young demon god. When everyone, including Lan Tianqi, heard this title, their hearts shook fiercely, and their expressions changed drastically. Yes, it's definitely that young demon god. We guessed wrongly just now. He's not an expert of our South Sea at all. He's a human cultivator that came with the spirit treasure Holy Land. That's right. Only that young demon god could possess such terrifying strength. After all, according to the rumors, even Niu Tunchen and the other 3 peerless holy sons were no match for this fellow even if they joined forces. It's obvious how ferocious he is. So it's him. No wonder he was able to suppress Wei Tsong, Lai Yunshan, and Luoya with a single strike. Instantly, everyone came to their senses. They'd guessed Lin Sun's identity, and their expressions became extremely complicated. Earlier, they'd been discussing about joining forces to search for the young demon god. They'd never imagined that such a peerlessly ferocious fellow would actually be right under their noses. When they thought of this, they felt a chill run down their spines. If that young demon god had started a massacre, then the consequences would be unimaginable. What are all of you standing there for? Quickly notify all the seniors to kill that young demon god. Lan Tianqi roared loudly. His words caused everyone to suddenly come to their senses. Right, that young demon god had actually appeared in the Canopy Cloud Bazaar. This was a rare opportunity. Let's go. No matter what, we can't let him escape this time. Quickly notify the ancestor. That great fortune is right in front of us. In the uproar, these young men and women rushed out of the Drunken Wind Pavilion like madmen. They were anxious to be the first to be one step behind. That was a young demon god, and he had a great opportunity that came from the demonic Saint Mystic realm. Whoever could kill him first would be able to obtain this opportunity. Before long, the entire Canopy Cloud Bazaar was completely stirred. Practitioners from all clans were shocked to find that many life and death realm experts appeared out of thin air. Their murderous aura was so terrifying that even the sky and the earth changed color. What on earth happened? Every area of the Canopy Cloud Island was in shock. Soon, a piece of news spread like a storm. The young demon god has appeared. He's on the Canopy Cloud Island. All of a sudden, when the experts of all clans heard the news, they all became excited. In the current Southern Sea realm, there was no one who didn't know of a young devil god from the human race who had once displayed great divine might in the demon saint's secret realm. He had rampaged through the heavens and the earth, slaughtering all the experts of the various races and causing rivers of blood to flow. The most terrifying thing was that even the top saints like Niu Tunchen, Meng Lianqing, Kong Xiu, and Xian Luozi had been defeated by that young demon god alone. Such a notorious guy had actually appeared in the Canopy Cloud Bazaar. Who could not be shocked and not be in an uproar? It should be known that this young demon god not only had an unparalleled ferocity, but he also had a great fortune related to the divine Tao. Just this alone was enough to make any life and death realm monarch fight over it. Search. Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Whoever can provide clues about the young demon god will be rewarded with 10 million sea crystals. Everywhere in the world, people were searching for the young demon god. Not to mention normal experts, even life and death realm monarchs could not stay calm. They personally released their divine senses and searched with all their might. Before long, a young expert who had attended the party in the Drunken Wind Pavilion provided the news that he had seen the young demon god leaving with the saint of the Green Turtle clan. All of a sudden, all the attention was focused on the Green Turtle clan. As for those life and death realm experts, they had already rushed to the place where Lin Sun had left as soon as they got the news. The killing tribulation was coming. Outside the Canopy Cloud Island, Ancestor Qinglai put his hands behind his back, and a trace of seriousness appeared between his eyebrows. When the sky emitted killing intent, the stars would move. When the earth emitted killing intent, the dragons and snakes would rise. When the man emitted killing intent, the world would be turned upside down. Now, the area around the Canopy Cloud Island was covered by the terrible killing intent. All the life and death realm monarchs set out to capture Lin Sun and seize his fortune. For a young man in the Tao Insight realm, such a horrible killing tribulation was undoubtedly too horrible. "Brother, I hope you didn't leave too late." Ancestor Qinglai looked at the blue sea in the distance. Swoosh, a bright silver boat that was shaped like a sharp shuttle and flowed with dense ancient diagrams tore open a straight path in the sky, and with a light flicker, it traversed a distance of 50 kilometers. Only when it vanished did a wave of sharp howls resound in space, and it spread through the sky and crushed the clouds into pieces. It was too fast, it was practically like teleportation, and it was difficult to catch its traces. This is the vast universe arc, an important artifact of the Thousand-Stream Tao sect from ancient times. It was refined by a saint that gathered void crystals from the outside world, and it is covered with 13,900 layers of array diagrams and restrictions. Once it is activated, it is said to be able to travel 1,000 miles in an instant and vanish without a trace for 10,000 miles. It isn't much different from true shifting techniques. Ahu's clear and melodious voice that was like the sound of nature resounded in the boat. She wore a light yellow dress, her beautiful hair hung loosely on her shoulders, and her beautiful face was fair and gorgeous. She stood at the front of the cabin with a graceful and slender figure, and she emanated a pure and otherworldly aura. Unfortunately, after experiencing the corrosion of countless years, most of the diagrams of this treasure have become damaged, blurry, and have lost their might. Now, only less than 3,000 restrictions remain. Ahu sighed faintly and seemed to be rather regretful. Lin Sun and the old toad who stood at the side were slightly surprised. They hadn't expected that Ahu would actually know this treasure like the back of her hand, and she even knew its inheritance and origins. This seemed to be too unusual. Of course, even if this treasure is damaged, its superb speed is far from what other treasures can compare to. Ahu raised her eyes, and a wisp of a smile appeared on her plain and beautiful face. Most importantly, its defense is very formidable, and it's sufficient to disperse the attacks of numerous natural disasters when crossing the Soul Oblivion Sea. The old toad grunted coldly. No matter how formidable it is, can it withstand the attacks of a life and death king? He'd always had a problem with Ahu, and he felt that she was a source of calamity. Although she was breathtakingly beautiful, she was a complete seductress. Of course it can't. Ahu was indifferent, and she chuckled. However, relying on this treasure, it's sufficient for us to avoid the attacks of a life and death king. As soon as these words were spoken, even the old toad was speechless, and he was shocked. Being able to dodge the attack of a life and death realm king, this treasure could already be said to be heaven-defying. It was definitely a peerless weapon for escaping. It's already so powerful in its damaged state. I wonder what kind of unimaginable effects it will have when it's complete. Lin Sun's black eyes also flashed with surprise. He was a grand master of spirit runes. From the moment he entered the vast universe arc, he had been attracted by the ancient array diagrams that covered the surroundings. It wasn't difficult for him to see that most of these array diagrams were worn down and broken, having lost their former might. But even so, it still made Lin Sun marvel in secret. These ancient formations all contained traces of the Great Way, and they were mysterious and unfathomable. When this treasure was complete, it was a saint treasure refined by a saint. How could its power be ordinary? Ahu explained with a smile. Lin Sun suddenly realized that the spiritual tattoos contained in these ancient diagrams were not obscure. What was really powerful was the traces of Tao imprinted in the diagrams. That was the power left by the sages, and it was not something that Lin Sun could understand and comprehend at present. Miss Hu, are you also going to Xiao Empire? Lin Sun suddenly asked. Even though he had agreed to go with Hu, Lin Sun still hadn't seen through this woman's intentions until now. Hu smiled slightly, her clear eyes rippling and her pearly white teeth sparkling. Child, I will tell you when we are in a safe situation. Humph. You're so secretive. You must have some ulterior motives. Old Toad increasingly disliked Hu, feeling that this woman was too shrewd. Boom, just then, a sudden change occurred. An invisible force blotted out the sky and fell from the vault of heaven, crushing the void and giving off a terrible roar. Beneath the shockwaves of this terrifying strength, the entire vast universe arc violently trembled. It hummed as it rocked about. Lin Sun and Old Toad's hearts trembled at the same time, their expressions changing slightly. What a terrifying force. Child, the killing tribulation is coming. Hu tucked her hair behind her ears, a rare serious and solemn expression on her pure and beautiful face. As she spoke, she steered the vast universe arc and began to dodge. Whoosh, countless ancient formation diagrams shone like a tide, filling the surroundings of the vast universe arc in a dazzling and resplendent manner. In an instant, its speed suddenly increased by more than double. In the void, the treasure flickered indeterminately like a streak of flowing light, drifting swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and it quickly broke free from the cover of the terrifying force. At the same time, Lin Sun and Old Toad noticed that an incomparably mighty figure had appeared extremely far away. His aura shot through the heavens and the earth, shaking the mountains and rivers, and he was like a true overlord that had descended to the mortal world. It was a middle-aged man in a purple robe, his hair was pitch black like ink, and as his eyes blinked, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were floating within them, possessing boundless might. Without a doubt, this was absolutely a life-and-death realm king. That attack just now was naturally the work of the middle-aged man in a purple robe. This king saw that fellow at the treasure auction. He's the ancestor of the Flamingo Bird clan. Fuck his grandmother. In this way, they really have chased after us. Old Toad's expression changed greatly. Who wouldn't be terrified of the pursuit of a life-and-death realm king? At this moment, they didn't have the assistance of that mysterious old ape, and merely a treasured vessel. Would it be able to allow them to avoid such a calamity? Old Toad didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Little bastard, you've killed numerous descendants of my South Sea's various clans. How could I allow you to flee just like this? Quickly leave your life behind for this king. Suddenly, another explosive shout that was like a thunderclap resounded out, and it shook the 9 heavens. A tall black-robed old man whose eyes surged with violet light and aura was boundlessly vast appeared, and he fiercely grabbed at the vast universe arc with his palm. Shit. Another fucking one has come. Old Toad cried out loudly, and his expression became extremely serious. Swish, space was thrown into disorder. Unexpectedly, under Ahu's control, the vast universe arc was like a slippery loach that flashed past the black-robed old man's hand. The black-robed old man's face sank, and he seemed to have never imagined that the vast universe arc would actually be so inconceivable. He didn't have the time to think, and he continued his pursuit as he utterly didn't dare waste any time. He wasn't the only one that had set out this time, and there were over 10 life and death realm kings nearby that were rushing over with all their might. The black-robed old man was unable to tolerate the prey that was already in his hands being tainted by others. The pursuit had begun. In the cabin, Old Toad's expression changed violently as he cried out repeatedly, and he was utterly unable to maintain his composure. Up until now, he'd noticed at least 4 life and death realm kings had appeared. Moreover, this number was still continuously increasing. Motherfucker. Are these old freaks completely shameless? They're simply shameless to the extreme. This king has never seen such despicable old farts. Old Toad was very agitated, and also very angry. They were simply bullying him. A group of old freaks that had lived for countless years had joined forces to deal with a junior. Weren't they afraid of being ridiculed by the people of the world? Little friend, my clan has no enmity with you. So long as you leave behind the fortuitous encounters in your possession, then this king will turn around and leave right away. How about it? A beautiful woman in plain clothes appeared with a graceful bearing, and her words were warm and amiable. But her actions were peerlessly ruthless. She directly withdrew a large net that was coiled with the glow of flames, and it spread out in the heavens and the earth before enveloping down towards the vast universe Arkansas. This was obviously a great weapon of slaughter, a true inescapable net. Once one fell into it, one would absolutely be immediately bound up. At this moment, even Ahu's expression had become serious. A bit of sweat seeped out from her bright and clean forehead, and her slender figure was emanating a misty glow. She was obviously circulating her entire strength to control the vast universe arc, and she didn't dare be careless in the slightest. Lin Sun stood silently at the side, paying attention to the battlefield while observing Ahu's control technique. A treasure like the vast universe arc didn't just require a huge amount of high-grade spirit crystals to activate and operate, it even required a unique secret technique to control it. That's the ninth. Motherfucker. These damnable old bastards. When this king rises up one day, I'll definitely kill all of them. Old Toad was still roaring. If it was anyone else, they would probably be unable to not be nervous at this moment. That was an entire group of life and death realm kings. Existences like these seemed to already stand at the peak of the world, and they belonged to the overlords of the cultivation world. With a wave of their hands, they could annihilate mountains and rivers, flatten cities, and cause chaos and boundlessly terrifying. Yet now, such a group of terrifying old freaks had set out together. It was obvious how shocking the scene would be, and it was sufficient to shock the entire world. All along the way, the void was in disorder, the sky rumbled, and monstrous waves were set off on the vast ocean. Some living beings that were distributed along the way didn't even have the time to dodge before they were instantly annihilated, and their blood dyed the blue ocean red. They could be said to have died extremely aggrieved and wronged. On the other hand, the vast universe arc that Lin Sun and the others were on was like duckweed in the vast ocean. It was in an extremely dangerous situation, and it was suffering attacks from all directions at all times. Even Lin Sun's entire body was tense all along the way, and his state of mind was unprecedentedly heavy. When I step foot into the life and death realm, I'll surely make a trip here again to repay the kindness they gave me today. Lin Sun had never been ruthless easily, but now, he was truly thoroughly infuriated. Since entering the Demon Saint's secret realm until now, he'd been the focus of attention from all directions, and he was ceaselessly pursued. Even those old freaks were completely shameless and joined in. No matter how good Lin Sun's temper was, he couldn't help but have his surging killing intent aroused, and he gnashed his teeth with hatred. This was going too far. I don't know when you'll step foot into the life and death realm. I suggest that if you meet the clansmen of those old freaks in the future, you can kill them all. This kind of revenge is enough to make them feel pain in their bones. Suddenly, Hu on one side opened his mouth and gave a suggestion. What a ruthless woman. This was Old Toad's first reaction, but immediately, even he had to admit that this was really a very practical suggestion. I'll keep it in mind. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold and his expression was calm. Hold on for another quarter of an hour, and we'll be able to get out of trouble. In the past, a quarter of an hour would have passed in the blink of an eye. But now, for Lin Sun and the others, it seemed especially long and torturous. A total of 13 life and death realm kings moved out together, using their killing moves to turn the sky and earth upside down in order to intercept and kill them. If one didn't stand in it, it would be impossible to imagine the feeling of terror and despair. Old Toad, who had been yelling furiously, was strangely silent. His expression was solemn and gloomy, and his eyes were filled with worry, as well as endless anger and hatred. This kind of situation was full of danger. It was like wandering on the line between life and death, and even the slightest carelessness would lead to eternal damnation. Lin Sun was also silent, and his black eyes were frighteningly deep like a bottomless abyss. After all, perhaps he was about to suppress all enemies in the Tao Insight realm, but in the face of life and death realm kings, he was still too weak. The feeling of only being able to escape and not being able to resist made Lin Sun yearn for more powerful strength for the first time. Yes, strength. Ahu's pretty face was a little pale. Although her expression was still calm, her slightly trembling body and the sweat on her forehead revealed that she was forcing herself to support herself and was about to reach her limit. A quarter of an hour. For her, it also seemed difficult and long, as if she was struggling in front of the gates of hell. No one could predict when death would come. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun wanted to ask several times why she would help them even though she knew such a killing tribulation would appear. But in the end, Lin Sun didn't ask. This was not the best time to talk at all, because it would affect Ahu, and even the lives of all of them. But in the depths of his heart, no matter what made Ahu do this, Lin Sun had already remembered this great kindness. Boom, the shocking sound of the attack was surging all the time, causing the wind and clouds to change color, and all living things to tremble. Along the way, countless reefs and islands were destroyed. It was unknown how many innocent creatures had perished in this sudden calamity. But towards all this, those life and death realm kings turned a blind eye. In their eyes, there was only the vast universe arc. The great fortune that they yearned for was hidden there, and no matter who it was, they were unable to tolerate missing such a rare opportunity. However, contrary to all of their expectations, the vast universe arc was simply like a beam of light. Not only was its speed abnormally fast, but it also seemed like it was teleporting. Even when facing their attacks, it was actually able to escape every single time. This caused them to be shocked, and their expressions became gloomy. It was only a treasured vessel that was carrying a few little fellows that weren't worth mentioning. If they were to be allowed to escape, then they would simply lose all face. If news of this were to spread back to the southern CC, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the world. Chase, all the old monsters were furious and attacked with all their strength. In the end, Ahu wasn't able to persist for 15 minutes. On the way, she suddenly let out a muffled groan, and a strand of scarlet-red blood flowed out from the corners of her lips that had already turned pale. Moreover, a trace of exhaustion that was difficult to erase appeared between her brows. Just a moment more, could it be that he had failed at the last moment? A wisp of a deep feeling of powerlessness surged in Ahu's heart. She'd already given it her all and squeezed out her strength to the limit. Tell me the control method. Let me do it. At this moment, Lin Sun's voice suddenly rang out in her ears. Startled, Ahu looked over and saw Lin Sun's calm and deep black eyes. For some strange reason, she subconsciously chose to trust him. Okay. Lin Sun stepped forward and took a deep breath. His expression became completely calm and focused, like the bottom of the sea, unmoving no matter how the currents washed over him. Old Toad was originally incomparably worried and really wanted to ask, "Can you do it?" But in the end, he restrained himself. Ahu clearly couldn't hold on any longer, and with the current situation being so vile and dangerous, he could only make every possible effort. However, what Old Toad and Ahu hadn't expected was that after Lin Sun grasped the control method, he would actually be able to display an incomparably exquisite level of skill. Under his control, the vast universe arc repeatedly turned misfortunes into blessings, narrowly avoiding danger after danger. That kind of skillful and easy control method wasn't any weaker than Ahu's own control. It was completely impossible to tell that this was Lin Sun's first time controlling the vast universe Arkansas. Later on, perhaps because he had become familiar with this kind of control, Lin Sun's technique became increasingly accurate, skillful, and nimble. Old Toad's eyes were fixed on Lin Sun, and he exclaimed that he was abnormal. And Ahu was also startled. Her clear eyes looked at the delicate face of the teenager beside her, and a rare extraordinary splendor emerged on her face. What they didn't know was that Lin Sun had been secretly observing and learning along the way, and had long since thoroughly memorized Ahu's control skills. In addition, Lin Sun was inscribing spiritual tattoos since he was a child, and he himself was a young spiritual tattoo grandmaster. Now that he was just controlling a treasure covered with many ancient diagrams, it naturally wasn't a problem for Lin Sun. Moreover, with his superb understanding of spiritual tattoo diagrams, he could even exert the greatest power when operating the treasure ship. This was probably something that even Ahu couldn't do. Huh? How could this be? Damn it, how can the power of this vast universe arc be so incredible? Isn't it said to be a damaged ancient sacred treasure? Damn it. If I find out who used this treasure to help that little bastard, I'll definitely crush his bones and scatter his ashes. In the outside world, the group of life and death kings keenly sensed the changes in the vast universe arc, and their faces instantly became much gloomier. From the beginning of the chase until now, a whole incense stick's worth of time had passed, and they, as a group of life and death kings, still couldn't do anything to an ancient treasure. This made them feel ashamed and angry. Not good, it seems to be burial seamound ahead. Suddenly, many life and death kings felt that something was wrong, and deep fear flashed through their eyes. As far as they knew, the sea area several thousand li away was the range of burial seamound. It was a place of great danger. In the ancient times, it used to be a battlefield of gods and demons, and no one knew how many great experts had fallen there. It had already become a strange and ominous place, like a forbidden land, full of unimaginable terror and danger. Even life and death kings didn't dare to recklessly wander in there. Quick, stop them. We must not let them enter. The black-robed old man of Fiery Bird clan let out a long roar. Rumble, instantly, the area fell into chaos. Over 10 old monsters attacked with all their strength, and they didn't hold back in the slightest. They wanted to stop the vast universe Arkansas. At this moment, it was undoubtedly the most dangerous and terrifying. Similarly, Lin Sun was unprecedentedly calm at this moment, and his mind was like ice as he circulated all his strength to control the vast universe Arkansas. The ceaseless attacks from the outside world were accurately captured by him, and then he controlled the vast universe arc to avoid them in an inconceivable manner. Sometimes, it seemed like he was clearly sealed and surrounded, but Lin Sun was always able to find a trace of opportunity in the impossible, find a trace of life in a hopeless situation, and escape danger after danger. All of this was witnessed by the old toad and Ahu, and it caused them to break out in cold sweat, and their hearts rose to their throats. That's burial seamound. Suddenly, the old toad cried out, and it saw a sea area covered in grey mist. The sky there was dark like eternal night, the seawater was pitch black, and the mist rose. It was mysterious and ghastly, and it caused one's heart to palpitate. The old toad had always been living there when it awakened its consciousness, so how could it not recognize it? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a swoosh, and the vast universe arc was like a silver stream of light as it swiftly charged into the boundless mist. At practically the same time, the attacks of the life and death realm kings covered the area, and the sea area almost collapsed into nothingness. Just a thread away, Lin Sun and the others were about to suffer a calamity, but it was precisely because of this thread of hope that they escaped and charged into the sea area where the burial seamound was. Stop, there's no need to run anymore. Now, it's time for us to watch a good show. Suddenly, Ahu spoke, and a trace of hatred flashed in her clear eyes. Obviously, she was incomparably annoyed by the experience of being chased earlier. Watch a show? You're still in the mood to watch a show? This is the Motherf * King Burial Seamound, and it's even more terrifying than those life and death realm kings. The old toad was hopping mad. He'd always been in this area, so how could he not understand how terrifying and dangerous this place was, and he'd finally escaped with great difficulty and left this damned place. Who would have thought that he'd escape again? This caused his mood to be so terrible that it couldn't be any worse. Ahu giggled and didn't explain. She said, "Listen to me, you're absolutely right. Don't you want to see how unlucky those old geezers who were chasing us are?" Just a single sentence was enough to move the old toad. Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. He looked at Ahu, and in the end, he agreed and stopped the vast universe arc in the mist. A good show? What kind of good show was it? Their gazes swept out of the vast universe arc in unison and looked in the direction they came from. Damn it! They actually escaped in. Waves of furious roars resounded in the vicinity of the burial seamound. The voices were filled with unwillingness and rage, and they were like rolling thunder that surged in all directions. Life and death realm kings arrived one after another, and their figures appeared nearby. But at this moment, all of them hesitated as if they were afraid and didn't dare to rashly charge in. What should we do? There's a great terror here. If we enter rashly, we'll probably suffer a calamity. An old monster spoke with a gloomy expression. What else can we do? Kill our way in. The great fortune possessed by that little bastard is related to the ancient divine Tao. How can we miss such a fortuitous encounter? Someone grunted coldly and seemed to be very unyielding, but he didn't take action. Immediately. Obviously, even though his words were resolute, his heart was filled with fear. This was the terror of the burial seamound. It was like a forbidden area that was capable of causing the expressions of life and death realm kings to change. It was obvious how strange and ominous this area was. Since all of you aren't going, then I'll be going first. Suddenly, the black-robed old man from the Flamingo Bird clan stood out, and he took a large stride before his figure vanished within the boundless grey mist. This caused the other life and death realm kings to become restless, and their gazes flickered. In next to no time, another 5 or 6 old monsters gritted their teeth, made a decision, and charged in. The other life and death realm kings pondered for a moment. Even though they were unwilling in their hearts, they gave up in the end. They weren't cowards, and they deeply understood how terrifying the burial sea mound was. Once they rashly entered, then they might never have the chance to come out again. However, even if they chose to stop, the remaining old monsters didn't choose to leave. They were watching and unwilling to give up just like that. So long as a trace of opportunity appeared, they wouldn't hesitate to make a move. The show is about to begin. In the cabin, Ahu's clear eyes flickered with an indescribable luster. She seemed excited. Grey mist filled the air, and the sea was deathly silent. Even though Lin Sun was in the vast universe arc, he still felt a strange atmosphere. It was as if something ominous would erupt here at any moment. Old Toad's expression was uncertain. Ever since he returned to the area covered by the burial path ocean tomb, he had become very abnormal. He became restless and spoke little. Soon, Lin Sun sensed the figures of 5 or 6 life and death kings. They were like divine rainbows that shot into the sky and flashed over. Their divine might was monstrous, and their bodies flowed with the aura of the great Tao. They shone brightly like gods. But after arriving here, no matter how strong they were unable to disperse the grey mist that covered the sky above the sea. This caused their expressions to become solemn. This was the burial path ocean tomb. According to legend, this was a battlefield in the ancient times, and a true Saint King had once fallen here. Saint King, this was an almighty existence that had stepped into the peak of the saint path and was known as the King of Saints. Their cultivation was almost as old as the heavens and as bright as the sun and moon. However, in the end, he still perished here. From this, one could imagine how terrifying and shocking the battle that had erupted on this battlefield was. Under such circumstances, even these life and death kings became vigilant and cautious. They didn't dare to recklessly charge in as if they were facing a great enemy. This is the show you were talking about? Lin Sun's heart sank and his eyes narrowed. They were too close. If they didn't leave now, those life and death kings would notice them in the blink of an eye. Don't worry. Just wait and watch the show. Ahu's eyes were suffused with a mysterious color. She was beautiful like a painting. When she saw those life and death kings arrive, not only was she not afraid, she seemed to be slightly disappointed. Why are there only a few? Are the other old monsters not here? She murmured softly. But this is enough. Lin Sun's heart shook, and he couldn't help but glance at Ahu. She seemed to know what was going to happen. Right at this moment, those life and death kings noticed the vast universe Arkansas. Their eyes lit up, and they all approached at the same time. There were a total of 6 of them. However, at this moment, they didn't immediately make a move. Instead, they were vigilant against each other, and there were faint signs of confrontation. The reason was very simple. On one hand, it was because this place was the Tao burial sea tomb, and it was too strange and ominous. So, it caused them to be cautious and not dare act rashly. On the other hand, it was because they were indeed in a stalemate and apprehensive of each other. They had already known that Lin Sun had a great fortune. But no matter which life and death realm king it was, they would not let this great fortune be taken away by others. They all knew that Lin Sun wasn't scary. What was really scary was that they were very likely to have conflicts and bloody battles with each other while competing for this great fortune. All of them were seniors that had lived for countless years, so they were naturally clearly aware of this. So, they had a tacit understanding and didn't attack rashly. Little fellow, why aren't you running away? Are you at your limit? The old ancestor of the Flamingo Bird clan, the black-robed old man, sneered. He had nothing to fear. His eyes were filled with a cold light, as if he could see through the vast universe arc and see Lin Sun within. Lin Sun didn't speak, and he remained silent. Looks like you know that this is the Tao burial sea tomb, and it's a place of great danger that has existed since the ancient times. So you don't dare trespass rashly. Another ancestor spoke indifferently. Since you've already decided to allow yourself to be captured, then why don't you leave this place with us first? Perhaps, for the sake of your cooperation, we might give you a way out. As soon as these words were spoken, the other ancestors were instantly tempted. After all, this was the Dao burial sea tomb. In the past, the stronger the expert was, the more unwilling they were to enter this place. Because this was a place of great danger without a doubt. There were numerous strange and terrifying living beings here, and once an expert noticed that an expert had trespassed, the expert would suffer their frenzied attacks. It was even to the extent that in the past, there was no lack of life and death kings like these old fellows that had come here, and all of them perished here without exception. If it wasn't necessary, none of them were willing to fight and kill each other here for the sake of fighting for the fortune in Lin Sun's possession. Lin Sun was still silent. He was waiting for the so-called good show that Ahu mentioned. Old Toad's expression was extremely ugly, and he lowered his voice and said, "Demonis, what kind of trick are you playing? If you fail, we'll all be in trouble with you." Ahu pursed her cherry lips and smiled without saying a word, signaling Old Toad to calm down. "Little thing, hurry up and come out. Do you want to force us to capture and kill you on the spot?" An ancestor was impatient, and his voice was filled with killing intent. He saw Lin Sun as a piece of meat on a chopping board that could be slaughtered at will. Could there be a trap? Another ancestor reminded. He thought that Lin Sun and the others had arrived on the vast universe arc, but suddenly stopped there without moving. It seemed a bit abnormal. "You worry too much. This is merely the border of the Dao burial sea tomb. Even if there's danger, we can leave at once." The black-robed ancestor of the flamingo bird clan disapproved. "What's more, under our encirclement, does that kid have a chance to struggle?" Hearing this, the other patriarchs felt relieved, and they smiled. "Little guy, our patience is limited. I advise you to cooperate obediently and come out now. Otherwise, when we take action, what awaits you is bound to be a fate worse than death." An ancestor with a head full of green hair and a pair of azure wings on his back said coldly. Lin Sun could hold back his silence, but Old Toad couldn't. He stomped his feet and cursed, "You really have a lot of F***king nonsense. If you have the guts, then do it. If not, then hurry up and F***ck off." "What did you say?" Suddenly, the faces of the old monsters darkened, and their eyes flickered. At this time, the other party still dared to provoke them. This was undoubtedly a blasphemy against their dignity. "Everyone, please do me a favor. I want to take this person's head and refine it into a wine cup. Don't fight with me." The voice of the green-haired ancestor was filled with dense killing intent. "It's just a head. What's the harm in giving it to you? What we care more about is the good fortune of that kid." The ancestors spoke indifferently, and their voices were filled with cruelty and disdain. "What a load of bullshit. Come, let me see which one of you dares to make the first move." Old Toad threw caution to the wind and taunted. "You're courting death. Everyone, we're all here for the good fortune. Why don't I capture and kill him first, and then we can discuss who the good fortune belongs to? How about it?" The black-robed old man's face darkened. He was thoroughly infuriated. As a life-and-death realm king, he was repeatedly provoked by a junior. This was simply a disgrace. "All right." The other ancestors' eyes flickered, and they finally nodded in agreement. They were old and experienced, so they naturally wouldn't be disturbed by a few words from Old Toad. What they were truly apprehensive about was merely the matter of fighting over the good fortune. In other words, in their eyes, Lin Sun and the others were already no different from dead people. What was worthy of their attention was only the danger of the burial sea tomb and the conflict that might erupt when they fought over the good fortune. Boom, without any hesitation, the black-robed old man made his move. A large hand that seemed to be condensed from divine flames fiercely grabbed at the vast universe arc and saw its coming. Old Toad's eyes narrowed. His heart was in his throat, and his mouth was dry. Facing the attack of a life-and-death realm king, he couldn't help but be nervous. Lin Sun's black eyes surged, and his whole body tensed up. Only Ahu's clear eyes shone brilliantly, and extraordinary splendor rippled like ripples. She whispered, "The show is about to begin." The large hand covered the sky, and like the gathering of divine flames, it was blazing and gorgeous, incinerating the void with terrifying might. This was the power that belonged to a life-and-death realm king, and it was truly shocking and frightening. When the other ancestors saw this, they nodded secretly. They knew that under the cover of such an attack, even if Lin Sun steered the vast universe arc, he wouldn't have the slightest possibility of escaping. They had already begun to think about how to divide up this good fortune after they captured that kid. However, at the same time, whether it was the black-robed old man or the other ancestors, all of them stiffened, and they felt their blood run cold. Puff, in the dusky mist, a faintly discernible beautiful figure had appeared, and she emanated a terrifying aura that caused all things in the world to tremble. Crack, the hand that was like a divine flame that blotted out the sky hadn't even covered the vast universe arc when it rumbled and exploded into pieces, and it was obliterated into nothingness like a piece of paper. That person is. An ancestor couldn't help but cry out loudly. He felt as if he'd fallen into an icy pit, and he felt cold from head to toe while his scalp went numb. The other ancestors were shocked and furious as well, and their expressions were pale and unsightly. At the first possible moment, they'd noticed extreme danger, and it caused them to feel as if they'd instantly been placed in a ghastly hell. The cause of all of this was that beautiful figure that had suddenly appeared in the dusky mist. She was obviously a woman. Her figure was faintly discernible, and her entire body was enveloped by boundless gray mist that surged with an obscure and shapeless force, causing others to be unable to see through her appearance. On the other hand, in the eyes of those old fellows, this mistress was like an overlord that stood towering in the heavens and the earth. She possessed an aura that was sufficient to destroy everything and look down upon the world, and it was too terrifying and strange. This caused their hearts to tremble. They were like ants facing a true god, and they were utterly unable to restrain the feelings of panic and terror that spread throughout their bodies. Who is she? Could it be that she's a strange overlord of the Dao burial tomb? It's her. At this instant, Lin Sun's entire body shook as well because he'd recognized that beautiful figure. Shockingly, it was that terrifying figure that had once appeared in the depths of the army of vengeful spirits. At that time, she'd appeared with the strange figure of a Buddha, and it had left behind an indelible deep impression on Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun had utterly never imagined that she would actually appear once more at a time like this. Could it be that whose so-called reliance is this great figure? Retreat quickly. An old ancestor roared. Needless to say, every old monster could feel the terror of the mist woman, which made their hearts tremble and their scalps go numb. However, it was too late. After the mist woman appeared, she didn't say a word, mysterious and terrifying. She waved her hand. An invisible force could be seen spreading, causing the sky and earth to turn upside down. The void was collapsing and sinking. Directly opposite, the black-robed old man bore the brunt of it. He didn't even have the time to struggle before he was drowned by the force. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The black-robed old man's figure emitted a muffled sound, and he turned into a flamingo divine bird. Then, his body shrunk countless times, turning into the size of an ant, and lightly fell into the mist woman's hand. It was also at this moment that the group of old monsters saw that the mist woman was holding a purple alms bowl with a broken corner. Chaotic chi appeared within it, making one's heart palpitate. The flamingo that the black-robed old man had turned into was suppressed in the purple alms bowl, and not a single sound could be heard. The surrounding old monsters sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces pale. It had only been a moment, but a life-and-death king among them had been suppressed. No, it was absorbed. Just like a subdued spirit bird, he was absorbed into the opponent's treasure and suppressed. There was no doubt that to any life-and-death realm king, being captured like this was simply more painful than being killed. After all, they had almost stood at the peak of the world's cultivators. Their divine might was vast, intimidating, and they were the center of attention. But now, they were subdued and absorbed like spirit beasts. This was absolutely a great humiliation. But at the same time, the mist woman's profound and unfathomable means made those old monsters tremble with fear, and they were terrified to the extreme. Even life-and-death kings were like ants, unable to withstand a single blow. How terrifying was this mysterious mist woman? Who was she? At the same time, Lin Sun, Old Toad, and the others were also shocked. Their pupils shrank, and an indescribable shock arose in their hearts. The mist woman's unfathomable means made them think of that old ape. It was similarly terrifying and powerful, and viewed life and death kings as ants. It had an imposing manner that could dominate the world and shake the universe. Could she also be a saint? On the dusky sea of mist, the mysterious mist woman didn't hold back, and a formless power spread out from her body. Run! Those old freaks were completely terrified. Their eyes almost split apart from rage, and all of them seemed to have gone mad as they fled with all their might. But in an instant, they noticed that the surrounding space seemed to have been sealed, and it had transformed into a cage of the heavens and the earth that they were actually unable to break through. No. Their souls were almost scared out of their wits, and their expressions changed. It was too terrifying. Was this the danger of the burial sea tomb? Puff, an ancestor suffered a calamity. His figure turned into a green-horned crocodile before shrinking to the size of an ant. He was sucked into the purple alms bowl in the hands of the mistress. This scene was strange and frightening. A mysterious and unfathomable misty woman had appeared without saying a single word. However, she had easily subdued 2 life and death kings in just 2 moves. That kind of transcendent and terrifying posture was simply like the omnipotent gods of the legends who could sweep through the world. No. The other old freaks roared furiously and fled madly. They exerted their full strength and withdrew all sorts of trump cards, and they were like ants on a hot pan. If they had a choice, they would rather not step into this strange and ominous sea burial mound. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. In the outside world, there were still 6 or 7 old freaks watching from the sidelines. They were unwilling to leave just like that, and they were pondering in their hearts. They wanted to find an opportunity to take a share of the spoils. To them, Lin's son was like a living great fortune, and there were too many things hidden in his possession that caused them to covet and covet. For example, the Tao scriptures of the saints that flowed out from the sacred Isle of 5 Element. For example, the Golden Book on the Jade Archive in Violet Cloud Divine Mountain. No matter which one it was related to the secrets of the inheritance of saints, and it was sufficient to make any life and death king fight madly for it. Not to mention that besides that, Lin's son possessed many treasures he'd obtained from killing the saints of the various clans, and they were similarly extremely tempting. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to give up and leave just like that? Everyone, why don't we join forces? No matter who obtains this fortune in the end, we'll immediately kill him when he returns from the burial sea tomb. In this way, the fortune will be ours. An ancestor made a suggestion, and it caused the other ancestors to be greatly tempted. However, right at this moment, a shrill cry sounded out from the depths of the grey and hazy burial sea tomb, and the shrill cry revealed boundless terror. All the old freaks present here shivered while their expressions changed. It's the ancestor of the Fiery Bird clan. Could it be that he suffered some sort of mishap? This caused their hearts to go cold, and they were surprised and bewildered. They felt fortunate in their hearts that they didn't choose to head to the burial sea tomb. That damnable place was too horrifying and mysterious. In the past, countless formidable figures had perished there. No. It wasn't long before another wave of frenzied and furious cries resounded. It was like the cry of a wild beast that had fallen into despair, and its voice was filled with terror. In an instant, all the old freaks in the outside world glanced at each other while chills ran down their spines. Something extremely terrifying had definitely occurred in the burial sea tomb. What should we do? Should we leave or stay? Right when they were surprised and bewildered in their hearts, the misty depths of the burial sea tomb had become deathly silent, and there wasn't a trace of movement emanating from it. But the more it was like this, the more horrifying it was. Then, what exactly happened in there? Have those old fellows that came with us suffered calamity and perished? I'll give this fortune to all of you. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Some ancestors couldn't stay any longer, and they felt an indescribable sense of pressure and terror, so they turned around and left. The expressions of the other old freaks changed indeterminately when they saw this, and they seemed to be very hesitant. But in merely a short moment, they noticed that a beautiful figure seemed to have faintly appeared in the depths of the mist. What's that? Their entire bodies stiffened while their scalps went numb. Merely a single glance caused them to feel unprecedented danger surge through their entire bodies. Let's go. They didn't dare hesitate in the slightest, and they instantly dispersed and fled faster than anyone else. It was also at this moment that these old freaks that were waiting and watching from the outside world finally realized that their companions that had entered the burial sea tomb would probably be unable to come out. When they thought of that faintly discernible beautiful figure, their entire bodies shivered as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. It was too terrifying. Is that the great calamity that's hidden within the burial sea tomb? The vast universe arc was deathly silent. Lin Sun and the old toad were shocked, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Before their eyes, life and death king after life and death king were subdued like ants by the mysterious mistress and suppressed into the violet alms bowl. From the beginning until the end, she didn't encounter the slightest resistance, and she seemed to be extremely relaxed. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Sun and the others were shocked, and their mouths went dry. She's too formidable. She's suppressing life and death kings like slaughtering chickens. Exactly how terrifying is her cultivation to be able to accomplish this? It's unimaginable. In the end, the 6 old freaks that entered the burial sea tomb were completely annihilated, and not a single one of them was able to escape. Is this the show that Ahu spoke of? Could it be that she knew all of this would occur, and that's why she controlled the vast universe arc and charged into the area of the burial sea tomb at full force? In an instant, the gazes Lin Sun and the others shot at Ahu had changed. This mysterious young woman wasn't just beautiful like an otherworldly celestial maiden, she obviously had a great background that was impossible to figure out. Even the old toad went silent. Since he'd awakened his consciousness, he'd lived in the burial sea tomb, and he'd seen the kings of the army of vengeful spirits and all sorts of strange and inauspicious things. But he'd utterly never known that such a peerlessly terrifying existence like the mistress existed in this mysterious area. But it just so happened that Ahu seemed to understand the burial sea tomb even better than him, and this seemed to be too inconceivable. The show's over. Are all of you satisfied? Ahu chuckled, and her peerlessly white face was filled with a relaxed expression. Who exactly are you? The old toad couldn't help but ask with a serious expression. Lin Sun looked over as well. At this moment, the danger had been eliminated, and even the mysterious mistress had vanished. It was time for him to have a chat with this young woman with a charming smile and beautiful eyes. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I was only seized by a sudden impulse this time, and I wanted to form good karma with all of you. Ahu's eyes were clear and bright while a smile hung on the corners of her mouth. She possessed the charm of a young woman, and also a pure and ethereal bearing. It seemed to be very contradictory, yet it perfectly fused with her. Good karma? Yes, good karma. Ahu nodded seriously. This kind of saying was very vague, but she seemed to take it very seriously, and there was a rare trace of solemnity between her brows. Ha ha ha, you helped us just for good karma? The old toad felt that it was very absurd, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This isn't funny, Ahu said indifferently. Seeing how serious she was, Lin Sun was a little convinced, and he said thoughtfully, this good karma is a little too big. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay it in the future. Ahu smiled slightly, her cherry lips bright red, and her pearly white teeth. She said, if you can't repay it, then forget it. The so-called good karma has already been sown, and that's enough. If the flower blooms, then of course you'll be happy, and if not, there's no need to regret it. As soon as she finished speaking, Ahu waved her little crystalline fist and said with a grin, all right, I should be leaving as well. I wish both young masters a pleasant journey, and I look forward to the day I'm able to reunite with both of you. Her figure fluttered away like a dreamy shadow, and no one could stop her. Hey, you don't want this treasure ship anymore? Lin Sun hurriedly called out. This was originally prepared for you. Please accept it, and there's no need to be polite. In the distant void, Ahu's clear and melodious voice, like the sounds of nature, rang out. Soon, she disappeared. This witch must have a big plot to make us owe such a big favor. The old toad gnashed his teeth. Lin Sun was lost in thought, and after a while, he said softly, it seems that our first encounter with her wasn't a coincidence. Maybe, from that time on, she has been preparing this good karma for us. No matter who she is, she has done us a big favor, and no matter what her intentions are, there will be a day when the mystery will be solved. P.S. About Ahu's origin, I was inspired by a short story recorded in the Tang Dynasty's legendary novel Guangyi Ji. The main character of the story is called Ahu, a maverick girl in a yellow dress. She is intelligent and quick-witted, and her cultivation is different from that of the world. If you are interested, you can search for it. In addition, thank you, Brother Watch, for your gift. For the time being, let's wait for 2 chapters tonight. Tomorrow, we'll start a new plot, which is also called Crown Covers the Capital. Of the 13 life and death kings chasing after the young demon god, 6 had encountered a calamity in Burial Sea Tomb, their fate unknown. The other 7 had coincidentally caught a glimpse of a mysterious dominator-like figure and fled in panic. When this news spread out, it was like a storm that swept through the entire South Ocean region at an inconceivable speed. All the clans and forces in various regions were overwhelmed with shock and fell into an uproar. In a single day, 6 ancestor-level powerhouses had disappeared. They might have encountered a calamity and never returned. Such a frightening thing had almost never happened in the past. It was too frightening. This also made the clans of South Ocean Sea increasingly fearful of the name Burial Sea Tomb. They viewed it as a forbidden area of great danger. At the same time, the news of the young demon god spread along with this uproar, causing countless uproars. No one could imagine that such a mere heavenly passage realm human youngster seemed unkillable. Every time he encountered a monstrous calamity, he would escape. It was simply like a miracle. Back then, outside the demon saint's secret realm, the powerhouses of various clans were eyeing him covetously and besieging him. But in the end, he still escaped. And now, facing the pursuit of more than 10 life and death kings, he once again escaped alive. On the contrary, those life and death kings had either died or fled. It was truly flabbergasting. All of this was too unimaginable, and it made all the clans of South Ocean Sea feel humiliated and resentful. A human youngster had wreaked havoc in South Ocean Sea, stirring up countless waves. But in the end, no one could stop him and let him leave safely. All of this showed that the clans of South Ocean Sea were too incompetent. Lin Xian, no matter how shocking this storm was, no matter how much uproar and shock it caused, this name was thoroughly engraved in the minds of all the clans and forces. This was because this name represented a human youngster hailed as the demon god, who had once left behind a legend in South Ocean Sea. However, to all the clans, this legend of the young demon god was an unbearable humiliation. This is the demeanor of a true expert. When he heard this news, Green Turtle Clan's territory on Jade Light Island, Qing Yunyang once again sighed with emotion. It was also on this day that he entered the clan's ancestral ground and entered secluded cultivation. People of the time do not recognize the cloud-soaring tree. Only when the cloud-soaring tree is high will the Tao begin. With his hands behind his back, Green Turtle Ancestor proudly said to the high-level figures of the Green Turtle clan around him, "Just wait and see. My brother is destined to shine in the coming battle of the world." While the South Sea was in an uproar, Lin Sun had already steered the vast universe arc back to Xiao Empire with the old toad. Who is that mysterious misty woman? What's her relationship with Ahu? Is that Buddha with empty eye sockets and a strange color still somewhere in the Burial Dao Sea grave? The Dao Burial Sea Tomb, the endless ruins, the demonic saint's secret realm. There are indeed many mysterious and terrifying colors in the depths of the soul oblivion ocean. One day, I'll come back and repay the kindness you've given me. Whoosh, under Lin Sun's control, the vast universe arc was like a ray of flowing light, steaming with dense and ancient formations. It was shining like silver rain, flashing forward in the void at an extremely fast speed. Although the speed of this broken ancient treasure was incredibly fast, it also consumed a lot of physical strength. According to Lin Sun's current cultivation, he could only hold on for 6 hours at most. In addition, this ancient treasure also needed a large number of high-level spiritual crystals to activate the power of the formation, which was also a huge expense. If Lin Sun hadn't gained a lot in the demonic saint's secret realm, he would have been overwhelmed by this consumption. This was the drawback of a powerful ancient treasure. Although it was magical, its consumption was also amazing. Ordinary people couldn't use it at all. These were all trivial matters. As long as he could return to Xiao Empire safely, all the consumption was worth it. What really alerted Lin Sun was that there were too many dangers and natural disasters along the way, such as void storms, time turbulence, terrible thunder and lightning, and ferocious creatures distributed in the sea. Danger could be said to be everywhere, and he couldn't be careless at all. The ancient corpses that had floated on the surface of the sea for countless years might contain dangers that were sufficient to annihilate everything. In the strange and misty mist, a formidable creature that was sufficient to make even a life-and-death king tremble in fear might appear at any time. Besides this, there were numerous strange races, groups of vengeful spirits, cruel and bloodthirsty strange corpses, and there was no lack of rare and strange creatures that wandered in various areas of the Soul Oblivion Sea. This place was simply like hell, and it was so terrifying that it was sufficient to make any cultivator feel despair and not dare take another step forward. Even if Lin Sun and the others were driving the vast universe arc, they had to be careful all along the way as they were deeply afraid of provoking danger. Fortunately, the vast universe arc's dodging ability was extremely swift and fierce, and it could even avoid the attacks of a life-and-death king. This allowed Lin Sun and the others to resolve danger after danger without mishap. Lin Sun and the old toad took turns controlling the vast universe arc, and they cooperated tacitly without any mishaps. All along the way, Lin Sun didn't stop cultivating. So long as he had free time, he would concentrate on cultivating and comprehending the profundities of the martial Tao. On the 5th day of sailing on the Soul Oblivion Sea, Lin Sun had comprehended the third form of the Calamity Dragon 9 transformations, the Swanee Seal. Once it was executed, a brilliant ancient seal could be condensed in his hands, and it was coiled with the aura of the Tao. It could release the image of a divine beast Swanee that could crush mountains and throw the world into chaos. Lin Sun tested it on a group of vengeful spirits on the way. With a single seal, space exploded apart, and 6 vengeful spirit commanders with strengths comparable to the heavenly insight realm and 54 vengeful spirit soldiers with cultivations equivalent to the Sea of Soul realm were completely obliterated, on the 9th day of sailing on the Soul Oblivion Sea. Lin Sun and the others suffered a sneak attack and were surrounded by a group of strange snake-shaped creatures. This was the first time they'd been surrounded since they'd driven the vast universe Arkansas. The reason was that there were too many snake-shaped creatures, and they blotted out the heavens and the earth like a tide. Moreover, they were swift like ghosts and were impossible to guard against. During this time of being surrounded, Lin Sun comprehended the 4th form of the Calamity Dragon 9 transformations, the Lower Tyrant Restriction. Lower Tyrant was a kind of ancient divine beast with the strength to support the heavens and shake the world. Once the Lower Tyrant Restriction was executed, it was like a lower tyrant appeared in the world from ancient times. Under the cover of the terrible power, it could seal and suppress all living creatures. To put it simply, this move was an extremely marvelous and overbearing sealing technique. With this move, the tide-like snake-shaped creatures were almost imprisoned in an instant. They could no longer move and lost their greatest advantage in speed. In the end, Lin Sun and the others easily broke free and flew away. On the 16th day, Lin Sun and the others encountered a sudden outbreak of a spacetime storm. They had to retreat temporarily and stop at a distance, not daring to move forward rashly. After waiting for a full 7 days, the spacetime storm disappeared. During these 7 days, Lin Sun made another breakthrough in martial arts and comprehended the 5th move of the Calamity Dragon 9 transformations, the Swanee Chi, on the 33rd day. Old Toad suddenly gained enlightenment during cultivation and decided to enter the first floor of the Wordless Pagoda for closed-door training. It also told Lin Sun that this closed-door training would last at least a year and at most 3 years. Therefore, in the following days, Lin Sun could only operate the vast universe arc alone and shuttle through the vast Soul Oblivion Sea. He walked and stopped from time to time. Along the way, he experienced many dangers and saw many incredible wonders and strange scenes. This kind of experience sharpened his state of mind again and again. His understanding of the great Tao, the world, and all things became more profound. This was cultivation. Building a cart behind closed doors was a kind of cultivation path. Traveling the world was also a kind of cultivation path. Knowledge, experience, comprehension. Everything would obtain a completely new improvement and transformation during this process. And this kind of transformation seemed to have no substantial improvement in cultivation, but it was enough to let the cultivator go further and broader on the Great Tao Road. Even when advancing, there was no need to worry about the risk of unstable state of mind, insufficient experience, or chi deviation. On the 54th day, Lin Sun, who was operating the vast universe arc, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He was keenly aware that the aura between heaven and earth had changed. It was no longer as violent and fierce as before, nor was the strange and oppressive atmosphere. It was as if he had come from a barren land to a beautiful world. It should not be far from Xiao Empire. Lin Sun breathed a long sigh of relief, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. After nearly 2 months, he returned from the depths of the strange and dangerous Soul Oblivion Sea. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This time, it could be said that he had a narrow escape from death. Lin Sun let the vast universe arc drift on the sea at will and no longer paid attention to it, letting it go with the waves. He lay there lazily, his head pillowed on his arms, his dark eyes gazing at the sky. Here, the sky was dyed as if it had been washed, vast and distant. The sea was blue and clear, stretching as far as the eye could see. The brilliant sunlight shone down, making the sea water shimmer with a bright and beautiful luster. Occasionally, flocks of seabirds passed by, sprinkling their clear cries. The scenery was picturesque and full of life. Relying on Lin Sun's peerlessly powerful perception, he had long since noticed that there was no danger that could threaten him in the sea here. He was completely relaxed, and the aura all over his body was like a dormant dragon. Only based on appearance, no one was worthy. This handsome and elegant young man would be the young devil god that caused headaches and anger to the various clans of the Southern Sea. At this moment, he was like a traveler drifting on the sea, leisurely and contented. He hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. This feeling was indescribably tranquil and comfortable, and it made his state of mind become extraordinarily tranquil and ethereal. From entering the Soul Oblivion Sea to returning, there had been too many twists and turns and dangers on the way, causing Lin Sun to be exhausted and constantly in a tense state. Only now did he have the chance to enjoy this rare moment of peace. However, what made Lin Sun speechless was that the silence was soon broken by a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. Damn it! Is the Han family really going to turn against us? They actually sent a grand cultivator at the Tao Insight realm to hunt us down. A young man in a luxurious robe gnashed his teeth, his face full of anger. His name was Yidonka. He was slim and straight like a spear. His skin was bronze in color, as if it was made of bronze, and he looked cold and fierce. Yidonka, another woman, and a group of squires were being hunted down, which made them all frightened and angry. The one who was chasing them was a famous cultivator from the Han family, one of the 3 major forces in the East Sea of the Empire. And the Han family was the sworn enemy of the force they were in the past. Even if they were enemies, they would not rashly clash with each other, in case both sides suffered losses. But this time, in order to compete for a spiritual mine in the East Sea, the Han family had mobilized a large number of people, and they were full of murderous intent. This was out of Yidonka's expectation. Even a grand cultivator at the Tao Insight realm has been dispatched. They must be trying to kill us to prevent us from sending the news back to the clan and destroying their plan to occupy the spiritual mine. The woman beside him had a graceful figure and an outstanding appearance. She wore a purple dress and was rather charming and alluring. Her name was Yi Lingtong. Like Yidonka, she was also a member of the Yi family in the East Sea. But at this moment, Yi Lingtong's pretty face was as cold as frost. She was also extremely angry. She clenched her teeth, and her eyes were full of anger. If we can get out of here, I will make them pay 10 times for what they did today. Yidonka's face was as gloomy as water. Do we still have a chance? Yi Lingtong's lips curled into a bitter smile. Behind them, a grand cultivator at the Tao Insight realm was coming with all his strength. It wouldn't take long for him to intercept them. Under such circumstances, how could they have a chance to get out of here? This time, the Han family was really ruthless. They actually sent a grand cultivator at the Tao Insight realm to kill them. Obviously, they had no intention of letting them leave alive. Yidonka also fell silent. A touch of sorrow and unwillingness flashed through his eyes. Were they going to give up just like this? Behind them, the squires were already scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale and they were panicking. Like stray dogs? How ironic. Yidonka laughed at himself. But no matter what, they would never give up until the last moment. Swish swish swish, above the dark blue ocean, they fled with all their might. Their figures were like rainbows that were dazzling and resplendent. At this moment, they only cared about fleeing for their lives, and they didn't have the time to conceal their tracks at all. Hmm? Suddenly, Yi Lingtong was stunned. She noticed that there was actually a treasured vessel floating on the surface of the sea ahead, and a young man in moon-white clothes was lying lazily on the deck while basking in the sun with satisfaction. That carefree and leisurely appearance caused Yi Lingtong to recall the scene, and she felt even more bitter in her heart. She recalled her current sorry state and despair, and compared to the carefree appearance of that youth, it was simply like the difference between heaven and hell. Not good. Let's go. At this moment, Yi Dongke, who was leading the way, narrowed his eyes. He sensed a strong aura sweeping over like a storm. This caused all of their bodies to stiffen, and they felt as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. Their expressions changed greatly. So fast, was this the horror of the Tao Insight realm? Haha, you are but a bunch of ants. From the moment I, Han Yunchong, set my sights on you, your lives are no longer in your control. A burst of disdainful sneer resounded, and it was like a raging thunder that shook the heaven and earth. Along with the voice, a flying light that looked like a shocking rainbow swept over from the void in the distance with a swoosh. It's over, Yi Dongke and Yi Lingtong's faces turned pale, and a trace of uncontrollable despair emerged in their hearts. Han Yunchong was a famous cultivator in the Tao Insight realm in the East Sea. His cultivation could be said to be exquisite and strong. He'd traveled unhindered in the East Sea for decades, and no one knew how many powerful enemies he'd killed. He was absolutely a powerful existence in the older generation. If the high-level experts of the Yi clan were here, they wouldn't be afraid of Han Yunchong's violence. But now, all the cultivators here were in the sea spirit realm, and they were like vulnerable ants in front of a great cultivator like Han Yunchong. Under such circumstances, how could they not feel despair? Han Yunchong, as an elder, are you really going to kill us all? If the Yi clan finds out, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yi Dongke said in a cold voice. Humph, you're about to die, and you still want to threaten me? Han Yunchong snorted coldly, and his eyes were cold. Don't worry, as long as I kill all of you today, who in the world will know that I did it? Speaking of this, he was suddenly stunned, and his eyes caught a glimpse of Lin Sun not far away. But when he saw that Lin Sun was just a teenager with an ordinary aura, he didn't take it seriously. Seeing this scene, Yi Lingtong's face changed, and she said quickly, "Friend, please leave. Once this old bastard takes action, he will definitely kill you. If you stay here, you will be affected." The teenager was naturally Lin Sun. He was enjoying a rare peace. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? His mood was immediately ruined. But he also saw that this pursuit was not aimed at him, and it was purely an accident. So he had been watching coldly and didn't want to be involved in it. But when he heard Yi Lingtong's reminder, Lin Sun had a good impression of her. It was really rare that she could kindly remind him when they met by chance. Han Yunchong couldn't help laughing. "Little girl, don't you think it's ridiculous? With me here, do you think that boy can leave?" His voice was filled with disdain. What a group of ignorant juniors. They didn't know how terrible the power of Tao Insight realm was. It was really naive of them to persuade the boy to leave under his eyes. Han Yunchong, you just want to deal with us. This matter has nothing to do with this friend. Why do you have to be so cruel? Yi Lingtong was furious. To think that you're a great cultivator of the Eastern Sea, yet your methods are so ruthless and despicable. Cut the crap. In order to prevent the news from leaking, even if this boy is innocent, he can't escape death today. He can only blame his bad luck. Han Yunchong was expressionless, and his voice was cold. Yi Lingtong was so angry that she almost broke her teeth, and her pretty face turned red. But in the end, she held back her anger and felt sad. It was futile to argue, and it couldn't change Han Yunchong's determination to kill everyone. But it was a pity that the boy should encounter such a disaster today. How innocent he was. Friend, I'm really sorry. It's us who hurt you, Yi Lingtong said to Lin Sun in a low voice with an apologetic face. Little girl, you talk too much nonsense. Let's start with you. Han Yunchong was a little impatient. He waved his sleeve, and a bright golden rainbow spread out in the void. Boom, the void collapsed. The golden rainbow was blazing and full of terrible power. Just its momentum made Yi Dongke and others completely desperate. It was too horrible. This was the power of Tao Insight realm. Who could resist it? Yi Lingtong, who bore the brunt of it, turned pale and her heart was drowned by great fear. She had never felt so close to death before. Was she really going to die? Yi Lingtong's mind went blank, and she even forgot to struggle. Who do you think you are? How dare you kill people in front of me? Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded in her ears. Yi Lingtong was stunned, but suddenly found that she was not dead. She didn't know when a handsome figure had stood in front of her. It was that boy. This made Yi Lingtong's heart tremble. She almost subconsciously shouted, "Friend, get away. Do you want to die?" But as soon as she said that, she noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. Whether it was Ji Dongke or Han Yuncheng, they all had a surprised look on their faces, and their eyes were fixed on the boy. Suddenly, Yi Lingtong remembered that the golden rainbow that Han Yuncheng had displayed just now couldn't be resolved by the boy in front of her, could it? I didn't expect that you, little guy, to be able to block my blow. You can be regarded as a powerful figure among the younger generation. Han Yuncheng said, frowning. In his eyes, Lin Sun's breath was ordinary and there was nothing special about him. But it was such a boy who had blocked his blow, which was very unusual. Sure enough, he helped me solve the problem. Yi Lingtong was finally convinced, but she still couldn't believe it. Han Yuncheng was a great cultivator at the heavenly insight realm. His attack seemed casual, but it wasn't something that just anyone could block. Not only Yi Lingtong, but Yi Dongke and the others also couldn't believe it. Everything happened so fast that they almost felt dizzy. The reason was simple. The gap between their realms was so great that their reaction was far from that of Tao Insight realm. But it's all over. No matter who you are nothing in front of me. Han Yuncheng was indifferent, and his power became more and more terrible. In Ziyao Empire, a practitioner in Tao Insight realm could dominate a region and shake a province. Naturally, he didn't take some young people seriously. Boom, he took a step forward, and the void exploded as if collapsing. A terrible power of divine light spread out from his body. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the sea was completely boiling. Go to hell. Han Yuncheng slapped down with a roar of Taoist sense. His beard and hair flew in the air, and his eyes were like cold lightning. His divine power was so terrible that it made everyone's expression change. Even Yi Lingtong and Yi Dongke felt a suffocating oppressive force as if they had fallen into a violent purgatory. Child, hide. Yi Lingtong reminded Lin anxiously. But Lin Sun didn't seem to feel it. He just raised his head and glanced at Han Yuncheng, with an indescribable mockery flashing in his black eyes. At the same time, the aura that had been dormant like a dragon in Lin Sun's body was released like lava at this moment. It was like an ancient peerless beast had awakened in Lin Sun's body at this moment. As soon as the horrible aura was released, it filled the world in an instant, causing the void to collapse inch by inch and the world to wail. Before Han Yuncheng's palm fell on Lin Sun, it was crushed by this aura and instantly turned into a rain of light. Crack, at the same time, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Han Yuncheng's right hand seemed to be struck by lightning. It was badly mutilated and his tendons and bones were broken. Ah! Han Yuncheng screamed. His right hand was badly mutilated and almost destroyed, which made him feel great pain. His face was full of shock and anger, and he almost couldn't believe his own research. How could Lin Sun break his attack and hurt him just by releasing his qi? Han Yuncheng had seen many things since he started his cultivation. He was definitely a ruthless person, but he had never seen such a horrible and incredible thing. In the blink of an eye, an ordinary young man seemed to have transformed into a god of war. With just his aura, he made him, who was at the heavenly insight realm, suffer a big loss. This, even if he told others, no one would believe him, right? The whole area was silent. Only the roar of Lin Sun's qi was surging. At this moment, he was like a dormant dragon that had just woken up. His black eyes were like abysses, emitting a cold and deep luster. His figure was full of Taoist aura, which made him look like an immortal with an extraordinary temperament. How could he be so powerful? Yi Lingtong was supposed to be ecstatic, but now she was overwhelmed by shock like a tide. Too powerful, it felt as if an ordinary young man had instantly transformed into a war god that stood towering above the 9 heavens, and his imposing aura swallowed the world while his might shot into the sky. That kind of power was beyond Yi Lingtong's understanding. She couldn't imagine how such a young man could defeat Han Yuncheng's attack with his chi alone. Han Yuncheng was a Tao Insight Realm expert. He was a ruthless senior who had dominated East Sea for decades and was famous for his prowess. However, such an inconceivable thing had happened. If Yi Lingtong hadn't been sure that she had not lost her mind, she would have thought she was dreaming. It turns out that this young man is a hidden top master. On the other side, Yi Dongke was also shocked. This might be called a sage hiding his true colors. As for the attendants, they'd been shocked to the point of being stunned on the spot, and their mouths were agape while they were flabbergasted. This was Lin Sun's power at the moment. With his current fighting capacity, he could be called a king in the Tao Insight realm. He could overlook everything and suppress all enemies in this realm. As for Han Yuncheng, he might be a famous top figure in the Xiao Empire, but in Lin Sun's view, this guy was even inferior to Qing Yunyang, who could only be regarded as an ordinary saint. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the Han family's matters? Han Yuncheng's face was livid and solemn. He didn't dare attack rashly again. At this moment, the youth in front of him seemed to have become his number one enemy. Lin Sun frowned. What Han family? All I know is that you're not going to silence me today? Since that's the case, what's the point of talking so much? He was indeed a little annoyed. It wasn't easy for him to obtain a moment of peace, but it was destroyed by someone. What Lin Sun couldn't tolerate most was that he was just an outsider, but Han Yuncheng still wanted to attack him, which was too overbearing and excessive. He was even able to imagine that if it was another person that was unintentionally swept into this pursuit, then that person would have probably been killed indiscriminately by Han Yuncheng a long time ago. Maybe this is a misunderstanding. As long as you identify yourself and prove that you have nothing to do with this, I will promise in the name of the Han clan of the East Ocean that we will not make things difficult for you. Han Yuncheng took a deep breath and said in a low voice, My friend, you should know that no one in the East Ocean dares to fight against the Han family so far. These words were a combination of carrot and stick, a warning and a threat. As long as one was not a fool, he could understand the meaning behind it. Child, this old bastard is obviously talking nonsense. In the East Ocean, the Yi family is not afraid of the Han family. Suddenly, Yi Dongke opened his mouth and cupped his hands to Lin Sun. In my opinion, since this old bastard dared to disrespect you just now, and now threatened you with words, his attitude is really despicable. So, I hope you don't show any mercy and kill this old bastard now. Child, please rest assured that after killing him, the Yi family will definitely take full responsibility for this matter, and under the protection of the Yi family, we will never let you suffer the revenge of the Han family. Obviously, Yi Dongke wanted to ask Lin Sun to kill Han Yuncheng, and promised in the name of the Yi family of the East Ocean that they would not bring trouble to Lin Sun. Han Yuncheng's face changed slightly and became extremely gloomy. He said, My friend, the Yi family can protect you for a while, but it can't protect you for a lifetime. Please think twice. It's not difficult. With your strength, you can join the Yi family and serve as a guest elder. At that time, we will be a family. Let's see if the Han family dares to retaliate. Yi Dongke calmed down and even took this opportunity to offer an olive branch to recruit Lin Sun to join the Yi family of the East Ocean. This was not because he was arrogant, but in his opinion, with the current foundation and power of the Yi family in the East Ocean, if they offered a place as a guest elder, it would definitely attract countless strong practitioners in the Tao Insight realm to join them. And if he could recruit such a young top practitioner like Lin Sun into the Yi family with the identity of a guest elder, it was absolutely worth it. Yi Dongke believed that with Lin Sun's wisdom, as long as he knew something about the Yi family of the East Ocean, he would definitely understand his sincerity. What benefits do you think I got from the Yi family of the East Ocean just now? Lin Sun said with a faint smile, his black eyes cold. Yi Dongke's face changed slightly and he said, Absolutely not. I just want to seek wealth for you. After all, cultivation also needs resources. If you join the Yi family, I believe that with your strength, you will definitely get the full support of the Yi family. Lin Sun's expression became a little cold. This scene was seen by Yi Lingtong next to him, which made her heart throb inexplicably. She hurriedly said, Cousin, don't say any more. Yi Dongke was stunned. He was also keenly aware that Lin Sun's attitude was a little cold, which made him immediately silent and apologetic, not daring to say more. Now that they still needed Lin Sun's strength to get out of trouble, they naturally dared not to offend Lin Sun. Since you don't want to have anything to do with the Yi family, you must have thought it over and don't want to get involved in this storm. At this time, Han Yuncheng suddenly smiled as if he had found confidence. Now, as long as you, my friend, immediately, I also promise that the Han family will not embarrass you in the East Ocean. Hearing this, Yi Dongke and others all changed their expressions. Just now, Lin Sun's attitude was a little cold. It seemed that he rejected Yi Dongke's suggestion. Now, would he really choose to stay out of this storm as Han Yuncheng said? Yi Lingtong was even more anxious. She looked at Lin Sun with a pleading look and complained about Yi Dongke's recklessness in her heart. Wasn't it obvious that Yi Dongke wanted to recruit that young man with the identity of a guest elder at this time? What was more, how could such a young man like a dragon in the sky be recruited by the Yi family with the identity of a guest elder? How stupid he was. Lin Sun ignored Yi Lingtong's gaze. Looking at the confident Han Yuncheng, he suddenly felt a little ridiculous. The Han family of the East Ocean, Lin Sun had offended so many superior forces in the Forbidden City. Why should he be afraid of a force in the East Ocean? What was more, even in the Soul Oblivion Sea, he had killed so many saints of various tribes. When did Lin Sun ever fear the force behind these saints? Most importantly, the current Lin Sun was really different from the past. He had seen the real saints, as well as the corpses of many saints who had fallen in the demon saint secret realm. He had even been chased by many life and death realm kings, but he was still living freely to this day. With this experience, Lin Sun felt Yi Dongke's proposal and Han Yuncheng's threat were very absurd. Being stared at by Lin Sun's cold and deep eyes, Han Yuncheng suddenly felt a little scared and inexplicably anxious. He couldn't help saying, "What's the matter? Are you really going to act willfully and look down on the Han family? You should know that in the East Ocean, even the great practitioners of reincarnation developing realm dare not disrespect the Han family." Really? Lin Sun's voice was a little cold. Even now, this guy was still threatening him with the power of the Han family. He was really reckless. What on earth do you want, my friend? Han Yuncheng's face changed slightly as he seemed to realize that something was wrong. It's very simple. An eye for an eye. Lin Sun smiled slightly, revealing his snow-white teeth. Just now you hit me with your palm. Now you have to take my palm. If you can take it, I'll leave immediately. You, Han Yuncheng's face changed completely. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Lin Sun had already stretched out his right hand. This palm was slender and white, and there was a faint cyan Tao rune on it, as if it was made of cyan jade. An indescribable sense of danger surged in his heart. Han Yuncheng subconsciously let out a roar. His blood and chi surged, and his clothes suddenly burst into pieces, revealing a tough body that seemed to be made of copper. Waves of blazing spiritual power spread, making his whole body suddenly look extremely powerful. This was a kind of demonic incantation called Copper Spirit. It was known for its marvelous defense. It could shake mountains and was not afraid of swords and spears. Even if it was hit by a spiritual weapon, it would just be like tickling. Do you really think I'm afraid of a little guy like you? Han Yuncheng shouted like thunder. His figure was like an ancient barbarian god, causing the sea to shake. The faces of Yi Lingtong and Yi Dongke changed at the same time. Even though they were very confident in Lin Sun, they still felt frightened and helpless when they witnessed Han Yuncheng's terrifying power. It was like ants looking up at an angry god. Boom, almost at the same time, Lin Sun's palm suddenly made the void shake. It was like an ancient giant god holding a sacred mountain, like a saint moving the sun and the moon. This was the secret method of the third transformation of the 9 transformations of Calamity Dragons, Swanee Seal. Get out of my way! Han Yuncheng roared furiously like a clap of thunder. He used a secret method, and his blood and chi soared into the sky. His strength was great enough to move mountains and shake ancient dragons and elephants. However, his full-strength attack only caused the cyan palm print to tremble, and his uncle continued to press down. Boom, the void around Han Yuncheng was covered and confined by the power of this palm print, making it impossible for him to escape. However, he still didn't seem to believe it. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he roared madly. His feet suddenly stomped on the void like a giant elephant striding forward. His body suddenly expanded, and his muscles bulged as if they were made of copper. His figure became more and more powerful, and he raised his hands as if he could crush the world. He was too strong, he was like an angry god. However, under everyone's shocked gazes, the Tao seal continued to press down on Han Yuncheng inch by inch. No matter how Han Yuncheng roared with rage, how he activated his secret techniques, and even how he damaged his own cultivation and ignited his own quintessence, he was unable to change the pressure of the Tao seal. Moo! Suddenly, a cold and indifferent roar sounded out from the palm print, and a phantom of a Swanee appeared. It was shaped like a tiger, had a dragon's head, phoenix scales, and a snake's tail. It was as big as a hill, and its eyes were like the sun and the moon. In an instant, Yi Lingtong and the others shivered and almost fell from the void. It was as if they had seen a real Swanee appear from time immemorial, trampling through the mountains and rivers, and flattening the world. Plop! Han Yuncheng roared unwillingly and in horror. His body was pressed down fiercely, and the sound of bones cracking came out. Blood flowed from his 7 apertures, and his skin cracked all over. He was like a man made of blood, and his appearance was extremely miserable. You can't kill me. Otherwise, the Han clan will absolutely not forgive you. At this critical moment, Han Yuncheng roared. Lin Sun was unmoved. The Swanee seal crushed down, and along with a bang, Han Yuncheng's body completely exploded into pieces of flesh and blood that dyed the void red. A famous Tao Insight Realm cultivator of the East Sea was killed with a single slap, hiss, the sound of gasping could be heard. All the people present were silent, and their expressions were dull. Even Yi Lingtong and Yi Dongke were shocked by this scene. Their minds were in a daze, and their vision blurred. Han Yuncheng was a powerful cultivator of the Han family. He had dominated the world for decades and was known as one of the most difficult Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators in the East Ocean. It could be said that there were very few people in the world who could kill such a person, unless an expert above the reincarnation developing realm took action. Killing and defeating were two completely different things. Even grand cultivators of the same cultivation level might have a chance of defeating Han Yuncheng, but to kill him was simply too difficult. But now, Han Yuncheng had been killed. The most terrifying thing was that he wasn't even able to receive a single palm strike from that youth. In fact, he wasn't even able to escape. With an unwilling and furious roar, he lost his life above this blue sea. This seemed to be too astounding, and if news of this were to spread, then probably no one would dare believe it. After all, even if a great cultivator at the reincarnation development stage came, he would not be able to kill a being at the Tao Insight realm so easily. Who was that young man? Could it be that he was a reclusive old monster? No, he was still young and definitely not some old monster. Both Yi Lingtong and Yi Dongke were aware of this. In the cultivation world, it might be difficult to judge how old a practitioner was, but it could be roughly determined. Generally speaking, the older generation of practitioners had the breath of time. No matter how well they concealed it, no matter how young their appearance were, as long as one perceived it carefully, one could still detect the truth. This could absolutely not be faked. After all, the way of time was the supreme law of heaven. Looking at the whole world, who could erase the traces of time on their body? But Lin Sun was vigorous, and the breath in his body was as vigorous as a furnace. He was just like the rising sun, a young man in his prime. It would be a big joke to say that he was an old monster, but this truth made Yi Lingtong and the others more and more shocked. A real young man had killed a fierce figure of the older generation at the Tao Insight realm with one palm strike. So how terrifying was his cultivation? Lin Sun seemed to have done something that couldn't be more ordinary. What a joke! In the secret land of demon saints, he had killed so many heroes of all clans that they threw away their helmets and armor, and even Niu Tunchen, a great saint, had been suppressed by him. Now he just killed Han Yuncheng, which had no influence on Lin Sun at all. He began to count the trophies. However, to Lin Sun's disappointment, he couldn't see anything except for dozens of high-grade spiritual crystals on Han Yuncheng's body. The reason was simple. The higher one's cultivation was, the more picky and demanding the demand for cultivation resources became. Some things that were regarded as treasures by ordinary practitioners were of little value to Lin Sun. This was also an important reason why practitioners were so eager to go to the ancient desolation territory for cultivation. The cultivation resources in the mortal world could no longer meet their needs, so they had to choose to leave and go to a more prosperous place for cultivation. For example, in Xiao Empire, Yao Tuahai could dominate the southwest province of the empire. But in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, there were countless people like Yao Tuahai. It could be seen how poor the cultivation environment of Xiao Empire was. Otherwise, people like Yao Tuahai couldn't have been famous in a province. Thank you for your help this time. We will never forget it. We will repay you in the future. At this time, Yi Lingtong took a deep breath and seemed to have summoned up her courage. She stepped forward and bowed to express her gratitude. After hesitating for a moment, she continued to ask, "But, may I know your name, child?" Lin Sun didn't answer but asked, "Do you know King of Donghai Yi Qingtian?" Yi Lingtong was stunned and then said seriously, "That's my ancestor." She couldn't help but feel a touch of pride in her heart. It turned out that this incredibly powerful young man also knew the name of the old ancestor. It turns out that they are from the Yi family, Lin Sun thought. One of the reasons why he intervened this time was that he thought of Yi Qi and King of Donghai Yi Qingtian, so he chose to intervene forcefully. Otherwise, if he just wanted to help, Lin Sun wouldn't have easily killed Han Yunchong and offended the Han family for no reason. Since you know the old ancestor of the Yi family, you must also know that no one in the East Sea dares to provoke you with the background and power of the Yi family. Even if the Han family wants to retaliate, they won't dare to go against us. On the other side, Yi Dongke also spoke. Although he said so, the meaning in his words was very obvious. Lin Sun's killing of Han Yunchong would inevitably lead to the Han family's revenge. But if you have the protection of the Yi family, you don't have to worry about this problem. Further understanding, it could be seen that Yi Dongke still didn't give up and wanted to recruit Lin Sun to join the Yi family. Lin Sun was such a character that he naturally understood the implication. He glanced at Yi Dongke indifferently and said, "I saved you, but you want me to join your Yi family because of this?" Yi Dongke's heart trembled, but he still insisted on saying, "Young master, we are grateful for your kindness in saving our lives and will definitely repay you generously. However, for the sake of your safety, I personally suggest that the Yi family should step in and guarantee that the Han family will not take revenge on you." Lin Sun's eyes were a little cold. "Do you think I killed Han Yunchong just to ask you to repay me?" "Child, don't get me wrong. We absolutely don't mean that." Yi Lingtong was so anxious that she couldn't help glaring at Yi Dongke to make him shut up. Yi Dongke laughed, "Haha, young master, to put it bluntly, you have killed Han Yunchong now. If my Yi clan does not intervene, the Han clan will definitely retaliate against you. At that time, I'm afraid you will never be able to leave the East Sea again. I'm just stating a fact. I hope you don't misunderstand and think twice before you act." Immediately, he said proudly, "What's more, what's wrong with joining the Yi family? Child, you have excellent talent and outstanding strength. If you have the full support of the Yi family, you will be like a tiger with wings. In the future, you won't have to worry about cultivation resources. This is a win-win situation. Why do you refuse? Yi Dongke, how can you do this?" Yi Lingtong was so angry that her cheeks turned red. Lin Sun was their life-saving benefactor, but Yi Dongke threatened Lin Sun with this and wanted him to join the Yi family. What was the difference between this and biting the hand that fed him? Yi Lingtong almost couldn't believe that Yi Dongke would do such a despicable thing. "Cousin, you don't understand. I'm doing this for the sake of this child." Yi Dongke smiled and looked at Lin Sun. "Child, what do you think of my suggestion?" "I don't think I should have saved you just now." Lin Sun looked indifferent. His words made Yi Dongke's expression stagnate and a little angry. Immediately, he suppressed his unhappiness and frowned. "Child, I know people like you must be unyielding and disdainful of bowing to any force. But the reality is cruel. In the Xiao Empire, all the cultivation resources are controlled by the major forces. My suggestion is for your own good." After a pause, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "What's more, child, you killed a great practitioner of the Tao Insight realm of the Han family. Maybe we can protect you for a while out of gratitude for saving your life. But in the future, who will offend the Han family for you?" Yi Dongke. Yi Lingtong was so angry that she trembled all over. I know you are anxious to rise in the clan and want to win over some masters to help you. But what you are doing now is too shameless and despicable. If the head of the family knows it, he will definitely punish you severely. Cousin, I told you that you don't understand. This is competition. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, who doesn't want to stand out and compete for more resources of the clan? But you also know that if you want resources, you have to fight for them. Fight for them. Yi Dongke said coldly, this is the reality. Everything is a game of survival of the fittest. Even if the head of the family knows it, he will turn a blind eye to it. Yi Lingtong was so angry that she didn't know what to say. She really didn't know that her cousin was hiding such a cruel ambition. At this time, Lin Sun finally opened his mouth. He looked at Yi Dongke and asked, have you finished? These 3 words were light and light, just like Lin Sun's expression at the moment, which was also indifferent and calm. Yi Dongke couldn't help being stunned. He had said so much, tempted and threatened Lin Sun, and said it very clearly, without any ambiguity or euphemism, but Lin Sun still didn't seem to care. Have you made up your mind? Yi Dongke took a deep breath and asked with a frown, this is an excellent opportunity. The reason why I invited you so warmly is also to thank you for saving us just now. If it were someone else, I wouldn't bother to waste my breath. You should know that not every Tom, Dick or Harry is worth my effort. Child, please calm down. My cousin is ignorant and blinded by lard. I hope you can forgive him and not argue with him. Yi Lingtong's heart trembled. She keenly sensed that under Lin Sun's seemingly calm appearance, there was a trace of indistinct killing intent at this moment. Enough. Yi Dongke frowned and stared at Yi Lingtong. Cousin, do you know why you are not valued by the clan until now? The reason is that you are too soft-hearted and meddlesome. You. Yi Lingtong was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and trembled all over. How could he be like this? How could he be like this? Lin Sun felt a little strange at this moment. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance, seeming to notice something. He pondered for a moment and suddenly said, originally, I had some karma with Yi family, so I didn't want to embarrass you. But obviously, people like you don't deserve my consideration at all. Yi Dongke's face suddenly became gloomy, and his heart was filled with anger. This guy was still so stubborn, which made him feel that all his good intentions just now were in vain. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted in the East Sea because he was strong? Do you know Yi Qi? Lin Sun didn't bother to pay attention to Yi Dongke anymore. He looked at Yi Lingtong, who was stunned, and said subconsciously, of course I know him. He is the eldest son of my uncle. That's good. Come with me. Lin Sun waved his hand and took Yi Lingtong onto Vast Universe Arc, regardless of whether she agreed or not. By the way, who are those attendants? Yi Lingtong felt that Lin Sun's current behavior was a little strange. He was actually concerned about those attendants, but she still answered patiently, they are cousin Dongke's. Do you want to go with me? Lin Sun asked. Those attendants shook their heads, and many of them revealed looks of pity and disdain. Only an idiot would go with you. Han Yuncheng was killed by you. What if he was chased by the Han family's experts? Lin Sun smiled and didn't think much of it. He drove Vast Universe Arc and took Yi Lingtong with him, disappearing from this area in the blink of an eye. Young master, are you really going to let him leave? A attendant asked. Humph, when he is chased by the Han family, he will naturally understand the cruelty of reality. At that time, he will naturally obediently surrender to me in order to save his life. Yi Dongke coldly snorted. Although he said this, he was still a little unwilling and annoyed. He thought that Lin Sun was stubborn and didn't know what was good for him. Strange, why did that guy take Miss Lingtong with him when he left? It is too dangerous for her to follow him. She will definitely be chased by the Han family. Isn't this a trap for Miss Lingtong? Another attendant was puzzled. Yi Dongke was stunned. He also felt that Lin Sun's reaction just now was a little strange. At this time, a deafening roar came from the distant sky like thunder. As soon as the sound appeared, small battleships, like black clouds, rushed towards this area with great momentum, crushing the clouds. There were 10 Ziying battleships. Yi Dongke was stunned. When he saw the flags hanging on those battleships, his face suddenly became pale and his eyes showed a look of horror. That was the White Spirit Tree flag, the symbol of the Han family in the East Sea. Those attendants were also stiff and their faces changed greatly as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Was it possible that the Han family had sent 10 Ziying battleships to deal with them? Could it be that the young man had already noticed all this in advance, so he left in a hurry with Miss Lingtong? A attendant exclaimed as if he had guessed something. All of a sudden, Yi Dongke and other attendants were like being struck by lightning. Yes, why did 10 battleships belonging to the Han family appear as soon as the young man left? When he left, why did he leave them behind and not tell them about it? That guy did it on purpose. He is retaliating against me. Yi Dongke was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He roared hoarsely. How could he remain calm in the face of the threat of 10 Ziying battleships? How could he not be resentful when he thought that Lin Sun had obviously perceived the threat in advance but deliberately concealed it from him? Revenge. This was definitely revenge. The attendants were all dumbfounded and regretted their decision. After all, Lin Sun had just asked them if they wanted to leave together with him just now. Child, why do you want to take me away? On the way, Yi Lingtong calmed down and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lin Sun's reaction just now was too strange. It seemed a little abnormal to leave at once. There will be danger there. Lin Sun didn't hide it and said indifferently, if my perception is right, the danger comes from the Han family. They not only sent Han Yunchong, but also 10 Ziying battleships. At the end of his words, a strange color flashed through his eyes. Because the 10 Ziying battleships were the new type of battleships jointly developed by him and Old Mo Danger? Yi Lingtong was shocked and her face suddenly changed. Child, why don't you tell my cousin? Speaking of this, she suddenly came to her senses and couldn't help but show a touch of bitterness at the corner of her mouth. Will you blame me for being cruel? Lin Sun said with a faint smile. Yi Lingtong shook her head quickly, and her expression was uncertain. Finally, she sighed faintly, my cousin has gone too far. Maybe, he deserves it. Immediately, she summoned up her courage and said, Child, I want to go back and have a look. Anyway, I'm a member of the Yi family after all. I can't watch them suffer. Hearing this, Lin Sun was slightly stunned. Then he nodded and said, okay, but I won't interfere in this matter anymore. He appreciated Yi Lingtong very much. She was a reasonable woman who distinguished kindness and resentment. If not, he wouldn't take Yi Lingtong alone when he left. Thank you, child. Yi Lingtong didn't have any hope at first, but when she saw Lin Sun readily agreed, she was more grateful. Let's go. With a whoosh, the vast universe arc flashed in the void and disappeared in an instant. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the void, 10 Ziying battleships were like floating black clouds, covering the sky. The battleships roared, and the dense spiritual tattoo earth formation flashed brilliantly. Dragging long tails, the spiritual cannons tore through the void and made deafening roars. The dense and terrible cannon fire covered the sea area. The sea was boiling, setting off towering waves, and the void was chaotic. The terrible power waves raged like a storm dancing here. Under the siege of this dense artillery fire, Yi Dongke and his attendants were completely submerged. Ziying battleship was a big killing weapon that could give a Tao Insight Realm powerhouse a headache. Compared with the attack of Ziying battleship, Yi Dongke and his companions were too insignificant and weak at the moment. As soon as the battle broke out, they fell into an absolutely dangerous situation. Damn it. It's all that little bastard's fault, it's all his fault. Yi Dongke was like a beast trapped in a desperate situation. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was twisted with hatred. He was filled with unwillingness. He knew that he was destined to die today. But he was so aggrieved in his heart that he thought Lin Sun was deliberately retaliating and trapping him. Which made him mad with hatred. Did you hear that? Even before your cousin died, he still believed that I was the one who harmed him. For someone like him, even if the Han family doesn't kill him today, I will not spare him. Not far from the battlefield, the vast universe arc was anchored in the void. Lin Sun, with his hands behind his back, looked at all this indifferently with cold eyes. Beside him, Yi Lingtong was shocked and angry. She was shocked because the Han family really sent out 10 Ziying battleships, which made her feel cold. She was angry because Yi Dongke still didn't wake up at this time, thinking that everything he suffered was caused by Lin Sun. He deserved to die, but as a member of the Yi family, Yi Lingtong still couldn't bear to see Yi Dongke and his companions being killed by the Han family's battleships. I'd rather he die in your hands. Yi Lingtong gritted her teeth. She was so angry at the moment that she didn't know what to do. Isn't it the same no matter who kills him? Lin Sun glanced at her and knew that she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart that he would help Yi Dongke. Yi Lingtong's pretty face turned pale in an instant, and her figure was shaking. She knew that Lin Sun would never do it again. At this time, in the distant battlefield, the resentful roar of Yi Dongke still echoed. He cursed Lin Sun, thinking that he was despicable and deliberately didn't warn them to kill them. Hearing all this, Yi Lingtong was completely disappointed. She sighed in her heart, this is really a self-inflicted disaster. After a while, the voices of Yi Dongke and his companions disappeared completely. It was impossible for them to survive the dense gunfire. No, they found us and are coming here. Suddenly, Yi Lingtong found that 10 Ziying battleships in the distance were rushing towards them at full speed. It's the girl of the Yi family. It's strange. Where's Elder Han Yuncheng? With his power, how could he let these puppies of the Yi family live until now? Don't worry about it. Let's kill them first. Chaotic voices came from the Ziying battleships. Those were the voices of the practitioners of the Han family, full of killing intent. Let's go, child. Yi Lingtong's face was pale. Today, she had experienced a dangerous pursuit and barely managed to survive. Now, she had personally witnessed a tragedy befall her cousin. Now, the Han family sent 10 Ziying battleships to encircle and annihilate them. This series of attacks made Yi Lingtong feel like collapsing. When had she ever experienced such a dangerous, terrible, infuriating, and helpless thing in her life? Go? Why do you want to go? Lin Sun stared at the void in the distance with his black eyes. Although Yi Dongke deserved to die, he was your clansman after all. Since he was killed, I should give an explanation to your family. Yi Lingtong was stunned. Immediately, she saw Lin Sun take out a big bow with a rough and ferocious aura. The body of the bow was like a string of skulls. The bowstring was slender and bright red, as if it had been soaked in blood. It had a kind of bloodthirsty and coquettish aura. Insignificant longbow, Lin Sun suddenly pulled the bowstring with his slender white fingers. An obscure buzzing sound spread from the bow, like a cry of joy eager to drink blood. The void around Lin Sun collapsed inch by inch at this moment. It seemed that it couldn't bear this kind of power. Yi Lingtong couldn't help holding her breath. At this moment, Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was waiting quietly. What's that guy going to do? Deal with us with a broken bow? Ha ha ha, it's the first time I've seen such a ridiculous thing. This is called a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It's ridiculous that he overestimates himself. Damn, it's so funny. This guy is also from Yi family. Is he out of his mind? This is the Ziying battleship. How can he fight against us with a broken bow? On the Ziying battleship in the distance, a group of Han family practitioners roared with laughter. Their expressions were full of banter. Bang! At this moment, Lin Sun shot an arrow. The blood-red bowstring trembled, but the spiritual arrow that was shot out was silent. It was as if it was transparent, and there was no trace of it. But Yi Lingtong's scalp was numb and she felt cold all over. This attack was too weird and horrible. It was a kind of indescribable fatal power. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a Ziying battleship burst into pieces. The blazing flame burned the void like a volcanic eruption, which was quite spectacular. One arrow destroyed a Ziying battleship. In an instant, the practitioners of Han family on the other 9 Ziying battleships were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe this scene. A Ziying battleship, which could give a headache to a Tao Insight realm strongman and was known as a great killing weapon among the small battleships of the Empire, was destroyed in this way. It was as unreal as a dream. Since the new Ziying battleship came out, this classic killing weapon was quickly equipped in the army of the Empire and was sought after by countless strongmen. Its defense was amazing and its combat power was terrible. On the real battlefield, it was enough to exert a lethality that made the enemy desperate. But now, such a Ziying battleship was destroyed by an almost invisible arrow. What's that bow? Is it a peerless treasure? Who's that guy? Why didn't the news mention that there was such a person in Yi family? Attack! Attack with all your strength! Clamorous cries of alarm and angry roars rose and fell one after another. The 9 Ziying battleships roared fiercely and surrounded this area, pouring out dense and blazing cannons to cover this area. If this scene happened on the land, it was enough to destroy a city in an instant, boom, but just in a moment, another roar sounded. Another Ziying battleship was destroyed again. The terrible explosion boiled the sea and burned the void. On the great universe arc, Lin Sun was tall and straight. He looked indifferent and calm. The insignificant spiritual bow buzzed and the scarlet bowstring was as red as blood. Bang! 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 Numerous spiritual arrows tore through the sky. They were soundless, shapeless, and colorless. They were as fast as lightning, and they emitted a shocking aura. Yi Lingtong was completely stunned and her mind was blank. In her sight, one Ziying battleship after another burst into pieces like paper and turned into monstrous flames, burning fiercely. All this happened so fast that those strongmen of Han family were involved in the explosion before they could escape from the battleship. They screamed and died. This place had simply transformed into purgatory, and it was filled with world-shocking scenes of destruction. All this seemed so unreal. That was Ziying battleship. How could an important weapon of the Empire become so weak and fragile now? Yi Lingtong couldn't figure it out and was completely shocked. Boom, the last Ziying battleship was also destroyed. It exploded into a horrible mushroom cloud and rose to the sky. The blazing flames raged and illuminated the blue sea. In just a few breaths, 10 Ziying battleships and a group of Han family practitioners on them were all destroyed. Lin Sun didn't move anymore. He stood there straight like a pine tree. His moon-white clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. In the distance, there was a real sea of fire, burning fiercely and illuminating the world. It was like a purgatory of fire. The wreckage of the battleship and the bones of Han family practitioners were all annihilated in the sea of fire. Yi Lingtong was stunned. Looking at all this and the figure beside her who stood with his hands behind his back, she felt an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. In fact, the reason why Lin Sun could destroy a battleship with one arrow was not that his fighting capacity had reached an incredible level. It was because he was too familiar with the Ziying battleship. The new Ziying battleship was designed by Lin Sun himself, so he knew its structure like the palm of his hand. It was no exaggeration to say that no one in the world knew the Ziying battleship better than old Mo. Under such circumstances, every arrow he shot was aimed at the weakest part of the Ziying battleship. It would be strange if he couldn't achieve such a result. The war was raging and the blue sea was burning. Everything came to an end. Lin Sun put away the insignificant bow and floated away with Yi Lingtong, who was still in a state of shock. You mean Yi Qi has gone to the ancient desolation realm for cultivation? On the way, when Yi Lingtong asked about Yi Qi's whereabouts, Lin Sun couldn't help being a little surprised. Yes, Brother Qi was sent away by the old ancestor 3 months ago. Among the younger generation of Yi family, Brother Qi is the only one who has received such special treatment. All the hopes of our family are pinned on him. Yi Lingtong couldn't help but show a touch of admiration in her eyes. Yi Qi was recognized as the top talent of the younger generation of Yi family. He was famous in the East Sea with superb talent. But, when Yi Lingtong compared Yi Qi with Lin Sun, she shook her head helplessly. They couldn't be compared. This guy destroyed 10 Ziying battleships of the Han family in an understatement. He was just a monster. Compared with him, Brother Xiaoqi was a little dim. It seems that many practitioners in Ziyou Empire have realized the problem of the catastrophe of the Great Way. Lin Sun was thoughtful. Yi Qi was not the first one to go to the ancient desolation realm for cultivation. Before him, Bai Lingshi, Song Yi, and Yu Qizhe had been taken away by some representatives of ancient sects to go to the ancient desolation realm for cultivation at the 300th birthday party of the Empress. In addition, young Sword King Shai Yutong, young Master Shi Xuan of Keystone Business, Song Yunji of Song Family, Gu Yunting of Green Deer School, and other top talents of the younger generation of the Forbidden City had left in advance. This was the weather vane. Lin Sun didn't even need to guess that there would be more and more disciples sent to the ancient desolation territory for cultivation in the following days. After all, according to the rumors, a true calamity of the Grand Tao would erupt in this plane that was taken to be a lower dimension in less than 10 years. At that time, the Grand Tao would be severely incomplete. Not to mention cultivating, even the path to advance would probably be cut off. To cultivators, this was simply equivalent to killing all hope in their path to seek the Tao. Yi Qi's departure was one such example. After returning to the Forbidden City, I'll start to prepare for the trip to the ancient Desolation realm. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made up his mind. After experiencing ups and downs in the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea, Lin Sun understood that he had to go to a broader world of cultivation if he wanted to continue to pursue his path of cultivation. In short, it would be difficult for Lin Sun to cultivate in the mortal world in the future. Young master, could you tell me your name before I leave? After 30 minutes, Yi Lingtong decided to leave near the coast of the East Sea. But before she left, her only request was to know Lin Sun's name. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Goodbye. Lin Sun cupped his hands and then drove the vast universe arc to fly to the distant land. So his name is Lin Sun, Yi Lingtong murmured. She always felt the name was familiar, but she couldn't remember it. Yi family in the East Sea. Yi Lingtong came back with the news that she was chased by the Han family, which made the senior members of the Yi family furious. On the same day, the Yi family dispatched a powerful team to the depths of the East Sea to compete with the Han family for the spiritual vein mine. On the same day, in the assembly hall of the Yi family, Yi Lingtong said another news, which shocked the senior members of the Yi family. Han Yunchong, a great practitioner in the Tao Insight realm of the Han family, was killed by a young man with one palm. If Yi Lingtong hadn't assured them that the news was absolutely true, the big shots of the Yi family almost couldn't believe it. But soon, the shock was replaced by anger. What? Donka is dead? Aren't you together? Why are you still alive and Donka is dead? In the hall, Yi Nanlin's angry roar sounded like rolling thunder. He was Yi Donka's father, and the pain of losing his son made him completely unable to calm down. He fell into a rage, and his eyes were red with anger. Speak. What the hell is going on? If you dare to hide it, I'll be the first to punish you. Yi Nanlin stared at Yi Lingtong with a terrifying gaze, which scared the latter so much that her pretty face turned pale and she couldn't help but tremble. The other big shots present were also surprised and bewildered. Yes, Han Yunchong had been killed, so how could Yi Donka die under such circumstances? Yi Lingtong knew that she couldn't hide it, so she could only tell the truth. Suddenly, all the big shots frowned, and Yi Nanlin was furious to the extreme. Just because he refused my son's recruitment, that young man was so cruel and deliberately took revenge on him? He's going too far. Yi Lingtong summoned up her courage, gritted her teeth and said, Third uncle, it's cousin Donka's fault. He didn't know his limits and repaid kindness with enmity. I tried to persuade him, but I was scolded and blamed by him instead. Don't you think he deserved it? Presumptuous. Who do you think you are to dare say that Donka didn't know his limits and repaid kindness with enmity? Little girl, your mouth is really vicious. Yi Nanlin slapped the table before him into pieces, and then he stood up like an infuriated wild beast as he stared murderously at Yi Lingtong. Yi Lingtong was terrified, and her entire body went cold as if she'd fallen into an icy pit. She felt extremely aggrieved and furious in her heart. Sure enough, like father like son, Yi Donka's nature and temper are simply exactly like this third uncle of hers. Even though that young man saved your life, but even though Donka died at the hands of the Han clan, it's related to that young man as well, so he can't die for nothing. Another great figure of the Yi clan spoke with a heavy voice. Exactly. My Yi clan has occupied the Eastern Sea for so many years, yet such a vile incident has never occurred. If news of this were to spread, then we'd probably become a joke of the world. In my opinion, we absolutely can't let the Han clan off just like that. Besides that, that young man must pay a price for this. Some other great figures also spoke out one after another. Seeing this, Yi Lingtong's heart sank, and she couldn't help saying, Uncles, if it weren't for that young man's help, I wouldn't have been able to bring back the news of the Han clan fighting for the spiritual lode mine at the first possible moment. What you've done, isn't it? She didn't finish her words, but the meaning was already very obvious. Wasn't it like repaying kindness with enmity? Immediately, the faces of the great figures darkened, and they were somewhat displeased. At this time, you, a little girl, still want to defend an outsider? Yi Nanlin roared, and his eyes became colder. Yi Lingtong pursed her lips and didn't speak, but her expression was very stubborn, which made many great figures frown even more. Lingtong, do you know the name and origin of that young man? A great figure asked gently. Immediately, everyone pricked up their ears. Yi Lingtong hesitated for a while, and finally said in a low voice, I only know that his name is Lin Sun. By the way, before leaving, he asked me to send his regards to the old ancestor. Lin Sun, he asked Yi Lingtong, a little girl, to send his regards to the old ancestor. Everyone was stunned. This guy was really arrogant. Yi Dongke died because of him, but he still dared to be so fearless. Did he really think that Yi family dared not do anything to him, especially Yi Nanlin, who was so angry that blue veins bulged on his forehead and his teeth almost broke? How dare he humiliate my Yi family like this? If I don't kill him, I can't relieve the hatred in my heart. Yi Lingtong's hands and feet were cold, and a touch of bitterness flashed in her eyes. She had made it so clear, but the reaction of the great figures of Yi family was disappointing. Wait, did you say that the young man is called Lin Sun? Suddenly, a great figure said, seeming to think of something, and his face was a little surprised. Who is Lin Sun? Could he be the famous young grandmaster of spiritual tattoos in the Forbidden City? In an instant, the faces of the great figures in the hall also changed, and they more or less remembered some rumors about the name Lin Sun. Lin Sun, a famous young talent in the Forbidden City, was like the sun at noon. There were too many rumors about him. When he was certified as a spiritual tattooist, he caused the vision of 9 dragons roar, which shocked the Forbidden City. In the smiles of beauties, he beat the descendants of the 2 top aristocratic families, Hua and Song. In the 300th birthday party of the Empress, he forced Ling Tianhou and Zhao Jingyin to kneel in public. At the age of 16, he became the only teacher in the spiritual tattoo department of Green Deer School. In less than half a month, he refined a set of spiritual tattoo armor, Death of Shattering, which shocked the world. Once, in a word, this young man was full of mysterious and legendary colors. Since his rise in the Forbidden City, his brilliance almost overshadowed the limelight of all the talents of the young generation. Some people criticized him for his violent temperament and bad behavior, while others praised him as a young talent who was proud of the world. However, no one expected that such a young man would be involved in the death of Yi Dongke. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the hall became much quieter. If this Lin Sun was really the young man who was like the sun at noon in the Forbidden City, it would be difficult to deal with him. Yi Lingtong was also stunned at the moment. She keenly noticed that the name Lin Sun seemed to have magic power, which changed the attitude of the big shots in the hall. It turned out that he was more complicated than she had imagined. Yi Lingtong didn't know Lin Sun. She had been cultivating in the East Sea and had never paid attention to the news in the Forbidden City. Otherwise, she would immediately understand the reason why the big shots in the hall changed their expressions. Whether he is the young spiritual tattooist or not, since he dares to retaliate against Dongke, he must pay the price. Yi Nanlin, whose expression was uncertain, let out a roar at this moment. However, the response to his roar was some hesitation and flickering eyes. All the people in the hall became much more silent. Although the Yi family could dominate the East Sea, in the Forbidden City, it could barely be classified as a middle-level aristocratic family. It was said that Lin Sun had offended the 5 top aristocratic families, Hua, Song, Sui, Qi, and Qin. In the whole empire, there were only 7 top aristocratic families, but this guy was so ferocious that he offended 5 of them at once. However, he was still alive and kicking, and had not met with any misfortune. This was too shocking. Under such circumstances, who would have the courage to provoke such a young man? What? Are you all afraid of him? He is just a young man. How could he frighten you like this? Yi Nanlin became angrier. Bastard! Your son repaid kindness with enmity and was killed by the Han family. Now you want to find trouble with your benefactor. Are you also an idiot? Suddenly, a majestic voice came from outside the hall, which made all the people in the hall tremble. They stood up and bowed. Yi Nanlin's expression changed and he was so shocked that his whole body became stiff. There was no one outside the hall, but all the senior leaders of the Yi family knew that the voice came from the old ancestor of the Yi family. There was only one old ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Qingtian. Even Blood King Ningbu Gui, Fortune Godshire from Keystone Shop, and Gong Bupo, the old ancestor of the Gong family, praised the young man. How could you say that he is an unpardonable villain? Yi Qingtian's voice sounded again with a kind of questioning, which shocked Yi Nanlin and made his face more and more embarrassed. Our Xiaoqi has been taken care of by Lin Sun many times. Even I have to show some respect to a young grandmaster of spiritual tattoos who can refine a suit of spiritual tattoos. Under such circumstances, you say you want to take revenge. How dare you? These words were like a thunderbolt. Yi Nanlin couldn't hold it anymore. He knelt down on the ground and said bitterly, "Old ancestor, I know I was wrong. From today on, you will resign from all your posts in the family and go to the forbidden area to reflect on your mistakes." Yi Qingtian's light words made Yi Nanlin's face turn pale as if he had lost his parents. He really couldn't understand why the old ancestor would be so angry because of a young man. The other big shots kept silent out of fear and secretly felt lucky that they had seen the opportunity quickly and didn't say anything excessive. "Little girl, come to the ancestral shrine. I have something to ask you." Yi Qingtian called out to Yi Lingtong. His voice was warm and amiable like a spring breeze, causing everyone to be stunned. Immediately, the senior leaders of the Yi family showed complicated expressions. How could they not know that Yi Lingtong had been noticed by the old ancestor because of her relationship with Lin Sun? This time, the little girl got a blessing in disguise. Yi Lingtong stood there in a daze for a moment before suddenly regaining her wits. She hastily turned around and hurriedly left. But she was still in a trance. Who on earth was Lin Sun? Why did the old ancestor come out in person? It was incredible. As soon as Yi Lingtong saw Yi Qingtian, she was shocked by the old ancestor's first question. Not long ago, there was news from the Forbidden City that Lin Sun had been killed in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea a few months ago. Are you sure you saw him? Could it be that he didn't die, but came back alive? Dead? Yi Lingtong was stunned. Could it be that the Lin Sun she saw was not the same Lin Sun mentioned by the old ancestor? However, after she described Lin Sun's appearance, Yi Qingtian's reply made her realize that the two Lin Sun were indeed the same person. I didn't expect that he would come back alive from the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea. Although Yi Qingtian was a life and death realm king, he couldn't help feeling shocked when he confirmed that Lin Sun was still alive. According to the information he received, Lin Sun was hunted down in the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea several months ago by a group of life and death realm old monsters. Under such circumstances, almost no one believed that Lin Sun could come back alive. When Yi Qingtian heard the news, he also sighed with regret. It could be said that Lin Sun was the most outstanding and dazzling figure among the young generation of the empire. The miracles and glorious deeds that had happened to him were innumerable. If such a young talent died, it would be a heavy loss for the whole empire. But who could imagine that Lin Sun, who was rumored to be dead, came back alive? It was too shocking. Hunted by a group of life and death realm kings. Even if Yi Qingtian were Lin Sun, he would also feel numb. The most incredible thing was that Lin Sun could come back from the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea alone, which was quite incredible in itself. After all, it was known that a practitioner who could cross the Soul Oblivion Sea had to be at least a life and death realm king. Once other practitioners broke into the Soul Oblivion Sea, they would definitely die. But Lin Sun survived unscathed. A group of life and death realm kings failed to kill him. Even the perilous Soul Oblivion Sea could not stop him from returning to Xiao Empire. Under such circumstances, how could Yi Qingtian not be shocked? It was true that he was a life and death realm king, and ordinary things couldn't affect him at all. But what happened to Lin Sun was so incredible that even Yi Qingtian couldn't help but be shocked. The atmosphere was a bit silent. Yi Lingtong keenly sensed that even the old ancestor seemed to be shocked after confirming Lin Sun's identity. This made her even more curious. Who on earth was Lin Sun? He looked like a young man with great battle strength, but why did every big shot in the Yi clan change their expressions when his name was mentioned? Yi Lingtong secretly decided that she must collect information about Lin Sun in the future. She wanted to know who this mysterious young man was. It has been half a year since he disappeared. When his death was confirmed, there were a lot of waves in the Forbidden City, but now, Yi Qingtian's eyes were deep and there was a strange expression between his eyebrows. Everything has changed. When he returns to the Forbidden City, he is bound to set off a great storm. Whoosh, the vast universe arc shimmered, flying through the skies at full speed. It was like a flickering bolt of lightning, gently flashing before vanishing into the ends of the horizon. Finally returning to Xiao Empire made Lin Sun feel relaxed and happy like a tired bird returning to its nest. With his current cultivation base, coupled with the vast universe arc, even a life and death king wouldn't be able to stop him. Similarly, no one under the life and death king could threaten Lin Sun as long as he didn't confront them head-on. Therefore, on the way back to the Forbidden City, Lin Sun didn't disguise himself at all and didn't worry about any accidents. I've been away for half a year. I don't know how Xia Ji, Grandad Zhong, Young Ku, Mr. Vulture, and Zhu Laosan are doing now. On the way back, Lin Sun's thoughts flew and he thought of many relatives and friends. He couldn't help but be in a trance. What had happened to heart-cleansing peak in half a year? Suddenly, a wave of fighting spread from a distance, awakening Lin Sun from his contemplation. It was a mountain range that rose and fell one after another. It was deserted, and there were no cities nearby. It seemed to be very ancient and primitive. At this moment, a battle was breaking out there. A caravan of about 30 or 40 people was besieged by countless demonic beasts in a valley. They were fighting fiercely. When did so many demonic beasts appear in Xiao Empire? Lin Sun was a little surprised and slowed down. The so-called demonic beasts were aliens who had opened their spiritual wisdom and knew how to cultivate. Or, they could be generally called demonic cultivators. Such demonic beasts were far more powerful than ordinary fierce beasts. Some king-level demonic beasts could even be comparable to the great practitioners of human beings. They were omnipotent. However, as far as Lin Sun knew, many years ago, there were only some ordinary fierce beasts in Xiao Empire. Demonic beasts were rarely seen. Yet now, the demon beasts in the gorge were densely packed like tidewater. There were bright and golden flying beasts, and there were walking beasts that dashed like lightning. They were of all shapes and sizes, and their auras were extremely ferocious. The roars of the beasts were like the howls of ghosts and the howls of wolves, resounding in this world. It was frightening. It was too abnormal. Is it possible that with the coming of the catastrophe of the Tao, some kind of change has gradually taken place in this world? Lin Sun frowned. Soon, he was surprised to find that the caravan besieged by countless demonic beasts was hanging the flag of Keystone Business. Suddenly, Lin Sun stopped. Without hesitation, he put away the vast universe arc, flashed down the void and approached the valley. Miss Wansu, I'm afraid we will be wiped out this time, Wang Lin said bitterly and looked desperate. He was a treasure appraiser, not good at fighting. But he clearly saw that the guards who followed them were falling down one by one. Those demonic beasts were horrible and bloodthirsty. There were too many of them and they surrounded the valley. There was no doubt that if this bad situation continued, they would all die in the mouth of the demonic beasts. Boom, as soon as Wang Lin's voice fell, a bloody light rushed over and brushed past Wang Lin's body. It blasted a huge hole in the ground nearby and the soil splashed. Wang Lin was so shocked that his face turned pale and he trembled all over. If he was hit by this blow, wouldn't he die like this? Damn it. During this period of time, large-scale demon beast forces have started to emerge in the various large areas of the empire, and all of them possess strengths comparable to human cultivators. They've wreaked havoc in the wilderness and occupied the mountains as kings, and they kill anyone they see, causing countless bloody tragedies. But I never imagined that we would encounter them this time. On the side, Mu Wansu clenched her teeth. She wore a black dress and her face was as beautiful as before, like a charming and sexy black rose. But at this moment, her face was livid. No matter how calm and strong she couldn't help but feel powerless in the face of such a scene. Could it be that the rumor is true? A great change is about to occur in this world? Mu Wansu felt a chill run down her spine. Natural disasters and massacres were the most terrifying disasters since ancient times. Especially for cultivators, if a natural disaster descended, it would produce an unimaginable scene of destruction. A shrill and miserable cry resounded from afar, causing Mu Wansu to be jolted awake, and then her beautiful face turned ghastly pale. The elite guards who came with her were all killed at this moment. They were lying in pools of blood, and their corpses were torn apart and trampled by the demonic beasts. It was a horrible sight. Roar! The demonic beasts rushed over and roared. Their eyes were icy cold, bloodthirsty, and ferocious. It was terrifying. This made Mu Wansu and Wang Lin completely despair. In this desolate wilderness, how could they have a chance of survival when facing this demonic beast army that was like a tide? Human, this mountain is occupied by I, the Crimson Eagle King. If you don't want to die, then submit to this king now. Suddenly, a crimson eagle that was 30 zhang long and seemed to be made of lava with wings that burned with a fiery glow swooped down. It lightly flapped its wings, and flames poured down. The mountain at the side of the valley was instantly incinerated. It was extremely terrifying. The demonic beasts that were like a tide were trembling at this moment. They prostrated on the ground as if they were respectfully welcoming the arrival of a king. This made the Crimson Eagle King's presence even more terrifying. Submit? Mu Wansu was surprised. That's right. This king has just awakened from his slumber and needs to understand this world again. You are the people that this king has chosen. The Crimson Eagle King's voice was indifferent and carried an unquestionable tone. You want me, a human, to submit to a feathered beast like you? Mu Wansu's heart turned cold as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I'll die if I die. But before I die, I'll drag these beasts down with me. Seeing that Mu Wansu was going to risk her life, Wang Lin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't help but let out a sorrowful cry, Lady Wansu. You're courting death. The Crimson Eagle King flew up and flapped his wings, creating flames that were thousands of zhang tall. The flames burned and evaporated as if they could refine everything. It was extraordinary, and its intelligence and strength were no different from human cultivators. At this moment, Wang Lin was in complete despair. The Crimson Eagle King was so terrifying. How could Lady Wansu have a chance to survive? Swish, a wisp of silver saber light suddenly appeared, and it was incomparably resplendent as it shot over with extreme speed. What is that? Wang Lin was startled. The Crimson Eagle King was also shocked. He gave up on Mu Wansu and quickly changed his direction to avoid this attack. But the blade light was too swift and unbelievably fast. It was like an inverted galaxy pouring down on the mortal world. With a puff, the Crimson Eagle King couldn't avoid it. A bloody crack appeared on its wings that seemed to be made of lava, and blood splashed down. My God! Did a peerless great cultivator lend a hand? Wang Lin exclaimed in shock and almost didn't dare believe his eyes. Coming back from death's door caused the despair and sorrow in his heart to be completely swept away, and he was exceedingly excited. On the other hand, Mu Wansu was shocked as well. She was originally dispirited and wanted to stake everything on a single throw, yet never had she imagined that a blade light that seemed to have flown over from beyond the heavens would change everything. How formidable was the Crimson Eagle King? Yet he was actually unable to avoid it. This was simply too unbelievable, like a miracle, and it caused everyone to be excited. Who exactly was it that lent a hand at this moment? As if he'd heard the thoughts in Mu Wansu's heart, at practically the exact same moment, a handsome figure had already floated down and entered her field of vision. Lin Sun, Mu Wansu's pupil suddenly shrank, and she almost couldn't believe her eyes. Was he still alive? Didn't they say that he had met a mishap in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea? Mu Wansu almost thought she was hallucinating, but her intuition told her that the young man must be Lin Sun. Compared with before, Lin Sun's temperament had changed greatly, with an unspeakable transcendent spirit, but his appearance had hardly changed. He was really alive. Besides feeling shocked, a wisp of wild joy couldn't help but surge out from Mu Wansu's heart. At this moment of greatest despair and helplessness, Lin Sun had simply arrived like an otherworldly immortal, and he'd injured the extremely terrifying Crimson Eagle King with a single strike. Who wouldn't be excited at this moment? This can't be true. This guy is still alive? Wang Lin on the other side was also stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. Is there anything wrong with me being alive? Lin Sun was stunned. As soon as he arrived, he saw such a strange scene, which was very strange. But before he could ask clearly, the opposite Red Eagle King had already said in a gloomy voice, "A young man has stepped into the Tao Insight realm and can hurt me. It really surprises me. As he spoke, he spread his wings, and the divine flame wrapped around his body, as if he was born in the glow of fire. His breath was terrible. Be careful. This guy is a monster awakened from silence. His strength is so horrible that ordinary practitioners can't compete with him. Muwansu's face changed, and she couldn't help reminding him. It's just a feathered beast. Don't be nervous, Sister Wansu. Lin Sun smiled very easily, and his handsome face was full of warmth. Muwansu seemed to return to the years in Donglin town. At that time, Lin Sun was just a young man in the martial realm, and he was in a difficult situation. But now, he had already been famous in the Forbidden City, like a peerless talent, so she had to look up and marvel at him. Only a few years had passed. The poor and weak young man had already risen in the empire. Now, even in the face of a ferocious monster like the Red Eagle King, he was still at ease and fearless. Feathered beast, the Scarlet Eagle King's eyes were blazing with flames. It was obvious that he was angered by this humiliating way of addressing him. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never met such an arrogant youth. Little fellow, on account of how difficult it was for you to cultivate, if you surrender now, this king may give you a chance to live. Otherwise, today, this king will let you understand what it means to live a life worse than death. The Scarlet Eagle King's voice was cold as he threatened. The demonic beasts nearby also roared, eager to intimidate Lin Sun. I've killed countless people like you. How dare you call yourself a king? Lin Sun laughed. This Red Eagle King was indeed very powerful. He possessed power that was comparable to a peak Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. He was definitely a top-notch existence among the demonic cultivators. But in Lin Sun's eyes, this guy was nothing. He was far inferior to Nyo Tunshin of the Herculean Bull Demon clan. The moment these words were said, the Scarlet Eagle King became even angrier. You are seeking your own death. Boom, he spread his wings and 1,000 feet of flames rose. It was like a burning cloud that covered the entire area. It was bright and dazzling, burning the mountains nearby and turning them into ashes. Even some of the demonic beasts nearby couldn't dodge in time and were incinerated. From this, one could see how cruel this Red Eagle King was. He didn't even care about the lives of his subordinates. He was definitely a cold and bloodthirsty character. Noisy. Lin Sun didn't waste any more words. His body glowed and he rushed up quickly like an unsheathed sharp blade. Swoosh, he used the ice dragon steps. His figure was like a dream, dazzling and frightening. So powerful, Mu Wansu and Wang Lin were both shocked. How long had it been since they last met? Lin Sun became stronger again. He actually stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm and became a true great cultivator. This was simply unbelievable. One had to know that half a year ago, Lin Sun was still in the Sea of Spirit realm. But now, he could already stand shoulder to shoulder with the great cultivators of the empire. Boom, the Red Eagle King showed his might. He was huge and his body seemed to be burning. He was red like the sunset. But at this moment, every single one of his bright red feathers were standing up. Because he sensed an extremely dangerous aura. He stretched out his incomparably sharp claws, wrapped in thousands of fire waves, and pounced on Lin Sun in the void. However, a horrifying scene appeared. Lin Sun only punched and smashed the opponent's claw in an instant. Puff, blood splattered. The Red Eagle King retreated violently because of the pain. The red flame wings all over his body stood up. He was shocked and angry at the same time, and his heart was filled with coldness. Just one strike had injured his claws and almost crippled him. This made him fully aware that the young man in front of him was actually an extremely powerful character and not an ordinary person. Lin Sun's figure was like a dream. He was very straightforward and neat. After he made a move, he didn't hesitate and decisively chased after the Red Eagle King. His fist strength was simple and heavy. It carried a vast and majestic atmosphere, and even the void collapsed from the pressure. The Red Eagle King roared. He was furious. Since he awakened, he thought he could look down on everyone. Who would have thought that a mere human young man would make him suffer a setback? Boom, he was like a burning sun. Red rays of light flowed and sprinkled down thousands of fire light rain towards Lin. Soon. Whoosh, however, Lin Sun's speed was too fast. In a flash, he avoided the attack and came to the side of the Red Eagle King. He punched out. With a bang, like a muffled thunder, under the shocked gazes of Mu Wansu and Wang Lin, the insufferably fierce Red Eagle King was directly smashed into the void by Lin Sun's punch. A large pit was formed on the ground. His feathers fell and he screamed shrilly. Looking at Lin Sun again, he was calm and indifferent from beginning to end. His moon-white clothes fluttered, and he was aloof like an immortal. All the demonic beasts nearby trembled all over. Like frightened kittens, they crawled on the ground and shivered. They didn't dare to roar anymore. They felt an indescribable fear from Lin Sun. It made their hearts tremble and they were completely intimidated. Even the Crimson Eagle King was easily suppressed, much less them. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure flickered and he leaped down. His fist strength carried a faint cyan glow. Like a falling comet, he blasted towards the Red Eagle King. A scene beyond everyone's expectation happened. The Red Eagle King suddenly screamed, "Child, please spare my life. I'm willing to surrender and follow you to serve you." Whoosh, Lin Sun's fist stopped 3 inches away from the Red Eagle King's head. Because the fist strength was too terrifying, the void was rubbed with a shrill whistling sound. This made the Red Eagle King break out in a cold sweat. His soul almost left his body. The fear in his heart grew. This young man was too terrifying. He was only in his teens. How could his fighting power be so great? Was he a core disciple of some ancient orthodoxy? Thinking of this, the Red Eagle King became more and more submissive. He folded his wings and his fierce aura disappeared. He crawled on the ground, cowed out and said in a trembling voice, "God cherishes all living things. Please be merciful and spare my life." All the demonic beasts nearby looked at each other in dismay. Their eyeballs almost fell out. That was their king. But now, he was crawling at the feet of a human youth and begging for mercy. This change happened so fast that they were a little confused. Mu Wansu and Wang Lin were already dumbfounded. Before, the Red Eagle King didn't even make a move. He only relied on his subordinates to defeat them. But now, such a beast king overlord was crawling at the feet of Lin Sun and begging for mercy. All this seemed too unreal. And this also made them more aware of Lin Sun's strength. They hadn't seen him for only half a year, but his strength was already so terrifying. What happened to him? Whoosh, after a while, the vast universe arc started, carrying Lin Sun, Mu Wansu, and Wang Lin to the Forbidden City. The Red Eagle King was also there. He shrank his body and turned into a 2-foot-high red eagle, standing at the feet of Lin Sun like a loyal servant. Lin Sun did spare his life and completely subdued him, keeping him by his side. The Red Eagle King's strength was undoubtedly powerful. At least in the Tao Insight realm, he was stronger than the ordinary saints in the depths of the Sea of Souls. In Xiao Empire, compared with the great practitioners of Tao Insight realm, the Red Eagle King was equal to the top. He was only one step away from entering the reincarnation developing realm. The Red Eagle King belonged to the ancient bloodline of the fire spirit Blood Eagle. He was born with the Tao of Fire. He was also a kind of top existence among the demonic cultivators, which was not comparable to ordinary demonic birds. Lin Sun was naturally happy to see the surrender of such a great demonic cultivator at the peak. He had already thought about letting the Red Eagle King act as the guardian of heart-cleansing peak in the future. In this way, even if he left for the ancient Desolation territory, he didn't have to worry too much about his relatives and friends. Lin Sun even thought about whether to catch more powerful demonic beasts before going to the ancient Desolation territory to serve as the guardian of heart-cleansing peak. Lin Sun, it is said that you have been in trouble? What happened to you in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea? After hesitating for a long time, Mu Wansu couldn't help asking. Trouble? Who said that? Lin Sun was stunned. Don't you know? As early as a few months ago, it was spread in the Forbidden City that you died in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea and couldn't come back. Well, you just came back. How could you know this news? Mu Wansu's words made Lin Sun frown. A cold light flashed in his black eyes. Who on earth spread such vicious news? Unfortunately, Mu Wansu didn't know who spread the news. She just heard it from others. Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. After a little thought, Lin Sun determined the target. It must be Xiao Ran, Su Xingfeng and other guys who spread such false news with bad intentions. Only they knew what he had experienced in the depths of the soul oblivion sea. Do you want to discredit and attack me by this means? It seems that you are really at your wits' end. Lin Sun sneered in his heart. At that time, he appeared as Lin Xian, but as long as someone checked his real identity, he could not hide it from the descendants of Holy Land of Spirit Treasure at all. But what puzzled Lin Sun was why they did this. What was their purpose? Was it just to discredit and disgust him? It couldn't be that simple. Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly wanted to return to the Forbidden City as soon as possible. Sister Wansu, do you know what happened to Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak in the past 6 months? Lin Sun finally couldn't help asking. He had a bad feeling about this. A few months ago, there were rumors of his death in the Forbidden City. In this case, Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak would suffer the greatest impact and blow. After all, strictly speaking, Lin Sun was like the backbone of Heart Cleansing Peak now. If Vulture, Young Ku, and Zhu Laosan knew that he was dead, how could they still contribute to Heart Cleansing Peak? Similarly, how would Beiheng Lin, who had settled in Heart Cleansing Peak now, react in this case? This was just an internal affair of Heart Cleansing Peak. How could the 3 collateral forces of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak, as well as the superior forces of Sui family and Qin family be indifferent? This? Mu Wansu's face changed slightly. She wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Just say it. I can almost predict it. Lin Sun's bad feeling became stronger. His black eyes were as deep as an abyss, and a kind of real killing intent overflowed. Red Eagle King beside him shivered all over. He felt more fear and awe in his heart. As a peak existence among demonic cultivators, Red Eagle King could keenly perceive that Lin Sun's looming killing intent was too terrible. It was a kind of killing intent that could only be tempered by killing for a long time and countless times. He couldn't imagine that such a teenager, who was only in his teens, was like a killing god who had killed people and walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Don't worry. Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak is in a precarious situation at present, but it can still persist for the time being. Mu Wansu took a deep breath and said, "What's more, you are back now. I'm sure you can get out of danger." Lin Sun shook his head. "Sister Wansu, you don't have to comfort me." This, Mu Wansu hesitated for a moment and finally sighed. She told the truth. When you were still in the Forbidden City, the 3 collateral forces of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak, as well as the superior forces of Sui family, Qin family and Qi family, would never dare to act recklessly. But the problem is that you have disappeared for half a year. A few months ago, it was said that you had died in the Forbidden City, so, he didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning behind it was clear. Half a year might seem short, but for the major forces in the Forbidden City, Lin Sun's disappearance would undoubtedly attract all kinds of attention. The reason was very simple. In the Forbidden City, Lin Sun was a famous young grandmaster of spiritual tattoos, the head of Heart Cleansing Peak of Lin family, and the most outstanding talent among the younger generation. Such a dazzling, demon-like heaven's favorite had suddenly disappeared for half a year, and there were rumors that he had died in the Soul Oblivion Sea. Under such circumstances, it would definitely arouse suspicions and reactions from all sides. Especially those enemies, they would definitely become restless because of this. This was the human heart. A cold curve appeared at the corner of Lin Sun's mouth, and his black eyes became deeper. He knew that as long as he was alive, no one in the Forbidden City dared to hurt Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak. Even those superior forces didn't dare to offend a young grandmaster of spiritual tattoos who could refine a suit of spiritual tattoos. What was more, the royal family would never allow this to happen, because the mysterious big shot in the royal family had already promised to give Lin Sun a kind of tacit support. In the same way, the 3 collateral forces of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak could only swallow their anger. But everything would change if Lin Sun died. This was the reason why people were cold when they were gone. Why did the old monsters in the high-class clans rarely go out? One reason was that they needed to practice in seclusion, but more importantly, these old monsters could deter people and play the role of stabilizing the sea. This was the so-called family couldn't be without a master, and a country couldn't be without a monarch. Mu Wansu didn't say anything in detail, but Lin Sun also understood that the current situation of Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak was absolutely not optimistic. Now that I think about it, it's about time to deal with the Lin family's hidden danger. Lin Sun stood on the deck with his clothes fluttering in the wind. His face was expressionless, and there was no joy or sorrow in his black eyes. Mu Wansu next to him felt suffocated for no reason. Her chest was stuffy, and there was an invisible pressure on her. This made her heart tremble. She realized that the young man who disappeared in the Forbidden City for half a year was finally angry. The Forbidden City, it was destined to cause an unpredictable storm. Half a day later, in front of the east gate of the Forbidden City, a treasure ship descended from the sky. Lin Sun, dressed in moon-white clothes, looked up at the towering ancient city gate that he hadn't seen for half a year and couldn't help taking a deep breath. After half a year, Lin Sun was back again. Lin Sun withdrew his gaze, put his hands behind his back, and walked into the Forbidden City. Red Eagle King stood on his shoulder, looking around with his fiery eyes. A guard commander who guarded the city gate was sitting lazily on the side of the gate and dozing off. When he inadvertently glanced at Lin Sun's back, he suddenly froze. Hey, the young man just now seems to be familiar. Wait, isn't he Lin Sun who was rumored to have died in the Soul Oblivion Sea a few months ago? The leader of the guards immediately stood up with a look of horror on his face. Half a year ago, the master of Heart Cleansing Peak, the young grandmaster of spiritual tattoos, was so dazzling that he repeatedly created legends, caused a sensation in the Forbidden City, and became famous all over the world. How could the guard commander not recognize this young talent? He is still alive. The guard commander was dumbfounded as if he had seen a ghost. Some of the nearby guards were stunned. Who was it that could cause the commander to have such a shocked expression? Lin Sun. It must be him. He once came to the Forbidden City with a group of villagers. I even talked to him personally. There's no mistake. The guard commander murmured, and there was a storm in his heart. As a local bully in the Forbidden City, he was too clear about what had happened in the past 6 months. A few months ago, the news of Lin Sun's death spread in the Forbidden City, which caused a sensation for a while. At that time, the guard commander sighed with emotion. At first, many people in the Forbidden City didn't believe it. But as time went by, more and more news and rumors came out, but Lin Sun never showed up. Many people realized that there was something wrong with the situation. Until now, almost no one thought that Lin Sun could come back alive. Lin Sun was dead, so, naturally, Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak began to be in trouble. The original rising momentum also encountered unprecedented setbacks, and its momentum plummeted. Since Lin Sun took over Heart Cleansing Peak, Lin family, which had been declining for a long time, once again entered the vision of the Forbidden City, and its rising momentum was rising steadily, attracting many people's attention. All this was because of Lin Sun, the master of Heart Cleansing Peak and a legendary young spiritual tattooist, who was well known throughout the city. Everyone believed that as long as Lin Sun was alive, Lin family would restore its former glory and return to the ranks of the top aristocratic families. But when the news of Lin Sun's death was confirmed, all this changed. First of all, the 3 collateral forces of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak began to take action. They clamored to settle in Heart Cleansing Peak and take over the power of Lin family. With the support of Swa family and Qin family, they seemed to be fearless and arrogant. Some forces who used to have a good relationship with Heart Cleansing Peak also chose to stand aside and cut off their dealings with Lin family. There were even some people who thought that the lineal descendants of Lin family were destined to be completely eliminated and Heart Cleansing Peak would usher in a new change. In the past 6 months, the guard commander witnessed almost all the changes that Lin family had encountered. Naturally, he sighed with emotion in his heart. In the process of its rise, Lin family had offended many forces, such as Hua family, Song family, Qi family, Qin family, Swa family, and other superior aristocratic families. There were also Chu family, one of the 3 major spiritual tattooist families, and even the imperial royal family, who had been offended by Lin Sun more than once. Without Lin Sun, Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak was immediately targeted by many major forces and was pushed aside and suppressed. But the guard commander never expected that after half a year, Lin Sun, the young talent who had been regarded as dead, came back. This time, there will be a great turmoil in the Forbidden City. The guard commander murmured. At this time, Lin Sun had come to Heart Cleansing Peak. He silently opened the mountain protecting formation and floated to the top of the mountain. However, when he was halfway there, he heard a noise coming from the conference hall on the top of the mountain, which made him narrow his eyes. What time is it now? Are you, Lin Zhong, going to watch the Chen family decline like this? Now that Lin Sun has been proved dead, it's time to select a new heir to take over the whole Heart Cleansing Peak. Yes, the clansmen of Northlight Lin dare not go out these days. Why? The reason is that Lin Sun has offended too many forces. Now we are like rats in the street. Everyone wants to beat us. We can't live a good life. A group of dragons has no leader. There are internal and external troubles. If we had known this earlier, we shouldn't have settled in Heart Cleansing Peak. Now that Lin Sun is dead, we also suffer. We are hostile and suppressed everywhere. How can we keep a foothold in the Forbidden City in the future? Lin Zhong, as an old man of Lin family, you are in charge of the death of Shattering. As long as you agree to let Northlight Lin take charge of Heart Cleansing Peak, we may be able to change the current predicament. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Heart Cleansing Peak will no longer be safe. In the conference hall, a group of high-level figures of Northlight Lin were sitting there, scolding, threatening, or angrily pointing the spearhead at Lin Zhong. Lin Huayuan, the leader of Northlight Lin, was also among them. But he was expressionless at the moment and his attitude was very ambiguous. Everyone, before Miss Xia Ji practiced in seclusion, she had already said that the young master was still alive. Why do you still force her? Lin Zhong's face was gloomy with an unspeakable sullen anger. What's more, what the young master has done in recent years is for our Lin family. When the young master was alive, which of you didn't get benefits from Heart Cleansing Peak? Now the young master has just been missing for a while. You can't sit still and want to seize the power of Heart Cleansing Peak. Aren't you too impatient? Lin Zhong's words were sonorous, passionate, and questioning. Many big shots of Northlight Lin's face became unnatural. Before Lin Sun's death, they all got a lot of benefits from Heart Cleansing Peak. Even in the Forbidden City, as long as they mentioned that they were the clansmen of Heart Cleansing Peak, they would be respected. But now Lin Sun was dead, everything had changed. Heart Cleansing Peak was besieged on all sides. It was targeted by many forces and almost collapsed. At this time, how could these high-level members of Northlight Lin sit still? What a joke! Without the support of Northlight Lin, how could Lin Sun support the whole Heart Cleansing Peak alone? Remember, we don't owe Lin Sun anything. Some people were disdainful. Don't talk nonsense. Now it's necessary to select a new ruler on Heart Cleansing Peak. Whether you are willing or not, you must give a clear answer today. Some people were aggressive and tried to force Lin Zhong to abdicate. Lin Zhong, you are an old man of Lin family. You have always been loyal and we admire you. But now Lin Sun is dead and our family is facing such a great disaster. If we don't make changes, I'm afraid that Heart Cleansing Peak will be lost in our hands. I hope you can think twice about it. Some people tried to persuade Lin Zhong. As I said, young master is still alive. There's no need to talk about it anymore. Lin Zhong's words were firm and he was unmoved. Seeing this, someone was so angry that he couldn't help but scold, "You old thing, you are so stubborn. Do you still expect that boy to come back? How long has it been? He must have died in the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea. He was chased by a group of Life-Death Realm kings. He is just a Sea Spirit Realm practitioner. If he can come back alive, I will kill myself." You. Lin Zhong trembled with anger. He had always been good-tempered, but this time, he was really enraged. His face was livid and ugly. Everyone, you've gone too far. Young Ku, who had been sitting on one side of the hall, raised her eyebrows. She couldn't help saying coldly. You are just an outsider. How can you intervene in the internal affairs of our Lin family? Please behave yourself and shut up. An elder of Northlight Lin scolded. His name was Lin Huaitong, the younger brother of Lin Huayuan. That's right, the internal affairs of my Lin family are not something you can meddle in. Other big shots of Northlight Lin also scolded Young Ku. Young Ku's eyes turned cold. She was invited by Lin Sun to help Heart Cleansing Peak. She was not a servant. Now she was excluded and blamed, which made her angry. At this time, Vulture persuaded young Ku and sighed. Before Lin Sun left, he handed over the power of Heart Cleansing Peak to me. So, I have to live up to his trust. I advise you to leave a way out for everything and don't be too ruthless. Before he could finish, he was rudely interrupted. You're just an old cripple whose cultivation has been crippled, yet you dare to lecture us shamelessly? Did he really think that he was the master of Heart Cleansing Peak? Remember, this is the territory of my Lin family, not a place where an outsider like you can behave atrociously. These words were not only impolite, but they also carried an undisguised humiliation and blow. When Lin Sun was here, they might be in awe of Vulture. But now, who would pay attention to a cripple? Clang, young Ku was completely angry. She pulled out her long saber and her clear eyes were full of killing intent. What? You, a little girl, want to fight in the territory of Lin family? Those clansmen of Northlight Lin sneered. They were not afraid of her. They had long wanted to get rid of all these outsiders. The reason was very simple. Before Lin Sun left, he handed over all the power to Vulture, young Ku, and others, which made them very unhappy. Now that they were sure that Lin Sun was dead, they naturally couldn't tolerate this situation to continue. Young Ku, put away your saber. Vulture waved his hand, looking calm, but with an indisputable taste. After that, Vulture looked at Lin Huayuan, who had been silent all the time, and said, Brother, it seems that everything that happened today has been acquiesced by you. Lin Huayuan's eyes flickered. After a while, he sighed and said, I have no choice. The three branches of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak have made frequent movements recently. They even issued an ultimatum to occupy Heart Cleansing Peak by tough means and inherit the power of Lin family. I have no choice but to do so. So, you think that only Northlight Lin can solve this disaster? Vulture asked. Lin Huayuan was silent for a moment and asked, So, how do you think we can solve this unprecedented dilemma? Wait. Vulture's answer was very simple, only one word. But it was obvious that this could not satisfy those clansmen of Northlight Lin. Humph. In my opinion, we have only one way left to choose at present. Suddenly, Lin Huaitong, Lin Huayuan's younger brother, said in a calm voice. What way? Vulture smiled as if he had seen through his brother's mind. Bow down to the three branches of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak. Together, we will control Heart Cleansing Peak. Lin Huaitong's words were like thunder, which made the atmosphere in the hall suddenly silent. Impossible. Lin Zhong was angry and refused decisively. Even Lin Huayuan seemed to be a little surprised. He frowned and said, Huaitong, do you think they will let us go if we bow down to them? They have Zhou family and Qin family behind them. In this case, they will never let us go. Elder brother, you are wrong. Lin Huaitong looked confident and said lightly, in the final analysis, we are all a family and we have no hatred with them. They just can't let go of Lin Sun. Now that Lin Sun is dead, we only need to expel these outsiders, open Heart Cleansing Peak, and accept Westbrook Lins to settle in. Then the present disaster can be easily solved. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more silent. Many people's eyes flickered with different thoughts. These words could be described as heartrending. The implication was to completely draw a line with Lin Sun and then bow down to the hostile forces in exchange for peace and wealth. You are really ambitious. Lin Zhong was so angry that his hair was standing on end. More than 10 years ago, a bloody tragedy happened in the Lin family. Almost all the members of my master's family, except for the young master, were killed. That was the biggest crisis that the Lin family had ever faced. At that time, you chose to betray and collude with the enemy to divide the Lin families. Property. I have never thought of avenging my dead clansmen. Lin family is in crisis again. Do you want to repeat the scene more than 10 years ago? Young master disregarded the former hatred and finally agreed to let you settle in Heart Cleansing Peak and give you all kinds of benefits. But is this how you repay him? You should be punished. Lin Zhong was so angry that his eyes were about to crack. His face was livid. His voice was like thunder, which shook the hall and made many people's faces change. We are also doing this for the good of Lin family. Are you willing to watch heart-cleansing peak decline until it is occupied by the enemy? Lin Huaitong was expressionless and his eyes were cold. Forget it. Don't mention it again. Lin Huayuan sighed and said, we have made a mistake in that year. This time, we can't make a mistake again. Lin Huaitong smiled and said no more. But he knew in his heart that his words had definitely moved many people. When heart-cleansing peak was really forced into a desperate situation, there would be many people like him who would support this action. Elder brother, since you don't agree, what do you think we should do now? The power of heart-cleansing peak is in the hands of those outsiders. We can't help even if we want to. Lin Huaitong sighed. His voice was faint, but there was a hidden sharpness in it. He was pressing step by step. The implication was that he still wanted to take this opportunity to seize the power of heart-cleansing peak. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When I entered heart-cleansing peak for the first time, I said this problem to Lin Sun. I didn't expect that it would come true after such a long time. Vulture sighed softly. For a clan, it was taboo for outsiders to interfere in politics. Especially in the case of a group of dragons without a leader, there would be internal strife sooner or later. He had warned Lin Sun and made sufficient preparations for it. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Such a thing still happened. Humph. Mr. Vulture, are you scolding us for being merciless? What a joke. You are just outsiders, but you hold the power of Lin family. What else do you want us to do? Those high-level figures of Northlight Lin were dissatisfied. They felt that Vulture's words undoubtedly scolded all of them. Only Lin Huayuan sat there without saying a word. He frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to see such a thing happen. But now the news of Lin Sun's death had already spread. In such a case, heart-cleansing peak was suffering from internal and external troubles. It was like a building that was about to collapse, which gave Lin Huayuan a headache. What should he do? Even he himself was at a loss of what to do. Elder brother, at this time, why are you still hesitating? Heart-cleansing peak can't be without a leader for a day. Now that you are in danger, it's reasonable for you to take charge of our Lin family. Our Lin family can't tolerate outsiders to interfere in it anymore. Lin Huaitong encouraged on one side. Other clansmen of Northlight Lin also echoed. This, Lin Huayuan's expression was gloomy. Lin Zhong, Young Ku, and the others felt a chill in their hearts, and their faces were unsightly. Only Ling Jiu was unperturbed and seemed very calm. He had already expected this to happen. Although he was surprised, he was not surprised. However, there was a trace of worry in his heart. If Lin Sun couldn't solve this disaster, it would be too late even if Lin Sun came back later. Knock, knock. At this time, the closed door of the hall was suddenly knocked from outside. Suddenly, everyone frowned. This was the conference hall at the top of Heart-Cleansing Peak. They were holding the most important meeting. Who dared to knock at the door at this time? There was a protective formation on Heart-Cleansing Peak. If there was no report, outsiders could not get in at all. Therefore, people in the hall subconsciously thought that it must be a blind attendant who came to disturb them at this time. Go on. I'll have a look. Xianxia took this opportunity to open the door first. She couldn't stay any longer. The ugly faces of people in the hall made her sick. Squeak. The closed door was opened. What's the matter? Xianxia looked up, but in an instant, she closed her mouth. Her clear eyes flashed a touch of disbelief. What's the matter, instructor? Don't you recognize me? Outside the hall, Lin Sun stared at Drillmaster Xianxia with a warm smile on his face. Drillmaster Xianxia was beautiful and charming. Xianxia was stunned when she saw this handsome and familiar face before her, and unprecedented excitement and pleasant surprise surged within her heart. This fellow is actually still alive. In the past 6 months, Xianxia seemed to be strong, but how could she not worry about Lin Sun's safety on Heart-Cleansing Peak, which was full of internal and external troubles? During this period of time, she was so anxious that she didn't relax her eyebrows for a day. Now, when Lin Sun suddenly appeared, she almost thought she was dreaming. Lin Sun stepped forward, gently hugged Xianxia, and whispered, "Instructor, you have been wrong these days. Leave the next thing to me." You can see that your student is different from before. The warm and low voice was like a strand of clear spring water, and the young man's shoulders that had become thick and reliable since long ago caused the grievance, worry, and anxiety in Young Ke's heart to be completely swept away, and she felt an unprecedented sense of security. She answered with a hum. Lin Sun smiled and then walked past Young Ke. The moment he stepped into the hall, his smile was replaced by an almost emotionless indifference, and his black eyes were cold and deep. Elder brother. We can't hesitate anymore. If Lin Sun hadn't offended too many forces, how could we fall into such a predicament? The most intolerable thing is that he is young and ignorant. Even if he died, the power of heart-cleansing peak would be controlled by a group of outsiders. He is a scourge. In the hall, Lin Huaitong was still eloquent. If you don't show up, I'm afraid that heart-cleansing peak of Lin family will no longer belong to Lin. As he spoke, he looked around at the clansmen of Northlight Lin and motioned them to persuade Lin Zhong and others to hand over the power of Lin family. However, when he glanced at the entrance of the hall, he suddenly became stiff. His proud and excited look solidified. He was dumbfounded as if he was struck by lightning. His eyeballs almost fell out. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What? What's wrong? Lin Huayuan frowned and glanced over. When he saw Lin Sun, he trembled all over. The teacup in his hand slipped down with a snap, and the hot tea spilled all over his clothes. However, he didn't notice it at all. He was still staring at that position with his face changing rapidly. At this time, Lin peak. Lin. When Lin spirit Su Lin peak, Ling Lin. Lin Feng. Lin Feng on. The noisy atmosphere also came to an abrupt stop, but there was an additional burst of crackling sounds. It was the sound of some teacups breaking on the ground. At such a moment, it was particularly harsh, like an invisible ridicule and blow, which made many people's faces become very interesting. Bang! A big shot of Northlight Lin staggered and fell from the chair to the ground as if his buttocks were on fire. He looked embarrassed. Other big shots were not much better. They didn't have time to see his ugly and embarrassing appearance. Lin Sun, the young man who disappeared for half a year, regarded as the backbone of heart-cleansing peak and regarded as a peerless talent by countless practitioners in the Forbidden City, came back, but didn't they say that he had died in the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea? This was confirmed by many forces in the Forbidden City. They all said that Lin Sun had committed heinous crimes in the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea and was chased by a group of life and death realm experts. Under such circumstances, they all thought that he had died long ago. Who could have thought that he came back alive? Everyone was as dull as clay sculptures and their minds went blank. A person who was regarded as dead suddenly appeared in front of him. The shock and impact was indescribable. What made those people of Northlight Lin feel the most disappointed was that just now, they were still forcing Lin Sun to abdicate and seize the power of Lin family. But now, Lin Sun, the master of heart-cleansing peak and the ruler of Lin family, came back. There was a dead silence in the hall. The atmosphere was so oppressive that people were almost out of breath. Mr. Vulture, Grandad Zhong, I'm back. Lin Sun ignored these people. He stepped forward, nodded to Vulture, and looked at Lin Zhong with a trace of distress in his eyes. Grandad Zhong looked old, but now he had a lot of white hair. He frowned and his eyes were sunken. He was so haggard. It could be imagined how much pressure this loyal elder was under in the face of the internal and external troubles of Lin family these days. Good. It's good that you're back. Lin Zhong was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. His lips were trembling, and tears were flowing down his wrinkled face. Young master was back, Miss Xiaxia was right. How could young master die? These days, Lin Zhong was indeed under unimaginable pressure. But at this moment, when he saw Lin Sun's figure, he felt that all the previous efforts were completely worth it. Lin Sun, a Tao Insight Realm expert, who was famous in the Forbidden City in those days, was now crying with gray hair on his temples, which made Lin Sun feel an unspeakable heartache and guilt. The more he felt like this, the more hatred and killing intent Lin Sun had in his heart. He had only left for half a year, but so many ugly and dirty things had happened. It seemed that he was too soft-hearted before. Master, you. God helps you. It's really a surprise that you can come back alive. But didn't it say that you encountered a great disaster in the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea? Is it a rumor? In the dead silence, Lin Huayuan took a deep breath, forced out an ugly smile and asked. Yes. It's really. Lin Huaitong blurted out next to Lin Sun, but he immediately realized that he had lost his composure and quickly shut up. Although the people around didn't speak, they were all extremely confused. The news of Lin Sun's death had been confirmed many times. At first, they didn't believe it. But later, more and more forces began to covet Lin family, which made them finally sure that Lin Sun must have met a disaster. But now, Lin Sun came back alive, which was too shocking. Let's talk about it later. Lin Sun looked calm. His words seemed to have an invisible majesty, which made the people present tremble and realize that something was wrong. Sure enough, Lin Sun's eyes fell on Lin Huaitong the next moment, which made the latter's face change and his heart beat violently uncontrollably. I heard everything that happened in the hall just now. I don't want to care about right or wrong. I just want to ask you one question. Speaking of this, Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly shot out a ray of cold light, and an invisible power spread out, oppressing everyone in the hall. He was too strong. Even Lin Zhong, Lin Huayuan, Yang Ku, and others were tense at the moment and felt a kind of unspeakable pressure. Obviously, Lin Sun had become many times stronger than before after not seeing him for half a year. Half a year ago, he was still in Sea Spirit Realm. Now, even Lin Zhong and others couldn't see the depth of Lin Sun, but there was no doubt that he must have stepped into Tao Insight Realm. Lin Huaitong was the first to bear the brunt. Being stared at by Lin Sun, he felt like facing a towering and distant mountain, which made him have an illusion of insignificance. Tell me, have you colluded with some external forces in secret for what you did today? Lin Sun's words were like a clap of thunder, exploding in Lin Huaitong's ears. Lin Huaitong was so shocked that he trembled all over. His expression changed countless times in an instant, and he almost didn't dare to look into Lin Sun's eyes. Everyone in the hall gasped. Lin Sun's words undoubtedly questioned whether Lin Huaitong had betrayed heart-cleansing Peak. Lin Huaitong just wanted to say something, but Lin Sun said indifferently, there is only one chance to answer. If you don't cherish it, you will bear the consequences. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more oppressive. Lin Huaitong felt cold all over. He felt that every inch of his skin became stiff. He swallowed hard and wanted to speak. But when he met Lin Sun's cold black eyes, his heart trembled inexplicably. He suddenly realized that if his answer didn't satisfy Lin Sun, the latter would definitely kill him without hesitation. This sort of strong intuition almost caused Lin Huaitong to collapse. He'd never imagined how a youth could bring such terrifying shock and pressure to him. Everyone noticed that Lin Huaitong's face was a little pale and his forehead was sweating. He wanted to say something, but he was struggling. This made them all tremble. Could Lin Sun's words produce such power? It was only half a year since they last saw each other. Did the teenager at that time already have such a formidable power? Patriarch, now heart-cleansing Peak is suffering from internal and external troubles. It's a critical moment. I'm afraid that talking about such problems at this time will cause instability in people's hearts. Another big shot of Northlight Lin spoke. It seemed that he was unhappy to see Lin Huaitong being blamed. Instability in people's hearts? Lin Sun sneered, I think it's the people of Northlight Lin who are unstable in people's hearts. As soon as this remark came out, all the high-level members of Northlight Lin, including Lin Huayuan, felt uncomfortable all over. My patience is limited. If you don't answer, you will bear the consequences. Lin Sun's black eyes were steaming with cold killing intent. He firmly locked Lin Huaitong like cold electricity. Today, he didn't intend to be soft. Lin Huaitong's questioning made Lin Huaitong stiff all over and his face extremely bad. Previously, he encouraged Lin Huayuan to seize the power of heart-cleansing Peak, scolded Yang Ku, called Vulture a cripple whose cultivation had been abolished, and didn't put Lin Zhong in his eyes. He seemed to be fearless and vigorous. But now, facing Lin Sun's cold eyes, he felt a kind of terrible oppression for the first time. It was terrible, there was a sign of collapse in his heart. However, the development of the situation was beyond Lin Sun's expectation again. Before Lin Huaitong could speak, someone stood up angrily and shouted, "Lin Sun, you are a junior. How can you talk to your uncle like this? Do you have any rules of the clan?" With someone taking the lead, other senior leaders of Northlight Lin were emboldened and spoke one after another. "Yes, according to the seniority, he is your uncle. As a junior, it's too disrespectful for you to scold him like this." "Humph. Even when your father was alive, he didn't dare to talk to us like this. Lin Sun, you've gone too far. It's simply improper. As soon as you returned, you didn't inquire about right or wrong, and you're overbearing and cold to all the seniors. Do you even have any manners?" Seeing this, Lin Huayuan, who was on the verge of collapse, breathed a sigh of relief and a smug smile appeared on his lips. No matter how arrogant Lin Sun was, he was just a junior of Lin family. Even if he was in charge of Heart Cleansing Peak and the legitimate heir of Lin family, did he dare to disobey the rules of Lin family and offend his superiors? Naive. Being condemned by thousands of people, Lin Sun remained calm, but his black eyes became colder and colder. He sneered, "Rules? Do you want to suppress me with seniority? It seems that I indulged you too much before, so that you didn't put me in your eyes from beginning to end. What do you mean?" Lin Huaitong was also emboldened at this moment. He snapped, "Do you think these elders are wrong? It seems that you still don't think you're wrong." Lin Sun sighed suddenly, and there was a touch of waning interest on his face. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, he waved his hand in silence. Whoosh, a crimson divine rainbow shot into the hall from outside, and it transformed into a divine scarlet eagle that seemed to have been born from divine flames. Its wings were emitting a rain of flames. Although it was only 2 feet tall, it had a disdainful and terrifying aura. Instantly, the temperature in the hall skyrocketed, as if it was in a furnace. It was the Scarlet Eagle King. All of a sudden, all the people present were surprised and confused. They couldn't figure out what Lin Sun was going to do. What are you doing?" Lin Huaitong was furious. "Don't tell me you want to fight here? This is outrageous." On the other hand, Lin Huayuan seemed to have realized something, and a wisp of terror that couldn't be restrained appeared in his heart. His expression changed abruptly as he cried out involuntarily, "Don't," but it was already too late. Whoosh, Scarlet Eagle King's eyes shot out a terrifying fiery light. His wings were like blades as he lightly spread them in the air. A wisp of flame suddenly appeared and shot out. It was as sharp as a blade, burning the void. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't imagine that Lin Sun dared to do this. Puff, it was too fast. Although Lin Huaitong's strength was quite strong and he belonged to the top of Northlight Lin, he was facing the fatal blow of Scarlet Eagle King, who was at the peak of Tao Insight Realm. Moreover, it happened unexpectedly. Suddenly, he was swept by that wisp of flame, and his whole body was burning. "How dare you?" Lin Huaitong's eyes almost popped out, and his face was full of disbelief and unspeakable fear. Boom, the flame covered Lin Huaitong, producing a terrible power of incineration. In an instant, Lin Huaitong's whole body turned into a piece of ashes, leaving no bones. Until he died, he couldn't imagine that Lin Sun would kill him like this, regardless of the rules and reasons, or the views of all the elders present. Lin Sun acted in his own way. It was too surprising that Lin Huaitong directly killed him without saying a word. Lin Huaitong was dead, the hall was dead silent, not a single sound could be heard. Lin Huayuan's younger brother, a high-ranking and powerful figure, was killed by Lin Sun like this. In terms of seniority and blood relationship, Lin Huaitong was Lin Sun's uncle, but he died like this. Moreover, he didn't die in Lin Sun's hands, but under the attack of a battle pet beside Lin Sun. Such a way of death was undoubtedly the crudest and most direct kind of contempt and insult. "Don't accept it, just kill him. I know the right and wrong. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. If you don't admit your mistakes and atone for your sins, then I'll just kill you." This was Lin Sun's attitude. How could things develop to this point? Lin Huayuan sat in the chair, looking absent-minded. His eyebrows were full of grief and indignation, as if he had suddenly aged countless years. Lin Huaitong was his younger brother, but he was killed like this. Whose fault was it on earth? The other big shots of Northlight Lin were all livid and their hearts were trembling with fear. Lin Huaitong's death sounded the alarm for them, making them all frightened and angry. They realized that the young man in front of them couldn't be measured by common sense at all. He didn't care about the righteousness of the clan at all. In his eyes, there was no difference between elders and juniors. What? Even the blood relationship was ignored by him, in the face of such a ruthless and powerful young man with no taboo, who dared to talk nonsense. At this moment, even Lin Zhong was surprised. He widened his eyes in shock and his mood was inevitably complicated. His young master would bear the infamy of killing his brother again in the future. However, if his young master didn't do this, how could he change the current predicament? A serious illness needs strong medicine. It's not enough to establish power without killing. From ancient times to the present, whether it's the struggle for the throne of a country or the internal struggle for the leader of a clan, there will inevitably be bloody conflicts. It's not uncommon for father and son to kill each other and brothers to turn against each other. If Lin Sun flinches and bears it silently this time, similar things will happen again sooner or later. Vulture transmitted his voice to appease Lin Zhong's mood. This is the cruelty of the power struggle. If you are not in the position, you will never understand how difficult it is to sit firmly in the position. Red Eagle folded his wings and stood on Lin Sun's shoulder. He raised his head and looked around. His eyes were like fire and lightning, as if he was looking for the next target to kill. Many big shots dared not look at him directly. I have given him a chance, but unfortunately, he didn't cherish it. Lin Sun looked calm, but he looked at Vulture. Sir, how many traitors do you think there are here? How many people have bad intentions during this period of time and want to plot something they shouldn't think about? All the people present were horrified. Killing Lin Huaitong was not the end. He was going to carry out a thorough settlement. Patriarch. Lin Huayuan got up with grief and indignation. Today's matter is all my fault. I hope you can be magnanimous and don't investigate it further. He couldn't calm down anymore. If there was a settlement, Northlight Lin would inevitably suffer an unprecedented blow and even bleed, which he absolutely couldn't see. Lin Sun was expressionless. I can't rest easy until the hidden danger is eliminated. I hope you don't embarrass me, uncle. Perhaps Lin Huayuan's inaction accounted for a large part of today's mistake, but Lin Sun couldn't tolerate such a situation happening again. If he didn't find out all the black sheep and punish them severely, today's scene was bound to repeat on Heart-Cleansing Peak when he went to the ancient Desolation territory for cultivation. This is a list. At this time, Vulture came forward and handed a jade scroll to Lin Sun. Everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. Originally, they regarded Vulture as an old cripple who was useless. Who could imagine that this guy secretly collected all kinds of intelligence and waited for this time to take action? They didn't need to read it at all. They knew that the Jade Scroll must record all the intelligence and information of Northlight Lin during this period of time. Lin Sun seemed very calm. Although Vulture's cultivation was abolished, his wisdom was like the sea and his means were superb. If not, Lin Sun would not hand over the power of Heart-Cleansing Peak to Vulture. Obviously, Vulture didn't let him down. This list was a good proof. Lin Sun opened the Jade Silk Scroll. But soon, his face became gloomy, and there was even a wisp of undisguised killing intent in his black eyes. The list of names on the Jade Silk was simply shocking to the eye. During the period when Lin Sun disappeared, some big shots in Northlight Lin did something wrong were listed in detail. Some colluded with foreign enemies, some secretly colluded with each other to usurp the power of Heart-Cleansing Peak, even some. People didn't seem to do anything wrong, but they chose to look on indifferently. They were indifferent to those who colluded with foreign enemies and secretly colluded with each other. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more silent. All the great figures present here felt as if they were sitting on a bed of needles, and they were anxious and terrified to the extreme in their hearts. Some broke out in cold sweat, some had listless eyes, and some had dejected expressions. Their expressions were different, yet all of them revealed that their hearts weren't calm. You are really good. Lin Sun put away the list and glanced at the audience with his black eyes. There was an invisible cold killing intent pouring out like a tide. More than 10 years ago, there was a bloody incident in Lin family. Almost all the direct descendants were killed. At that time, in the four collateral forces, there were also despicable things of colluding with foreign enemies and dividing up the property of Lin family. But Lin Sun didn't expect that such a thing would almost happen again today. Lin Huaitong should be cut into pieces. He secretly contacted the three collateral forces of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak. At the same time, he encouraged some senior members of Northlight Lin to join hands and secretly fanned the flames. He planned to force Lin Zhong to abdicate and seize the power of Heart-Cleansing Peak. This was a strategy of inside and outside. When he seized the power of Heart-Cleansing Peak, Lin Huaitong would occupy Heart-Cleansing Peak together with the three collateral forces, such as Westbrook Lin, and become the new ruler of Lin family. Lin Sun didn't dare to think about it. If he came back a little later, the consequences would be too embarrassing. At that time, the whole Heart-Cleansing Peak would be changed. Even if Lin Sun wanted to remedy it, it would be too late. Lin Sun's killing intent was so surging that he almost couldn't control it. It could be seen how great the impact on him was after reading the list. It was spring all year round on Heart-Cleansing Peak and the climate was pleasant. But all the people in the hall felt like falling into an ice cave at this moment. They were attacked by the chill and felt a piercing killing intent, which made their souls tremble. It was terrible. Although Lin Sun was silent at the moment, his breath was like that of a god of death who had come out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Everyone knew that this list must be too impactful, which made Lin Sun almost unable to restrain his killing intent. Bang! In this tense and silent atmosphere, Lin Huayuan, as the leader of Northlight Lin, knelt directly on the ground and kowtowed. "Patriarch, please give Northlight Lin the last chance." All the people present were shocked. Lin Huayuan's kneeling was earth-shattering. Anyway, he was Lin Sun's elder and uncle. He was also a big shot in the Forbidden City. But now, he knelt in front of his nephew. If this was spread, Lin Huayuan was destined to become a laughingstock, but Lin Sun would also be implicated. After all, as a younger generation, it seemed too rebellious to force an elder to kneel down and beg for mercy. "Patriarch! Patriarch, you can't do that." The senior leaders of Northlight Lin were panicked and tried to dissuade him. But Lin Huayuan ignored them and kowtowed to the ground without moving. Even Vulture and Lin Zhong were surprised. The significance of Lin Huayuan's kneeling was too unusual. How would Lin Sun deal with it? Lin Sun was silent for a moment and finally said calmly, "I can give Northlight Lin a chance, but those who conspire this time must be severely punished." Speaking of this, he didn't look at Lin Huayuan on the ground anymore. His black eyes swept across the faces of the big shots of Northlight Lin in the hall, which made those big shots uncomfortable. "Now is the time for you to atone for your sins. Those who confess voluntarily will be punished lightly. Those who are stubborn will be killed without mercy." Lin Sun's words were loud and clear. "Thank you for your magnanimity." Lin Huayuan on the ground also knew that this was the best result he could fight for. He got up from the ground and said, "Patriarch, although this matter didn't start with me, it's because of my inaction that today's bitter fruit is caused. I hope to make up for it personally." "How are you going to make up for it?" Lin Sun asked. Lin Huayuan clenched his teeth as a ruthless look appeared on his face. "Kill those who deserve to be killed and punish those who deserve to be punished. I'd rather kill and punish wrongly than tolerate a single one of them." "Alright, I'll give you a chance." Lin Sun gazed at Lin Huayuan for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Those big shots of Northlight Lin in the hall were completely dumbfounded, as if they had lost their parents. They never expected that it would be Lin Huayuan who raised the butcher's knife against them in the end, just 4 hours after Lin Sun returned to Heart-Cleansing Peak. In Northlight Lin, 4 deacons were executed secretly. 13 clan elders were deprived of all their duties and imprisoned in the forbidden area of Heart-Cleansing Peak for self-reflection. In addition, there were 9 guest deacons, 7 guest elders, 19 clan disciples, and 63 clan attendants. All of them received varying degrees of punishment. This time, it seemed that Lin Huayuan wanted to show his attitude and win back Lin Sun's understanding. When he started to fight, he was as decisive as a thunderbolt, showing his cold, swift, and iron-blooded means. After doing all this, Lin Huayuan seemed to lose all his strength at once. He slumped in the chair with a gloomy and sad look. After this big settlement, Northlight Lin's vitality was greatly damaged. It was impossible for them to recover in a short time. But this was the best result. At least, there were still many young seedlings in Northlight Lin. As long as they were still alive, there was hope for them to grow again in the future. But if Lin Sun acted this time, the result was simply unimaginable. Lin Wenjing, you really gave birth to a good son. With such an heir leading the Lin family, it may not be impossible for the Lin family to restore the glory of 500 years ago and re-enter the ranks of the top aristocratic families, Lin Huayuan murmured with a touch of deep exhaustion and emotion on his face. Your Excellency. At this time, a guard came in and took out a secret letter, saying that someone had just sent it to Lin Huaitong. Lin Huayuan's lips twitched, and a touch of unspeakable pain welled up in his heart. Lin Huaitong, his younger brother, had long been killed by a red eagle beside Lin Sun. No. When he took the secret letter and was about to open it, Lin Huayuan's face changed slightly. He seemed to realize something and finally put the secret letter away carefully. Then he got up and left in a hurry for the heart-cleansing hall. That's about it. At this time, in the hall of heart-cleansing peak, Lin Sun had briefly told some of his experiences in the depths of the soul oblivion sea. However, although what he said was simple enough, Young Ku, Lin Zhong and Vulture were still shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time after listening to all this. In the demon saint mystic realm, he had dominated the various races and killed so many saints that none of them dared to face him head-on. Later, he defeated 4 top saints by himself and became the biggest winner in the demonic saint secret realm, looking down on all the other races, even though he became enemies with the holy land of spiritual treasure and was besieged by life-death realm kings of all races at the last moment. Lin Sun was still at ease and escaped from the desperate situation. Later, he went to the South Sea. Although he was besieged again in the Cloud Pung Bazaar, he escaped into the burial of Tao Si grave with the help of Vast Universe Arkansas. During this process, more than one old monster had perished. All this sounded like a legend, which was thrilling and incredible. If Lin Sun didn't say it himself, not to mention Lin Zhong and Young Ku, even Vulture, who had always been wise, wouldn't believe it. When they learned that Lin Sun had reached the full mastery of the middle realm of Tao insight and was almost invincible among his peers, Lin Zhong and the others were completely shocked, and their faces were very interesting. This is what a true young prodigy should be like. In a short period of half a year, he'd stepped into the Tao insight realm from the spirit sea realm, and he'd stepped foot on the rumored path to the peak. He was like a king that reigned supreme over all his peers, and he could suppress all enemies in this realm. If news of this spread, the Forbidden City would probably fall into a monstrous uproar. Who would dare imagine that the sea spirit realm youth from half a year ago had already stepped foot into the ranks of great cultivators and was even a supreme king in this realm? No wonder this guy is so abnormal. It turns out that even life-death realm kings can't kill him. It's too terrifying. I'm afraid there aren't many heaven-defying monsters like him in the ancient times. Tempestuous waves arose in Crimson Eagle King's heart, and he finally understood how terrifying Lin Sun was. This caused him to become even more respectful and reverent when facing Lin Sun. He's only more than 10 years old, but he has become a supreme king in Tao Insight realm at such a young age, and he also has the great fortune obtained from the Demon Saint secret realm. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to follow such a strong man. Crimson Eagle King suddenly came to a realization. He knew very well that if he could seize this opportunity and follow Lin Sun all the time, he would inevitably bring unimaginable benefits to him when Lin Sun proved his Tao in the future. At this moment, Crimson Eagle King was completely convinced. He saw a great fortune from Lin Sun. If he could follow him, he would definitely benefit greatly. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs also rise to heaven. Lin Sun's peerless demeanor made Crimson Eagle King yearn for such a day to come. By the way, even if I don't return this time, according to Mr. Vulture's wisdom, I'm afraid you won't let today's scene continue, right? Suddenly, Lin Sun looked at Vulture. Vulture smiled and nodded. I did have a backup plan and ordered Zhu Laosan to wait for orders in the dark. But I don't want to start a massacre unless I have to. After all, it's the internal affairs of your Lin family after all. As an outsider, there will be too many hidden dangers after all. Fortunately, you came back in time. This kind of thing will never happen again. Lin Zhong and Young Ku were stunned. They also realized at this time that Vulture had already made so many arrangements in secret. This is refining Tao Si Soul Flower. Refining it is enough to dissolve the power of Devil Calamity powder in your body. Lin Sun took out a sealed jade box, handed it to Vulture, and said with a smile, "I'm looking forward to the moment when your cultivation is restored." In that instant, the usually calm and collected spirit vulture actually lost his composure. His pupils shrank and the corners of his lips trembled. When he received the jade box, even his fingers were trembling slightly. It could be seen just how excited and shaken his heart was. At that time, he was a great practitioner of Tao Insight realm. He was unparalleled in resourcefulness, style, and strategy. He had a bright future that made people envious and look forward to. But since the devil calamity powder was dispersed and his cultivation was destroyed, all this no longer existed. He became a cripple in a wheelchair and could only drag out an ignoble existence. He thought that his life would end in this depravity. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would bring him a new life? For Vulture, a refining Tao Si soul flower was indeed like giving him a new life, which was no less than giving him a second chance to charge forward. "You treat me like a national knight, and I will repay you as a national knight." Vulture went into closed-door training. This was the sentence he left before leaving, solemn, and resolute. "Lin Sun, thank you very much." Young Ku was also very excited. Vulture was like her father. She knew very well how hard it was for Vulture to live these years. How could Young Ku not be happy and moved that Lin Sun could give Vulture the hope of recultivation? "Drillmaster, this is for you." Lin Sun also took out a jade box, in which a jasper saber was sealed. It was a powerful ancient treasure from the holy son of Green Scale clan. At the same time, Lin Zhong also prepared gifts for Lin Zhong, Zhu Laosan, and Xia Ji, all of which were trophies he plundered from the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea. Each of them was carefully selected by Lin Sun, and their value was immeasurable. "By the way, why is Xia Ji in closed-door training again?" Lin Sun asked. "Just a month ago, Miss Xia Ji suddenly said that she was going to do closed-door training, and then she fell asleep. She hasn't woken up until now." Lin Zhong explained. Lin Sun thought for a moment and immediately understood that Xia Ji had started the second quietus reincarnation. What she cultivated was the Nirvana 9 Revolution scripture, which was a mysterious and terrifying cultivation method. Once she underwent nirvana, it was like cutting off all the cultivation of her previous life and turning it into a huge potential to nourish herself, allowing her to cultivate from the beginning. It was like reincarnation, wonderful and incredible. I don't know whether she will lose all her memories when she carries out the second quietus reincarnation. Lin Sun got up and wanted to see Xia Ji. There were not many people in the world who could make Lin Sun remember them, and Xia Ji was undoubtedly the most important one. Lin Sun felt a little worried and uneasy when he thought that she would cut off all the past and start over every time she underwent quietus. But before Lin Sun left, Lin Huayuan came in a hurry with an unopened secret letter and handed it to Lin Sun. Lin Sun took it and looked at it. A killing intent flashed in his black eyes. The content of the secret letter was very simple. The patriarchs of Westbrook Lin, Floating Cloud Lin and Northlight Lin invited Lin Huaitong to Westbrook Lin at dusk today to discuss the problem of taking charge of Heart Cleansing Peak. Obviously, they all thought that Lin Huaitong's action of seizing power would succeed today, so they were ready to discuss and plan how to take charge of Heart Cleansing Peak tonight. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Huaitong had come back, and Lin Huaitong had no chance to receive this invitation letter. "Originally, I wanted to hide from you for 2 days, but in this case, let's make a thorough end tonight." Crack. "What? Are you going to the banquet of Westbrook Lin tonight?" Lin Huayuan's heart trembled and he hurriedly dissuaded him. "Master, you can't do that. The big shots of the 3 branches of Westbrook Lin are gathered here tonight. It's a tiger's den. You just returned to the Forbidden City and don't know the situation. How can you take the risk in person?" Lin Zhong also said, "Young master, it's better to discuss this matter at length." Lin Sun smiled and said indifferently, "All the big shots of the 3 branches are gathered together? That's great. I don't have to deal with them one by one." There was a hint of killing intent in his voice. As early as the first year in the Forbidden City, he had promised in public that he would give the 3 branches of Westbrook Lin, Floating Cloud Lin and Flying Peak a chance to think about it. He would not do anything to them within 3 years. Originally, Lin Sun thought that his conditions were generous enough. But now, 3 years later, the other side had begun to plot to seize the power of Heart Cleansing Peak, which undoubtedly showed that they had made a decision. In this case, how could Lin Sun bear it any longer? Lin Huayuan hesitated. Master, I'm not talking too much. But you should know that behind the three branches, there are two top aristocratic families, Sui and Qin. Before he finished, Lin Sun sneered, what top aristocratic families? They can only dominate the small forbidden city. You don't have to worry about me. When I set foot on the gate of Westbrook Lin, I'll see what they can do to me. If they don't give me a satisfactory explanation, don't blame me for putting righteousness before family. Lin Sun's voice was cold. Although his tone was ordinary, Lin Huayuan, Lin Zhong and Yang Ke felt a sense of arrogance from his words. Sui and Qin, which were ranked among the 7 top aristocratic families of the empire, were not in Lin Sun's eyes now. This was too amazing. But this was also a fact. Lin Sun was arrogant. In the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea, he could easily crush any of the top aristocratic families. At that time, Lin Sun killed all the heroes of all clans, and even the kings of Life and Death Realm couldn't do anything to him. No matter how strong Sui and Qin were, could they be stronger than these forces? It could be said that the experience of Soul Oblivion Sea had completely changed Lin Sun. In the past, he was too weak and could only rely on other means to protect himself. When faced with humiliation, attacks, and revenge, he could only endure. At that time, no matter if he was sad, frustrated, or upset, he would always wear a bright smile to hide his inner feelings and avoid making himself look too embarrassed. Now, after going through all kinds of dangerous tempering, Lin Sun set foot on the path of the real Supreme Taoism. His vision and vision were completely different from before. In the past, the Forbidden City was full of powerful families, which made Lin Sun not dare to confront them head-on. But now, Lin Sun had no scruples. The young master has changed. He's like a true great figure that's full of valleys and looks down upon the world. He's like a treasured sword that's been tempered thousands of times and finally revealed its peerless edge today. Lin Zhong was in a trance. It had been almost 3 years since Lin Sun entered the Forbidden City. In the past 3 years, Lin Zhong almost watched how Lin Sun rose step by step and how he became stronger step by step. Now, Lin Sun might be only a 17-year-old boy, but his experience and the power he had mastered were enough to be called a great practitioner. He was a real peerless genius who could look down on the same realm and be proud of the present. At least in today's Forbidden City, Lin Sun had far surpassed his peers. Even some so-called great figures would find it difficult to compete with him. Master, you're right. When we practice Taoism, our state of mind should be like iron. All the so-called power, money, and wealth are illusory after all. Only the power we master is the foundation of eternal power. King Red Eagle on one side praised respectfully, what's more, Master can fight alone in the Soul Oblivion Sea for half a year, killing all the heroes of all races and making a group of Life and Death Realm masters helpless. How can those secular forces slander and blaspheme such power? When he spoke up to hear, this peak great cultivator amongst demon cultivators was actually extremely excited as well, and he spoke resolutely and forcefully. During the ancient times, an almighty figure was capable of annihilating a world with a raise of his hand, and he was capable of causing the sun and moon to fall with a flick of his finger. All of this relied on his own strength. As for the so-called power, wealth, and status, to us, they're nothing more than a fleeting cloud. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised by these words. King Red Eagle could have the cultivation of the peak of Tao Insight Realm, which was really not simple. At least his knowledge was far beyond ordinary. Lin Huayuan and Lin Zhong were also silent. They all realized that Lin Sun was indeed completely different from the past after disappearing for half a year. Master, in this case, I'll go with you tonight. Lin Huayuan took a deep breath and volunteered. Young master, take me with you. Lin Zhong also looked at Lin Sun. Seeing that young Ku was about to speak, Lin Sun immediately said, no, it's enough for King Red Eagle to go with me. If too many people go, they will look down on me. In fact, the reason why Lin Sun made this decision was that he was worried that if Lin Huayuan and Lin Zhong went together, they would not bear to see some too tragic bloodshed and would dissuade him. After all, to these old people, no matter what, the Lin family's bloodline still flowed in the bodies of the 3 branch families, Westbrook, Cloudcrest, and Flying Peak. They naturally couldn't bear to see such a tragic matter of internal strife occur. But Lin Sun had to do so. This hidden danger was like a malignant tumor. If it was not completely removed, all kinds of unpredictable disasters were destined to break out in the future. Next, Lin Sun asked about the fifth grandpa Lin Beiguang, who was Lin Huayuan's father. Then, he knew that Lin Beiguang had gone out for a long time and had not sent back any news for a long time. In the evening, dusk was coming. In the grand hall of the Westbrook Lin clan, the lights were shining brightly. The high-level figures from the three branches of the Lin clan, the Westbrook clan, the Cloud clan, and the Flying Peak clan were gathered together, drinking and chatting happily. They were all in a good mood, and their joy was obvious in their words. Everyone, half a year ago, we were in a panic. We were almost driven to the point of stray dogs by Lin Sun. Now, we are rising again. We are about to settle on heart-cleansing peak. But Lin Sun has died somewhere in the soul oblivion sea. It's really delightful. Come, everyone, let's raise our glasses together and toast. Lin Pingdu, the leader of Flying Peak Lin, raised his glass and laughed out loud. Everyone roared in agreement and raised their glasses to drink. Pingdu is right, but there is still the last step. We can't be careless. It's not too late for us to celebrate when Lin Huaitong comes. As the patriarch of Westbrook Lin, Lin Tianlong could still keep sober. But even so, there was a touch of unconcealable pride in the depths of his eyes. Today's heart-cleansing peak was in a precarious situation with internal and external troubles. It was just like a building that was about to collapse. And all this was done by them. What's more, they had the support of Sui family and Qin family. Under such circumstances, it was easy for them to seize heart-cleansing peak. Therefore, how could Lin Tianlong not be proud and happy in his heart? When Lin Sun was still in the Forbidden City, the three families were out of breath. But now it was different. Lin Sun, the devil, was finally dead, and they had to start all over again. Brother Tianlong, when I was on my way to the banquet, I heard from an imperial guard who guarded the city gate that someone saw Lin Sun. Lin Yanshan, the leader of Yunhing Lin, suddenly spoke, which made many people's eyelids twitch. There was a trace of silence in the originally happy atmosphere. It's impossible. Nianshan, you drank too much. Don't listen to the nonsense of those lowly guards. Most of the rumors in the empire were spread by them. How can we believe their words? Lin Tianlong smiled. What's more, the news that Lin Sun died in the depths of the soul oblivion sea has been confirmed by the imperial family. If a scourge like him can come back alive from the pursuit of a group of life-death realm kings, I can even cut my own throat to commit suicide. The crowd burst into laughter at once. Indeed, Lin Sun had disappeared for half a year. A few months ago, he was confirmed to have died in the depths of the soul oblivion sea. How could he come back alive? But at this time, a cold and indifferent voice came from the door of the hall. Oh, in that case, you can cut your own throat to commit suicide. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall was a little stagnant. All the big shots frowned and were a little surprised. This time, the big shots of the three branches of Westbrook, Yunhing, and Flying Peak gathered in the hall. Who dared to provoke them at this time? Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Sun, who wore a moon-white robe and had a tall figure, appeared at the door of the hall with his hands behind his back. On his shoulder stood a majestic red eagle looking around with its head held high. In an instant, Lin Tianlong, Lin Yanshan, Lin Feifeng and others were stunned as if they were struck by lightning. Lin Sun, he was still alive. This was too sudden. It was simply like an enormous joke, and it was also like someone had struck them hard with a stick, causing them to be stunned. And those who didn't recognize Lin Sun's appearance all looked gloomy. A young man dared to provoke them at this time. He was simply courting death. Where are the guards? Are you blind? How can you let an outsider break in casually? You're just a bunch of good-for-nothings. An elder of Westbrook Lin slapped the table and stood up, shouting loudly. But surprisingly, it was quiet outside, and not a single guard answered. This made him angrier and angrier, so he decided to do it himself. He stared at Lin Sun coldly and said, "Boy, do you know where you are? Is this a place where you can behave atrociously? Get out of here, or..." Whoosh! Puff, the big shot of Westbrook Lin, who slammed the table and stood up, had no time to react. His throat was pierced by a dazzling fire. His pupils bulged suddenly, and his face was full of anger and horror. He still couldn't believe it. Boom, after that, his entire body started to burn. In an instant, he transformed into ashes that rustled as they scattered all over the ground. Not even his bones remained. Red Eagle King had returned to Lin Sun's shoulder. His flaming red wings converged, and a touch of disdain flashed in his ruby-like eyes. How dare such a trash desecrate his master's dignity in front of his face? He was courting death. The whole place was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Tonight was supposed to be a grand and joyful party. The big shots of the three collateral forces of Lin family gathered together to plan to seize heart-cleansing peak. However, who would have thought that there would suddenly be a flash of fire, and a major character would be incinerated into nothingness like a withered leaf, dying right before their eyes. This scene was too shocking, and some guests were shocked to the point of almost letting out sharp cries. The originally bustling and joyous atmosphere had vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by a strand of terrifying coldness. Who were the young man and the Red Eagle around him? How dare they come to the territory of Westbrook Lin to kill people? When people looked at Lin Sun at the door of the hall again, their eyes had changed with a touch of surprise and solemnity. After all, only a few people had seen Lin Sun's real face. Most of the clansmen of the three collateral forces of Lin family hated Lin Sun's guts, but they didn't know what Lin Sun looked like at all. It had to be said that this was absolutely ironic. Only a few people, such as Lin Tianlong, Lin Yanxian and Lin Pingdu, recognized Lin Sun's identity at the first time. But they were stunned as if they were struck by lightning and saw a ghost. A guy who had been confirmed to be dead suddenly appeared in front of him. That kind of shock was too much. Young man, no matter where you come from or what your purpose is, it's too much for you to kill people for no reason. A silver-haired old man with a dignified look stood up and said coldly. He was the first elder of Westbrook Lin and the elder brother of Lin Tianlong. His name was Lin Tianhun. He had been through a lot, so he was very calm at the moment. Oh, really? Lin Sun looked indifferent and ignored the people in the hall. He put his hands behind his back and walked into the hall leisurely. This caused Lin Tianhuan's expression to change slightly. He realized that something was wrong, but he still couldn't believe it. How could a mere youth be so daring? What an arrogant little fellow. Don't think that you can bully our Lin family just because you have some ability. A person like you is only cannon fodder at best. Tell me, who sent you here? Do you know the consequences of offending our Lin family? Lin Tianhun frowned and his expression darkened. Subconsciously, he thought that Lin Sun was sent by some great force. Otherwise, such a little guy would not dare to commit murder even if he had the guts to do so. Tell me, what are the consequences of offending you? Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep and indifferent, and he looked calm as he glanced at the people present. While he was speaking, Lin Tianlong, Lin Yanxian, and Lin Pingdu had already recovered from the shock a little and came to their senses. However, their faces were extremely pale, and they were trembling all over. They looked shocked and angry, as well as incredulous. The other big shots in the vicinity finally realized that something was wrong. Especially when they saw the expressions of Lin Tianlong and the others, they were even more shocked. As the leaders of the three branches of the Lin family, they had seen all kinds of storms and waves. How could they be so shocked by a mere youth's visit today? Haha, you're really a hothead. I'm not afraid to tell you that this time, the three branches of the Lin family have gathered together, and we have the support of the Zhou and Qin aristocratic families. I'm afraid that a hothead like you will never know such power, Lin Tianhun chuckled. When it came to the support of the Zhou and Qin aristocratic families, there was even a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows. Young man, tell me, who sent you here? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, then... Obviously, he was threatening and intimidating Lin Sun. But before he could finish, Lin Tianlong interrupted, Big brother. Don't say any more, this guy is Lin Sun. Lin Tianhun was instantly disdainful. What Lin Sun, he dares to come to my Lin family to commit murder, even if he's the emperor. What did you say? But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something. His expression changed, and his eyes widened. He looked like he had seen a ghost, and he was so shocked that he stuttered. He's Lin Sun. Lin Tianhun finally said the name, but his face was already full of shock, and his eyeballs almost fell out. Lin Sun. At this moment, everyone's expression changed as they realized the reason. The young man in white robes, a man and an eagle, was Lin Sun, who had long been confirmed to be dead in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. Many people were shocked to the point of standing up abruptly, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Didn't you die in the Soul Oblivion Sea long ago? Lin Tianhun was shocked and angry. His original pride and complacency were now replaced by a look of shock. How could this young man, who had oppressed the 3 branches of the Lin family half a year ago, return alive? Why? Others were also shocked and puzzled. Old man, how can a small Soul Oblivion Sea trap such a powerful figure as my master? It's really stupid. Red Eagle King's disdain made Lin Tianhun angry and scared. This sentence seemed harsh, but it undoubtedly proved that the Soul Oblivion Sea didn't trap Lin Sun. Lin Sun ignored the shock of the people in the hall. He stood there and said, "Since everyone is here, I'll get to the point. 3 years ago, I gave you a chance to consider submitting to Heart Cleansing Peak." He glanced at the crowd, "But it's obvious that you not only don't intend to submit to me, but also want to seize things that you shouldn't have. Do you really think that I dare not kill you?" When the word kill came out, Lin Sun's black eyes were suddenly full of cold and terrible killing intent, which made everyone feel cold. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, it's really ridiculous. If it was in the past, we might be afraid of you if you boast like this. But now, you have thrown yourself into the trap. Do you think you still have a chance to survive in the territory of Westbrook Lin? Lin Tianlong burst into laughter, and his eyes became cold and gloomy. He finally sobered up completely. Before, he was just shocked by the fact that Lin Sun was still alive, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of Lin Sun. Yes, this guy is alone. All the big shots in the hall came to their senses and looked relaxed. When they looked at Lin Sun again, there was a touch of pity in their eyes. This guy was really arrogant. He dared to come here alone to commit murder. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. There were a lot of big shots of the 3 branches of Lin family gathered here. It was a powerful lineup. Lin Sun alone could not bring any threat to them. In the past, you either hid in Heart Cleansing Peak or Green Deer School. But now, you took the initiative to come here to die. Should I say that you are arrogant or stupid? Lin Yanshan also smiled with a graceful and proud look. Alas, this is our nephew, Lin Wenjing's good son. Unfortunately, he chose to fight against us. For the future of our Lin family, it seems that we have no choice but to sacrifice our family for righteousness. Lin Pingde looked leisurely, but he was extremely excited in his heart. There was a way to heaven, but you didn't take it. Instead, you came to hell. Other big shots present also sneered, and some were secretly annoyed. They felt that they were shocked by Lin Sun's appearance just now. It was too shameful. A silly little fellow that ran to their door to die should be worth being happy about. In their view, Lin Sun was indeed very dazzling. He was successful at a young age and his achievements attracted the attention of the world. But after all, he was just a young grandmaster of spiritual tattoos, a junior. It was not easy to kill him. Of course, they still subconsciously thought that Lin Sun was just in Sea Spirit Realm, as he was half a year ago. He didn't pose any threat to them at all. That was why they were so fearless, excited, and complacent. They were simply like 2 different people compared to how they were earlier when they were shocked and in a sorry state. The atmosphere in the hall became relaxed again, full of noise and banter. On the faces of every big shot, there were expressions of pity, awe, pride, or excitement. What was more delightful than the prey coming to the door voluntarily? The scene in front of them confirmed this point. The appearance of Lin Sun might have shocked them, but when they came to themselves, they found that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Lin Sun. A group of poor guys, Red Eagle King suddenly sighed, with a touch of pity in his flame-like eyes. These idiots didn't use their brains to think that since their master dared to come alone, how could he not have the confidence? Have you finished saying your last words? At this moment, Lin Sun seemed calmer. His black eyes were cold as he glanced at the audience. If you have finished, I will send you to hell. Last words, all the great figures exploded with rage. It's already at a time like this, yet this kid actually still dares to be so arrogant. He's really tired of living, some big shots felt inexplicably horrified. Lin Sun was too calm, which made them feel something was wrong. However, they still didn't know what kind of storm a boy who was only at Sea Spirit Realm half a year ago could set off under such circumstances. Was he relying on that scarlet godly hawk? That feathered beast might be very powerful, but it didn't mean that no one present could deal with it. Finally, someone seemed to think of something, and his face suddenly changed. No, why didn't Shen Jingluan and Zhu Laosan come together? If they knew that this boy came to die, how could they just sit back and watch? What was more, Lin Sun could suppress the three families in the past. How could he be the kind of person who foolishly came to their door to die? On the contrary, this boy was so famous at such a young age and attracted the attention of the whole world. How could he be an idiot? Among his peers, few could compete with him. No, there must be some mystery in it. However, it was too late when these people realized and were about to remind Lin Sun. Clang! The sound of the saber was faint, surging like wind and thunder. In an instant, Lin Sun disappeared. Puff, an elegant middle-aged man was sneering. But in an instant, he felt a chill in his heart. He looked down and found a bloody hole in his chest. You! His sneer froze on his face and his pupils dilated. He wanted to say something, but he fell to the ground and died before he had a chance to say it. Boom, on the other side, a big shot was drinking with a glass of wine. But his eyes suddenly protruded. He was shocked to find that an ice-hornless figure, which seemed to be carved out of ice and snow, was sitting in the void and staring at him indifferently. No. As soon as he was about to struggle, his body was crushed by the ice-hornless claw. His flesh and blood flew everywhere, and he died on the spot. Pull out the saber? Does this puppy really dare to fight? At the same time, a beautiful woman opened her mouth sharply. When she was about to humiliate Lin Sun, she felt like being hit by a primordial barbaric bull. Her tendons and bones were broken, and her flesh and blood were splashed. In an instant, she died on the spot. This was the bare hit. One hit could shake a mountain. Something's wrong, a white-haired old man was frowning in contemplation, but he didn't notice that a Swanese figure had appeared in an ancient palm print, and it smashed down with a bang, directly crushing his body into a pile of meat paste that dyed the ground red. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievably fast. It was as if many peerless experts had attacked at the same time. In fact, all of this was done by Lin Sun alone. With his current realm and strength, he could already be regarded as the king of Tao Insight Realm. He could overlook the whole realm and kill all enemies. Some of the so-called big shots present might be in Tao Insight Realm, or they might be the top of the three branches of Lin family in terms of status and identity. But when it came to real combat effectiveness, they were not even as good as the saints in the Soul Oblivion Sea. For Lin Sun, they were no different from chickens and dogs, so he was not afraid of any deterrence at all. There were screams and roars of anger in the hall. The hall was in a mess. The tables were smashed, the cups were broken, the walls collapsed, and the ground was blood-stained and cracked as if it had been destroyed by a storm. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that even now, many big shots didn't realize it. Indeed, who could imagine that Lin Sun would directly attack them, simple, direct, and unrestrained? How dare you, Lin Tianlong roared. He took out a bronze sword and slashed it at Lin Sun. Lin Sun casually pressed down, and an invisible and terrifying force swept out. Lin Tianlong didn't even get close to Lin Sun before he was sent flying, blood spurting out from his mouth and nose. With just one blow, Lin Tianlong, the patriarch of Westbrook Lin and a strong man in Tao Insight Realm of the older generation, was sent flying like a clown without any power to resist. Lin Tianlong was horrified. He finally realized the problem. Lin Sun dared to come here alone. He didn't come here to die. Obviously, Lin Sun was fearless, however, it had only been half a year since they last met. How did that little guy at the Sea of Soul realm become so terrifying? The expressions of the other great figures changed as well, realizing the same problem. This made them feel both shocked and furious, and they were in a state of panic. All the big shots present were the big shots of the three collateral forces of Lin family. How strong was the lineup when they gathered together, but now, as soon as they met, Lin Sun killed 6 or 7 of them like a hot knife through butter. Even a master like Lin Tianlong couldn't withstand a single blow from Lin Sun. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and he was in a mess. It was too horrible. How could he be so powerful? It was hard for all the big shots to accept. In half a year, Lin Sun had grown to such an incredible level. If he was given more time, the Forbidden City would not be able to tolerate him. Let's kill him together. Lin Yanshan, the patriarch of Floating Cloud Lin, roared. He noticed that many people in the field were shocked by Lin Sun's power. If it continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only by gathering their strength and defeating Lin Sun's spirit could they reverse the situation and turn the situation around. Lin Yanshan didn't believe that Lin Sun's strength could go on like this forever. Boom! Many big shots besieged Lin Sun together with Lin Yanshan as if they had found their backbone. For a while, all kinds of secret methods and treasures were flying around. They were brilliant and dazzling. The terrible waves produced completely collapsed the whole palace and turned it into ruins. Lin Sun's black eyes were calm. His figure was like a dream, and his style was peerless. In the face of such a siege, he didn't even look at them and displayed the hegemonic prohibition. Boom! A formless and terrifying aura enveloped the entire area, transforming into a restriction that imprisoned all the great figures who were surrounding him in the void. When looked at from afar, they were like numerous fishes that had been frozen in a layer of ice, and they actually didn't move in the slightest. This strange scene shocked some great figures in the distance to the point their scalps went numb while coldness arose in their hearts. What sort of terrifying secret technique is this? Puff. Puff. Before they came to their senses, they saw Lin Sun sweep the broken blade in his palm, and 7 or 8 bloody heads fell to the ground. Only then did their headless corpses fall to the ground, lying in a pool of blood. Only Lin Yanshan was spared. It wasn't that he was extremely powerful, but Lin Sun seemed to have deliberately spared him. When he saw the heads rolling all over the ground, Lin Yanshan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, and he almost collapsed there. It was terrible. In the blink of an eye, life and death had been decided. Originally, they wanted to defeat Lin Sun's spirit. Who would have thought that even such an attack was still destroyed by Lin Sun? When he thought that he almost died at that moment, Lin Yanshan was so scared that his soul almost left his body, and his face was extremely ugly. He's just a teenager. How can he be so strong? He trembled all over, unable to accept all this. While Lin Yanshan was in a trance, Lin Sun had already taken advantage of this time to kill 4 or 5 people in succession. Almost all of them were killed with one move. It was simple and direct, as easy as harvesting straw. From beginning to end, Lin Sun did not encounter any obstacles at all. That kind of irresistible and invincible posture didn't need to be exaggerated at all to shock all the people present. The most terrible thing was that even at this moment, Lin Sun still looked indifferent and calm. His clothes were spotless and aloof. At his feet, there were still warm corpses and pools of blood. Red Eagle King had been watching from the side. This was Lin Sun's family business, and he was not allowed to intervene. Therefore, he saw this battle completely. Even though he had already experienced the horror of Lin Sun's fighting power, when he witnessed the scene in front of him, he still couldn't calm down. He also finally understood why in ancient times, the strong men of all races admired and yearned for the supreme way of cultivation so much. Those who could set foot in this realm were absolutely the kings of the talents, like the sun in the sky, who could shine alone. This was the strongest way of cultivation. They were known as the supreme talents, who could suppress a realm and sweep away all the others, and Lin Sun had undoubtedly stood on the top of the Tao Insight realm. He was like a king, a living legend. Who could have imagined that a king of the Grotto Heavens, a heaven's chosen son of heaven, was only a teenager? Red Eagle King couldn't calm down anymore. He was excited and shocked. At the same time, he was full of pity for those big shots of Lin family. They were a group of poor frogs at the bottom of a well, who didn't know the vastness of the world. It was ridiculous. Sooner or later, a person like Lin Sun would shine in the struggle of all races, and his future would be limitless. But they didn't take this opportunity to support Lin Sun. Instead, they regarded Lin Sun as an enemy for some ridiculous power struggle. How ridiculous was that? A great opportunity is in front of you, but you have eyes but fail to see. Haha, it's really ridiculous, Red Eagle King sneered in his heart. The killing continued. Lin Sun seemed to have turned into a ruthless executioner, rampaging in the field. Blood had flowed all over the ground, and there was frightening red everywhere, like a tragic purgatory of killing. If outsiders knew this, they would be shocked. They were all clansmen of Lin family. Even if they were branches of Lin family, the blood of Lin family flowed in their bodies. But Lin Sun seemed to want to kill them all. If it was spread out, he would bear the heavy infamy of killing relatives, but Lin Sun didn't care. For the future of Lin family, he must carry out a thorough settlement. He couldn't tolerate the repetition of the bloody incident that happened more than 10 years ago. Traitors must be given the harshest blow. In Lin Sun's eyes, the three branches of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak had undoubtedly betrayed Lin family completely. More than 10 years ago, they colluded with external forces to carve up the property of Lin family. Lin Sun was willing to give them a chance to atone and correct their mistakes, and promised them 3 years to consider. But in the end, they didn't cherish it. Instead, they completely turned to Zhou family and Qin family. They would rather be the running dogs of these two families than to return to heart-cleansing Peak. This was absolutely intolerable to Lin Sun. Stop. We admit defeat. Lin Tianlong let out a sad roar. He trembled all over and couldn't control his emotions. His heart was bleeding. All the big shots gathered here this time were the top of the three families. But now more than half of them were killed like cutting melons and vegetables. This was definitely a blow that no one could bear. Lin Tianlong couldn't stand it anymore. The loss was too great. It would be difficult for him to establish a foothold in the Forbidden City in the future. At the same time, there was a sense of despair in his heart. Half a year ago, Lin Sun, who was at Sea Spirit Realm, had oppressed the three families. Now, he had become so terrifying and powerful. How could they have a chance to breathe in the future? I gave you 3 years to consider. Now you regret it? It's too late. Hearing Lin Sun's resolute answer, Lin Tianlong completely collapsed. He stood there in a daze and lost his wits. Smoke from the flames of war filled the air, and shrill screams reverberated in the air. The number of corpses on the ground increased, and the pool of blood glowed a dazzling red under the reflection of the swords and blades. This was an unpredictable tragedy, and it was still happening. Not only Lin Tianlong, but also Lin Yanshan and Lin Pingdu. Different from Lin Tianlong, the latter two seemed to be crazy at the moment. They had already lost control of their emotions and were stimulated by the scenes in front of them. They kept rushing to kill Lin Sun. It seemed that they didn't care about their lives at all. However, Lin Sun didn't intend to kill them at once. Every time he attacked, the two of them flew out and looked embarrassed. How cruel you are. Do you want us to watch you slaughter our compatriots? Lin Yanshan roared with his eyes wide open. Kill me if you have the guts. Why not? Come on. On the other side, Lin Pingdu's hair was disheveled, and his face was distorted and crazy. Unfortunately, Lin Sun ignored all this. His indifferent and cold attitude made the two of them really crazy. This was a cruel torture, which made them beg for death. They could only watch helplessly. Watching this tragedy unfold, watching the bloodline clansmen fall into a pool of scarlet blood and fear, helplessness, anger, and unwillingness, it was too torturous. At this time, more than half of the people in the field had been killed or injured. Lin Sun's clean killing method had already shocked everyone, making them frightened. Their fighting spirit collapsed. But when they chose to flee, they noticed to their astonishment that their surroundings were covered in boundless mist while 4 mysterious stone pillars stood towering there, and they completely confined this expanse of the heavens and the earth. 4-image dragon pillar, how could the people present not recognize this treasure? It was the most precious treasure of Flying Peak Lin, which had always been in the hands of Lin Feifeng, the father of Lin Pingdu. However, Lin Feifeng had long been killed by Lin Sun, so this treasure naturally fell into Lin Sun's hands. In an instant, everyone was desperate. They realized that from the moment Lin Sun stepped into Westbrook Lin, he had already prepared many means and didn't intend to let them leave alive. No wonder the movement here was so big, but up to now, other clansmen of Westbrook Lin were not alarmed. All of this was because this place had been sealed a long time ago, Boom, when he realized this, Lin Tianlong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Deep in his heart, he had hoped that his old ancestor could hear the news and come here to kill Lin Sun. But when he saw the 4 symbols coiling dragon pillars, he lost all hope. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. At this moment, Lin Tianlong's mental state could only be described as burning. Now, only the 3 of you are left. After an unknown period of time, an indifferent voice sounded out by his ear, and it was like a thunderclap that caused Lin Tianlong to awaken from his numb and blank state. He looked around blankly, only to discover that the ground was dyed with pools of blood and piles of corpses. Only Lin Yanshan and Lin Feifeng sat on the ground with disheveled hair and ragged clothes. They were covered with mud and blood stains, and their eyes were blank. On the opposite side, Lin Sun stood alone. His clothes were still spotless, and his expression was still calm and indifferent. He was like a detached and aloof young man, which was particularly dazzling in this bloody and messy scene. Those are all your relatives. How could you? Lin Tianlong struggled to speak in a hoarse and sorrowful voice. Relatives? Lin Sun's black eyes showed a touch of coldness. I have never seen such despicable and shameless relatives. From the moment you chose to betray Lin family and become enemies with Lin family, you are just a group of traitors in my eyes. Ho ho, since ancient times, the ending of any battle is nothing more than the 4 words winner takes all. This time you win, I have nothing to say. You can kill me or cut me up as you like. Lin Tianlong looked indifferent and lonely. Winner takes all? Lin Sun suddenly sighed at this moment and asked, do you think Sui and Qin family will avenge you after they know what happened today? Lin Tianlong was stunned, and then said without hesitation, of course. Are you sure? Lin Sun stared at Lin Tianlong closely. Lin Tianlong's face changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. It seemed that he didn't dare to look into Lin Sun's eyes, so he turned his head slightly. Lin Xian's voice was calm. In fact, you already know the answer in your heart. It's impossible for Sui and Qin family to avenge you. Because I am still alive and you are all dead. Dead people are undoubtedly of no use to those superior forces. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for them to offend me for you. Lin Sun's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Lin Tianlong's heart, making him tremble all over and his face extremely pale. As the leader of Westbrook Lin, he was naturally not an ordinary person. He didn't need to think at all to know what Lin Sun said was right. But in the face of such a cruel reality, who could face it soberly? We have been defeated. Do you still want to humiliate us like this? Lin Yanshan, who was sitting on the ground on the other side, said in a low voice as if he had lost all his strength. Just give us a quick death. Lin Pingdu murmured with his eyes lost focus. You are wrong. I don't keep you alive to humiliate and torture you. Lin Sun said calmly, I just want to give you 3 families a last chance. Chance? Lin Tianlong and others were all stunned. Lin Sun said, you may deserve to die, but do you want your clansmen to die with you? Lin Sun's words made Lin Tianlong and others all shocked. They didn't know where they got the strength from, but they shouted in unison, what on earth do you want? Living in the world, they were not alone. They had wives, children, relatives, and friends, and clansmen who were dependent on them by blood. If Lin Sun killed all the people of their 3 families, they absolutely didn't want to see the result. What do I want? Lin Sun finally couldn't keep the calmness in his eyes. There was a touch of anger that couldn't be concealed. If you can think so for your clansmen in the past 3 years, how can today's things happen? Lin Sun's voice was as cold as thunder. At this moment, Lin Sun really couldn't control his anger. How could it be a good feeling to use his own hands to eradicate the traitors in the clan? Outsiders might only see that Lin Sun killed his clansmen, but who could understand the pain in his heart? In the face of Lin Sun's questioning, Lin Tianlong and others trembled all over. Their faces became paler and paler. They bowed their heads dejectedly and said nothing. After a while, Lin Sun took a deep breath and said calmly, don't worry. In my eyes, those innocent clansmen are still a part of Lin family. As long as they repent and turn over a new leaf, they are destined to have a place on heart-cleansing peak. Lin Tianlong and others were all stunned. It seemed that they couldn't believe it. They didn't expect this result. It was not too bad, but too good. You may not believe it. From the moment I took over the power of heart-cleansing peak, I was not interested in the so-called power of the clan at all. Even I had already thought about it. When the internal and external troubles of Lin family were completely solved, I would give up the position of the head of the family. Lin Sun stood there and whispered to himself, I have to avenge my parents, find my teacher, and seek for my Tao. I have no energy and mind to control a family at all. Unfortunately, even if you know these things, I'm afraid you won't believe it at all. Lin Tianlong and others' expressions changed. They were gloomy and silent. Boom, Lin Sun waved his sleeve and removed the 4 symbols coiling dragon pillars. The confinement around him disappeared immediately. Tianlong. How? How did you become like this? Suddenly, an old man appeared. He was Lin Cici. According to the seniority, he was Lin Sun's second grandfather, a practitioner of reincarnation developing realm. He had been alarmed and anxious for a long time. But he was blocked outside the 4 symbols coiling dragon pillars and couldn't break this kind of confinement. When he finally saw everything in front of him, Lin Cici was completely stunned. His eyes were bloodshot as if he was struck by lightning. The ground was a mess, corpses, and pools of blood. It was like purgatory on earth. Did you do all this? Lin Cici was furious. His eyes were like cold lightning as he stared at Lin Sun. Behind him, there were a group of clansmen of Westbrook Lin, both men and women. At this moment, they were all shocked by the bloody scene and their hands and feet were cold. It was terrible, they couldn't accept it. Yes. Lin Sun looked very calm. He looked at Lin Cici and said, I'm the head of Lin family. I just eradicated some traitors. Did I do anything wrong? Lin Cici was so angry that he trembled all over. He gritted his teeth and said, how dare you kill your elders? You deserve to die. Boom, a horrible breath spread from Lin Cici, disturbing the wind and clouds. This was the power of a great practitioner in reincarnation developing realm. Once he was angry, he could burn mountains and boil seas, causing an unpredictable disaster. Lin Sun looked calm and unafraid. But Lin Tianlong's face had already changed. He rushed up and stood in front of Lin Cici. Father, don't. Lin Tianlong shouted, this time, it's our fault. Enough people have died today. Don't do it again. Lin Cici was shocked. He didn't expect that it was his son who stopped him, even Lin Sun was a little surprised, but he soon calmed down. He knew that Lin Tianlong just wanted to make up for it as much as possible. Why? Lin Cici's face was livid. We made mistakes more than 10 years ago. What happened today makes me completely understand that we can't make mistakes again. Lin Tianlong gasped for a while. His voice was resolute and powerful, and Lin Sun has promised to spare those innocent clansmen and even give them a chance to return to heart-cleansing peak. Father, this is the best result. I don't want to continue to kill each other. It's too painful, I don't want other clansmen to be implicated innocently like me. In that case, I'll be a sinner for all ages. Even if I die, I'll be ashamed of the ancestors of Lin family. In the end, he, a great practitioner in Tao Insight realm and the leader of Westbrook Lin, almost broke down with tears in his eyes. Lin Cici was moved, and so were all the clansmen of Westbrook Lin. They were all stunned and had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. In the distance, Lin Sun nodded secretly and looked a little relaxed. At this moment, Lin Tianlong got the only recognition from him. The atmosphere was silent. Lin Tianlong's words were so earth-shattering that the clansmen of Westbrook Lin couldn't come back to their senses for a while. Lin Cici's chest rose and fell for a long time. Finally, he held back his anger and stared at Lin Sun coldly. You want Westbrook Lin to surrender? Well, you have to pass me first. As long as you get my approval, I won't pursue this matter any further. Lin Sun frowned and immediately calmed down, saying, what I want is surrender, not approval. You can refuse, but don't blame me for massacring this place tonight. Massacring this place, just 4 words shocked all the people present, and their faces became extremely gloomy. Lin Cici, in particular, was so angry that his face turned pale and blue. After changing his expression for a long time, he said, surrender? Yes. But you are just a little guy. What qualifications do you have to make me surrender? This sentence seemed to be self-righteous, with a sense of reprimand and disdain. According to seniority, he was Lin Sun's second grandfather, but now he was threatened by Lin Sun, a junior, which was simply a shame. Father. Lin Tianlong was so anxious that he knelt down on the ground and kowtowed, "Please, for the sake of our clansmen, please stop." Lin Sisi became more and more angry. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Asking him to bow his head to a grandson? Absolutely impossible, but Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and finally sighed, "I can give your father a chance to surrender just because you kneel down." Speaking of this, he looked at Lin Sisi coldly and said, "Didn't you ask me what qualifications I have to be shrewd? It's very simple, power." Whoosh, as soon as his voice disappeared, his figure flashed and he punched at Lin Sisi. The fist force was vast and simple, with a charm of returning to nature. It was simple and unpretentious, but it was like an ancient god lifting a mountain and oppressing the universe. All the people present were shocked. Was he going to fight like this? It was too strong. Anyway, Lin Sisi was also an experienced practitioner of reincarnation developing realm. How could he, a young man of Tao Insight realm, provoke him? Even the Red Eagle King, who was watching from afar, could not help but feel his eyelids twitch. Was his master going to fight across realms and suppress the reincarnation development state? Today, I will teach you what it means to not humiliate your elders. Lin Sisi was so angry that he began to laugh. He was furious to the extreme. His figure shone, and his might shot into the heavens, shattering the clouds. With a loud shout, he leapt up. No, Lin Tianlong panicked, but it was already too late to stop him. Father, what kind of status do you have? How can you compromise with that brat? With grandfather here, could it be that the sky will collapse? A young man in a luxurious robe rushed over and helped Lin Tianlong, who was kneeling on the ground. His face was filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Lin Tianlong was angered to the point of slapping the young man's face, causing blood to spray from the latter's mouth and nose while his body was instantly blasted flying and emitted a shrill cry. The strength behind Lin Tianlong's slap was obvious. But this was not the end. At this moment, Lin Tianlong was like a furious lion. He ruthlessly kicked his son's stomach and stared at the latter with an incomparably cold and furious gaze. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to say another word, I will immediately cripple you." He was furious. At this time, his son still did not have any sense of propriety. If Lin Sun heard this, was it any different from courting death? The young man in the luxurious robe trembled all over. He was frightened by Lin Tianlong's cold and awe-inspiring gaze. He realized that his father was not joking. At the same time that this little episode happened, Lin Sun and Lin Sisi had already engaged in a fierce battle. The heaven and earth were shaking, and the terrifying airflow of destruction swept across. In the void, Lin Sun's figure was like an illusion. He used the ice dragon steps like a banished immortal, and his fists were like rain, swallowing everything. Even in a battle with a reincarnation development state practitioner, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Lin Sisi repeatedly used his killing moves, but it was still of no avail. This made him shocked and angry, and he realized that something was wrong. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Sun, but he still could not imagine how a teenager in his teens, even if he had already reached the Tao Insight realm, could fight against him. This seemed to be too shocking and inconceivable. There was a big realm between the Tao Insight realm and the reincarnation development realm. In the past, Lin Sisi could easily kill a practitioner in the Tao Insight realm with a flip of his hand. But now, it had changed. Lin Sun's fighting capacity and fighting will were so strong that they were completely beyond Lin Sisi's expectation and imagination. Like a monster against the natural order, Lin Sun broke the barrier between realms and showed a strong foundation that could fight across realms. This was undoubtedly too terrifying. At least in the whole Forbidden City, there was no one who could compare with Lin Sun. Humph. Lin Sisi's face was livid. He took a deep breath and used his secret method. His power became more and more powerful, and he exerted the power of a practitioner in the reincarnation development realm to the extreme. If he couldn't defeat Lin Sun today, it would absolutely be a great shame. If it was spread out, Lin Sisi would never be able to raise his head again. As a great practitioner in the reincarnation development realm, who was also Lin Sun's grandfather, he couldn't do anything to Lin Sun. Wasn't this shameful and shameful enough? Boom, Lin Sisi was angry, and his power suddenly changed, which made all the people present exclaim. It was the first time for them to witness a top battle of this scale. But to everyone's horror, even under such circumstances, Lin Sun was still not suppressed. His whole body was flowing with light cyan tau, his clothes fluttered, and an ice-hornless dragon coiled around him. His aura became more and more extraordinary. In his hand, the broken blade let out a faint and clear sound, and the saber light shot out crisscrossed the void. It rushed straight to the bull, and even tore the void open a shocking crack. How could he be so strong? Originally, the Lin clansmen of Westbrook still had strong confidence in Lin Sisi, but now, this confidence began to be shaken. Red Eagle King stared at Lin Sisi without blinking, and he was also shocked. He knew the terror and strength of a peerless king in the Tao Insight realm, but he didn't expect that Lin Sisi could be strong enough to fight against a great practitioner in the reincarnation development realm. Master's Foundation, how terrifying has it reached? Red Eagle King couldn't see through it. The power Lin Sun showed refreshed his cognition again and again, making him palpitate in awe, and his admiration for Lin Sun became more and more fanatical. Boom, in the void, there was an earth-shattering collision, and the deafening divine light splashed in all directions, making the onlookers' blood boil and stars appear before their eyes. Lin Sun held the broken blade in his hand, and the saber light pierced through the sky, cutting the sky above and the void below, turning and turning, and the sharpness was unstoppable. Too strong, Lin Tianlong, Lin Yanshan, Lin Pingdu, and the others looked more and more gloomy. They realized that Lin Sun dared to come to them alone because he really had nothing to fear. It was ridiculous that they had regarded Lin Sun as prey before. At this time on the battlefield, Lin Sisi's face was unprecedentedly dignified. He stared at the young man in front of him and was shocked. The power Lin Sun showed was absolutely unprecedented in the Tao Insight realm. The most terrible thing was that he had such attainments in the Tao at such a young age. If he continued to grow in the future, how terrifying would he become? Suddenly, Lin Sisi shouted coldly, "You want to defeat me with this kind of power and make me surrender? Ridiculous." Really? Lin Sun looked indifferent and just waved his saber. A piece of bright light flowed, steaming like a dream, and there appeared a shocking vision of thousands of stars falling and the everlasting night coming. RFS, the power of this saber seemed to be covered with the everlasting night, wrapped in the momentum of thousands of falling stars. It appeared in the world at this moment, and the extraordinary power made the sky, the earth, and people change their expressions at the same time. Chop. The saber light suddenly chopped down. Bang. An explosion resounded as divine radiance erupted like a volcano, and it illuminated the night sky. Everyone present almost coughed up blood while their vision became blurry. Some people with slightly weaker strengths even squatted down on the ground while their entire bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Dang, 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 in the void, Lin Sisi's figure retreated, and his face turned blue and white. Just now, even if he had tried his best to resolve it, he still had to retreat. A mouthful of old blood was stuck in his throat, and he almost spat it out. This saber has some power, but it's not enough to defeat me. He roared in disbelief. He was a great practitioner in the reincarnation developing realm, and he couldn't accept it. His figure burst into light, and his long hair was disheveled. He was completely angry and attacked desperately. Chop. Lin Sun looked calm, like an old well without any ripples. The broken saber swept through the air like a galaxy sweeping down from the ninth heaven. Boom, the void burst and roared, and this area was submerged. All the people present had already retreated far away in fear of being affected. With a puff, Lin Sisi finally couldn't bear it. He was chopped by the saber and coughed up blood. His old face turned pale, and he staggered. Lin Tianlong and the others all changed their expressions, their scalps were numb, and their hands and feet were trembling. It was one thing to be able to fight against a practitioner in the reincarnation developing realm, but it was another thing to be able to defeat a practitioner in the reincarnation developing realm in a duel. These two were completely different concepts. Now, Lin Sun, as a Tao Insight realm cultivator, had shaken Lin Sisi continuously, and even made him cough up blood and sustain injuries. This was too terrifying. Again. In the void, Lin Cici's hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was like an enraged beast, roaring and continuing to attack. In short, he couldn't accept it. Chop. Lin Sun's expression became more and more indifferent, and his black eyes were deep and cold. The broken saber swept up, and at this moment, it was like a scorching sun rising and then exploding. The bright and blazing luster was so dazzling that most people present couldn't open their eyes. It was too dazzling, and there was a great terror that could destroy the world. Even Red Eagle King's scalp was numb, and an incomparably strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. He couldn't help but shout and retreat far away. Boom! Under this blow, Lin Cici's hair and beard were burnt, and his skin was scorched black and cracked. His clothes were ragged, and his whole body was pressed hard to the ground, creating a large pit. His whole body was twitching, and he looked miserable and embarrassed, like a burnt stick, which was unbearable to look at. Lin Sun was a little surprised. Under this blow, even Niu Tunshan, the top saint, could not bear it, but Lin Cici was only seriously injured, which showed the tyrannical power of a great practitioner of reincarnation development realm. At this time, there was a dead silence in the field. No one spoke, and everyone was dumbfounded as they watched all this. Defeated, defeated? Someone said in a trembling voice. Indeed defeated, someone was in a daze. This shock was too great. 4. Westbrook Lin Cici was like a stabilizing force. But now, he was defeated. Not at the hands of a big shot of the same realm, nor at the hands of a more terrible life and death realm king, but by the saber of a junior of the clan. This junior was just a teenager, and his cultivation was only at the Tao Insight realm. This was undoubtedly a fiasco, a complete collapse. All the eyes looking at Lin Sun became complicated, shocked and confused. It was hard to imagine how such a young man could be so nature-defying and terrible. At such a young age, being able to set foot in the ranks of great practitioners was already eye-catching, enough to overshadow his peers. But Lin Sun did not just set foot in the ranks of great practitioners. Tonight, he defeated a great practitioner of reincarnation development realm who had been famous for many years. This was the most shocking thing. Master, perhaps he can be called the youngest Tao Insight realm king in the world. His fighting capacity is absolutely superior to other kings of the same realm. After all, who has ever seen a fierce character like Master who can suppress a great practitioner of reincarnation development realm? Red Eagle King murmured in his heart. He even had some doubts that even if Lin Sun defeated Lin Cici, Lin Sun did not use his full strength. Because he won too directly and simply, fiercely killing, forcefully suppressing, and from the beginning to the end, he was never injured. Now, do you admit defeat? In the field, Lin Sun put away the broken saber and came to Lin Cici's side, looking down at the miserable old man on the ground with a calm expression. There was no mercy. Even if Lin Cici was his second grandfather according to seniority. But in Lin Sun's heart, the only difference tonight was whether he was a traitor or not. Lin Cici raised his head with difficulty. With a touch of unspeakable loss and sadness in his dim eyes, he said hoarsely, "If your grandfather knew you in the underworld, he would be pleased and proud of you." He straightened up with a haggard look and empty eyes, saying, "Don't worry. From today on, Westbrook Lins will not have a trace of disobedience. I only hope that you can forgive those innocent clansmen for the sake of the ancestors of Lin family." Lin Sun nodded, "Of course." Lin Cici forced a smile, stood up tremblingly, and said, "Maybe it's really a blessing that Lin family has a person like you in charge. I will persuade your third grandfather to surrender. I just hope there will be no more unnecessary killings tonight. Anyway, we are a family after all, aren't we?" After saying that, he staggered away. "I only promised to let go of the innocent, but I didn't promise to let go of those traitors," Lin Sun said calmly. In the distance, Lin Cici stiffened all over. After a long silence, he suddenly let out a sigh like a sob, full of sadness. Retribution. His voice reverberated in the night, adding to the endless loneliness. At this time, the clansmen of Westbrook Lins in the field were all pale. They all knew that from tonight on, their fate was completely controlled by the terrible demon-like teenager in front of them. Was it over? No. At least for Lin Sun, the good play had just begun. after half a year, Lin Sun, who was thought to be dead by many forces in the Forbidden City, returned to the Forbidden City alive and launched a big settlement on the same day. This night was destined to be different from the past. It was also particularly long. This night, Lin Sun alone killed all the high-level figures of the 3 branches of Lin family, including Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak. When Lin Cece, a great practitioner of reincarnation developing realm, was also defeated, the curtain of this big settlement was opened. In the early morning, on Heart-Cleansing Peak, Lin Zhong, Yang Ku, Zhu Laosan, Lin Huayuan and others quickly took action. They dispatched all the people to take over all the industries and forces controlled by the 3 branches. Just like the replacement of the old and the new power, with Lin Sun's bloody suppression as a deterrent, the operation went on extremely smoothly and orderly, without any hindrance from beginning to end. All the clansmen of the 3 branches of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak were panicked, sad and unwilling to accept all this passively. No one dared to resist or discooperate. They had surrendered. This was the price to be paid. Maybe they couldn't fully understand and accept it for the time being, but all this had happened and the general trend could not be violated. From tonight on, Lin family, which was divided by a bloody event more than 10 years ago, would be completely unified. In the future, there would be no so-called Westbrook, Floating Cloud, Flying Peak and Northlight Lin. They would all be included in Heart-Cleansing Peak Lin. In the early morning of the same night, Qi family. A clear and melodious sound of wind chimes woke Xianxia, who was meditating in the hot spring pool. She frowned her sharp eyebrows. Generally, few people dared to disturb her when she was meditating. Obviously, something big must have happened this night. After thinking about it, she stood up from the hot spring pool. Her movements were neat and natural. At this moment, she was naked, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and a pair of slender and straight legs. She didn't care about it at all, letting the warm water slide down from her body. This was the place where she meditated. She had always been alone, so she had long been used to it. What happened? When the maid came in, Xianxia was already wrapped in a bathrobe and sitting by the hot spring pool. Her black hair was loose and she looked lazy. "Miss, the news just came that there was a fierce battle in Westbrook Lin. According to the spy's report, the top leaders of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak were all gathered there at that time, and almost all of them died in this fierce battle." What? Xianxia's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the past, she couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to these 3 branches of the Lin family. After all, they were just small forces that couldn't even compare to a low-level aristocratic family. Xianxia began to pay attention to the Lin family since Lin Sun appeared in the Forbidden City. Who did it? Xianxia was puzzled. As far as she knew, in the past 6 months, with Lin Sun's death in the Soul Oblivion Sea, the 3 branches of Lin family, supported by the 2 top forces of Zue and Qin, became more and more fearless. Under such circumstances, such a tragedy had occurred tonight, and this seemed to be too unusual. According to the news, Lin Sun did all this. The maidservant quickly replied. Lin Sun? Xianxia was shocked and stood up. The laziness between her eyebrows disappeared, and she became surprised. "Is this true?" she asked in surprise. Xianxia was shocked. She seemed to have lost control of her emotions, and her voice carried a hint of interrogative coldness. The maidservant was stiff and said hurriedly, "The news was sent by the spy of our Qi family. I can't judge whether it's true or not. How could a dead person suddenly appear? Moreover, he single-handedly killed all the high-ranking figures of the 3 collateral branches of the Lin family. His methods are really ruthless." Xianxia was completely shocked. But when she thought about it carefully, according to her understanding of Lin Sun, his style of doing things was really like him. He was also unscrupulous and fierce. He even dared to force Ling Tianhou to kneel in public. Is he really back? Xianxia suddenly felt a little heavy in her heart. When she learned the news of Lin Sun's death, she was also relieved and relaxed. It could be imagined how much pressure Lin Sun brought to her before. But who would have thought that such a cruel character might not be dead? In the following time, the clear and melodious wind chimes sounded again, and maidservants came to report in a hurry. "Miss, the spy sent back the news that Hu Jiui, the commander of the guards guarding the gate today, saw Lin Sun return to the Forbidden City alive. Miss, it has been confirmed that Lin Sun stepped into Westbrook Lin alone at dusk tonight and killed all the top leaders of the 3 branches of the Lin family on the spot. Miss, there is new news. It has been confirmed that Lin Cece, a great practitioner, was defeated by Lin Sun. Tonight, the 3 branches of the Lin family have officially surrendered to the Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak. At first, when she heard the news, Xianxia was still a little skeptical. But as more and more news came back, she was shocked. She couldn't imagine how a person who had been regarded as dead could come back alive. Moreover, on the first day he came back, he raised the butcher's knife and killed the 3 branches of the Lin family. What chilled Xianxia most was that among the top figures of the Lin family, there were many Tao Insight Realm cultivators, but all of them were defeated by Lin Sun. Did this mean that Lin Sun, who was still in Sea Spirit Realm half a year ago, had now stepped into the ranks of Tao Insight Realm, and his fighting power had completely surpassed the strong of the older generation? When she learned that even Lin Cece, a great practitioner of reincarnation developing realm, was defeated by Lin Sun, Xianxia couldn't sit still at all. Her pupils shrank in shock and she almost lost her mind. A dead man had appeared alive, and his strength had become so terrifying that he had the ability to defeat a reincarnation developing realm cultivator. It seemed to be too shocking. If it's really him, I'm afraid there will be another unpredictable storm in the Forbidden City. After a long time, Xianxia murmured. She knew very well that in the past 6 months, the Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak had suffered a lot of repression. It could be said that the Lin family was in a precarious situation. Everyone in the Forbidden City thought that the Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak was doomed to be eliminated and replaced by other forces. Who could imagine that in such a situation, the young man who was once famous in the Forbidden City, the master of Heart Cleansing Peak, who had the dazzling title of Young Spiritual Tattoo Master, came back alive? The Forbidden City was going to be in chaos. That night, almost all the major forces in the Forbidden City were alarmed one after another. They were awakened from their sleep by a series of urgent news. When more and more news and evidence gathered in their hands, the whole Forbidden City was shocked. That guy is still alive? This was the most incredible news for all the major forces. It should be him. Only such a fierce character as him dares to kill the collateral forces of Lin family alone, regardless of the infamy of killing his relatives. Someone made an inference. It's impossible. Half a year ago, he was only at Sea Spirit Realm. Even if he is alive now, it's impossible for him to kill so many strong practitioners of Tao Insight Realm by himself. The most absurd thing is that the news said that Lin Cece, a great practitioner of reincarnation developing realm, was defeated by him. That's bullshit. Who would believe such nonsense? There were also many people who didn't believe it. As far as they knew, no matter how dazzling Lin Sun was half a year ago, he was just a practitioner of Sea Spirit Realm after all. His personal strength was not a threat at all. What really made him famous was his identity as a young grandmaster of spiritual tattoos. But now, the news said that such a young man had utterly defeated all the great cultivators at the Tao Insight stage, and even the great cultivators at the reincarnation development stage were no match for him. This seemed to be too unbelievable, and no one would believe it immediately. The news can't be fake, but his revenge tonight might not be the work of just one person like the news said. There might be a real big shot supporting him from behind the scenes. Many major forces thought that this explanation was reasonable. They couldn't believe and accept that Lin Sun alone defeated the 3 collateral branches of Lin family and made the practitioners of reincarnation developing realm bow down to him. Anyway, it's certain that the boy should come back alive. This night, countless big shots were alarmed. In the Forbidden City at night, countless spies were sent to inquire about the news about Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak and find the truth behind all this. All because Lin Sun came back. Half a year ago, this young man rose strongly in the Forbidden City and created legendary events one after another. Like a peerless genius, he had already been famous all over the world and remembered by countless big shots. When they learned of his death, some people rejoiced in his misfortune, while others sighed in regret. However, no one expected that he was still alive. Xia family. As one of the 7 top aristocratic forces in the Forbidden City, Xia family was also alarmed this night. An emergency meeting was held in the brightly lit Xia family. Qin family. The situation was similar to that of Swa family. Big shots were mobilized from various places and gathered together to discuss countermeasures. In the past 6 months, the most frequent suppression of Lin family of heart-cleansing peak might be the 3 collateral branches of Lin family. But everyone knew that the 3 collateral branches of Lin family dared to be so fearless because they were backed by Zhou family and Qin family. Now, Lin Sun raised his butcher knife and killed the 3 collateral branches of Lin family that night. How could Zhou family and Qin family sit still, even in the depths of the Forbidden City? These news caused a lot of alarm and attention, but few people knew it. There will be another storm in the Forbidden City. On this night, no matter who or which force they belonged to, they all came to a common understanding that when Lin Sun came back alive, it meant that an unpredictable storm was about to break out. Because there were too many extraordinary things about this young man. He seemed to be just a teenager, but he had such great influence that he could already affect the Forbidden City. The sun rose into the sky, and the first glimmer of dawn broke. A new day had arrived. Many ordinary people, peddlers and practitioners at the bottom of the Forbidden City began to live an ordinary and mediocre life as before. However, the big forces in the Forbidden City had long been in an uproar. Some news that happened yesterday, after a night of fermentation and accumulation, finally erupted like a volcano and swept the whole city. Now, even those who were slightly related to some big forces knew that almost all the high-level figures of the 3 collateral forces of Lin family were slaughtered and completely surrendered to Lin of Heart-Cleansing Peak. At this time, even the slowest practitioners realized that a storm was coming. Something big was going to happen in the Forbidden City. There was only one reason: the young Grandmaster of Spiritual Tattoos, who was once famous in the Forbidden City, came back alive. After half a year of silence, the wind and clouds return. Whether it's success or failure depends on today. Haha, those local bullies in the Forbidden City can't imagine that the boy will return to the Forbidden City in such a tough way. In Keystone Business, Fortune Godshire, who was white and fat, sighed with emotion while sipping tea. He said to his daughter beside him, "It's a pity that your elder brother and younger brother have gone to the ancient Desolation territory. Otherwise, they would have been anxious when they heard the news of his return." The fortune god of Xiao Empire was in a rare good mood today. His fat cheeks were full of smiles. "Father, is it true that Lin Sun is back?" Xianxia asked curiously. She was the second daughter of Fortune Godshire with a beautiful face and a cold temperament without any makeup. In Keystone Business, only Fortune Godshire dared to call her second miss. When others saw her, they all called her second miss. This news is absolutely true. It can't be false. What's more, except for him, who else would have such courage to kill his way into the collateral branch of Lin family alone at night and cut off bloody heads on the ground? Fortune Godshire tapped his fingers on the back of the chair and sighed with emotion. "But I can't believe that he could defeat Lin Sisi, a great practitioner of reincarnation developing realm, in just half a year. If it's true," speaking of this, he didn't seem to know how to describe it. After pondering for a while, he said seriously, "What is certain is that the Lin family will have a place in the Forbidden City in the future." Even a big shot like Fortune Godshire was shocked by Lin Sun's change. A teenager in his teens had reached the realm of guru in spiritual tattoos and was famous all over the world, which was enough to make many great forces show respect to him. Now, even his cultivation had become so terrifying that he could single-handedly kill a group of Tao Insight Realm cultivators and defeat a Reincarnation Development Realm Grand Cultivator. This was too terrifying. "Father, is he really that amazing?" Xianxia was surprised and did not understand Fortune Godshire's sigh. She thought it was too much for her father to praise a teenager with his current status. "Xiao, you've never liked worldly affairs since you were young. You've always been focused on cultivation and rarely come into contact with the outside world. It's understandable that you don't understand this little guy's capabilities. But when you truly understand this little guy's background, you'll change your opinion." Fortune Godshire said with a smile, "I originally thought that if possible, I would marry you to this little guy." Before he finished, Xianxia spat and snorted, "If I want to find a husband, I should find him by myself. No matter how great Lin Sun is, if I don't like him, I won't marry him." In the eyes of outsiders, Xianxia did have the capital to be proud of. Her appearance, knowledge and family background were all top-notch. Even in the Forbidden City, few people could compare with her. "Ha ha ha, that's the best. I used to want to marry you to him, but now I don't think so. Fortune Godshire laughed. His words made Xianxia a little curious and she asked, why? This boy transforms too fast. Fortune Godshire sighed, and his expression was a bit complicated. This kind of person is like a peerless heaven's chosen one. Even in the antiquity times, he can be called an outstanding genius. But you should know that this kind of person is always accompanied by many disasters. His path of cultivation is destined to be different from the world. If I marry you to him, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. In that case, it's better not to marry him. Xianxia was a little speechless and said angrily, Father, do you mean that I, your daughter, am not worthy of this guy? Fortune Godshire smiled and his expression became serious. Do you know who Lin Sun went to the Soul Oblivion Sea with half a year ago? Without waiting for Xianxia's answer, he said, it's Princess Xianxia. How do you think you compare with Princess Xianxia? Xianxia was shocked. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew that Zhao Jingxian was the only lineal descendant of the current emperor and the empress. She was like the unique favorite of God and had an extremely transcendent status in the empire. It was said that Zhao Jingxian was extremely talented and beautiful. She had entered an ancient orthodoxy in the ancient desolation territory to cultivate since she was a child. It was not an exaggeration to call such a woman the heaven's favored girl. Even Xianxia didn't dare to say that she could be compared with Zhao Jingxian. She was like a legend, which made her admire her from the bottom of her heart, but she couldn't compare with her. Father, do you mean that Lin Sun and Princess Xianxia? Xianxia was surprised, and her beautiful eyes widened. Fortune Godshire smiled and said nothing. After a while, he said, do you know where the news of Lin Sun's death first came from? Xianxia was shocked, where? The Imperial Palace. Fortune Godshire spat out 2 words softly. Xianxia was confused at once. She felt that there seemed to be some mystery in this matter, which made her feel a little depressed inexplicably. I suspect that the attitude towards Lin Sun is also divided into 2 factions in the depths of the palace. One side wants to protect him, and the other side wants to destroy him. It's very complicated. Fortune Godshire pondered, and there was an unpredictable luster in his eyes. However, this time Lin Sun came back alive, and he has become completely different from before. One person is comparable to a big force. In the face of such a Lin Sun, I'm afraid that there will be some movements in the depths of the palace. I'd like to see what attitude the imperial family will take in the face of today's Lin Sun. Father, why do I feel that you attach too much importance to Lin Sun? Xianxia was still a little unconvinced. Oh, you don't understand. Lin Sun, as a young master of spiritual tattoos, is enough to make the empire respect him. What's more, he has become more powerful than before. Fortune Godshire looked indifferent. In short, if the Forbidden City is a pond, then Lin Sun is a dormant dragon in it. Sooner or later, he will rise to the sky. After all, for people like him, the pond is too small after all. Suddenly, Xianxia was dumbfounded. There was a silence in the field. Was Lin Sun really so strong? It's too early to say this. Now that he has come back, it's time for Keystone Business to do something for him. Fortune Godshire stood up with his hands behind his back. His eyes were as deep as the sea. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but it's hard to send charcoal in snowy weather. Fortunately, in the past 6 months, Keystone Business has done a lot of things for Heart Cleansing Peak secretly. At least we can have a clear conscience about our attitude towards Lin Sun. Spiritual Tattoo Yard, Green Deer School. Early in the morning, Class C9 was in a hubbub. Have you heard that Instructor Lin came back alive? Little fatty Lu Hui was so excited that he danced with joy. Really? Some other students were attracted by the news. It's true. Last night, my grandfather and some big shots in the family were alarmed. I overheard it when they were collecting news. Little fatty Lu Hui said mysteriously. That's right. I also heard that after Instructor Lin returned yesterday, the first thing he did was to kill his way into the Lin family's side branch. Fan Jiqiu, Yang Jingyao, and other students also spoke. All of a sudden, the whole class was in a stir. Since they learned of Lin Sun's death, they had been sad for a long time. Now that they knew that Instructor Lin came back alive, They were all so excited that they wanted to skip class and go to Heart Cleansing Peak to have a look in person. Silence. Xianxia, the chief instructor, appeared at the door of the church and shouted, "Don't worry about your instructor Lin. If you really care about him, don't go and make trouble for him now." After that, he hurried away. The students in the classroom looked at each other, and then a wave of cheers erupted. All of them beamed with joy because Xianxia's words undoubtedly proved that Instructor Kobayashi had really returned alive. Outside the classroom, Xianxia couldn't help shaking his head when he heard the cheers from Class 9C. Immediately, he couldn't help laughing. He also got the news last night, and the excitement in his heart had not faded until now. Lin Sun came back. For Xianxia, this was undoubtedly a piece of exciting good news. In his eyes, if a young grandmaster of spiritual tattoos like Lin Sun, who could refine armors of spiritual tattoos, died, it would be a heavy loss for the whole empire. Fortunately, Lin Sun was blessed by heaven and came back alive. Teacher, Yu Beidu, the great director of the commune of spiritual tattooists, and Xingjing, the spiritual tattooist of the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire, have led a group of leading figures in the field of spiritual tattoos to pay a visit. Feng Qingyu rushed from a distance. This beautiful girl, who once had the title of Genius Girl in spiritual tattoos, looked a little strange at the moment. The fact that Lin Sun came back alive shocked her greatly. "Come on, invite him in." Xianxia was overjoyed and hurried away with Feng Qingyu. He knew that Yu Beidu and Xingjing came here because of Lin Sun's return. After all, this young man was a grandmaster. For the big shots in spiritual tattoos, Lin Sun's return was of great significance, not only Keystone Business and Green Deer School, but also Ning family in the Forbidden City, a stronghold of King of the East Ce family, a stronghold of Tumbler Gong family, and various forces of all sizes were shocked on this day. On this day, Heart Cleansing Peak was particularly lively. In the 6 months before Lin Sun's return, except for a few forces such as Keystone Business, Green Deer School, Yi family, Ning family, and Gong family, almost no force was willing to set foot on the gate of Heart Cleansing Peak again. After all, Lin Sun was dead. There was no one worthy of attention on Heart Cleansing Peak. It was inevitable that some people would be disappointed when they left. In particular, as the collateral forces of Lin family supported by Zhou family and Qin family began to suppress Heart Cleansing Peak seemed to be isolated and besieged on all sides. It was in a precarious situation. In such a case, other major forces couldn't wait to watch the fun. How could they have any connection with Heart Cleansing Peak? Even Keystone Business, Green Deer School, Ning family, and Yi family only helped Heart Cleansing Peak in secret. The reason was simple. They only valued Lin Sun. Now that Lin Sun was dead, who would care whether it was a blessing or a curse for Heart Cleansing Peak? It was not that they were snobbish. In the final analysis, Heart Cleansing Peak was different from other forces. It was strengthened by Lin Sun alone and also implicated by Lin Sun alone. It could be said that Lin Sun was like the soul of Heart Cleansing Peak. His well-being was directly related to the life and death of Heart Cleansing Peak. The reality was so cruel. If they naively thought that they could rely on other forces for help, they would be too naive. But today, Heart Cleansing Peak was very lively, sweeping away the decadence and desolation of the past 6 months. Since the morning, some forces had sent representatives to visit. Some were former business partners of Lin family in Heart Cleansing Peak, and some came purely to confirm the news of Lin Sun. There were even some forces who secretly coveted Heart Cleansing Peak Lin family in the past 6 months and wanted to encroach on Lin family's industry. Now they all came to apologize with all kinds of expensive gifts in panic and uneasiness. They were afraid that Lin Sun would raise the butcher's knife to them again. But at this moment, how could the Lin family still care about them? Lin Zhong directly gave the order. Recently, the Lin family had internal affairs to deal with, so they refused to see any guests. They coldly rejected the representatives of the major forces at the door. The more Heart Cleansing Peak behaved like this, the more determined other forces were. It must be Lin Sun. Otherwise, how could Lin family be so tough? Some forces who had offended Heart Cleansing Peak in the past 6 months became more and more frightened. Those forces who had no grievances with Heart Cleansing Peak were glad that they didn't do anything extreme in the past 6 months. Otherwise, they would be in trouble today. I wonder how the Zhou and Qin families will react. This was something that many major forces were paying close attention to. After all, they all knew that there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two superior families and heart-cleansing peak for a long time. More than a decade ago, the Zhou family and the Qin family had secretly divided up many of the Lin family's businesses. Even now, the attitude of Zhou family and Qin family has been very clear. They supported the collateral forces of Lin family to compete for the power of heart-cleansing peak. This was undoubtedly driving wolves to devour tigers. They wanted to devour heart-cleansing peak completely. But obviously, everything changed after Lin Sun returned last night. Lin Sun's bloody killing made the collateral forces of Lin family completely submit to him and be incorporated into heart-cleansing peak. In this case, what would Zhou family and Qin family do? This was the focus of attention of all forces. In heart-cleansing hall of heart-cleansing peak, Lin Sun sat high in the main seat with a calm look. He didn't sleep all night. He had been dealing with the affairs of the three collateral forces of Lin family. Young Master, the three forces of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak have been initially taken over by our forces, but it will take some time to integrate and digest them completely. In addition, some industries controlled by these three forces are still under statistics. We are short of manpower, so we can only take over step by step. Up until now, we haven't encountered any obstructions in our operation. It can also be seen that after experiencing what happened last night, these three clans have completely lost the will to resist. As for whether there are any traitors who have not given up, we still have to investigate further. Lin Zhong stood aside, summarized the news he received one by one, and then told it to Lin Sun. He couldn't hide the joy between his eyebrows, and looked at Lin Sun sitting in the main seat unconsciously with a touch of awe. In the past, Lin Sun had always been regarded as a junior by him to take care of and support him. But now it was completely different. Lin Sun's strength and power were vividly demonstrated in the last night's killing. Even Lin Zhong couldn't help being shocked more than ever when he learned that Lin Sisi was also defeated by Lin Sun. After the shock, there was a change of mentality. He knew that the young master was already a great practitioner who could really shoulder everything. His wisdom and means were more amazing and outstanding than his master in those days. From now on, the young master was the real master of Lin family. He could be on an equal footing with any big shot in the Forbidden City. I'll trouble Grandad Zhong to deal with these things for the time being. I only have one request. Don't let any of the clansmen who betrayed the clan go. No matter who the traitor is or who pleads for mercy, there is no room for negotiation in this matter. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. Sitting there casually, he already had an invisible majesty. Lin Zhong was shocked in his heart. He nodded and immediately said, "Young master, how are you going to deal with Lin Tianlong, Lin Yanshan and Lin Pingdu?" These three people were the leaders of the three collateral forces and the biggest traitors. More than 10 years ago, they had colluded with Zhou and Qin to carve up the property of Lin family. Keep them alive and imprison them in the ancestral land of Lin family as guardians. They will be grounded for a lifetime to atone for their betrayal. Lin Sun said calmly, "I want all the clansmen of Lin family to always remember that these three people suffered because of their betrayal. They are the sinners of Lin family. They must repent for the shame and harm they brought to Lin family. They can't die even if they want to." Lin Zhong's heart trembled. He realized that this punishment was more severe than killing them. Of course, the innocent clansmen of these three families should be treated equally and given the same treatment as Northlight Lin. If there are outstanding ones, they can be rewarded. Lin Sun pondered and said, "I don't want to see a Lin family in constant internal strife. No matter what means we use, we must unite them instead of strife with each other as before." Lin Zhong nodded solemnly. "Mr. Vulture has made many plans and arrangements before his closed-door training. I believe that it is enough to completely solve the internal trouble of Lin family. We will share the glory and the loss together. There will be no sign of disintegration in the future." Lin Sun's lips curled up with a touch of relief. He still admired and amazed Vulture's wisdom and strategy until now. Now that Vulture had made arrangements, Lin Sun was completely relieved. "By the way, don't forget the villagers of Feiyun village." Lin Sun suddenly said, "If Lin family wants to rise in the future, we must absorb more talents and strength. The villagers of Feiyun village are our most reliable candidates. We must treat them well. Lin Zhong said with a smile, "Don't worry, young master. It's inevitable." At this time, Lin Huayuan suddenly came in a hurry and brought back some latest news. Today, Lin Huaitong seemed to recover from the pain of losing his brother. There was a touch of joy between his eyebrows that couldn't be concealed. It was no wonder that he was happy. The situation on Heart Cleansing Peak had changed dramatically just one day after Lin Sun's return. The major forces in the city came to visit one after another. Some forces who had embarrassed Heart Cleansing Peak during this period were scared to apologize in a hurry. Up to now, there were still representatives sent by major forces to visit Heart Cleansing Peak outside the gate of Heart Cleansing Peak. Compared with the deserted and bleak situation in the past, today's Heart Cleansing Peak was like sweeping away the bad luck and glowing with a new atmosphere. How could Lin Huaitong not be happy? The more prosperous and powerful Heart Cleansing Peak was, the higher his status would be. In the future, he could enjoy all kinds of respect and treatment in the Forbidden City that he couldn't get. This was much better than being forced to give up the power of Heart Cleansing Peak. But, when he looked at Lin Sun on the main seat, Lin Huayuan's heart suddenly trembled. There was an unspeakable awe in his heart. Lin Huayuan also knew clearly about the bloody killings that happened in the 3 collateral branches of Lin family last night. When he learned that almost all the senior members of the 3 branches were slaughtered and even Lin Sisi was suppressed by Lin Sun, Lin Huayuan was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. In contrast, Northlight Lin was less affected by the news. What made Lin Huaitong most fortunate was that he was decisive at the beginning. He knelt in front of Lin Sun to ask for forgiveness and showed his determination with actions, which saved some unnecessary sacrifices. However, after experiencing these things, Lin Huayuan no longer dared to treat Lin Sun as before. Even when facing Lin Sun, he had a sense of awe like a courtier when meeting the emperor. He dared not disobey Lin Sun at all. This was the power he had gained from killing. Perhaps Lin Sun was still a junior according to the seniority of the clan, but now he was in charge of Heart Cleansing Peak and sat in the position of the head of Lin family. So, he was the master of Lin family. No matter how high your seniority was, you had to submit to me. After reporting all the news respectfully, Lin Sun just nodded gently without saying a word, which made Lin Huayuan feel more and more emotional. His nephew's power was getting stronger and stronger. By the way, there's one more thing I need your instruction. Suddenly, Lin Huayuan thought of one thing and said, some of the industries controlled by the 3 collateral branches of Lin family have already been occupied by Zhou family and Qin family. What do you think? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. What's the reaction of Zhou family and Qin family since last night? Lin Huayuan and Lin Zhong shook their heads at the same time. They didn't know whether these 2 upper-class aristocratic families were confident or simply unafraid of anything. It was very strange that they hadn't made any response until now. Seeing this, Lin Sun smiled faintly. His black eyes became colder and calmer. It seems that they are going to wait and see. Unfortunately, I won't give in this time. Grandad Zhong, go and inform Zhu Laosan to take back those industries occupied by the 2 families. If they dare to stop us, kill them directly without scruples. An order was issued casually, but it was full of compelling killing intent. Lin Huayuan and Lin Zhong were shocked. Lin Sun was going to directly break off with the 2 top aristocratic families, Forbidden City, Rui Trading Firm. Zhou Baolin leisurely sat in an armchair made of a whole piece of cloud sandalwood. He was smoking a pipe carved from black crow jade in his mouth. Behind him, there was a beautiful and well-behaved young girl who was massaging his shoulders. On the other side, a zither player was playing a tune. The tune was melodious, simple, and elegant, and the room was filled with a poetic and picturesque tranquility. Zhou Baolin was the boss of Rui Trading Firm. He was also a member of the Zhou family, one of the 7 top aristocratic families. He didn't have much talent for cultivation and even seemed mediocre. He had no status in the clan, but he was a member of the Zhou family after all. With this identity alone, he became the boss of Rui Trading Firm. Even his peers had to respect him. He could make a lot of money just by doing business every day. Therefore, his life was enjoyable and even extravagant. Bang, the door was suddenly slammed open, and an old man who looked like a butler stumbled in, looking as if his buttocks were on fire. Suddenly, the tranquil and melodious atmosphere in the room was destroyed. Even Zwabalin was shocked. His hand trembled and the sparks in the pipe floated on his lips. He screamed in pain and said angrily, "Bastard! Why are you so flustered?" "Master, something bad has happened." The steward shouted anxiously. "Humph! What's so bad? Will the sky collapse?" Zwabalin took a deep breath and waved his hand to drive away the young girl who was massaging his shoulders and the old man who was playing the zither. Then he frowned and said, "Old Ma, I don't want to criticize you. If your daughter wasn't my concubine, I would have kicked you out long ago because of your hot temper." The old steward suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and said with a sad face, "Master, something bad has happened. I'm just thinking for you." "Oh, tell me the details." Zwabalin seemed very calm. He had always envied the big shot's calmness. As the saying goes, face as calm as a lake even when there's thunder in the chest. This was the demeanor and bearing of a great figure. If they were to be flustered every time they encountered something, then it would be too conspicuous and embarrassing. It's the people from the Lin family again. They want to take away our Rui trading firm." Steward Old Ma could not remain calm and said with a sullen face. "Humph! The Lin family is really reckless. Do they really think that after Lin Sun comes back, they can run amok and show off their power?" Zwabalin snorted disdainfully. He became calmer and calmer. In the Forbidden City, the Lin family is not even as powerful as a low-class aristocratic family. For our Zwa family, they are just a nobody. Do they want to take back the Rui Trading Company? Dream on. "Master, why don't you go out and take a look?" This time, it's obvious that they're serious. Old Ma's entire body was still trembling, and he looked extremely frightened. "Old Ma, can you *King calm down?" Even if Lin Sun came in person, so what? No matter how powerful he is, how dare he be openly hostile to our Zwa family? Zwabalin despised Old Ma more and more. He couldn't wait to drive this useless old thing out of the Zwa family. Old Ma could not keep calm at all. It was a disgrace to him. But, Old Ma still wanted to explain, but he was interrupted impatiently by Zwabalin. "Old Ma, you are a fool and short-sighted. You don't understand what a superior aristocratic family is at all. In the Forbidden City, even the imperial family dare not offend us easily, let alone Lin Sun." In the end, he scolded with disappointment, "Remember, your master is a member of the Zwa family. In the Forbidden City, few people dare to offend me." Boom, but at this moment, there was a sudden deafening explosion outside. Although it was far away, it still shook the teacups in the house and the tables and chairs in the house. Zwabalin's face suddenly darkened. He suddenly stood up. Do they really dare to take action? They must be tired of living. Slap, in the end, he slapped Old Ma in the face and scolded, "You old bastard, you are really useless. Why didn't you tell me earlier that such a big thing had happened?" Old Ma covered his cheek aggrievedly and almost cried. He said that something bad was going to happen as soon as he came in. It was okay that Zwabalin didn't believe it, but why did he blame it on him? "I'll get even with you later." Zwabalin couldn't calm down at this moment. He couldn't learn the calmness of those big shots who had a thunderstorm in their chest but remained calm. Just like Old Ma, he rushed out as if his buttocks were on fire, shouting, "Damn it, I want to see which blind fool dares to come to my territory and behave atrociously. Guards! CKU all. Today. Air." However, he was like a duck that had been strangled, and his voice stopped abruptly. In his field of vision, the huge hall of Rui Trading was in a mess at the moment. Tables, chairs, counters, furnishings, even walls and stone pillars had suffered unimaginable damage. On the ground, there were pools of blood and corpses lying in disorder. It was a ghastly sight. Those were the guards of Rui Trading, but now they were all dead. Someone actually dared to attack the Zwa family's business. Is the Lin family really tired of living? Zwabalin's face suddenly turned livid. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. What calmness and composure! He had long thrown it to the back of his mind. He saw the murderer at once. The murderer was extremely conspicuous. His figure was like a majestic mountain, indomitable. His expression was cold and indifferent. Just by standing there casually, there was a suffocating oppressive aura. In his hand, there was a blood-red saber that was still dripping with blood. Drops of blood fell to the ground, splashing and shattering. The scarlet color was dazzling. You, how dare you? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Do you know how serious the price of offending the Zhou family will be? Zhou Baolin screamed angrily, but there was an indescribable fear in his heart. Such a ruthless character had actually killed his way into Rui trading and killed until the floor was covered with blood. It was too frightening. What answered him was a flash of saber light. Direct and efficient, like slaughtering a chicken or a monkey. Pooh! Zhou Baolin's body and head fell to the ground. Even in death, he was unable to understand why there would be such a fearless fellow who would make a move on a whim and not utter a single word from the beginning until the end. Was it because he cherished his words like gold or disdain? Zhou Baolin didn't know that he was dead. And old Ma, who came out with him, was even more straightforward. He was so scared that he directly fainted and fell to the ground. Good saber. Until he left, Zhu Laosan wiped the blood stains on the saber, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. This saber was given to him by Lin Sun. It was called Prairie Fire. It was said that it was an ancient treasure inherited by the Devil Elephant clan in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. It was absolutely a murderous weapon. The same thing happened in different areas of the Forbidden City one after another. Xingyuan Precious Store. Ruijin Elixir Store. Yu Garden Restaurant. These properties of the Lin family, which had been occupied by the Zhou family and the Qin family, welcomed the arrival of blood today. How could the major forces who had been paying attention to the movements of Zhou family and Qin family expect that Lin family of Heart-Cleansing Peak would take the lead? All of a sudden, they were shocked and in an uproar, setting off a great sensation. Last night, Lin Sun killed 3 collateral forces of Lin family. It was understandable that a shocking bloody thing had happened. After all, it was an internal affair of Lin family. But who could imagine that just after one night, Lin family of Heart-Cleansing Peak made another strong attack and directly attacked the industries occupied by Zhou family and Qin family? Moreover, he was unbelievably domineering. He would start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. He didn't even try to negotiate or beat around the bush. What's wrong with Lin family? Are they crazy? Those are 2 upper-class forces. How dare they make a move like this? Many people were shocked and couldn't believe their ears. In particular, some major forces were in an uproar. They didn't think that Lin Sun would be crazy. Since he dared to do this, would he have something to rely on? This guy has disappeared for half a year, but his ferocity is still the same as before. He even seems to be more ferocious than before. Did he directly offend the top forces? Such a thing rarely happened in the past years of the empire. Many practitioners sighed with emotion and were shocked by Lin Sun's strength. At that time, Lin Sun dared to force Ling Tianho to kneel down and slap Princess Ling Huang in public. Now he was even more ferocious. As soon as he returned to the Forbidden City, he challenged the top forces, which seemed too ferocious. I'm afraid that this boy will suffer a big setback this time. Not to mention that he is a spiritual tattoo guru and his fighting capacity is great, he is just a man after all. How can he have the confidence to challenge a superior aristocratic family? Even the life-death realm dares not to challenge a top force. It seems that he is still too young after all. He thinks that he can run amok in the Forbidden City with some achievements, but he doesn't know that the reason why the top aristocratic families can stand for thousands of years in the empire is not just because of the power on the surface. For such a behemoth, it is not difficult to kill Lin Sun. Some major forces looked on indifferently and didn't think Lin Sun's move was optimistic. They thought that Lin Sun was dizzy with victory and really thought that he could challenge the top forces after solving the internal problems of his clan. This was too laughable. What was a top force? Even if it was in the entire empire, they could be said to be colossi. Their forces covered the world, and no matter if it was in the imperial court or in the wilderness, their forces existed everywhere. It was no exaggeration to say that in today's empire, in addition to the imperial family, Green Deer School, and the headquarters of the commune of spiritual tattooists, the 7 top forces were the most powerful, under such circumstances, Lin Sun challenged the Zhou clan and the Qin clan. For outsiders, it seemed that he was overestimating himself. It was also because of the uproar caused by this matter that most people denied and ridiculed Lin Sun's move. Lin Sun was indeed a rare young talent. He had many dazzling titles and attracted the attention of all. But if he dared to challenge the top forces just because of these, he would be a laughingstock. Heart-cleansing peak. While the outside world was changing, Lin Sun was receiving an important guest. It was Zhao Tailai, the behind-the-scenes boss of Tianwu Arena. It's been half a year since we met again. You are more elegant than before, which makes me feel that I should look at you with new eyes. Zhao Tailai sighed with emotion. You flatter me, senior. Lin Sun smiled modestly. He knew that the man sitting opposite to him was a slippery old fox. He must have something to do this time. Lin Sun happened to have something to ask him. Flatter me? Don't be modest. Others don't know your feat in the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea, but I know a little about it. Zhao Tailai grinned. Supposedly, you single-handedly slaughtered all the experts of the various races to the point of throwing away their helmets and armor, and no one was able to stop you. How many people in this world are able to accomplish such a magnificent feat? Not to mention that you've obtained quite a bit of great fortune from the Demon Saint secret realm. Such fortune is truly enviable to me. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes imperceptibly and said calmly, it seems that you know a lot of things. May I know why you are here this time? Zhao Tailai laughed, I'm entrusted to visit you. In addition, I believe that you must have a lot of doubts in your mind. I'm willing to solve them for you. Lin Sun was not polite at all and asked directly, who asked you to do this? Zhao Tailai raised 3 fingers and smiled mysteriously. There are a total of 3 nobles. Who do you think they are? Miss Xianxia is one of them. Lin Sun said without hesitation. Smart. Zhao Tailai praised, when Princess Xianxia left a few months ago, she told me that as long as I got the news of you, I should take action and give you help as much as I can. Did she say anything else? Lin Sun thought of the beautiful woman who was clear and free, and he couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. It was rare and precious that she didn't forget him before she left. What else do you want to know, my young friend? Zhao Tailai smiled like a weasel who had stolen a chicken. He looked at Lin Sun with a strange look, which made Lin Sun a little uncomfortable. Senior, can you not smile so, wretched? It seems that you know yourself very well. Hey, don't look at me like that. Don't you think that you should tell me the relationship between you and Xianxia now? Zhao Tailai's eyes were shining and his smile became more and more ambiguous, which made Lin Sun more and more uncomfortable. He felt that the old guy obviously misunderstood something. Lin Sun said vigilantly, Senior, don't think too much. I have no relationship with Xianxia. Zhao Tailai smiled, Zhao, there is no other relationship between you and I and Xianxia. Tailai said. Besides, since he had already explained it, why bother hiding it? We're all on the same side. I'm just saying. Why are you so nervous? Lin Sun was a little dizzy by the series of rhetorical questions. He sighed and said with a sad face, Alas, Senior, it's a troubled time for heart-cleansing peak now. How can I talk to you about other things? Zhao Tailai rolled his eyes and said angrily, Do you want to change the subject? Well, you can't get any answer from me later. As he said, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he began to close his eyes to rest. This old fox is really hard to deal with. Lin Sun was speechless for a while. He got up directly and said, In this case, please have a rest first. When I finish my work, I will ask for advice from you. He turned around and left. At first, Zhao Tailai was calm. But when he saw Lin Sun's back was about to disappear at the gate of the hall without any hesitation, he couldn't sit still. Brat, are you really going to leave me here? It doesn't matter if you delay my business. But if you delay my reply, even Xianxia can't protect you. Zhao Tailai said discontentedly. Then he waved his hand with a smile on his face, Come on, come back. Let's have a good talk this time. Okay, but you have to promise me that you must be frank with me. Lin Sun seemed to be very fearless. This made Zhao Tailai gnash his teeth with anger. He muttered in his heart that Lin Sun dared to be so confident because he guessed something. Have you guessed something? He couldn't help asking. Lin Sun immediately smiled. He turned back leisurely, sat back in the chair and said, I just came back yesterday. You came to see me as if your ass was on fire. Obviously, you have something to discuss with me. If I can't see some clues, I will be too stupid. You little fox. Zhao Tailai scolded with a smile. He couldn't help but sigh that it was more and more difficult to fool the boy in front of him after only half a year. Immediately, he said the purpose of his visit with a serious look. It turned out that Zhao Tailai was entrusted by the current emperor and the empress to bring a message to Lin Sun. Kid, you finally caused a great commotion that overturns the heavens and the earth. No matter what, since I've already promised you, I'll definitely protect you. These were the words of the current emperor, which were retold by Zhao Tailai word for word. When he heard these words, Lin Sun was shocked and cried out involuntarily. It turns out that the big shot in the depths of the palace is the current emperor? He had to be shocked. When he first entered the Forbidden City, he had received a secret letter telling him that he could make a big noise when he entered the Forbidden City. At that time, he felt that it was strange. Who dared to speak such bold words that were filled with such boldness, even to the extent of looking down on others? Now, he finally understood that the big shot in the depths of the palace was the current emperor, the supreme ruler of Xiao Empire. But why? Lin Sun was stunned. He didn't understand why the current emperor would care for him so much. It's very simple. Because you are the lineal descendant of Duke Daochen and the personal disciple of Lu Boya. No matter which identity you have, even if you are a waste, the emperor will take care of you. Zhao Tailai revealed the answer. Lin Daochen was Lin Daochen, Lin Sun's great-grandfather. He was a real life and death realm warrior who had fought for the empire and made great achievements. Even after his death, the empire would never forget his contributions. And Lu Boya was naturally Master Lu, a mysterious old man. Lin Sun was saved by Master Lu when he was a child, raised by him, and taught Lin Sun his attainments in spiritual tattoos. However, Lin Sun had long known that the origin of Master Lu was extremely mysterious and amazing. Both the Dark Knight Queen and the Empress seemed to be looking for traces and clues of Master Lu. Now, Zhao Tailai's words proved that even the current emperor knew the existence of Master Lu. I see, Lin Sun murmured. The appreciation of the current emperor was enough to make anyone excited. But after knowing the truth, Lin Sun was neither happy nor unhappy. In a word, he recalled a lot of past events, some rumors about his great-grandfather Duke Daochen, and Master Lu who had raised him since he was a child. If you have time, come to the palace for a chat. From now on, you are not an outsider. This was brought by the current emperor and empress, which made Lin Sun stunned again. These words were not only friendly, but also undisguised. This is... Lin Sun looked at Zhao Tailai. You ask me, but I want to ask you. Zhao Tailai had a strange look on his face. However, I can roughly guess that you must have some ambiguous relationship with Xianxia. Otherwise, according to the temper of the emperor and empress, she would not care about you at all. Related to Miss Xianxia? Lin Sun was still stunned. The news brought by Zhao Tailai was so shocking that he could not digest it for a while. Nonsense. Zhao Tailai said impatiently, although the current great emperor has many children, Xianxia is the only descendant of the great emperor and the empress. She is the apple of his eye that he dotes on. Before she left, she still remembered to take care of you. Who would think that the relationship between the two of you is normal? But, this is a misunderstanding. I have nothing to do with Miss Xianxia at all. Lin Sun was confused. Misunderstanding? Well, you go and explain to the emperor and empress in person and see if they believe it. Zhao Tailai squinted at him, as if saying, don't pretend to be obedient after getting a bargain. No. Lin Sun refused flatly. What a joke. The more it was like this, the more he couldn't go to see the couple who held the supreme power of the whole empire. Who knew what they would think of him? Would they regard him as a guy who harbored evil intentions towards their daughter? The more Lin Sun thought about it, the more confused he became. How could things suddenly become like this when he had just separated from Zhao Jingxian? What made Lin Sun most distressed was that Zhao Jingxian had already gone to the ancient desolation territory. No matter how he explained at this time, no one would believe that this was a misunderstanding. Looking at Zhao Tailai's contemptuous look, Lin Sun understood that this misunderstanding was getting worse and more troublesome to explain. It's really troublesome. Lin Sun sighed. Zhao Tailai immediately cried, "Boy, what did you say? Troublesome? Do you know what will happen if the Earth and the Empress know that you said this?" "Misunderstanding, I said it's all a misunderstanding." Lin Sun had a helpless look on his face. There was nothing between him and Zhao Jingxian, but now things had got out of control. Lin Sun, who had experienced this kind of thing for the first time, was caught off guard and a little impatient. Zhao Tailai snorted coldly and said, "Humph, kid, you don't know how lucky you are. If someone else could be like you and receive such favor, they would probably be so excited that they would thank the heavens and earth. You, on the other hand, look like you're in trouble. Am I saying that you're pretentious or asking for a beating?" "Pretentious? Asking for a beating?" Lin Sun's face darkened. When he was about to say something, a rush of footsteps came from outside the hall. Lin Huayuan hurriedly came to report, "Patriarch, Lin Zhong's action has encountered some obstacles. It's a bit serious, and you need to make a decision yourself." "What obstacles?" Lin Sun frowned. Lin Huayuan hurriedly said, "A property of our Lin family has been seized by a member of the Qin family named Qin Ziming. It's not a big deal to deal with him, but his wife is a descendant of a prince in the imperial family. Now that Qin Ziming and his wife are personally guarding that place, this is difficult to deal with. A member of the imperial family, no wonder Grandad Zhong felt it was tricky. If they offended the imperial family because of the affairs of the Zhou family and the Qin family, it would indeed be a big trouble." However, thinking of this, Lin Sun looked at Zhao Tailai and said with a smile, "Senior, do you still remember the words His Majesty asked you to bring?" Zhao Tailai suddenly had an impulse to hit Lin Sun's smiling face with his fist. Lin Sun's smile was so abominable that Zhao Tailai couldn't find any excuse to refuse Lin Sun. How could he remain indifferent when Lin Sun talked about things in the words of the emperor? Zhao Tailai was very reluctant and deliberately wanted to postpone it. Lin Sun said with a smile, "What's the matter? Don't the words of the emperor work in front of you? This kid really knows how to annoy people." Zhao Tailai gnashed his teeth with hatred. In the end, he took a deep breath and stood up while carrying a wisp of an arrogant and domineering aura between his brows. He waved his hand and said, "Come, let's go have a look. I want to know exactly which prince of the imperial family dares to look for trouble with me at this time." Obviously, he couldn't do anything to Lin Sun, so he intended to vent his resentment and anger on others. "Senior, you are so bold. You deserve to be a role model of our generation. I'm ashamed of my inferiority with your domineering momentum." Lin Sun flattered him with a smile. "Get out of here. Don't annoy me." Zhao Tailai laughed and scolded Lin Sun. Lin Sun's attitude made him quite comfortable. He knew how fierce and domineering the young man was in front of outsiders. It was not easy for him to be treated like this. Immediately, Lin Sun left heart-cleansing peak with Zhao Tailai and Lin Huayuan. Lin Huayuan was old and shrewd. He had already seen that Zhao Tailai's identity was extraordinary. On the way, he seized the opportunity to ask, "Patriarch, may I know who this senior is?" "An old fox who works for the big shots in the imperial palace." "You should be careful," Lin Sun said casually. "Ah?" Lin Huayuan was stunned. "Nonsense. I'm just a poor man who runs errands and does chores. How can I eat people without spitting out their bones?" Zhao Tailai rolled his eyes. Lin Huayuan immediately stepped forward and said, "Senior, thank you for your help this time. Before that, I have to tell you about Qin Ziming's wife. It doesn't matter who she is." "Don't say it." Zhao Tailai looked very domineering. He waved his hand and refused Lin Huayuan's kindness. "This senior is indeed bold," Lin Huayuan praised. He was already so old, yet at this moment, he considered himself to be a junior. Even his flattery seemed very sincere and serious, as if it came from his heart, and there was not the slightest trace of hypocrisy or perfunctory. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched. Indeed, none of the older generation were simple. They knew when to put on airs and when to lower their stance. He also knew that Lin Huayuan was helping him, but he did not want Lin Huayuan to be looked down upon by Zhao Tailai because of this. No matter what, Lin Huayuan was still a member of the Lin family. "Uncle, you can tell me," Lin Sun said casually. The address of uncle made Zhao Tailai thoughtful. He realized that Lin Sun was a little dissatisfied with his attitude towards Lin Huayuan. He smiled and said, "That's fine. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Then, I'll have to trouble you, fellow Daoist." Lin Huayuan also understood Lin Sun's intention. This subtle protection was like a warm current at this moment, which greatly touched Lin Huayuan's heart. His eyes were slightly red and his nose was sour. After Lin Sun returned yesterday, he swept everything like a demon, which made Lin Huayuan extremely shocked and uneasy, and he became more in awe of Lin Sun. However, it was awe after all. He was awed by Lin Sun's means and strength. Now, Lin Sun's inadvertent action made him suddenly realize that his nephew was not that kind of cold-blooded person. At least, in front of outsiders, he still remembered to maintain the dignity of his elder. It was really rare. Lin Sun did not expect that such a small action would completely subdue Lin Huayuan's heart. Submitting and being subdued were two different things. Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion. There was a famous store with a long history in the Forbidden City. Its specifications were luxurious and high-end, and it was deeply liked by some wealthy nobles and famous practitioners. Originally, this business belonged to the Lin clan, but after the bloody incident that occurred in the Lin clan more than 10 years ago, it was occupied and controlled by the Qin clan. Now, the person who took over the Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion was a clansman of the Qin clan called Qin Ziming. He had another identity, the son-in-law of Prince Yunyang's mansion. It could be said that merely the title of Qin clan's direct descendant was enough for Qin Ziming to live smoothly in the Forbidden City. Coupled with the identity of son-in-law of Prince Yunyang's mansion, it allowed him to be even more like a fish in water in the upper class of the Forbidden City. Today's Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion was different from the past, and it seemed extremely deserted. It was even to the extent that the long street where the Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion was located was deserted, and there was practically no pedestrian in sight. Qin Ziming sat upright in the main hall of the Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion with a gloomy expression and a frown. His wife Zhao Yunji, on the other hand, seemed extremely calm and graceful. She wore a palace dress with cloud patterns of the imperial family, her long hair was tied up high, and there was a wisp of innate pride between her brows. A group of retainers belonging to the Qin clan guarded around in silence. Each and every one of them was ready for battle. Although their weapons had not been unsheathed, their murderous intent had already spread out, which made the atmosphere seem solemn and oppressive. Does the Lin clan really intend to rebel against the heaven? Qin Ziming was very puzzled. He couldn't figure out why the Lin clan of Heart Cleansing Peak dared to challenge the Qin clan and the Zhou clan with only Lin Sun. It seemed that they were too reckless. The superior aristocratic families were like the towering mountains of the empire. How could anyone shake them? In Qin Ziming's view, the move of the Lin clan was no different from an ant shaking a tree. But it just so happened that such a crazy and laughable thing really happened today. Until now, according to the news Qin Ziming got, the 13 industries occupied by the Qin clan and the Zhou clan in the Forbidden City were all seized by the Lin clan, and they succeeded. It didn't show that the Zhou clan and the Qin clan were too incompetent, but they hadn't used their real strength, so the Lin clan succeeded. I don't know what the Zhou clan is thinking. Why haven't they taken any action until now? Can they really watch the fleas of the Lin clan climb all over us? A strong dissatisfaction surged in Qin Ziming's heart. Today's event had attracted the attention of countless forces in the city. If the Qin clan didn't do something, it would be a great shame. Ziming, don't worry too much. As long as I'm here, no matter how fierce the Lin clan is, they will never dare to step into our Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion. Zhao Yunji beside him looked graceful and her voice was full of arrogance. She was also a member of the imperial royal family. With this identity, almost no one in the Forbidden City dared to hurt her. As she spoke, she glanced disdainfully at the outside of the hall. Outside the hall was a deserted and spacious street. At this time only Lin Zhong, Zhu Laosan and Yang Ku were standing there. As long as they seized Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion, all the industries that had been occupied by the Lin clan would be recovered. Unfortunately, Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion was a hard bone to chew. Lin Zhong and the others were not afraid of Qin Ziming, but they had to worry about Zhao Yunji, who was from the imperial royal family. Therefore, they didn't directly take action like before. Instead, they waited for Lin Sun to make a clear decision. They don't dare to take action now, but it doesn't mean they won't later. Qin Ziming frowned. He couldn't relax at all and said, "Don't forget that Lin Sun dared to force Ling Tianhou to kneel in public at the 300th birthday banquet of the Empress. At Green Deer School, he even dared to slap Princess Spirit Phoenix. Do you think someone like him will be afraid of the identity of the imperial royal family?" Zhao Yunji was a little unhappy and her face became ugly. That being said, don't forget that he has completely fallen out with the Qin clan and the Zhou clan. Under such circumstances, does he dare to continue to anger the imperial royal family? Qin Ziming thought for a bit and said with a headache, "Perhaps this brat is not afraid of an itch because he has too many lice. Who knows what he is thinking? Even now, I still don't understand where he got the courage to go against us high-class forces." Zhao Yunji sneered, "Perhaps he is courting his own death." "Ziming, don't worry. I have already sent someone to invite my father over. I believe it won't be long before the old man personally comes to oversee things." "What? Father-in-law is coming as well?" Qin Ziming was overjoyed and his brows relaxed. That was the empire's King Yin Yong. A great figure from the upper echelons of the empire. With him overseeing things, auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion would have no worries, Zhao Yunji said proudly, "That's right. At that time, even if Lin Sun personally comes, he will have to leave with his tail between his legs." At this moment, a servant hurriedly came to report, "My lord, our clan's elder has ordered you to hold the fort. It won't be long before the elites of our Qin and Zhou clans will come to help." Qin Ziming stood up abruptly, and his face flushed with excitement. "Great. Our Qin and Zhou clans have finally taken action. This time, his Lin clan is bound to pay a heavy price." King Yin Yong was about to come to oversee things, and the experts sent by Qin and Zhou clans were coming to help. For Qin Ziming, this was like a blessing from the heavens. All the worries and entanglements in his heart were swept away. He was elated, and his whole face was glowing. He was even a little eager to fight with Lin Zhong and the others who were blocking the door. Haha, retribution has finally come. Since last night, that kid has caused an uproar in the Forbidden City. He is simply a malefic star. We must take this opportunity to give him an unforgettable blow for the rest of his life. Zhao Yunji's voice was icy cold, and her brows were full of arrogance. Even the retainers in the hall felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they were excited and joyful. The situation had changed. Zhou clans and Qin clans finally showed their fangs and dispatched their forces. They would definitely be able to give Lin clan an unexpected heavy blow with the force of a thunderbolt. Only in this way could they wash away the shame and defend the dignity of a superior clan. There seemed to be no one on the cold street. In fact, the spies from the major forces in the Forbidden City had already been distributed in the dark, paying close attention to all this. From Lin Sun's return to the Forbidden City yesterday, he killed his way into the collateral branch of Lin family alone at night, and now he had a falling out with Zhou family and Qin family. The whole Forbidden City was in an uproar. This storm was raging, affecting the nerves of every major force. Everyone was paying attention to what Lin Sun was going to do. In the face of the provocation and challenge of Lin family of heart-cleansing peak headed by Lin Sun, what action would Zhou family and Qin family take? Now that things had developed to this point, it was almost time to reveal the answer, because today, Lin family of heart-cleansing peak took back one property after another from Zhou family and Qin family by tough and bloody means. Until now, there was only auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion left. If even this place was taken by the Lin family, then the prestige of the Zhou family and the Qin family would suffer a severe blow in this battle. But would it really be so? Certainly not, as the giants of the 7 top aristocratic families in the Forbidden City, Zhou family and Qin family naturally could not tolerate such a shameful thing. If they wanted to take action to wash away the previous shame, they would never let auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion be taken away by Lin Sun again. Zhou family and Qin family are really calm. They haven't taken any action since last night. It seems that they don't care about Lin Sun's provocation. In the dark, some spies from major forces were communicating. Perhaps they're just accumulating their strength. It's fine if they don't attack, but once they do, it'll definitely be a fatal strike that's as powerful as a thunderbolt. This was the thought of most people. After all, they were the top aristocratic families with great power and power. No one would believe that they would endure and be indifferent in the face of provocation. Lin family is too crazy. Even if they want revenge urgently, how can they be the opponent of the top aristocratic families with their current strength? It should be said that Lin's son is too crazy. He just solved the internal trouble of Lin family last night and challenged the Zhou family and Qin family without a thorough reorganization. Only Lin's son, who is known for his ferocity, dares to do so. Many people sighed with emotion. Lin's son's boldness was well known in the Forbidden City. No one could imagine why he dared to do this. Some big forces even gave him the title of Bold Lin, because Lin's son's style of doing things was indeed unscrupulous. From the past to the present, every time something happened to him, it would make people dumbfounded and hard to believe. Until now, when the Lin family directly challenged the Zhou family and the Qin family, the name Audacious Lin became more and more familiar to more and more people. It was indeed too daring. In fact, he could even be described as crazy. No one would object to calling him Madman Lin. After all, such a thing had never happened in the history of the empire for thousands of years. The Lin family, which could not even be considered an aristocratic family, was led by an extremely daring youth to challenge a high-class aristocratic family. Only a madman would do such a thing. Moreover, what made the major forces speechless and shocked was that Lin's son challenged more than one top aristocratic family. Isn't he courting death? Audacious Lin will definitely be badly beaten this time, and even the Lin family will be completely removed. Once the top aristocratic families show their power, how can the Lin family withstand it? It's a pity. If Audacious Lin could get rid of his bad habit of rampaging and ferocity, he would definitely make world-renowned achievements in the future with his title of Young Master of Spiritual Tattoos. It's a pity that he will suffer because of his boldness this time. All kinds of voices that were not optimistic about Lin's son surged in the dark of the Forbidden City. And the eyes of the whole city were all focused on the auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion, paying close attention to every move here. They all knew that the storm that was about to happen here, no matter who won or lost, would cause a great earthquake to the whole Forbidden City and even the whole empire. Here he comes. Oh my, Audacious Lin comes in person. Is he going to stake everything on one throw? There's going to be a good show. In the dark, countless eyes all looked at the end of the deserted and empty long street at this moment. It seems that it's not as deserted as it looks. As soon as he stepped on this street, Lin's son's great spiritual power detected that there were spies hiding in many corners in the dark. Don't pay attention to them. They are just some little rats sent by various forces. Zhao Tailai didn't take it seriously. Why do I have a feeling that a storm is coming? Lin Huayuan was a little surprised. He sensed an unspeakable sense of urgency and depression. Lin's son smiled and didn't comment. At the moment when he became enemies with the Zhou family and the Qin family, he knew that such a thing would happen, so he was not nervous. Zhao Tailai also seemed to realize something and glared at Lin's son. It seems that I can't escape the task of cleaning up your mess today, senior. The capable do more work. Lin's son smiled. The three looked calm and walked on the deserted long street, as if they were strolling in a courtyard, which surprised many spies who observed all this in secret. Zhao Tailai, the boss of Tianwu Arena? It is said that he is also a member of the imperial family. Does Lin's son want his help to take back the auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion in a gentle way? Many spies speculated. They had a vague understanding of Zhao Tailai. They only knew that he was the boss of Tianwu Arena and came from the imperial family. Apart from that, they knew nothing else. It seems that Audacious Lin also realized that the situation was not good and dared not continue to insist. Some spies were disappointed. They thought that Lin's son could be tough to the end. Who would have thought that this time he invited a helper? Humph. Zhao Tailai is nothing. When the forces of the Zhou and Qin families arrive, unless it's a noble descendant, no one will be able to do anything. More spies sneered and became more and more sure that Lin's son could not hold on under the pressure of the Zhou family and the Qin family. No matter what they thought, their eyes were still fixed on everything in the field for fear of missing any details. They all knew that this unprecedented storm that swept through the Forbidden City would completely break out in the auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion. "Young master, why are you here?" Lin Zhong, Zhu Laosan and Young Ku were a little surprised when they saw Lin Sun coming. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would come in person. "Let me have a look." Lin Sun answered casually and looked at the hall of the auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion. He saw Qin Ziming and Zhao Yunji sitting in it. "Lin Sun?" At the same time, Qin Ziming and Zhao Yunji also saw Lin Sun. They couldn't help but be a little surprised, and then a touch of excitement appeared in their eyes. This boy actually came to die in person. "You are Lin Sun? How dare you? Do you really think the Forbidden City is just a decoration and you can do whatever you want?" Zhao Yunji was the first to speak. Her bearing was graceful, and her chin was slightly raised. She appeared to be full of arrogance. "In the past, no one dealt with you because they felt it was beneath them to bicker with a nobody like you. But now, you actually dare to provoke the imperial family and the upper-class aristocratic families of the empire." The forces sent by the Zhou family and the Qin family were about to arrive, and her father, King Yunyong, would also come as promised. Under such circumstances, Zhao Yunji was naturally full of confidence and had no fear. Even her words carried a sense of superiority. "I thought you are a great character, but it turns out you are the same as Ling Tianhou and Princess Spirit Phoenix." Lin Sun smiled. His smile was very calm as he looked at Zhao Tailai and curiously asked, "That's right, senior, what kind of role does this woman have in the royal family? Why do I feel like she's not even as good as Ling Tianhou or Princess Spirit Phoenix?" "Your feeling is right." Zhao Tailai nodded. Lin Sun's smile became even more cheerful. His words, along with his teasing smile, were like a knife that mercilessly stabbed into Zhao Yunji's heart. She could no longer remain calm and became a bit flustered and exasperated. You still dare to be so sharp-tongued at a time like this? You are simply tired of living." Zhao Yunji screamed in anger, "Just you wait, there will be a time for you to cry and beg for mercy. Lin Sun, you probably don't know the situation yet. Everything your Lin family has done today has completely angered my Qin family and the Zhou family. Now that they have sent their forces here, what right do you have to be arrogant at a time like this?" Qin Ziming frowned and stepped forward to speak harshly. This kind of threat was very violent and direct. However, when they heard all of this, it made the spirits of the hidden spies rise. They realized that their guess was correct. The Zhou family and the Qin family were indeed accumulating their forces to give Lin Sun a thunderous blow. Even Lin Zhong, Lin Huayuan, and the others were secretly shocked at this moment, and they realized that the situation had become serious. Only Lin Sun seemed to be very calm, or perhaps it could be said that he had an indifferent and composed appearance from the beginning until the end. He said, "If it's really like this, then it's even better. I've long wanted to experience the methods of the Zhou family and the Qin family. Arrogant, no matter if it was Qin Ziming, Zhao Yunji, or the hidden spies, all of them couldn't help but have a thought appear in their minds. Lin Sun really was as arrogant and rampant as the rumors said. How dare he talk nonsense about experiencing the methods of the Zhou family and the Qin family? He's really tired of living." Lin Sun seemed as if he didn't notice all of this, and he continued, "But before this, I represent the Lin family and take back what belongs to my Lin family." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yunji couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Don't you dare! When did the auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion belong to your Lin family? Don't you dare touch it! It's finally about to begin." The hidden spies were excited in their hearts, and they opened their eyes wide as they realized that this show was about to begin at this moment. Lin Sun was stunned. He was not frightened by Zhao Yunji's fierce words, but he suddenly found that Zhao Yunji didn't seem to know Zhao Tailai. Otherwise, would she dare to be so domineering and arrogant? Why not? Do you also have timid moments? Seeing Lin Sun stunned, Zhao Yunji couldn't help but show a disdainful smile. She thought Lin Sun was very fierce, but it turned out that he was just so. This made her more complacent and calm. A young talent who gave the Forbidden City a headache was now deterred by her. It would be a very glorious thing if it was spread out. She opened her red lips slightly, looked at Lin Sun contemptuously, and said, "Since you are afraid, kneel down and repent. Maybe I will give you, crack, Before she finished speaking, an invisible slap hit her white face, making her stagger and fall to the ground. She held her red and swollen cheeks and screamed painfully. She couldn't believe it. She didn't expect that she would be slapped to the ground so suddenly. It was not Lin Sun who slapped her, but Zhao Tailai. He shook his head and sighed, "I can't stand it anymore." Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. As a big shot in the royal family, Zhao Tailai would definitely feel uncomfortable when he saw Zhao Yunji's behavior. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Even Lin Zhong and Lin Huaitong were a little surprised. Although Zhao Yunji was a little hateful, she was a member of the royal family after all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have delayed taking action against Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion until now. But they didn't expect that the rich middle-aged man brought by Lin Sun was so rude and directly slapped Zhao Tailai. It was so domineering. "Who are you? How dare you hit me?" Qin Ziming was furious and stared at Zhao Tailai. "How dare you slap me? No matter who you are, I will kill him this time." "Kill him!" Zhao Yunji screamed on the ground. It was a great shame that she, a descendant of a marquis, was slapped in the face in public. "Oh? Kill me?" Zhao Tailai smiled, but there was no emotion in his smile. Instead, it was very creepy. What do you want to do?" "Let me tell you, the Prince of Yunyong will personally arrive." Qin Ziming was infuriated. The experts of the Zue and Qin clans hadn't arrived yet. This made him a little flustered. "Prince Yunyong?" Zhao Tailai's smile grew even more sinister. This made Qin Ziming feel that something was wrong. How could the guy invited by Lin Sun be more daring and terrifying than Lin Sun? Who was he? Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but shake his head. Qin Ziming and Zhao Yunji were just a pair of bullies who could only bully others. They were not worth mentioning. He directly ordered, "Grandad Zhong, you can start now. Kill anyone who dares to stop us. As for the rest, leave it to me, Jiao." Lin Zhong, Zhu Laosan, Yang Ku, and Lin Huayuan, who had been waiting for a long time, all accepted the order and looked at the Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion with murderous intent. "How dare you?" Qin Ziming roared furiously, his expression completely changing. Even Zhao Yunji was completely flustered. Her hair was disheveled as she screamed. There was no trace of her previous grace and arrogance. Instead, she was like a flustered and exasperated shrew. "How dare you? Who dares to behave atrociously here when I'm here?" Right at this moment, an explosive shout resounded like a thunderclap that shook the heavens and the earth. With the voice, a dignified middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown, a wide-sleeved robe, and cloud patterns under his feet came from afar with his hands behind his back. Prince Yunyong, Zhao Su, the spies who were watching all this in secret were shocked. They didn't expect that the nobleman in the royal family had arrived one step ahead of the forces of Zhou family and Qin family. Zhao Su was a ruthless character. He once commanded the imperial army of the Forbidden City and led the troops to gallop on the battlefield in the wilderness. He was brave and resourceful. However, he was hot-tempered and arrogant. He would kill people at the slightest disagreement, so he was crowned as domineering general by the world. Now, the arrival of such a great and ruthless figure could be imagined how great the shock was. The spies couldn't help but take pleasure in Lin Sun's misfortune. They held the mentality of watching the show and wanted to see how Lin Sun would resolve this crisis. The hearts of Lin Zhong and the others went cold as they stopped moving. They'd heard of the reputation of the Cloud Yong King, Zhao Su, but they'd never imagined that with his identity, he would actually come here personally. Instantly, it caused the situation to become slightly troublesome and serious. Zhao Yunji was so excited that she climbed up as if she'd found her savior. She cried out with grievance and anger, "Father, you've come at the right time. These guys want to occupy our Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion, and they kill anyone who dares to stop them. Even I've suffered humiliation from them. Father-in-law, please uphold justice for us." Qin Ziming also had a sorrowful expression. "You don't have to say anything. I already understand. The reason I came here is to see which bastard is ignorant enough to come here and behave atrociously. Do they really think I'm a vegetarian?" Zhao Su, king of Cloud Yong, had a murderous look on his face. His words were sonorous and his breath was violent. As he spoke, he'd already arrived in front of the hall. He was a big shot of the imperial family and held real power. He was brave and good at fighting, and he himself was a great practitioner of reincarnation developing realm. Now, seeing his daughter and son-in-law being bullied in the Forbidden City, it was simply a slap in his face. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely solemn. Even the spies hiding in the dark couldn't help but click their tongues. The domineering general really deserved his reputation. As soon as he arrived, he showed a strong and domineering spirit, which was frightening. Now, let's see how Lin Sun would resolve this. This wasn't the power of Sui family or Qin family, but Jiao Su's identity was there. The consequences of offending him were even more serious. Lin Zhong and the others were a little heavy. They'd calculated everything, but they still didn't expect that Jiao Su, a dignified marquis, would intervene in this matter. This caught them off guard. Hee. But in this atmosphere of mutual hostility, Zhao Tailai smiled. He looked at Jiao Su, who had just arrived and made such harsh words, and said with a playful expression, "Who do you think is the blind bastard?" Originally, Zhao Tailai's back was to the long street, so Jiao Su didn't notice him at all. When he heard someone laughing at this moment, he was a little angry, and his heart was full of killing intent, thinking that this was a great provocation. But when he glanced at Zhao Tailai's appearance, his pupils shrank immediately, as if he couldn't believe it, and he was stunned there. Zhao Yunji didn't have such eyesight. She had been slapped just now, and her anger had already rushed to her head. At this moment, seeing that the old guy was still so arrogant, she couldn't help but scream, "Father, it was this old thing who attacked me just now. He also said that as a member of the imperial family, I'm a disgrace. He's obviously humiliating me." However, after screaming for a long time, she didn't see any movement from Jiao Su, which made her anxious, and she cried, "Father, if we don't kill this old bastard, we can't defend the prestige of the imperial family." Qin Ziming seemed to notice something, and his expression changed slightly. He stepped forward to dissuade Zhao Yunji, but she slapped him away and scolded, "With my father here, what are you afraid of?" With that, she looked at Lin Sun again, "And you, I don't care what bullshit young spiritual tattoo master you are. Since you dared to come to our auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion to make trouble, don't think of leaving here alive today." Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed wrong. This woman's stupidity was far beyond Ling Tianhou and Princess Spirit Phoenix. From beginning to end, Zhao Tailai didn't pay attention to Zhao Yunji's clamor. He just looked at Jiao Su and asked, "Is she your daughter?" Jiao Su made a sound of agreement. At this moment, his expression was extremely strange, and it seemed very stiff. If one observed carefully, there was an indescribable sense of nervousness on his face. He was like a little soldier facing a general, his hands and feet tied, stiff and nervous. At this moment, even the secret agents in the dark felt that something was wrong. This scene was too strange. Just now, Jiao Su was so domineering and strong, but now why did he suddenly become silent? At this moment, Zhao Tailai seemed to be a little impatient, and said, "Make her shut up." "Okay." A scene that left everyone dumbfounded occurred. The dignified Prince of Cloud Yong, a member of the upper echelons of the empire, did not hesitate in the slightest to slap his own daughter across the face. Pa! The crisp sound of the slap made everyone who heard it panic with pain. It could be seen how heavy Jiao Su's slap was. Zhao Yunji, who had been shouting angrily and complacently, suddenly seemed to have been beaten senseless. Her body directly fell from the sky, blood spurting out from her mouth and nose, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Then, her eyes rolled back and she directly fainted. Before she fainted, she only had one thought, "Father, why would he attack me? Did he hit the wrong person?" It seemed ridiculous, but that was what Zhao Yunji really thought. Even when she fainted, she didn't realize that the atmosphere had subtly changed. In an instant, the atmosphere became quiet again. Lin Zhong and the others were startled, Qin Ziming was also startled, and the secret agents hiding in the dark were all dumbfounded. How could this be? This was something no one could have predicted, and they almost thought they were seeing things. The Cloud Yong King had come in a threatening manner, but he suddenly gave the first slap to his own daughter. This was too unimaginable. Even Lin Sun was secretly surprised. He had vaguely known that Zhao Tailai's identity was not simple, but he didn't expect that Zhao Tailai's identity seemed to be stronger than he had expected. Zhao Su, such a domineering marquis, was so obedient that he didn't even dare to let out a fart. He didn't even dare to disobey Zhao Tailai's orders. This alone showed how terrible Zhao Tailai's identity was. Otherwise, how could he make a dignified marquis become so obedient? Zhao Tailai frowned and finally seemed to hold back something. He waved his hand as if he was driving away a fly. It's none of your business. Go away. Zhao Su seemed to be relieved. He bowed deeply, cupped his hands, and turned to stand aside. Hiss! At this time everyone present gasped and finally realized the problem. When they looked at Zhao Tailai again, their eyes had completely changed. At this time, silence was better than words. P.S. After writing this chapter, I was thinking that Lin Sun would sigh with emotion in his heart at this time. Invisible acting is the most fatal. When it comes to acting, I only admire Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai was definitely not as simple as the boss of Tianwu Arena. This was the unanimous opinion of all the people. Even King of Cloud Yong, Zhao Su, who was a tough character among the upper nobles, was obedient in front of him. How could an ordinary person have such power and influence? There is no doubt that Zhao Tailai must be a big shot in the imperial palace. Does the imperial family also want to intervene and support Lin family in this competition? Those secret agents trembled and had a premonition that the situation had changed. Originally, the Lin family was weak and couldn't even compare to a low-level aristocratic family. The major forces didn't think highly of the Lin family. They thought that challenging a high-level aristocratic family was like an old man who had eaten arsenic and was tired of living. But if Lin family had the support of the imperial family, the situation would be different. The situation has changed. Send the news quickly. Quick, inform the big shots of the imperial family that there is a shadow of the imperial family in this incident, which will add great waves to the current situation. Those secret agents took action one after another and sent the news to their respective forces. Zhao Tailai's appearance was too unusual. In the past, they thought that Lin Sun was really bold Lin, who went to challenge the superior aristocratic families without any regard for anything, which was no different from courting death. But now they realized that they had underestimated Lin Sun's potential ability and foundation. Continue. In the field, Lin Sun looked very calm and motioned Lin Zhong to seize Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion. When he was chatting with Zhao Tailai, he knew that the current emperor and the empress had been paying attention to him. Therefore, although Zhao Tailai's performance surprised him, it was not unexpected. If he couldn't solve this problem, it would not only be a disgrace to Zhao Tailai. How could this be? Qin Ziming was out of his wits and finally repeated this sentence. He was almost collapsed by the scene just now. His wife's identity as the imperial family, which he relied on, was useless. The most terrible thing was that the one who defeated them was King of Cloud Yong, whom they relied on. How could Qin Ziming not understand that this time Lin Sun invited an extraordinary big shot, and even Zhao Su had to bow his head and obey his orders? Under such circumstances, how could Qin Ziming dare to resist again? Right under his nose, Lin Zhong, Young Ku, Zhu Laosan, and Lin Huaitong walked into Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion openly. This undoubtedly meant that it wouldn't be long before this place would once again be crowned with the name Lin family. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and from the beginning until the end, they didn't encounter any obstruction at all. This made the spy who was observing everything in the dark anxious. Why hadn't the Zhou family and the Qin family sent their forces yet? Would this storm-like competition be easily settled by Lin Sun? As if the voice in their hearts had been heard, a wave of extremely ear-piercing rumbling suddenly resounded in the distant space. A white-bearded old man dressed in a black robe with a sage-like demeanor stepped on a golden streak of light as he flew through the air. At first glance, he was simply like an immortal that had descended into the world, and he was indescribably carefree and possessed an imposing aura that stood above the mortal world. In the blink of an eye, he had already descended on the battlefield. He walked over to Qin Ziming's side, and when his eyes opened and closed, it was as if there was lightning flowing within them, incomparably terrifying. Qin Xuandu, a great cultivator at the reincarnation evolution realm of the Qin clan. The spy in the dark was fiercely shocked in his heart. This was an influential figure at the reincarnation evolution realm, and he was extremely famous in the Forbidden City. His cultivation was profound, and he wasn't someone an ordinary figure could compare to. The Qin clan has arrived. What kind of waves will this competition cause? Everyone hiding in the dark opened their eyes wide. Elder, you've finally arrived. At this moment, Qin Ziming was simply like grabbing onto a straw in the sea, and he almost cried tears of joy. The arrival of Qin Xuandu allowed him to finally find his backbone. Your mental state is unstable, and your vital energy is in disorder. A little youth from the Lin clan has embarrassed you to such an extent? Qin Xuandu frowned as he reprimanded Qin Ziming. The latter felt extremely aggrieved in his heart, and he was just about to open his mouth to explain when he saw Qin Xuandu speak with slight surprise, "So your highness is here as well." Qin Yunyong stood there with an expressionless face, and he seemed as if he hadn't heard Qin Xuandu's greeting at all. He remained silent and motionless like an old monk in meditation. This caused a trace of embarrassment to appear between Qin Xuandu's brows, and he immediately snorted inwardly. Although Qin Yunyong's identity was special, it wasn't enough for the Qin clan to be afraid of him. You're Lin Sun? Qin Xuandu's gaze swept over and locked onto Lin Sun. As for Zhao Tailai, he was directly ignored by him. He recognized Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai was merely the owner of the Tianwu Arena. Although he was a member of the royal family, his status wasn't that great. Yes, it's me. Lin Sun's expression was indifferent and composed. Today, you sent people to kill so many people of my Qin clan, and seized many of my Qin clan's properties. Do you know your crime? Qin Xuandu's expression was dignified, and he had a condescending attitude. Lin Sun immediately smiled and said, "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, there's no harm in saying it directly. But if it's just you, I'm afraid it won't be enough." The hearts of the spies in the dark twitched. This audacious Lin was really arrogant. He didn't even bother to talk nonsense, and directly wanted to use force. Moreover, he even said that Qin Xuandu wasn't enough, looking at the whole Forbidden City, except for those life-death realm kings, who dared to challenge Qin Xuandu like this. However, Qin Xuandu was unperturbed as he said, "Young man, we all know what happened last night. To be honest, I also doubt whether you can defeat Lin Sisi with your Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation. But whether it's true or not, out of respect for you, and for the sake of safety, it's true that I'm not the only one who took action this time." Speaking of this, he smiled slightly, and a cold and dazzling electric light flashed across his eyes. "You should have no regrets to die in our respect." He looked like an immortal, but as soon as he said this, his killing intent was revealed. A fierce chi soared into the sky, disturbing the wind and clouds. In an instant, there was a dead silence in the field. The atmosphere was tense, and it was filled with suffocating oppressive force. How terrifying! The spies in the dark were secretly shocked. "So, your Qin clan has made up their mind to kill me this time?" Lin Sun looked very calm. "If possible, we will try our best to capture you alive." Qin Xuandu smiled. "After all, you are a young grandmaster of spiritual tattoos. If you die, there is no doubt that it will be a waste. It's better to go to my Qin clan and work hard to atone for our clan for the rest of your life. At least you can place some value." His words were casual. Obviously, he regarded Lin Sun as a meat on the chopping board. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly. But before he could speak, Qin Xuandu suddenly smiled and said, "Of course, if you surrender to my Qin clan now, I promise you will immediately become an elder of our Qin clan. Your status and treatment will not be inferior to mine, and your Lin clan will be protected. You can even ask a life-death realm king to personally guide you in cultivation." Hearing this, there was a sudden uproar in the outside world. The Qin family was an upper-level force. It could be called a colossus even in the empire. Countless top cultivators desired to join the Qin family and become a consecrator elder. And now, Qin Xuandu's offer to Lin Sun was even more amazing. He not only promised Lin Sun a high position, but also offered protection to Lin clan. He was even willing to ask a life-death realm king to personally guide him in cultivation. This was definitely a tempting offer that could drive countless practitioners crazy. Damn it, comparisons are odious. If it were me, I would directly accept it. If I follow Qin clan and have life-death realm king to guide me in cultivation, won't I be successful in the future? Some secret agents beat their chests and stamped their feet, their eyes red with jealousy. Unfortunately, they were not Lin Sun, and Lin Sun was not them. Hearing this, he couldn't help laughing again and said, "Life-death realm king to guide me? Is my great Tao something that they can point out? I should be the one to guide them. Everyone thought that Lin Sun said these words out of anger. But only Lin Sun himself knew that with the battle saint method and the 9 pure holy body art inherited from the sacred island of 5 elements, if he gave them to life-death realm kings, they would be ecstatic. After all, this was the inheritance of the divine path. The word divine path was enough to make life-death realm kings look up to it. Haha, you are really ignorant. Well, since you are so stubborn, don't blame us for being ruthless. Qin Xuandu sighed with regret, as if he was feeling sorry for Lin Sun. Look, you talk so much nonsense. In the end, we have to fight to solve it. Why did you talk so much nonsense just now? Lin Sun shrugged and seemed to be a little impatient. Call out your helper. Time is precious. Let's all be happy, shall we? Even with Qin Xuandu's shrewdness and self-restraint, he couldn't help but look gloomy at this moment, and a terrible cold light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, I heard that there are also reincarnation developing realm practitioners on Heart Cleansing Peak. Why don't you hand them over together? Obviously, he thought that Lin Sun was so fearless because someone was helping him. No, I can deal with you alone. Lin Sun said casually. Good. Very good. Just for your words, I will let you know that sometimes you are too arrogant, and you are doomed to die. Qin Xuandu sneered. At this time, a burst of laughter came from a distance. As I said earlier, Lin Sun is fierce and unscrupulous. There is no need to say more. Just capture and kill him. Boom. Boom, with the laughter, the earth shook, as if an ancient dragon elephant galloped from a distance. In everyone's imagination, the coming person must be powerful and unparalleled. But in reality, the person who came was a woman. Her figure was extremely slender, her appearance was bright and beautiful, and her waist was slender. She was charming to the extreme. But when her feet descended, it was like an enormous mountain smashing the ground, and it emitted deafening rumbles. It seemed as if her delicate body contained a terrifying energy that was like an erupting volcano, and it brought about an extremely great contrast to others. Swa Baoying, a reincarnation developing realm practitioner of Swa family. The secret agents in the dark all gasped. This woman was not inferior to Qin Xuandu. She was a famous female Rakshasa. She killed countless people and her hands were stained with blood. She was a very fierce character. 2 reincarnation developing realm practitioners. Lin Sun can't escape now. However, Zhou and Qin families are really cruel. They sent 2 reincarnation developing realm practitioners as soon as they took action. Obviously, they didn't intend to give Lin Sun any chance to live. Everyone was either shocked, excited or gloating. Even they didn't expect that the situation would develop to this point. The arrival of Zhou Baoying shocked all the people present. Even Lin Zhong, Yang Ku, and Zhu Laosan were alarmed. They walked out of Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion with a solemn look. Compared with Lin Sisi, both Qin Xuandu and Zhou Baoying were obviously stronger. They belonged to the big shots in reincarnation developing realm. In any other part of the empire, an existence of this level would be able to proclaim himself as an overlord and rule over a region with pride, but now, such 2 great practitioners came together to deal with Lin Sun. It could be imagined that the Zhou and Qin families obviously didn't intend to leave Lin Sun alive this time. What was a thunderous blow? This was it. Once they made a move, it made people desperate. The foundation and horror of the top aristocratic families were also vividly demonstrated at this moment. However, there were several people who reacted very strangely. Jiao Su, king of Cloud Yong, still seemed to be unaware of everything. He looked down like an old monk in meditation. Zhao Tailai, with his hands behind his back, looked at the distant sky. He looked very calm from beginning to end and was not affected at all. As for Lin Sun, he seemed very calm. His dark eyes were deep. He looked at Qin Xuandu, who looked like a sage, and then looked at the slender, gorgeous, and charming Zhou Baoying. Finally, he smiled and said, "Just the 2 of you? Still not enough." The spies in the dark were all stunned. Was Lin Sun really crazy? 2 big shots in reincarnation developing realm, why were they not enough in his eyes? How arrogant should he be to dare to say such shocking words? Qin Xuandu frowned and glanced at Zhao Tailai, Zhu Laosan, and Lin Zhong one by one. Then he said, if it's just you, I alone will be enough. But if it's against all of you, it will be a little difficult for the two of us. Speaking of this, he smiled slightly, but don't worry. If Qin family and Sui family only have this ability, they are not the top aristocratic families. Hee hee. Sui Baoying also laughed. Her laugh was unfathomable. All the others present were shocked. Could it be that the forces sent by the Zue and Qin families were more than these? Sure enough, in the next moment, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard from afar. Numerous figures flew over like dazzling rainbows. There were men and women. Even though their appearances were different, all of their auras were connected to the heavens, and they revealed completely different and formidable might. 1, 2, 3. My God! There are 4 more reincarnation developing realm cultivators. The secret agents in the dark gasped and felt their scalps go numb. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated the power of the high-class aristocratic families. Even Lin Zhong and the others were unable to maintain their composure at this moment, and their expressions changed without end. The situation had obviously exceeded their expectations, and it had become too severe. At that moment, Qin Xuandu smiled. Originally, there was no need to mobilize so many people just to deal with you. However, we have no choice but to do this. Oh? Why? Lin Sun asked. It's very simple. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey and knock the mountain to scare the tiger. A trace of disdain flashed between Qin Xuandu's eyebrows. After so many years, the world seems to have forgotten the power of our high-class aristocratic families. This time, it's time to wake everyone up and let them know that there are some existences in this world that can't be desecrated and provoked at all. Speaking of this, he looked at Lin Sun again and chuckled. This is the reason why we mobilize so many people. If we can use your death to frighten the world and let the world learn to respect and look up to the high-class aristocratic families again, then your death will be worth it. These words were full of heroic spirit and courage, but it made Lin Zhong and the others' hearts sink to the bottom. They realized that the Zue and Qin families wanted to achieve the purpose of knocking the mountain to scare the tiger. For example, they would kill Lin Sun at all costs, because only Lin Sun's death could frighten the world. Play a role. The secret agents from the major forces all felt cold all over, and their hearts palpitated. Until now, they finally realized the horror of the high-class aristocratic families. The atmosphere became deathly silent and tense. Many people were frightened, but Zhao Tailai seemed to be a little impatient. He turned his head and asked Lin Sun, why listen to their nonsense? If you can't solve it, how about I help you? Wow, all the people present were stunned. Didn't he see the terrible situation in front of him? How dare he say such words? Qin Xuandu couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. He frowned a little. He was very puzzled. How could a boss of Tianwu Arena be so unappreciative? Did he really think that he dared to ignore the power of the Zue and Qin families because he was from the royal family of the empire? Young master. Lin Zhong and Zhu Laosan also looked at Lin Sun with determination. Obviously, they were telling Lin Sun that they could also fight side by side. No need. I can handle this matter alone. They want to kill me to knock the mountain to scare the tiger. The reason why I do this today is to let everyone understand that the Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak is also not allowed to be desecrated. No matter who dares to bully us, they must pay the price of blood. To everyone's surprise, at this moment, Lin Sun refused all help. There was an unprecedented disdain and determination on his calm face. The secret agents in the dark were stunned. They increasingly felt that Lin Sun was crazy. How dare he be so domineering at such a critical moment? Lin Zhong and others were also anxious. Only Zhao Tailai couldn't help laughing. Well, today I'll see how much you have grown in the past 6 months. Qin Xuandu, Sui Baoying and the 4 practitioners of reincarnation developing realm who came one after another all felt ridiculous and annoyed at the moment. It seemed that the people of the world had really forgotten how terrifying their high-class aristocratic families were. Even some random trash dared to clamor at them. Grandad Zhong, bring me the broken death. This spear needs to drink the enemy's blood in order to be the most precious weapon of our Lin family. In this way, it can live up to its name. A touch of coldness suddenly emerged between Lin Sun's eyebrows. There seemed to be a big abyss surging in the depths of his black eyes. His temperament also changed at this moment. It was like a sword hidden in the abyss showing its peerless sharpness at this moment. "Young master, take the spear." Lin Zhong was shocked and subconsciously handed the broken death to Lin Sun. It was also at this moment that everyone present realized that what Lin Sun said just now was not a joke. He was serious. He wanted to fight against 6 practitioners of reincarnation developing realm alone with 1 person and 1 spear. The secret agents in the dark were stunned. They trembled all over and felt an unprecedented excitement in their hearts. Regardless of anything else, Lin Sun's boldness at this moment shocked them. Qin Xuandu and Zhou Baoying were so angry that they laughed. How ridiculous this was. How dare Lin Sun boast so shamelessly? He was so arrogant that he didn't know what was good for him. "Since you are courting death, we will fulfill your wish. We will use your blood to warn the world." Qin Xuandu's voice was cold and indifferent. His murderous intent surged. His sage-like appearance was also replaced by cold power. Boom, his whole body roared like thunder. His eyes were like cold lightning. He was like a god who had awakened, and his power shocked everyone present. Lin Sun's sleeves fluttered. His figure flashed and appeared in the void. His black hair fluttered as he looked down at Qin Xuandu and the others. He pointed the tip of the broken death in his hand and said indifferently, "Come up and die." The young man stood in the void with the spear in his hand. His posture was straight and elegant, and his temperament was transcendent like that of an exiled immortal. His elegance made the eyes of Lin Zhong and the others light up. Even Zhao Su, who had been meditating like an old monk, moved his eyelids slightly and glanced at him. Humph. Qin Xuandu was already angry. He let out a cold snort and floated up to the sky like a lion. His aura devoured the mountains and rivers and shattered the clouds. Swish, swish. Swish, at the same time, Zhou Baoying and the other 4 practitioners of reincarnation developing realm also rose into the sky and sealed off the area from a distance to prevent Lin Sun from escaping. Clang, in the void, the pitch-black body of the broken death made a clear sound. Murderous airflow overflowed, and dense obscure spiritual tattoos emerged and evolved into a layer of armor that covered Lin Sun's whole body. This was the armor with spiritual tattoos. Different from ancient treasures, it was a stunning battle weapon. Not only was it powerful enough to make many ancient treasures pale in comparison, but it also had a unique function. What a treasure! At this moment, most of the people present revealed a touch of amazement. The number of armor with spiritual tattoos was extremely limited, even in the top aristocratic families. Each of them could be called a treasure and was the most precious treasure of the family. The most terrifying thing about this treasure was that it could give practitioners the power to fight across realms in battle. A young man of Tao Insight realm with the broken death in his hand. "How many moves do you think he can block from Qin Xuandu?" Zhou Baoying said softly with her arms crossed. "Life and death can be decided within 10 moves at most." "No, I think 3 moves are enough. Brother Xuandu has been immersed in the reincarnation developing realm for many years. His strength is extraordinary." The other 4 practitioners of the reincarnation developing realm spoke one after another. They looked indifferent and each occupied a side. They didn't intend to attack a young man of Tao Insight realm together. After all, it would be too shameful if the news got out. "I think life and death should be decided within 50 moves, Zhou Baoying said with a smile. As soon as she said this, the others immediately frowned, thinking that she had overestimated Lin Sun. No matter how fierce a young man of Tao Insight realm was, how could he be a match for a practitioner of the reincarnation developing realm? In the dark, a group of secret agents were also thinking about how long Lin could hold on when the battle broke out. No matter who it was, they all seemed to subconsciously believe that Lin Sun would lose this battle and had no hope of winning at all. It all depended on how many moves he could hold on before he was defeated. "Don't talk nonsense," Zhao Tailai muttered to himself. He was waiting anxiously and couldn't wait to see how powerful Lin Sun had become in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea for half a year. Lin Zhong and the others became nervous and stared at the void. As long as Lin Sun had a little accident, they would rescue him at all costs. Boom, this time, Lin Sun really didn't talk nonsense. He held the long spear in his hand and broke through the void without any delay. "You're courting death." Lin Sun took the initiative to attack, which made Qin Xuandu frown. Lightning surged around him, and a dazzling electric arc condensed in his palm. Then, he waved his hand. Thunder in the palm. In an instant, it was as if a real thunder had fallen from the sky, filled with a world-destroying killing intent. That was the power of thunder. The spies hiding in the dark were all shocked and almost suffocated. It was just a casual attack, but it had shocked them and made their hair stand on end. Brother Xuandu is angry. Even a great cultivator of the same level would have to retreat, let alone a young man in the Tao Insight realm. An expert in the reincarnation developing realm shook his head and sighed. It seems that we don't need to use 3 moves. Maybe this attack alone will be enough to kill that boy. The other reincarnation developing realm cultivators were pleased. Thunder in the palm was a secret ancestral skill of the Qin family, and its killing power was unparalleled in the world. Qin Ziming's heart flashed with pleasure. He had almost collapsed just now, and he was extremely hesitant. Now that he saw that Lin Sun was finally going to be killed, how could he not be excited? What? Zhao Tailai was surprised, as if he had discovered something. Zhu Laosan's eyes burst with cold light, and he seemed to be a little moved. No. Qin Xuandu is in danger. At the same time, Zhu Baoying also noticed something. Her pupils suddenly shrank, but it was too late when she opened her mouth to warn them. Boom, the pitch-black tip of the shattering sorrow pierced straight out. It was extremely simple and did not look special at all. However, at the instant that wisp of lightning touched the tip of the spear, it instantly exploded apart, and countless strands of arcs of lightning flowed and dispersed. It was simply unable to withstand a single blow. This was the unique skill of the Qin family, thunder in the palm, but at this moment, it was broken like a piece of paper. This, Qin Xuandu had been full of disdain and confidence, thinking that the power of his reincarnation developing realm could completely crush all the Tao Insight realm cultivators. But now, he could no longer remain calm. His figure rushed forward like lightning, and in an instant, thousands of thunder in the palm shot out. It was like rolling thunder pouring down, covering the sky and earth. It was extremely terrifying. For a moment, the world was filled with deafening thunder, surging in all directions. This shocked everyone. Qin Xuandu's move was no different from risking his life. This was only the beginning of the fight. How could it be like this? However, before Qin Xuandu could heave a sigh of relief, he saw that the pitch-black and vast spear tip actually didn't encounter any obstruction as it stabbed towards him. Boom, everywhere the tip of the spear passed, layer after layer of lightning palm prints were pierced through, shattered, and disintegrated before collapsing into arcs of lightning that spread out and blasted the nearby space into pieces. Qin Xuandu's expression suddenly changed. He had no choice but to dodge. He was caught off guard by this attack. However, no matter how swift his speed of retreat was, it wasn't as swift as the tip of that spear. It was simply like a peerless edge that could pierce through everything and overcome everything. Seeing that the spear was about to reach him, Qin Xuandu seemed to be completely enraged. He took out a brass ruler and clashed head-on with it. This was an ancient treasure, which would not be used easily. But now it was forced by Lin Sun, a young man in Tao Insight realm, which made Qin Xuandu feel ashamed and angry. Boom, however, before everyone's incredulous gazes, the tip of the spear pierced through the bronze ruler and crushed it. Qin Xuandu was so shocked that his scalp tightened. This was his most beloved ancient treasure. How could it be destroyed like this? But what made him even more furious was that after this blow, it was too late for him to block the spear tip that had pierced through. With a bang, there was a sudden roar of collision in front of Qin Xuandu's chest, which was extremely harsh. Then, his whole body was fiercely thrown out by the spear tip. Everyone was stunned and there was a dead silence in the field. In the blink of an eye, the battle had just begun. In the twinkling of an eye, Qin Xuandu was defeated. It was too fast. Before, they were all speculating that Lin Sun would be defeated in a few moves. They all thought that he had no chance of winning at all. Unexpectedly, in the twinkling of an eye, the winner and loser were decided. However, it was Qin Xuandu, the dignified great practitioner, who was defeated. He couldn't even take one spear. This made everyone dumbfounded. Even those secret agents in the dark felt that their eyes were blurred. Before they could see what was going on, the confrontation was over. Qin Ziming's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He opened his mouth wide as if he had seen a ghost. Swabaoing and others were also stunned and nervous. How could this be? Even Lin Zhong and others were stunned. Originally, their hearts were hanging in their throats. They were extremely worried and ready to rescue Lin Sun at any time. But Lin Sun's amazing spear was like a thunderbolt, which almost made them unable to believe it. Only Zhao Tailai murmured, "Sure enough, he has embarked on the most powerful and peerless cultivation path since ancient times. It seems that the good fortune he obtained in the secret realm of demons is even more amazing than the rumor said." He couldn't calm down inside. Even though he had noticed something unusual the moment Lin Sun attacked, he still didn't expect that just one spear could make Qin Xuandu unable to bear it. In the void was still roaring and disorderly, and the air was full of smoke and dust. Qin Xuandu had already stood up with a livid face. It could be clearly seen that the clothes on his chest had been torn to pieces, revealing a heart-protecting mirror. However, at the moment he got up, the heart-protecting mirror burst into pieces and fell down. Only then did everyone realize that it was this heart-protecting mirror that saved Qin Xuandu's life just now. Otherwise, Lin Sun's spear would have pierced through his heart. All the people present were horrified. Previously, when Lin Sun threatened to fight against 6 great practitioners of reincarnation developing realm alone, everyone regarded it as a joke. They thought he was reckless and arrogant to the extreme. But now, this joke wasn't funny at all, and no one could laugh at it. Qin Xuandu, a great practitioner, had been famous for many years. In the absence of the life-death realm, he could definitely be regarded as the peak of the world. But such a powerful existence was sent flying by a spear, and even saved his life thanks to the heart-protecting mirror in front of his chest. This was too horrifying. A young man of Tao Insight realm, even if he had a spiritual tattoo armor and could fight across realms, who could imagine that he could suppress Qin Xuandu with one blow? Everyone looked at Lin Sun in a different way. I was indeed careless. I didn't expect you to be different from ordinary talents. But now I won't give you any chance. Qin Xuandu's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and his eyes were extremely cold. He was shocked, angry, and humiliated. Such a thing had happened under the watchful eyes of the public. Even if he killed Lin Sun today, he would still lose face. You should thank that heart-protecting mirror. Otherwise, how could you have the chance to stand and talk to me? After Lin Sun finished speaking, he took a step forward and crossed the void, as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. Then, with a shake of the spear, he struck again. Boom! This was the second confrontation between the two. This time, Qin Xuandu was prepared and even faced a formidable enemy. He no longer underestimated Lin Sun and used all his strength. His whole body was surging with lightning, extremely bright and blazing. However, it was only for an instant. When the two of them separated again, Qin Xuandu staggered and retreated more than 100 feet in the air. His old face turned green and white, white and red, red and black. It was an extremely unpredictable change. On the other hand, Lin Sun's moon-white robe was fluttering. His black eyes were like lightning, and his figure was peerless. The pitch-black long spear added a touch of peerless sharpness to him. Hiss! The whole audience was completely shocked. If the first confrontation was due to Qin Xuandu's carelessness, then there was no fluke in the second confrontation. Did this mean that when Lin Sun faced a big shot like Qin Xuandu, he had already possessed the power to crush him? The secret agents in the dark were all trembling. Only now did they realize that all their previous guesses were wrong, ridiculously wrong. They could even imagine what kind of uproar it would cause when this scene was known by all the practitioners in the Forbidden City. Let's go together. Swabaoing's face had become cold. She realized that something was wrong and could no longer treat Lin Sun as a junior. In other words, this was a terrifying young overmatch. The power he possessed was enough to make any practitioner in reincarnation developing realm pale. The only thing that made her feel lucky was that this time they sent 6 practitioners in reincarnation developing realm. Otherwise, they might not be able to defeat Lin Sun today. Kill. A group of proud and conceited practitioners in reincarnation developing realm, who had been watching from the sidelines, no longer cared about their face and modesty. They attacked from all directions together. Boom! For a moment, the wind and clouds surged above the void, the divine light swept across, the terrible secret methods bloomed into the sky, and the tyrannical treasures flowed with treasure light that illuminated the world. At this moment, even the practitioners in the nearby areas were alarmed. Some old monsters in various places of the Forbidden City all released their spiritual thoughts to investigate this side. After all, the confrontation between a group of practitioners in reincarnation developing realm and a demon-like teenager caused too much noise. In the past years of the Forbidden City, it was rare for such a high-profile duel to take place in broad daylight. Despicable. Lin Zhong and others cursed angrily. It was 6 against 1, and all of them were famous practitioners in reincarnation developing realm. But they were desperate to deal with Lin Sun. It was really shameless. Haha, we can see the real limit of this boy. Zhao Tailai laughed. He seemed to be very satisfied with the scene in front of him. His eyes were flowing with obscure and mysterious luster, firmly fixed on Lin Sun. From beginning to end, he had never moved his eyes away, as if he wanted to see through all the secrets of Lin Sun from inside to outside. At this time, King of Cloud Yong, Zhao Su, could not meditate anymore. He stared at the fierce battle in the void with a complicated expression. That youngster turns out to be a heaven-defying and ruthless character. Fortunately, I saw the opportunity quickly and didn't attack him. Otherwise, he looked at Zhao Tailai on one side. Otherwise, even if he didn't intervene, I'm afraid I couldn't defeat that boy by myself. I might even be abused by him. When Zhao Su thought of this, the resentment in his heart disappeared and was replaced by bitterness. He knew Qin Xuandu's cultivation very well. He even thought that even if he tried his best, he could only tie with Qin Xuandu. In such a comparison, Zhao Su knew that he was not as good as Lin Sun at all. It was undoubtedly very difficult for him, a famous noble in the Forbidden City, to admit this. But the reality was so cruel that he had to admit it. In the sky, the fierce battle was in full swing. In various areas of the Forbidden City, many people were paying attention to this place, attracted by this peerless duel. Clang, Lin Sun brandished the spear with boundless chi rising. The pitch-black spear was as graceful as a dragon and as swift as a thunder, wielded by Lin Sun. Although he was besieged by 6 practitioners of reincarnation developing realm, Lin Sun was not afraid. His black eyes were as deep as an abyss, and there was a fighting spirit like boiling lava burning in the depths of his eyes. Above the sky, his ice-drake steps were illusory, making his figure like a divine rainbow, floating in the dust. His momentum was as majestic as the mountains and seas, and the spirit of disdain pierced through the world. Fighting saint method and spiritual tattoo armor were perfectly integrated in Lin Sun's way. At this moment, the cave heaven in his body was roaring, and clouds were gushing out. The auspicious light was like rain, and an ancient Taoist platform stood there, surrounded by the precious light of Tao. Although he was in a fierce battle, his every move was full of Tao, with an invisible sense of transcendence. He was like a banished immortal, unparalleled in the world. His opponents' faces changed frequently, and their expressions became more and more dignified. When they really fought with Lin Sun, they realized how terrible their opponent was. They couldn't imagine how a young man in Tao Insight realm could have such power against the natural order. Kill. Qin Xuandu no longer looked like an immortal. His face was livid, and his eyes were full of anger. He fought with all his strength. On the other side, Zhou Baoying stepped in the air, roaring like thunder. Her slender figure broke out a shocking power. In addition, the other 4 practitioners of reincarnation developing realm also fought with all their strength. No one dared to hold back or be careless. Boom, this expanse of the sky seemed as if it had been shattered, and a deafening rumble resounded. It was also like numerous great mountains were colliding, causing even the heavens and the earth to tremble. Too strong. Since ancient times, who has seen such a monster like Lin Sun? He's alone, but he's able to cross realms and fight with 6 reincarnation development stage cultivators. If this matter is spread out, even if Lin Sun is defeated in the end, he can become the king of the young generation with this battle. He can be the best in his generation and overlook all the people in the same realm. No wonder he dared to challenge the Zhou and Qin families so brazenly today. It turns out that he wasn't being insolent, but he was fearless. In the dark, the hearts of the secret agents from the various great powers palpitated, and their emotions shook. They were unable to calm down. Lin Sun's performance made them all feel awed and convinced. He was so amazing that he could be called a rare genius. Qin Ziming felt even more bitter and despondent. Could it be that even the joint forces of the Zhue and Qin clans are unable to do anything to this kid? At some point, his wife, Zhao Yunji, awoke from her coma. However, just as she stood up, the Prince of Cloud Yong, Zhao Su, slapped her unconscious again. Zhao Su had no choice. He did not want his daughter to cause any more trouble. Knocking her unconscious was also a form of protection. Zhu Laosan, how do you compare with Lin Sun? Lin Zhong suddenly asked. I can fight, but I have no chance of winning. Zhu Laosan answered in a low voice after a moment of silence. This answer made Lin Zhong, Yang Ke, and Lin Huayuan realize that in the past, Zhu Laosan might be the strongest in terms of martial strength. Even Lin Zhong, Yang Ke, and Lin Huayuan were stronger than Lin Sun. But now, all this had changed. In the future, Lin Sun would be the strongest in terms of fighting strength on Heart Cleansing Peak. This made people sigh with emotion. What kind of adventure did Lin Sun experience in the past 6 months that made such a great change happen? Perhaps only such a person would be able to enter Jing Xian's eyes. Zhao Tailai murmured and said something inexplicable. But Zhao Su, Prince of Cloud Yong next to him, heard it, which made him startled. Could it be that Princess Jing Xian took a fancy to Lin Sun? At the thought of this, Zhao Su felt a headache. Zhao Jingxian was the most supreme and unique girl in the royal family. Even Zhao Su didn't dare to regard himself as an elder in front of her. If so, the Zhue and Qin families will be ashamed this time. Zhao Su was lost in thought. Boom! Suddenly, there was a terrible wave of power in the sky, which immediately attracted the attention of all the people present. No one knew when Zhue Baoying took out a holy white jade umbrella. With a gentle shake, countless lingering threads of clouds and mist were splashed out, like a misty rain. In an instant, the area around Lin Sun was blocked by countless silk threads. These silk threads were crystal clear, white and hazy. They seemed to be easy to break free, but after being broken, they would condense and form again in an endless stream. No matter how strong you were, you would be tied up in it. This was an extremely magical ancient treasure. It could be called an important weapon of the Zhue family. It was extremely famous in the Forbidden City and would not be used easily. But no one expected that this treasure was brought by Zhue Baoying and used to deal with Lin Sun. For a moment, all the people present opened their eyes wide. How could Lin Sun fight against this treasure? Whoosh! At this time, a golden pagoda appeared above Lin Sun's head. It rotated and released a golden light. Clatter within a radius of several tens of feet, the intertwining and seemingly endless threads that filled the sky were instantly swept away by the golden light, and there was nothing left of them. That scene was like a whale swallowing water, and it was done easily and with ease. Was it broken just like that? All the people present were stunned. Even Zhue Baoying's face changed and she almost screamed. How could it be possible? What was the origin of that pagoda? Why was it so terrible? Boom! Unfortunately, before everyone had time to find out, Lin Sun had already put away the pagoda, and then he shook his spear and rushed at Zhue Baoying. Oh no! Zhue Baoying was in a state of mind. She didn't expect that Lin Sun had already attacked her. She immediately realized that something was wrong and dodged quickly. Puff, but even so, her shoulder was still pierced, and her muscles and bones were broken. She screamed in pain, and her beautiful face was distorted. However, although she dodged, she felt stiff all over before she could stabilize her figure, as if she was sealed by an invisible force. There was a trace of sluggishness in her figure, which made her unable to break free. Boom! Almost at the same time, a palm print pressed down from the top of her head. It was simple and brilliant, and the shadow of a swanee emerged, pressing down on Zhue Baoying's body when she was caught off guard. In an instant, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Zhue Baoying's whole body exploded. Her flesh and blood scattered and dyed the void red. The scarlet was dazzling, and the scene was extremely bloody. A great practitioner of reincarnation development realm was smashed into pieces by a palm print. Anyone who saw this would have a headache and be scared out of their wits. This was the terrifying power produced by the combination of the fourth move of 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, the hegemonic prohibition, and the third move, the Swanee Seal. Lin Sun seized the opportunity and killed Zhue Baoying directly, shocking all the people present. No! How could this be? Bastard! Qin Xuandu and other great practitioners of reincarnation development realm were so agitated that their faces changed greatly. They roared in anger, shaking the world. They couldn't accept that Lin Sun could kill one of them under siege. For Lin Sun, the death of Swabaoing was just a beginning. Today, he would tell the world with the lives of 6 great practitioners of reincarnation development realm that the Lin family of heart-cleansing peak was inviolable. Kill. In the sky, the fierce battle became more and more fierce. The secret agents in the dark were all scared. They almost couldn't accept the fact that Lin Sun could fight against 6 great practitioners of reincarnation development realm alone. Now, Lin Sun even killed a man in a besieged way, which was even more appalling. It was incredible. Lin Sun's means had completely subverted all their previous cognition. Young Master is so strong. Lin Zhong held back for a long time and said intermittently. But his shock couldn't be concealed. In other words, he was so shocked that he couldn't find more words to describe it. Young Ke and Zhu Laosan felt the same. At this moment, Lin Sun was like an invincible devil. Only Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows and murmured, I don't know whether this boy can easily kill that woman without the help of the armor with spiritual tattoos. If this boy doesn't die, Lin family will be one of the top aristocratic families soon. King of Cloud Yong Zhao Su sighed with mixed emotions in his heart. Plop. Qin Ziming squatted on the ground like a clay sculpture, as if he had lost his parents and suffered a great blow. In the sky, the rain of blood was flying. Roars and screams of pain came one after another. Over there, it became a stage for Lin Sun to kill. He was fighting fiercely with a spear in his hand. Puff, before long, another great practitioner of reincarnation development realm was killed. His head was blown off by a spear, and his headless body fell directly from the sky to the ground in a tragic way. Boom, in next to no time, a wave of terrifying rumbling resounded. This time, Lin Sun was attacked from both sides. A bloody wound was torn on his back, which almost hurt his internal organs. But at the same time, the 2 great practitioners of reincarnation development realm who attacked him were also swept by his spear. Their bodies were cut in half at the waist and they died violently in the void. The surroundings had become deathly silent since a long time ago. They were shocked to the point of being speechless, and they could only stare blankly at the sky, at the youth that was bathed in blood and fighting like a devil god. The spear in his hand not only drank blood, but also killed people. At this moment, no amount of shock and words seemed to be in vain, because the killing was going on. The tragic and bloody scene was about to show the winner. Puff, another great practitioner of reincarnation development realm, died. He was about to escape because he was obviously scared and didn't dare to fight anymore. But in the end, his neck was pierced by Lin Sun's spear, and he died on the road thousands of meters away. No matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than ice drake steps? What was more, Lin Sun had already made up his mind that he would not let anyone go today. At this moment, only Qin Xuandu was left. The sage-like, distinguished great cultivator was panicking, helpless, angry, and resentful at this moment. He had no demeanor. He didn't dare to escape because he knew it was useless. But if he didn't escape, he knew that he was no match for Lin Sun alone. This kind of hopeless and helpless situation drove Qin Xuandu to the brink of insanity. Lin Sun, you will pay for what you did today. Your Lin family will also be removed from the list. Being forced into a desperate situation, Qin Xuandu completely collapsed. He roared like a madman and made an undisguised threat. The whole place was dead silent. No one could calm down. Perhaps Qin Xuandu was right. The death of so many great practitioners of reincarnation developing realm today was a heavy blow even to the Zhua and Qin families. At the same time, this was a form of humiliation. Whether it was for revenge or to wash away the shame, the Zhua and Qin families would not let it go. Otherwise, how could they have a foothold in the Forbidden City in the future? A dignified upper-class clan, a colossus revered by the world, had suffered such a heavy blow. How could they swallow this insult and humiliation? Unfortunately, this kind of threat might make people tremble and fear, but it didn't work on Lin Sun at all. In the sky, Lin Sun stood alone, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The dark spear in his hand was still bleeding, scarlet and dazzling. How dare you threaten me when you're about to die? The heart-protecting mirror saved your life just now. Now, I'd like to see if you can survive. In the indifferent voice, the shattering of sorrow swept up, smashed the void, and stabbed out. Boom, the void was exploding. The spear was unstoppable and unstoppable. This spear alone made everyone realize that Lin Sun didn't care about the so-called threat at all. Otherwise, how could this blow be so decisive, fierce, and tough? Qin Xuandu's eyes widened in anger. He wanted to fight desperately, but at this moment of life and death, he retreated, embarrassed and aggrieved. He knew very well that he was no match for Lin Sun, but he didn't want to die, so he could only retreat. A famous great practitioner of reincarnation developing realm in the Forbidden City was forced into such a panic, which made many people who were paying attention to the battle feel sad. Before, Qin Xuandu was so arrogant and sage-like. He regarded Lin Sun as a piece of meat on the chopping board and had a superior spirit. But now, his companions had already been killed, and he was the only one who was forced to flee. This contrast was too big and too shocking. Die. Whoosh. The tip of the black spear drew a sharp arc, and like a stream of light, it pierced towards Qin Xuandu's throat. Qin Xuandu's face was deathly pale. He was unable to escape. This attack had already sealed off all his escape routes, making it impossible for him to dodge. However, he still didn't understand why Lin Sun didn't worry about the cruel revenge from the top aristocratic families even if he could kill a great practitioner of reincarnation developing realm. Was there nothing in the world that Lin Sun was afraid of? Junior, how dare you? Right at this moment of extreme danger, a voice filled with indifference and coldness suddenly exploded out. Just this voice alone caused the heavens and the earth to tremble and space to fall into disorder. Many of the secret agents scattered in the dark shuddered, and they saw stars before their eyes. It was so uncomfortable that they almost coughed up blood. The sonorous voice of the great Tao was only "SOSO, right?" Everyone was shocked. It's the old ancestor. Only to Qin Xuandu, this sound was simply as beautiful as the sounds of nature. It made him go wild with joy, and he saw hope in a hopeless situation. However, Qin Xuandu suddenly heard a strange muffled sound, accompanied by the cracking sound of bones breaking. Immediately, the ecstasy and hope that emerged in his eyes froze at this moment. Puff, a stream of blood burst out, scarlet and hot, with a kind of poignant beauty, dyeing the world in front of him red. Qin Xuandu lowered his head. Only then did he see that a pitch-black spear had already pierced his throat, and the blood that spurted out came from him. You, how dare you? Qin Xuandu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his throat was broken, so he couldn't go on. He only felt darkness in front of him, and then he completely lost consciousness. Puff, Lin Sun pulled out the spear, and Qin Xuandu's body fell from the void. So far, the 6 strong practitioners of reincarnation developing realms sent by the Zhou and Qin families were all killed by Lin Sun alone. This was a brilliant achievement that could cause a sensation in the world. It was an almost impossible miracle that was staged in the sky of the Forbidden City. No matter who it was that saw this, that person would probably tremble and be astounded. However, at this moment, all the people present had no time to be shocked. Their eyes were all looking in the same direction with more horror. In the void, there appeared an old man in a scholar's robe with a small ancient sword in his hair bun. The old man's figure was thin, but standing there, he made the world shake. There was an indescribable terrible power, like a king overlooking the world from the 9th heaven. Xianxia. Any practitioner who knew the big forces of the Forbidden City recognized at the first time that this old man was an old monster of the Zhou family, an ancestor with the cultivation of life and death realm. His name was Xianxia. He had been famous in the world hundreds of years ago. His power was monstrous, and his name shook the world. However, in recent years, he had been in closed-door training and rarely showed up. However, no one expected that today's action against Lin Sun would provoke such a life and death realm. This was too shocking, because it was known that life and death realm was like a god to the practitioners in the world. Ordinary things couldn't make them appear at all. But now, Xianxia came, all the people present were silent. Even some big shots in various areas of the Forbidden City who were paying attention to this couldn't help but be shocked. Xianxia actually came in person. How long had it been since such a big event happened in the Forbidden City? This boy is in trouble. This was the common thought of all the people. When the life and death realm appeared, no matter how brilliant Lin Sun's previous achievements were, he was destined to be obliterated. Perhaps only death awaited him. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. The appearance of Xianxia surprised him for the first time, and also made his killing intent more intense. It seemed that the Zhou family would never give up if they didn't kill Lin Sun this time. Lin Zhong and the others were all nervous and their hands and feet were cold. What should they do? Even the life and death realm king had appeared. Was today's disaster destined to be irresolvable? Qin Ziming, who was squatting on the ground, cried and laughed. His mood had gone through ups and downs, and he had long been devastated. Seeing Xianxia coming, he directly cried out of excitement. Lin Sun! You're doomed to die this time. He roared with resentment in his heart. After Xianxia appeared, he glanced at Qin Xuandu, Zhou Baoying and the other reincarnation developing realm practitioners, and then looked at Lin Sun. His expression was calm to the extent of indifference and coldness. The way he looked at Lin Sun was as if he was looking at a dead man. There was no fluctuation of emotion. But the invisible power oppressed everyone present to the point that they couldn't breathe. A small remnant of the Lin family dares to stir up trouble in the Forbidden City. Today, you can't be left alive. Xianxia didn't say any nonsense or ask for the reason. Just this sentence, as if he was judging a prisoner, had an inviolable power. This was the power of a king, disdainful of everything in the world, standing at the top of the mountains. When such a being wanted to kill a person, he didn't need any reason at all. Lin Zhong and the others suddenly changed their expressions. Many strong practitioners scattered in the dark side inwardly. So what if Lin Sun was heaven-defying? When the life and death realm king appeared, only death awaited him. Boom, Xianxia made his move directly. This was a kind of self-willed power. No matter who you are, no matter what you think, I'll kill you first. A huge hand as white as jade, covering the sky and the earth, surrounded by the unfathomable brilliance of the Great Way, fell from the sky. Rumble, the void collapsed completely. Under the cover of this huge hand, everyone present felt a kind of despair and hesitation. But Lin Sun, who was in front of it, was calm. In his palm, there was an illusory silver light, and there was even a touch of mockery in his eyes. Oh, how powerful you are! But before Lin Sun could do anything, a disdainful voice resounded like thunder. As soon as this voice sounded, the world seemed to be turned upside down. The turbulence roared, and a murderous intent raged like a storm. As soon as this voice finished resounding through the air, the pure white palm that blotted out the sky rumbled and exploded into pieces like a piece of glass, and it was obliterated on the spot. This, all the people present were shocked and felt that their brains were not enough to process it. One sentence destroyed the strike of a life and death realm king, who had seen it before. Only King of Cloud Yong, Zhao Su, was very calm. He seemed to have expected this. From the moment Xianxia appeared, different from the shock of others, Zhao Su had a touch of pity. Because he knew that someone would not just stand by and watch all this happen. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. This was the first time that his emotions had fluctuated since he appeared. He looked at Zhao Tailai on the ground. Who are you? How dare you stop me from killing? He said indifferently. Everyone was stunned. It was Zhao Tailai, the boss of Tianwu Arena, who had just resolved the strike of a life and death realm king with one sentence. Lin Zhong and others all widened their eyes. The secret agents in the dark were even more dumbfounded. Even Lin Sun was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, it seems that I have underestimated the ability of this old fox, but what puzzled Lin Sun was that how could a figure like Xianxia not recognize the real identity of Zhao Tailai? It seems that I have been too low-key these years. No one in the Forbidden City can recognize me. Zhao Tailai laughed at himself, and then he suddenly raised his head. There seemed to be a horrible scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood reflected in his eyes. A volcanic killing intent penetrated the sky and shook the stars. In an instant, people seemed to see a god of slaughter coming out of the azure hell. The world was covered with horrible killing intent and blood. Some weaker people were so scared that their knees softened and they directly sat on the ground, trembling all over. Even Lin Zhong and others held their breath and turned pale. The killing intent was too strong. How much blood must his hands be stained with to have such a shocking power? At this moment, Zhao Tailai really changed. His originally stout figure became straight and towering, like a lonely peak piercing into the sky. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were shining with divine light. His power was so strong that the world wailed. Bloodthirsty king. Songjia's face suddenly changed. He showed a rare look of surprise and cried out involuntarily, "How, it's you!" Bloodthirsty king. Hearing this title, many people were confused and felt very strange. But some big shots in various areas of the Forbidden City who were paying attention to all this gasped when they heard this title, and an uncontrollable chill surged in their hearts. How could it be him? They didn't expect that after so many years, they would hear this title again and see this god of slaughter with their own eyes. Now, do you think I'm qualified to stop you? In the field, Zhao Tailai spoke. He was completely different from before. When he opened and closed his eyes, his killing intent soared to the sky. His words were calm but full of compelling power. Bloodthirsty king. How could this old fox have such a title? Lin Sun was a little stunned. He remembered the time he cultivated in the bloodthirsty camp and the words engraved in front of the gate of the bloodthirsty camp, Xiao flower is invincible because of bloodthirsty, and the empire is everlasting because of war. Bloodthirsty king, bloodthirsty camp. Was there any connection between the two? Songjia's face was gloomy at the moment, without the previous indifference and calmness. He was a life and death realm master, but at this time, he seemed to be extremely afraid of Zhao Tailai, which made the audience more and more shocked. Even if they didn't know what the identity of Bloodthirsty King represented, they also realized that this was an existence that could make life and death realm masters dread. I didn't expect that this man was so unscrupulous. It turns out that he has something to rely on. Forget it, I won't pay attention to what happened today. After a long silence, Songjia suddenly sighed and turned to leave. Compared with your brother, you are a little worse in terms of courage. Zhao Tailai snorted. Songjia was silent and floated away without saying a word. Did he just leave like this? The audience couldn't calm down. Originally, Songjia came with a fierce momentum and wanted to kill Lin Sun on the spot without asking for the reason. Everyone thought that Lin Sun would be doomed. But who would have thought that in a flash, Songjia, a life and death realm master, also swallowed his anger, admitted his defeat, and didn't even dare to question or fight for it. This was simply too inconceivable. Bloodthirsty king, did this identity really have such a terrible deterrent force? The storm that took place in auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion came to an end after Songjia left. However, the impact of this contest had only just begun, since last night, Lin Sun returned to the Forbidden City alive, killed his way into the collateral forces of Lin family alone, and beheaded a ground full of bloody heads. He announced his return in this strong way and unified Lin family overnight. Today, led by Lin Sun, Lin family launched a strong attack and recaptured more than a dozen properties occupied by Zhou family and Qin family, opening a bloody prelude. Until now, under the attention of the public, on the top of the Forbidden City, Lin Sun, with the cultivation of Tao Insight Realm and holding the Death of Shatter, killed 6 great practitioners of reincarnation developing realm in the siege, shocking the audience. Even Songjia, a life and death realm master, was forced to admit defeat and leave. All this was because of a big shot named Bloodthirsty King. Everyone realized that the end of this storm was just the beginning. Its impact was destined to make a sensation in the Forbidden City and attract the attention of the world. Songjia made a mistake in the last chapter. It should be Qin Songjia who had revised it. Qi family green trees were dancing and tall bamboos were set off. A wooden pavilion was built on a rockery. On one side of the mountain, a waterfall poured down like a white dragon, splashing water like jade beads. Qi Lingxiao, the patriarch of Qi family, dressed in a white robe, was sitting in the wooden pavilion, reading a Taoist scripture in his hand. Qi Tsangmei, who was standing beside him, was a little absent-minded. The Zhou clan and the Qin clan are really generous. Once they take action, they send out all the great practitioners in the reincarnation development realm. Each of them is a ruthless character who has been famous for many years. None of them is ordinary. It seems that Lin Sun has no hope of survival. Qi Tsangmei murmured. When she got the news, she was also a little shocked. She didn't expect that Zhou family and Qin family would be so cruel. Father, why did Zhou family and Qin family mobilize so many people? Qi Tsangmei couldn't help asking. Qi Lingxiao stared at the Taoist scripture in his hand and said casually, "It's nothing more than a warning to others." The face of the top aristocratic families can't be provoked and desecrated by a little guy at will. Xianxia nodded and fell into silence. As far as she knew, today in the Forbidden City, all the major forces had sent out a tide of spies to pay close attention to this storm. Even the Qi family, the Song family, the Hua family and the Xia family were paying attention to all this. After all, such a thing had not happened in the Forbidden City for many years. It was like a raging storm that attracted the attention of the world. On one side was Lin of Heart-Cleansing Peak, a declining family that was not even as powerful as the inferior aristocratic families. Only Lin Sun had many extremely dazzling titles. He could be called a veritable young talent who was famous all over the world. On the other side were Zhou family and Qin family. They had great power and influence all over the empire. They were like behemoths occupying the clouds. They stood for several years in the face of wind and rain. They were as majestic as the sea. Now, a conflict broke out between the two parties in the Forbidden City. This was like a big earthquake. No matter who it was, they would not be able to sit idly by. Unfortunately, this kid is too impatient. With his resources and potential, he would only need to wait a few decades or a few hundred years to truly possess the enormous strength to fight a high-level clan. But it just so happened that he overestimated his own ability and made a move. In Xianxia's view, Lin's action was no different from courting death. In the past, I thought that he was destined to be a peerless figure that could shock the past and the present, but now it seems that his flaws are too obvious. Just the flaws of unbridled and reckless are enough to kill him. This was Xianxia's cognition and judgment of Lin Sun. The advantages were obvious, but the defects were also too fatal. It's time for this storm to end. Suddenly, Xianxia, who was reading Taoist scriptures, raised his head thoughtfully. "Father, what do you think of the result?" Xianxia asked quickly. "Haha." Xianxia chuckled, "Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Remember, this kind of aristocratic family can't be insulted. No matter who is insulted, he will die." Xianxia felt a kind of unspeakable regret in her heart. She had always regarded Lin Sun as an opponent, and he was her most feared opponent. Once, even their Qi family had dealt with Lin Sun, but they were finally resolved by Lin Sun. Even her younger brother, Xianxia, was almost killed by Lin Sun at the 300th birthday party of the Empress. Xianxia thought about how to defeat this opponent all the time, but she didn't expect that such an opponent would die under the hands of Zhou family and Qin family today. This made her a little sad and regretful. It's a pity that in recent years, such an evildoer has finally appeared in the empire, but he will die today. Xianxia sighed faintly. You don't understand at all. From ancient times to the present, there are so many peerless evildoers, but most of them die early like meteors in the sky. Although they are bright, they are gone in a flash. Xianxia chuckled disapprovingly. In this vast world, only our superior aristocratic families can survive for a long time and stand firm in the face of wind and rain. In the future, you will understand that evildoers and talents are not worth mentioning in the eyes of our aristocratic families. Lingxiao, the old ancestor summons you. Come to the ancestral temple quickly. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded, causing Xianxia to be slightly startled. The ancestor has come out of closed-door cultivation? What alarmed him? It's related to Lin Sun. When hearing this, Xianxia suddenly stiffened, and a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. Did Lin Sun not die in this storm? Without any nonsense, Xianxia flashed away in a hurry. Only Xianxia stood there alone, and her face was also full of doubts. It's related to Lin Sun? But how could the old ancestor be alarmed by his life and death? The old ancestor of Qi family, an antique, had been practicing for nearly 1,000 years. But today, he summoned the big shots of the clan because of Lin Sun, which was too shocking. Report. Before long, a secret agent appeared in a panic and said quickly, "Miss, it's not good. Lin Sun, he is not dead." What? Xianxia was completely stunned. Not dead? 6 practitioners of reincarnation developing realm failed to kill him? Could it be that someone intervened and saved his life? It must be so, otherwise, how could he survive with the cultivation of Tao Insight realm? Who helped him? Xianxia asked. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. The spy was stunned. He knew that Qi Tsangmei misunderstood him, so he quickly explained what happened above Auspicious Sun Treasure Pavilion. When she learned that Lin Sun killed 6 practitioners of reincarnation developing realms such as Qin Xuandu and Zhubaoying by himself, Qi Tsangmei's head was like being struck by lightning. She couldn't calm down at all. How could he be so strong? Qi Tsangmei screamed. She knew that she had lost her composure, but she couldn't care so much at this time. At the thought of Lin Sun's ferocious record, she felt uncomfortable all over and her face became gloomy. What? Qin Xianxia, the old ancestor of Qin family, also took action? This? When she learned this, Qi Tsangmei took a breath of cool air. She finally realized why her old ancestor was alarmed and why he summoned her father in a hurry. It turned out that there was a life-death realm king in this storm. It was amazing. In recent years, such a thing had never happened in the Forbidden City. Immediately, Qi Tsangmei realized something and asked, "So, Lin Sun has been dead since Qin Xianxia took action, right?" The spy shook his head bitterly. No, Qin Xianxia was so scared that he admitted defeat and fled in panic. He didn't even put up a fight. Miss, I still don't understand it. 3 practitioners of reincarnation developing realm died in Qin family, but Qin Xianxia admitted defeat directly. Is he really a life-death realm king? Scared off. Qi Tsangmei was completely confused. In the Forbidden City, who had such a terrible power that could make Qin Xianxia admit defeat directly? Her scalp was numb. The news was so appalling that she couldn't accept it for a while. Who is it? Zhao Tailai, the boss of Tianwu Arena. Bullshit. The fat man is a smooth and slick character in the royal family. How could he have the ability to scare away the life-death realm king? But, it's true. Not only me, but also the spies of other families present saw it with their own eyes. It's absolutely true. By the way, Zhao Tailai seems to have another identity. What? Bloodthirsty king. When it came to this, Qi Tsangmei was also completely confused. She was also very strange to this name. She had never heard of it. But her intuition told her that this bloodthirsty king was the most terrible one. It was because of his appearance that the old ancestor of her family was alarmed. At the thought of this, she was shocked and complicated. She murmured, "Is Lin Sun really unkillable?" Father is wrong. This guy is not a fleeting meteor at all. He is not bold. He is something to rely on from the beginning to the end. At this moment, there was a strong unwillingness in Qi Tsangmei's heart. Lin Sun. What kind of person was he? On the same day, the senior officials of Qi family gathered together and made a decision. From today on, no one could intervene in anything about Lin Sun. When she heard the news, Qi Tsangmei was suddenly lost. She knew that even her family had made such a decision. In the future, no one in the empire could restrain the rising momentum of Lin Sun, as Qi Tsangmei guessed. Not only Qi family but also Hua family, Song family, and Xie family held an emergency meeting that day and made a similar decision on this matter. The content of the decision was very intriguing. They would never provoke Lin Sun, but they would never be afraid of trouble. In fact, this was equivalent to acquiescing in Lin Sun's position in the Forbidden City in a disguised way. And some other forces in the Forbidden City, large and small, were also shocked when they learned all the news. They were shocked by Lin Sun's fighting power and the bloodthirsty king who scared Qin Xianxia back with a word. From now on, who dares to provoke Lin family of heart-cleansing peak in the Forbidden City? Lin Sun alone is comparable to a great family. As long as he doesn't die, Lin family will definitely become one of the top aristocratic families in the future. I have lived in the Forbidden City for so many years, but I have never seen such a monster like Lin Sun. On this day, the Forbidden City was completely in an uproar. All kinds of news appeared on the desks of the major forces like an overwhelming tide. In the central core area of the Forbidden City, the huge spiritual light curtain also began to broadcast the war that caused a great disturbance in the city. Moreover, when broadcasting the news, a senior practitioner of reincarnation development realm was specially invited to comment as a guest. However, the guest seemed to be too excited and nervous. After holding back for a long time, his face turned red, and he said a sentence, "Crown all over the capital, what a big tone." When hearing this evaluation, the Forbidden City was in a sensation again. Many practitioners disdained it and thought it was exaggerated. How could a young man like Lin Sun afford such a great praise? But this kind of disdain was laughed at by others, who thought they were jealous and envious. But most practitioners still agreed with this evaluation. It had only been 3 years since Lin Sun entered the Forbidden City, but he had created many legends and made many dazzling achievements. Young Grandmaster of Spiritual Tattoos. Instructor of Green Deer School. Master of Heart-Cleansing Peak. There were too many halos shrouding his head. Until now, he had killed 6 reincarnation developing realm cultivators with 1 spear strike and forced the Zhua and Qin clans to return in defeat. How could a young heaven son of heaven like him not deserve such praise? Child was unparalleled in the world and crowned all over the capital. Lin Sun could afford it. Some people were happy, while others were sad. In the Zhua and Qin families, it was gloomy. According to the gossip, when Qin Xianxia returned to the clan, he smashed many expensive teacups on the spot, which made the whole Qin family silent. There was also gossip that when an old ancestor of Zhua family was in closed-door practice, he was so angry that he almost went mad, which made the senior members of Zhua family in a mess. But no matter what, the impact of this storm had begun to ferment and show its power. It was spreading from the Forbidden City to the whole empire and the whole world. While this uproar was taking place, Lin Sun, Lin Zhong and others were taken to a remote and quiet place by Zhao Tailai. This place was called Moon House with Embracing Stars. It was a restaurant with a transcendent name. Embracing Stars and Sleeping Moon. Perhaps only immortals could be so carefree and transcendent. But here, it was indeed a restaurant. The owner of the restaurant was a thin, grumpy old man with sparse hair, who had nothing to do with immortals. He was called Old Man Du by Zhao Tailai. In short, he was an old man who lived alone. Du So rolled his eyes at the sight of Zhao Tailai and the others. With a look of disdain, he scolded, "Are you in debt here to freeload again?" Zhao Tailai giggled and patted his chest boldly, saying, "Someone is paying the bill this time. Give us a table of your best dishes." Du So snorted coldly and went into the kitchen, where he began to cook. "Kid, you have to remember him." Zhao Tailai smiled mysteriously and transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. "This is the only old monster who abandoned the Tao and cultivated alone. Although he has no cultivation, no one can kill him in the mortal world." Lin Sun was shocked. Originally, he didn't care much about Du So, but Zhao Tailai's words made him realize that Du So was a great man. He abandoned the great Tao and cultivated his body alone. This alone was enough to shock Lin Sun. He couldn't help asking, "Not even a sage?" Zhao Tailai shook his head. "I'm not sure, but what I can tell you is that this old man once unintentionally said that the so-called divine path of the present world is inferior to his self-cultivation method. Of course, he might just be boasting." Lin Sun was stunned. Before long, a table of dishes was served. They were neither good nor bad, but they were all food that Lin Sun had never seen before. Zhao Tailai's eyes lit up. He picked up the chopsticks and wolfed down the food. While eating, he said excitedly, "Hurry up, hurry up. It's the 3rd time I've eaten the dishes cooked by this old man in my life." Seeing that he was so exaggerated and serious, Lin Sun, Lin Zhong, Yang Ku and Zhu Laosan all ate without hesitation. Just one bite made Lin Sun's eyes go straight and his heart tremble. The tip of his tongue seemed to loosen all the taste buds, and an indescribable wonderful taste exploded all over his body. It was so delicious. Lin Sun originally wanted to ask what the dishes on this table were and what the condiments and ingredients were. But now, he didn't care about these things. Like Zhu Laosan, he buried his head in the food. Lin Zhong, Yang Ku, and Zhu Laosan were also like that. All of them were like hungry ghosts that had been reincarnated. For a while, there was only the sound of chewing in the room, which was very weird. After all, there wasn't a single person present here that hadn't seen the world. Moreover, they'd attained an extremely high realm of cultivation a long time ago, and it was sufficient for them to abstain from eating. But now, they all ate like gluttons, which was amazing. After a while, the dishes on the table were cleaned up. Zhao Tailai smacked his lips and sighed. "I don't know when I will be able to eat such delicious food again." "It's easy. As long as you pay off all the debts, you can eat whatever you want." Du So stood at the door like a ghost, staring at Zhao Tailai coldly with a pair of turbid eyes. Lin Huayuan couldn't help saying, "Boss, How much is this table of dishes? I'll pay. Du So sneered, how arrogant you are. Do you know how much this table of dishes is worth? How dare you ask for it? Lin Huayuan was a little embarrassed and confused. Was there something special about it? Zhao Tailai said with a smile, I can only pay for the previous debts, but today's meal must be paid by this boy. He pointed at Lin Sun. Lin Sun was stunned. He had vaguely felt that there must be a reason why Zhao Tailai brought him here to meet the mysterious Du So and eat this table of delicious dishes. But he still didn't expect that Zhao Tailai brought him here just to pay the bill. Du So looked at Lin Sun. At that moment, Lin Sun suddenly felt that all his secrets were seen through, which made him feel uneasy. This shocked him. He was sure that this Du So had no cultivation at all and was no different from ordinary people. But his eyes seemed to be able to see through the mysteries of heaven and earth, penetrating directly into people's hearts, which was extremely mysterious. Du So quickly withdrew his eyes and said disdainfully, even if you go to the bloodthirsty battlefield, you can't pay for my meal. The bloodthirsty battlefield, finally, at this moment, everyone, including Lin Sun, realized that the price of this meal was indeed very particular. But what kind of place was the bloodthirsty battlefield? The meal has been eaten and the debt has been paid. I have to try whether I can pay for it or not. Zhao Tailai's expression became serious, which was rare. I believe in him. Humph. Du So was silent for a moment, and then he turned around and left with a cold snort. Lin Sun and others were still confused until they left the Sleeping Moon house. They asked Zhao Tailai, but Zhao Tailai didn't say anything. This made Lin Sun very dissatisfied. He said, Senior, I was cheated by you without any reason. You don't even give me a reason? Zhao Tailai said angrily, Boy, I helped you scare away Xianxia. This is a life-saving grace. How can you say that? Different from the arrogant and murderous spirit when he faced Xianxia, Zhao Tailai was still the slippery old fox that Lin Sun knew at this moment. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, My life? This is the arrangement of the current emperor. You are just following orders. How dare you take credit for it? What's more, do you think I don't have the ability to deal with Xianxia? As soon as these words came out, Lin Zhong and others were all shocked. Did the young master have the means to protect himself at that time and fight against a life-death realm king? If this was true, it would be too amazing. Zhao Tailai seemed to realize something, and his eyes became strange. He drew a line in the void with his finger, and suddenly a light curtain appeared. What was reflected in the light screen was the scene when Xianxia appeared and wanted to kill Lin Sun. What you rely on is the treasure in your palm, right? Zhao Tailai asked. Looking carefully, it was indeed found that there was a trace of illusory silver luster in the gap of Lin Sun's left palm, which was extremely subtle. Yes. Lin Sun didn't explain. That was the vast universe Arkansas. Although it couldn't fight against life-death realm kings, it could avoid their attacks. Nevertheless, this fact still made Lin Zhong and others feel emotional. Sure enough, Lin Sun had the means to protect himself even in the face of life-death realm kings. Perhaps this was what he was relying on the most. That being said, you still have to thank these people in the future. Because even if I didn't take action at that time, they would have helped you to solve the problem. As Zhao Tailai spoke, his finger made a stroke again. The light screen circulated, and a series of scenes appeared. One of them was a tall and sturdy fat man, an old man with eyes like lightning and an iron-blooded aura soaring to the heavens, and a skinny middle-aged man wearing a black hat. The three of them stood in different areas, but when Xianxia appeared, all of them showed a hint of fighting intent, which was a sign that they were about to take action. Lin Sun was completely stunned at this moment. He thought these three people were Fortune Godshire of Keystone House, Blood King Ning Bugue, and Ancestor Gong Bupo of Gong family. It turns out that they were also there at that time. Lin Sun felt an indescribable warmth in his heart. Only then did he realize that he was not fighting alone at that time. As for Lin Zhong and others, they were shocked to the extreme. Who could imagine that there were 3 life-death realm kings hiding in the dark to protect Lin Sun? If this news spread out, how big a storm would it set off in the Forbidden City? You see, although you have many enemies, there are also many people who value you. But after this battle, I'm afraid no one in the Forbidden City will take the initiative to provoke you in the future. Zhao Tailai said meaningfully. Lin Sun was stunned. He squinted at Zhao Tailai and said, "Why do I feel that the more you say like this, the more malicious you are?" Zhao Tailai laughed, and then scolded fiercely, "Nonsense." On the halfway, Zhao Tailai floated away. Before leaving, he said that he would visit Heart Cleansing Peak again after a while. Lin Sun knew that when the so-called after a while came, Zhao Tailai might tell him the purpose of letting him owe money to due south. When Lin Sun and his party returned to Heart Cleansing Peak, they saw the 4 branches of Northlight, Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak, as well as the villagers of Feiyun Village were already waiting there. Welcome back. Lin Sun's return was welcomed by all the people in Heart Cleansing Peak. This kind of grand occasion had never happened before. Looking at the faces with admiration, fanaticism, excitement and every familiar or strange figure, Lin Sun had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Lin Sun also had an indescribable feeling in his heart. After 3 years, the internal trouble of Lin family was finally solved. And those foreign enemies would not dare to invade easily from now on. Thinking of the experience in the past 3 years, Lin Sun announced on the spot that the first clan meeting after the unification of Lin family would be held 3 days later. From yesterday's return to the Forbidden City to today, too many things happened overnight. Lin Sun also needed time to digest them little by little. The newly unified Heart Cleansing Peak also needed time to integrate and re-establish new orders and arrangements. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the morning, before dawn, Xiaoyan had already dressed neatly and pushed the door out. "Nice to meet you, steward. Manager Xiaoyan, you have to take care of our former brothers in the future. Xiaoyan, let's have a drink in the evening. I specially ordered a table of good food from Imperial Treasure Building. I'm waiting for you tonight." Along the way, some servants greeted Xiaoyan warmly when they saw him, more or less with a trace of flattery. Xiaoyan just responded calmly and walked farther and farther away without paying much attention to them. In fact, he was also a little excited in his heart. A few months ago, he was just a little servant who did chores like serving tea, pouring water, watering flowers, and weeding. Yesterday, he was selected by a noble and directly promoted to a steward. He was in charge of 30 servants and maids. To Xiaoyan, this was undoubtedly equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single bound. "Don't be excited. I must be steady. I can't make any mistakes at this time," Xiaoyan warned himself in his heart. Bah. He's just a brat who hasn't even grown his hair yet. It's just that he caught the eye of Chief Steward Ma Yong while he was working yesterday, and he actually managed to rise to the ranks of the stewards. He's really King lucky. When Xiaoyan left, some servants muttered sourly. The jealousy and envy on their faces could not be concealed. There were also some servants who had shared weal and woe with Xiaoyan before. They must serve Xiaoyan well in the future. Maybe they could take this opportunity to turn over. Xiaoyan didn't know all this. At this moment, he had come to the room of Steward Ma Yong. He carefully sorted out his clothes, took a deep breath, bowed and stood outside the door, waiting quietly. It didn't take long before the tightly shut door opened, revealing Ma Yong's lean figure. "Xiaoyan? Why are you here?" Ma Yong was surprised. He keenly noticed that Xiaoyan's hair was stained with some dew and frost. He had been waiting here for a long time. "Yesterday, I was fortunate enough to receive your favor. I am in awe and trepidation, and I do not know how to repay you." Before she could finish, Ma Yong interrupted, "You don't have to do that. I'm promoting you because you're smart and intelligent. You have great potential and are much better than the others." There were 1,000 gold coins in the storage bag. Xiaoyan had worked hard to save them over the years. When he took them out at this moment, he felt a little pain in his heart. But he didn't care about it anymore. In order to have a better foothold in Heart Cleansing Peak in the future, these sacrifices were nothing. But he didn't care anymore. In order to have a better foothold in Heart Cleansing Peak in the future, these sacrifices were nothing. However, Ma Yong's face darkened, and he slapped the storage bag to the ground. He shouted sternly, "Brat, you're trying to harm me." Xiaoyan's heart trembled. His face turned pale. He was at a loss. How could he expect that he would encounter such a thing when he sent gifts to the steward for the first time? Ma Yong took a deep breath and warned coldly, "Remember. This is heart-cleansing peak. I'm optimistic about your potential. I don't want you to send me these things. If you really want to thank me, you should show all your abilities and work for our Lin family wholeheartedly. If you dare to play these tricks again, I'll drive you out of heart-cleansing peak immediately. Xiaoyan trembled with fear. He became more and more nervous and panicked. He hurriedly shouted, I dare not do it again. Please forgive me this time. Ma Yong's expression eased. He patted Xiaoyan on the shoulder. Boy, do you know how many people in the Forbidden City want to be servants of our Lin family? Too many to count. The queue can be as long as 10 miles every day. Because our Lin family is not the same as before. With the patriarch, even the top aristocratic families dare not offend us. How powerful they are. To put it bluntly, our Lin family will only get better and better in the future. Maybe one day we can return to the ranks of the top aristocratic families. At this time, if you accept some small money, what's the difference between you and your own future? Xiaoyan finally confirmed that the reason why Ma Yong didn't accept money was that he wanted to have a higher and more stable position in Lin family in the future. Let's go. Today is the day when the patriarch holds a clan meeting. At this time, we, as servants and servants, must not make any mistakes. If your performance today satisfies me, I'll let bygones be bygones. Ma Yong hurried forward as he spoke. Xiaoyan hurriedly followed him. Ah? Director Lin Zhong, you came early? It wasn't long before Xiaoyan's jaw dropped. Ma Yong, the steward whom she worshipped the most, was currently jogging over to one of the old men with a warm and humble smile on his face. It was an expression of unspeakable deference and respect. The steward. Xiaoyan was stunned. In his heart, Ma Yong was like a god among his servants. He had great authority and high status. Xiaoyan had been encouraging himself in his heart. If he could reach the position of steward Ma Yong in this life, he would die without regret. But at this time, when he saw Ma Yong's humble posture, it brought an unspeakable shock and impact to Xiaoyan's heart. What are you doing? Come and greet Director Lin Zhong. Ma Yong turned his head and scolded Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. He finally remembered who Director Lin Zhong was like a flash of lightning in his heart. He was a big shot who served the patriarch. It was said that Director Lin Zhong had served the former patriarch. His status in heart-cleansing peak was terrible. In the hearts of those servants in heart-cleansing peak, Lin Zhong was like a celestial figure. Lin Zhong glanced at Ma Yong and Xiaoyan, nodded and said, cheer up and do a good job today. After that, he turned around and left. Ma Yong hurriedly bowed and sent him off. Only after Lin Zhong had walked far away did Ma Yong straighten his back and say with a sigh, Little Yen, did you see that? Supervisor Lin Zhong is my goal. If I could have even a third of his ability in this life, I would have no regrets even if I died. Xiaoyan was stunned and his heart was rolling. He didn't tell Ma Yong that from this moment, he also regarded Lin Zhong as the peak he longed to reach in this life. When Ma Yong took Xiaoyan to the top of heart-cleansing peak, although it was just dawn, the empty mountain plain was already full of figures. The 4 branches of Lin family, Northlight, Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak, had already been waiting there. Everyone looked serious and didn't dare to talk nonsense. They waited quietly. Only the whistling sound of the mountain wind in the morning reverberated. In addition, the villagers of Feiyun village, Old Diao, Yangling, Ci Shui and others had also come to the scene. There were so many figures, but there was no noise and chaos. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Xiaoyan's heart trembled. As a servant, it was the first time for him to see so many big shots, which made him a little breathless. He and Ma Yong stood at the edge of the crowd. In this area, there were some other maids, stewards, and servants. What made Xiaoyan stunned was that at the forefront of the scene, even the top big shots of heart-cleansing peak, such as Supervisor Lin Zhong, Lin Huayuan of Northlight Lin and Yang Ku of Yang Ku, had already arrived. No one was late and no one dared to whisper. Ma Yong and Xiao Yan were also shocked because they saw Lin Beiguang, the patriarch of Northlight Lin, Lin Sisi, the patriarch of Westbrook Lin, and Lin Yunhing, the patriarch of Yunhing Lin, all of the elders. With their identity, they could enter the hall and participate in this clan grey robe. But at this moment, they stood there and waited like others. The majesty of the patriarch can be seen here. Ma Yong sighed with emotion in his heart. He couldn't help thinking of some legendary stories about his patriarch in his mind. An unspeakable admiration arose in his heart. Clang, when the dawn of the morning rose from the horizon and illuminated the mountains and rivers, a deep bell rang leisurely on the top of heart-cleansing peak. Everyone present was shocked and looked more solemn. Their eyes were all fixed on the high steps of heart-cleansing hall. At this moment, the atmosphere actually carried a solemn and sacred sense of solemnity. A handsome figure bathed in the morning light walked out of the hall under the attention of thousands of people. He was dressed in a moon-white robe. His black hair was fluttering, his straight eyebrows were straight, his handsome and resolute face was indifferent and calm. His figure was full of illusory halo in the morning light. In a trance, people thought that he was a banished immortal who came from the sacred, with an invisible majesty that shocked the soul. Greetings, Patriarch. At this moment, all the people present saluted in unison. The neat and uniform voice was like a big drum, stirring the world. At this moment, Lin Sun glanced at the audience. He wondered if his father and mother, who he had never met, would they feel gratified to see this scene. Inadvertently, Lin Sun noticed that there was an imperceptible tear in the corner of Grandad Zhong's eyes. Grandad Zhong looked absent-minded and excited. Maybe he thought of his parents at this moment, just like Lin Sun. After a long silence, Lin Sun took a deep breath. Facing the morning sun, he glanced at the audience and said slowly, "Today's Lin family is different from before." At the meeting that day, Lin Sun announced a lot of things. For example, after unifying the collateral forces of Lin family, it was an extremely trivial and complicated thing to arrange the duties of every clansman of Lin family. It involved the interests of every collateral force, so it must be properly solved. Otherwise, many small hidden dangers would be buried. Lin Sun gave Lin Zhong full authority to deal with this matter. Lin Zhong and other big shots of the collateral forces would negotiate and discuss it. In addition, there were some arrangements for cultivating the younger generation of Lin family, revising the clan rules and regulations, expanding and consolidating the power of heart-cleansing peak. These were all aspects of things that a big clan must face. If they were not arranged well, there would be trouble sooner or later. Fortunately, Lin Sun only needed to provide a general framework for these things, and the specific affairs would be handled by others. At the end of the clan meeting, Lin Sun announced something beyond everyone's expectation, that was, the heir of Lin family. It was also at this time that Lin Sun made it clear that he might leave for a long time before long. For the future development of Lin family, the position of the head of Lin family would inevitably be handed over to one of the clansmen in the future. At the same time, Lin Sun announced the rules of competing for the position of heir of Lin family, indicating that he would select an heir from the 4 collateral forces of Lin family within 10 years. Within 10 years, the clansmen of the 4 collateral forces could participate in the competition, but the final result needed to be finalized by Lin Zhong. As for Lin Zhong, he would master the death of Shatter, a treasure of the clan. When the heir was selected, Lin Zhong would be the protector of the clan and fully assist the new patriarch. This matter was of great significance. It was a decision made by Lin Sun and Lin Zhong after a long discussion. Lin Sun was destined not to stay in heart-cleansing peak all his life. He still had many things to solve. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly the safest way to select a new patriarch to take charge of the overall situation of Lin family in 10 years. When they learned the news, the clansmen of the 4 collateral forces of Lin family were in a complete uproar. They could hardly believe it. Even Lin Baiguang, Lin Sisi, Lin Yunheng, and other big shots of the older generation were all stunned. No one expected that Lin Sun had already begun to make arrangements for the successor as soon as he took charge of Lin family. This undoubtedly proved that in Lin Sun's heart, he had no greed for the position of the head of Lin family at all. This made many big shots look complicated. If they had known this earlier, who would have chosen to fight against Lin Sun before? Everything was because they had placed too much importance on the War of the Heavenly Tao. On the other hand, the members of the branch family of the Lin clan were excited, their blood boiled, and they were filled with fighting spirit. Today's Lin family had long been famous in the Forbidden City, and its power was like the sun at high noon. Even the top aristocratic forces dared not to offend them easily. It could be said that as long as there were no natural disasters, sooner or later, the Lin family would definitely return to the ranks of the upper class. In this case, if anyone could take charge of Lin family and become the master of heart-cleansing peak, it was no different from reaching the sky in a single bound. In the Forbidden City, he was also a role that could make countless people awe. He could be on an equal footing with the real upper-class nobles. Such a position would be born among the four collateral forces. Although 10 years was not a short time, who wouldn't be tempted? Even Lin Huayuan's heart palpitated with excitement. As for Lin Beiguang, Lin Sisi, Lin Yunheng, and the other important figures of the older generation, they were already deep in thought. In these 10 years, they were thinking about what they should do in order to nurture a candidate from their respective clansmen who could shoulder the responsibilities of the Lin family. But they all knew that such a competition was destined to be difficult and fierce. Among the four branches of power, it was destined that none of them would watch as a successor to the Lin family appeared in the other side's clansmen. This was the purpose of Lin Sun's arrangement. He wanted the four collateral forces to compete with each other. Only in this way could a successor who could take charge of Lin family be selected through layers of assessment and selection. Of course, Lin Sun also arranged Lin Zhong to oversee the overall situation and supervise all this. This was also done to avoid malicious competition, internal strife and fratricide. After the clan meeting, Lin Sun went to the ancestral shrine in the back mountain of heart-cleansing peak alone. He stood in front of the memorial tablets of Lin family's ancestors for a long time. On the memorial tablets, there were the names of his great-grandfather Daochen, his parents, his grandfather, and all his relatives and friends. They were familiar and strange at the same time, because they had never met. But Lin Sun knew that he had already integrated into Lin family. As a lineal descendant of Lin family, some things needed to be done by him after all. Such as avenging his parents and relatives. At dusk, the setting sun shone like a fire. Near the ancestral shrine in the back mountain, it was quiet and quiet. When Lin Sun left, he saw Lin Tianlong, Lin Yanshan, and Lin Feifeng who were grounded here. Lin Sun was very calm. He told them some things about the clan meeting, and then left. Lin Tianlong and the others were stunned with complicated and sad expressions. They were sinners who had committed the felony of betraying the clan. Now they were grounded in the back mountain and probably could not leave again for the rest of their lives. Originally, they were unwilling and resentful, but when they learned about Lin Sun's arrangement of heirs, they completely accepted their fate. They even felt gratified and happy in their hearts. They knew that at least in their own clans, there was likely to be a great man who could really take charge of Lin family in the future. This was hope, which made them willing to atone for their sins here. Even if they spent their whole life in repentance, at least there was hope. In the following days, heart-cleansing peak was busier and busier day by day. There was a scene of prosperity everywhere. Vulture had been practicing in seclusion to refine devil calamity powder and restore his cultivation. Lin Zhong, Young Ku, and Zhu Laosan also had their own things to do. They were too busy every day. The collateral forces of Lin family, the villagers of Feiyun village, and the servants and maids recruited on heart-cleansing peak were also very busy. Everyone had an unspeakable fighting spirit. Today's Lin family had solved the internal troubles and repelled the foreign enemies. It was really different from the past. At least in today's Forbidden City, in today's world, almost everyone knew Lin family of heart-cleansing peak. On the contrary, Lin Sun became very idle. In addition to practicing, he received some visits from distinguished guests who had to be received. During this period, Lin Sun also wrote letters to Keystone Business, Iron Blood King Ning family, Tumbler Gong clan, and East Ce family respectively to express his gratitude. After all, when he faced Qin Songjia, the king of Life-Death Realm, Fortune God sure secretly escorted him. This great kindness could not be forgotten. As for Zhao Tailai, he didn't appear again for a long time. It seemed that he had forgotten what happened in Star-Embracing Pillow and Moon House. Lin Sun was a little strange at first, but later he forgot about it. However, Shen Tua, the chief instructor of spiritual tattoo branch of Green Deer School, suddenly came to visit him one day. On the same day, Lin Sun and Shen Tua left heart-cleansing peak together and went to Green Deer School in a chariot. It had been nearly half a month since Lin Sun returned to the Forbidden City from Soul Oblivion Sea. As an instructor of spiritual tattoo branch, Lin Sun didn't go to spiritual tattoo branch in time to continue teaching, which seemed to be a dereliction of duty. However, according to Shen Tua, this was a trivial matter and everyone could understand it. When the chariot passed through the central area of the Forbidden City, a fierce battle was being broadcasted on the huge spiritual light curtain. A young man in moon-white clothes, holding a black spear, was fighting with 6 practitioners of reincarnation developing realm above the void. The collision of the dazzling divine splendor caused terrible airflow fluctuations, which were gorgeous and dazzling. Countless pedestrians stood in front of the spirit transmission light screen, and all of them had their heads raised as they stared at the battle unblinkingly. All of them wore nervous expressions, and they were holding their breaths in rapt attention. Occasionally, they would even let out sharp cries of surprise. Lin Sun was stunned. Wasn't this the battle between him and Qin Xuandu and other 6 practitioners of reincarnation developing realm that day? This news began to be broadcasted half a month ago and has been repeated countless times. But every time, it still attracts countless people to watch. It's an unprecedented grand occasion. Xianxia explained to the side. His face was filled with emotion. Even he was unable to control his shock when he saw the true scene of the battle for the first time. In today's Forbidden City, if one hadn't heard of this battle, he didn't deserve to be a resident of the Forbidden City. This was the influence of this battle. Until now, the aftermath was still spreading. Imperceptibly, Lin Sun was remembered by more and more people. Child Lin was unparalleled in the world and was crowned all over the capital. How could such a compliment be as simple as it sounded? Now, as long as this sentence was mentioned, almost everyone would think of a name, Lin Sun. Even now, many practitioners in the Forbidden City were complaining that Lin Sun was in the limelight. No matter where they went, whether in pubs, teahouses, or on the streets, they could hear about this guy everywhere. Even the singers in the brothels had written all kinds of songs about Lin Sun and were competing to sing them, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Shen, why did you ask me to go to Green Deer School this time?" Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and finally couldn't help asking. Under Xianxua's strong request, he had changed the way he addressed Xianxua and began to call him brother. In Xianxua's view, Lin Sun's identity as a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos was enough for any spiritual tattooist to rely on. What's more, Lin Sun was a peerless talent in the capital. If Lin Sun called him senior again, Xianxua wouldn't be able to afford it. P.S. Thanks for the tip from Bookfriend 3052. In addition, I wish you all a happy new year. On the first day of the new year, looking back on 2016, I have a lot of feelings, but everything is over. I also wish you all a more interesting and lively new year than last year. Actually, Xianxua hesitated for a moment and said, I have no choice but to ask you to return to the school this time. I want to ask you for a favor. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Is there anything that Green Deer School can't solve? Xianxua smiled bitterly. It's different this time. The situation is a little special. Then, Xianxua explained the whole story. It turned out that just yesterday, from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land located in the ancient Desolation territory, a big shot led some young disciples to the mortal world and came to Green Deer School. Their purpose this time was to select a promising young man from Green Deer School and take him to the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land for cultivation before the catastrophe of Tao broke out in the mortal world. This should have been a good thing, but it was embarrassing that some talented disciples of Green Deer School had already gone to the ancient Desolation territory. For example, Gu Yanting, Song Yi, Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, and other outstanding disciples of the young generation were no longer in Green Deer School. Presently, there was no lack of outstanding talents amongst the students that remained in the academy. However, comparatively speaking, they were slightly lacking in maturity. Under such circumstances, the people from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land were quite disappointed and looked down upon Green Deer School. Originally, this was not a big deal. But today, some students of Green Deer School had a conflict with the descendants of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. When he spoke up to hear, the space between Xianxua's brows carried a wisp of gloominess, and there was even a form of indescribable embarrassment and rage. Those fellows are too arrogant. They take the students of my academy to be ants, and their words are filled with arrogance and slander. Then, the students of our school were not convinced and had a conflict with them? Lin asked. Yes, it's a matter of honor and disgrace. Who can swallow this? Xianxua's face was gloomy. He was so old, but he was still so angry. it could be seen how arrogant those descendants of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land were. Lin Sun roughly understood and tentatively asked, "In this conflict, the students of our school," Shen Tuo's face became very embarrassed and he nodded bitterly, "Yes, they were all defeated. First, he was looked down upon and looked down upon. Then, he was defeated in a conflict by someone who looked down on him. This feeling was indeed too sullen and humiliating." All of a sudden, Lin Sun understood Shen Tuo's mood. He patted Shen Tuo on the shoulder and comforted him, "Don't think too much. After all, they are the successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. Whether they admit it or not, they are really strong." He had seen the strength of the successors of the numinous treasure sacred land, Xiaoran, Su Xingfeng, and Gong Yangyu. Naturally, he knew that none of the successors of these ancient orthodoxies were simple characters. Compared to them, the students of Green Deer Academy were still somewhat inferior. It wasn't that Lin Sun looked down on them, but that he had experienced it himself. After a comparison in his mind, he roughly judged such a fact. However, after hearing Lin Sun's comforting words, Shen Tuo became more and more embarrassed. After a while, he said, "If the students of our school were defeated by the successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, it would be fine. But this time, it was just the retainers of those successors." Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Which student of Green Deer Academy wasn't an elite selected from such rigorous examinations as county test, state test, province test, and nation test? It could be said that those students represented the most talented and potential group of the younger generation of the empire, and were the pillars of the empire's future. But now, in the face of provocation and contempt, these students couldn't even defeat the retainers of the opponents. Instead, they were defeated in a mess. It was indeed too shameful and shameful. No wonder Shen Tuo, with his current identity, was so aggrieved and angry. "You know, as early as a few months ago, the top students of our Green Deer Academy, such as Gu Yunting, Zhao Jingguan, Sui Yujing, Huang Longshan, and so on, have been sent to the ancient desolation territory." Shen Tuo was very depressed. "If some of them were here, I believe this conflict would not have developed into such an unbearable situation." Lin Sun thought about it and found what Shen Tuo said was true. As far as he knew, on the most mysterious spiritual C list of Green Deer Academy, there were many amazing talents. At that time, Gu Yunting also stepped into this list. Unfortunately, all the disciples who were on the spiritual C list had already been sent to the ancient desolation territory. Of course, in addition to the spiritual C list, Green Deer Academy also had a Zhenwu courtyard, in which all the students had reached Tao Insight Realm. But in the same way, these students were no longer in the academy. At this time, in the face of the contempt and provocation of the descendants of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, the situation of Green Deer Academy was indeed a little embarrassing. No wonder Shen Tuo came to ask him for help. "But, as an instructor, is it appropriate for me to help?" Lin Sun asked. He was very willing to help. Both Shen Tuo and the Dean of Green Deer Academy had given him a lot of help. Lin Sun had long regarded himself as a member of Green Deer Academy. Naturally, Lin Sun would not stand idly by when such a problem involved the honor of the academy. Alas! Shen Tuo sighed and said with a strange look, "You don't have to worry about this, because," he couldn't go on. "Because what?" Lin Sun became more and more curious. "Because they directly called you to fight with them." Shen Tuo held back for a long time before telling the truth. Lin Sun frowned, keenly aware that the tone of the opponents would not be so friendly. They must have said something unpleasant about him, but Shen Tuo was not in a position to say it. "Ho ho, do they have the qualification to challenge me?" Lin Sun smiled, showing his snow-white teeth. It was not that he was arrogant, but that he had killed the real descendants of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. How could he be afraid of the descendants of another orthodoxy? Hearing Lin Sun's words, Shen Tuo was a little anxious. "Brother, you are not willing to fight with them, are you?" Lin Sun was speechless, and his black eyes became deep. He said indifferently, "Of course I will help, but I am afraid that they are not able to fight with me. Let me tell you first, if someone is accidentally killed, don't blame it on me." Shen Tuo gasped and was in a daze for a while. He was excited and happy, but he could not help but worry, because he knew how fierce the lad in front of him would be once he started to fight. this was a master who killed 6 practitioners in the reincarnation developing realm from 2 top aristocratic families just because of a disagreement. This kind of fierceness was made with real swords and spears, and it was not ambiguous at all. Suddenly, Xianxia was a little expectant. Green Deer School, Zhenwu Courtyard, Martial Arts Practice Field. The atmosphere was deathly silent. The students and teachers who surrounded the martial arts practice field all had ugly expressions. Some were gnashing their teeth in anger. Some were disappointed and frustrated. Some were tightly pursing their lips, their faces livid and sullen. In the seats nearby, 7 or 8 students were injured and breathless. Some were bruised and swollen, some had broken bones, and some had directly fainted. On the other hand, a young man stood at the center of the spacious practice grounds. He had gray hair, a handsome bearing, and a fierce and ferocious aura. With his hands behind his back, his eyes swept across the audience indifferently. With a touch of disdain, he said in a frivolous tone, "You. Who is still not convinced?" The field suddenly became restless. The male students were so angry that their eyes were wide open and their teeth were almost broken. The female students were also red in the face and clenched their fists. As for the instructors, all of their faces were ashen and they did not say a word. It had been a quarter of an hour since the beginning of the conflict. 8 students from Zhenwu Courtyard had come out to fight. Each of these students could be regarded as an elite, possessing the cultivation of the Tao Insight realm. When they graduated from the academy in the future, if they joined the army, they would definitely be directly promoted to a commander with real power. If they were in the local area, they would also become an overlord and deter others. But these 8 students, one by one, were defeated on the spot. From beginning to end, no one could withstand more than 100 moves. They were defeated in a complete mess. What made the teachers and students feel most humiliated and ashamed was that the opponent was just a personal servant of a successor of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. At this time, standing in the middle of the martial arts practice field was that servant. His name was Mu Qing, and he was born with amazing combat strength. A single servant seemed to be invincible as he displayed great might in the martial arts practice grounds and defeated the 8 students that received the attention of everyone in their academy. All of this was like a rod that struck fiercely on the heads of those instructors, teachers, and students, and it brought an unprecedented heavy blow to their pride. Needless to say, if today's events were to spread, it would have an immeasurable impact on the reputation of the entire Green Deer School and make the world laugh at them. Why is no one talking? At the center of the martial arts practice field, the disdain in Mu Qing's eyes intensified. In the face of such blatant provocation, some students couldn't help but want to rush out, but they were stopped by the instructors beside them. This wasn't the time to let their emotions affect their decisions. However, this made Mu Qing even more disdainful. He sneered, "Haha, previously when we said that the students of your Green Deer Academy were no good, you guys were unconvinced and thought that we were looking down on and humiliating you. Now that you've seen the truth, what else do you have to say?" This was the territory of Green Deer Academy, but now an outsider was standing here, flaunting his prowess and looking down on everything. This made the teachers and students extremely angry. Some students couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Could it be that the reputation of the academy that had been established for thousands of years is going to be destroyed in a day? Let me. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded, and a man in a gray robe stood out. It's Senior Wang Ying. Many students' eyes lit up. They recognized that the gray-robed man was an outstanding figure of the true martial courtyard. He had been in closed-door training. It was said that he wanted to break through the Tao Insight realm. But no one had expected that even Wang Ying would be alarmed. This caused hope to rise in the hearts of the students. Absolutely not. Different from the reaction of the students, the teachers present all paled, one after another trying to stop him. Some time ago, after Gu Yunting and the other peerless characters, Wang Ying could be regarded as one of the top experts in the Zhenwu courtyard. If he also lost, then in this conflict, their Green Deer Academy would be completely defeated. They would never be able to raise their heads again, and their reputation would be ruined. The consequences would be too severe. Hence, he would rather not fight than lose. In this way, at least there would be a trace of hope and leeway. In the battle of martial arts, there is no such thing as compromise. Today, I, Wang Ying, would rather be defeated than take a step back. Wang Ying's words were resolute, his expression firm, and as he spoke, he had already strode into the martial arts arena. This made the students present excited, one after another cheering for the spirit displayed by Wang Ying. The originally deathly silent atmosphere also became lively. But the teachers present all sighed inwardly. They understood the strength of Wang Ying. To defeat Mu Qing, the hope was not great. Haha, it seems that you are very popular, but in my opinion, at most you are just another person coming to die. Mu Qing's expression was frivolous, still disdainful. Less nonsense, let's see who's the real deal. Wang Ying obviously also had a stomach full of anger. His figure flashed, and he charged forward, his figure like an angry dragon, his imposing manner astonishing. It has to be said that Wang Ying's battle strength was indeed very impressive. At least in the Tao Insight stage, he could be regarded as a first-class figure. But what made the hearts of the teachers and students cold was that after just over 100 moves, Wang Ying was also defeated. He was struck by Mu Qing's palm. If not for his arms helping him to block the attack, just this palm alone would have been enough to split open his stomach, and he would have died on the spot. Even so, his arms were crippled, his bones shattered, and his entire body was ruthlessly sent flying, landing on the ground dozens of feet away, blood staining the blue stone. The field was suddenly silent, so silent that it was terrifying. All the students widened their eyes, not daring to believe what they had seen, their expressions filled with despair and sadness. Even Wang Ying was defeated. In the Green Deer Academy, who else could fight with Mu Qing, and the instructors' faces were livid. The scene that they least wanted to see had finally happened. Today's matter was destined to be unable to be covered up, and it would soon spread out. At that time, the reputation of Green Deer Academy would be completely ruined. To be able to withstand more than 100 moves from me is not too bad. Unfortunately, there are too many people like you in the ancient desolation domain, and you are not even qualified to enter the heavens pivot holy land. Mu Qing looked down on the field. His figure was majestic, and although he was a servant, he had an extremely swift and fierce aura. This made people wonder, if Mu Qing was already so powerful, how powerful would his master be? All the instructors' hearts were heavy, and their faces were gloomy. They were so angry that they had almost reached the point of despair and helplessness. At this time, in the deepest part of the martial arts field, there was a high platform. At this time, a slight snort suddenly sounded from the high platform. The snort came from a young man sitting with his back to the crowd. He was dressed in a golden robe and had a head full of golden hair. Even though he was sitting, his back was straight and gave off a dazzling and sharp aura. Everyone knew that his name was Nangong Hua, and he was the young master that Mu Qing had mentioned. He was a successor disciple from the Heavens Pivot Holy Land. Hearing the snort, the originally arrogant and conceited Mu Qing's face immediately changed. He respectfully stepped forward and said, "Young master, did I perform a little unbearably just now? We are here as guests, it's not good to dirty the ground." Nangong Hua did not even turn his head, his voice was low and deep, carrying a trace of unique magnetism. Mu Qing heaved a sigh of relief and immediately went forward. He picked up Wang Ying, who was lying in a pool of blood and groaning in pain, and threw him to the students in the distance. Then, he said coldly, "Watch him. I don't want to dirty your territory anymore." With a wave of his sleeve, he cleaned up all the bloodstains on the ground. Only then did he bow towards Nangong Hua's back and return to the center of the martial arts practice field. When the teachers and students present saw this scene, they were so angry that their eyes turned red. They actually dared to say that senior brother Wang Ying's blood dirty the ground. Was this a direct humiliation to all of them? On the high platform, Nangong Hua seemed to be completely unaware of all of this, or rather, even if he sensed it, he did not want to pay attention to it. His back was still facing the crowd, and he was drinking and chatting with 4 or 5 young men and women beside him, as if he was ignoring everyone present. Those 4 or 5 men and women were also descendants of the Heavenly Pivot Holy Land. When they saw this scene, they only smiled and retracted their gazes. They did not care at all. They chatted and drank. Wasn't that kind of casual attitude another kind of arrogance and conceit? The atmosphere was very quiet, so quiet that it made it hard for people to breathe. "Oh right, is that Lin Sun here?" In the middle of the martial arts practice field, Mu Qing had once again regained his frivolous and contemptuous attitude. His voice revealed a trace of dissatisfaction. Didn't they say that he killed 6 reincarnation stage cultivators by himself? How come he has become a coward now, and doesn't even have the courage to come forward to fight? The moment Mu Qing's words came out, it was as if a barrel of gunpowder had been ignited, causing the students who had long been suppressing their anger to be unable to control their emotions. Who do you think you are? How dare you slander Instructor Kobayashi? If Instructor Kobayashi were here, would you still be qualified to stand and speak? How dare you scold Instructor Kobayashi as a coward? Both men and women were angry. Today, Lin Sun had already become a legendary figure that they admired. He was talked about with relish by the world and admired by countless practitioners. How could he be slandered by others? Even some of the instructors could not help but speak out and accuse Mu Qing of going too far. There were signs that the situation was getting out of control. This made Mu Qing frown, and he suddenly shouted, "What a joke! If he has the guts, why hasn't he shown up until now? Do you think I have time to waste with you? Or do you Green Deer School only know how to make noise? I said, if anyone is dissatisfied, come out." His voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading all over the field and suppressing the accusations and uproars, which made all the teachers and students change their expressions. Of course, if you instructors find it unpleasant, you can also come out. I don't mind playing with you. Mu Qing's eyes were cold and full of disdain. This sentence was too arrogant. Originally, it was infuriating enough that he, a mere servant, dared to despise and humiliate them so unscrupulously. But now, he directly called for a fight with the instructors of Green Deer School. This arrogant attitude made the students so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Among the instructors of Green Deer School, there was no lack of reincarnation developing realm practitioners. They would not do such a disgraceful thing. However, being provoked by a mere servant of Mu Qing's pointed at their noses caused their expressions to turn extremely ugly. Haha. Mu Qing laughed. It seems that Green Deer School is really disappointing. There is no one worthy of my attention. Now I can't help but suspect that Lin Sun, who is known as the champion of the capital, is also a person who deceives the world to gain fame. He is not worth mentioning. Don't talk about our instructor Kobayashi like that. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. A little fat teenager rushed out and madly rushed toward Mu Qing as if he was desperate. It was little fatty Lu Hui, a student of class C9. He was only a spiritual tattooist, and his strength was not at the same level as Mu Qing at all. But at this moment, when he heard Mu Qing repeatedly humiliate their instructor Kobayashi, he lost control. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy and fight with Mu Qing. The instructors turned pale with fright, and even the students were caught unprepared. When they wanted to stop him, it was too late. A cold light appeared in Mu Qing's eyes. Who was he? An ant-like little guy dared to stand out and fight with his life. He must be tired of living. He decided to be ruthless and give this kid an unforgettable lesson. Buzz. Mu Qing stood motionlessly, waiting for little fatty Lu Hui to come and court death with a black luster circling around his fingertips. However, to his surprise, a figure suddenly appeared at the scene and stood in front of little fatty Lu Hui. Mu Qing frowned and looked up. It was a young man in moon-white clothes. He was tall and handsome, with deep black eyes and an extraordinary temperament. But soon, Mu Qing didn't take it seriously. He didn't notice anything special about this young man. Who the hell is stopping me? Let go. I'm going to fight with him. How can a dog like him humiliate Instructor Kobayashi? Little fatty Lu Hui roared and his eyes were about to spit fire. He was so angry that he didn't notice who was in front of him at all. You brat, don't you recognize me? A familiar voice rang in his ears, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Little fatty Lu Hui was stunned. As if he had found his soul, he jerked his head up and saw a familiar delicate face. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. He murmured, "My God, am I so angry that my eyes are blurred? Why do I look like I've seen a ghost?" Pa, he was slapped on the back of his head. You've done well today. If you dare to curse in front of me again, I won't spare you. At this moment, the instructors and students were also stunned. They were angry, hopeless, and helpless. Their emotions were all out of control. Therefore, when they saw the familiar figure standing in front of little fatty Lu Hui, they couldn't believe it and were stunned. Mu Qing didn't notice any of this. He only heard the ant-like little fatty call him a dog. "Kid, get out of here. No one can save this little bastard today." As he shouted, Mu Qing's figure flashed and he slammed his palm towards Lu Hui's head. Surrounded by murderous intent, he had made a vicious move. Previously, he was undefeatable among his peers in Green Deer Academy. Even the instructors dared not speak up. How majestic and arrogant was he, but now, he was insulted by a little fatty who wasn't even at the Tao Insight realm. If he didn't kill him, how could he, Mu Qing, maintain his dignity? Boom, the void exploded and the terrifying palm wind was overflowing with dark light. It was extremely terrifying, causing all the teachers and students to wake up from their daze. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. At this critical moment, Lin Sun, who was standing in front of fatty Lu Hui, merely gave a casual slap. With a bang, Mu Qing was ruthlessly sent flying like a fly. Bang, the sound of the slap was very dull, like a palm hitting a sandbag. Mu Qing was also sent flying like a sandbag. Fatty Lu Hui was dumbfounded. All the instructors present were also dumbfounded. Before, Mu Qing was extremely arrogant. Although he was just a servant, he defeated a group of students and masters of Green Deer School. His contemptuous words and arrogant manner made all the instructors present angry and aggrieved. Yet now, such an arrogant fellow was sent flying like a fly by a single slap. This was too shocking. Lin Sun patted fatty Lu Hui on the shoulder without raising his head. "Are you still standing there looking for a beating? Go back quickly." "Instructor Lin, it's really you." Lu Hui's face was flushed with excitement. "You're really annoying." Lin Sun smiled and casually threw Lu Hui out of the martial arts field. "It's really Instructor Lin." At this time, all the instructors present woke up from the state of shock and completely dared to believe that it was really Lin Sun. "Boy, you're dead." But at the same time, a roar rang out, and Mu Qing, who had been slapped out, rushed over. His whole body was overflowing with dark light, his face was livid, and his eyes were full of anger. It seemed that he still couldn't believe that he would be defeated by a single slap. Bang, his figure roared like thunder, and his power was extremely terrifying. His palms and fingers were surrounded by wisps of black Taoist aura, and he suddenly slapped at Lin Sun. Here, the void was shaking, and the turbulence was splashing. The scene was terrible. As a servant, Mu Qing could defeat all the students and masters of Green Deer School, which showed that he was indeed an extremely powerful and ruthless character. But, with a muffled bang, Mu Qing was hit out again and fell hard to the ground. He saw stars, twitched all over, and almost coughed up blood. But Lin Sun just stood there and didn't move an inch. He just slapped out casually. It was also his casual posture that made Mu Qing more and more unbearable, and the whole audience suddenly gasped. "Instructor Kobayashi, he's too strong." Some students were so shocked that they lost their voices. They had absolute confidence in Lin Sun, but at the same time, in their opinion, Mu Qing was not an ordinary character. They had thought that even Lin Sun would have to go through some trouble to defeat Mu Qing. Who would have thought that the arrogant Mu Qing was so pathetic in front of Lin Sun? The contrast was too great. "What do you mean by too strong? Instructor Kobayashi has always been this strong. How can the title 'Fill the Capital' be given out for no reason?" Some female students argued. They were so excited that their eyes were shining and their cheeks were flushed. They looked at Lin Sun with crazy admiration. Even the teachers let out a long sigh of relief, their faces beaming with joy. The stronger Lin Sun's performance was, the more face they could save for Green Deer Academy. However, when they witnessed Lin's power with their own eyes, they couldn't help trembling. Sure enough, only such a person could kill 6 practitioners in reincarnation developing realm by himself. The silent atmosphere in the field became heated, and cheers rose one after another. The arrival of Lin Sun made all the teachers and students present excited. "You are Lin Sun?" Mu Qing got up from the ground. His face was ugly, with a touch of surprise and seriousness. Mu Qing was defeated by Lin Sun twice in a row. No matter how stupid he was, he realized that he had met a tough opponent this time. Lin Sun did not speak. His black eyes were calm. He stepped forward and said, "How dare you come to Green Deer Academy and behave atrociously?" An invisible power spread, causing Mu Qing's body to stiffen and almost suffocate. It was as if he saw a towering mountain pressing down on him. "Humph, behave atrociously. We are just sparring. The disciples of Green Deer Academy are very weak. Am I wrong?" Mu Qing snorted coldly. He suppressed the fear in his heart and faced Lin Sun. He came from the ancient Desolation territory. Although he was the servant of Nangong Hua, the successor disciple of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, he was confident that no one in the lower world would dare to do anything to him. "Is that so? Then let's spar too." Lin Sun stepped forward calmly. His expression was indifferent, but he had an imposing manner that could swallow mountains and rivers. Mu Qing was shocked and angry. He had just called out a word when he felt his vision blur. His neck was grabbed and his whole body was lifted up. It was difficult for him to breathe, let alone speak. Too strong, Mu Qing was terrified. When he heard some rumors about Lin Sun, he did not believe them. He thought that they were deliberately exaggerating and spreading false information. But now, Mu Qing realized that he had guessed wrong. Unfortunately, he had no strength to struggle at this moment. He was lifted up by the neck like a chick, and then his body was ruthlessly thrown to the ground like a wooden stake. Bang, the muffled sound of bones breaking could be heard. Mu Qing's whole body was overflowing with blood. His whole body twitched violently and he let out a shrill scream. This blow was simply too ruthless. It made all the teachers and students panic in pain. "You dare to challenge me with just this bit of ability?" Lin Sun sighed. He seemed to be a little disappointed or dissatisfied. "Forget it. This is Green Deer Academy after all. If I kill you, the outside world will think that we are bullying others. Then I will destroy your cultivation as punishment." As he spoke, he lifted his foot. "How dare you?" Mu Qing was terrified and angry. He had completely collapsed. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would be so ruthless and actually want to destroy him? "Stop." At this moment, Nangong Hua, who was sitting on the high platform and chatting, could no longer stand by and watch. Crack, however, Lin Sun did not care at all. With a stomp, a powerful force spread out from the tip of his foot and destroyed Mu Qing's inner cave in one fell swoop. Mu Qing's pupils dilated. He still could not believe it. His voice was trembling, frightened, angry, and desperate. His cultivation being destroyed was even worse than killing him. Even if he lived, he was destined to be a cripple from today onwards. A cripple was destined to have no value. Hiss, the teachers and students present also sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by Lin Sun's methods. Although Mu Qing was a servant, he came from the ancient Desolation realm after all. He was a servant of Nangong Hua, a true disciple of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. Just like that, he was cleanly crippled by Lin Sun. The enmity between them was too great. On the high platform in the distance, the descendants of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, led by Nangong Hua, had already stood up and looked at Lin Sun, who was in the middle of the martial arts practice field. Previously, their backs were facing the crowd as they drank and chatted. Their demeanor was casual, but it was a manifestation of pride and conceit. They did not take the teachers and students present seriously at all. But now, when Lin Sun appeared and unceremoniously crippled Mu Qing's cultivation, it made it difficult for them to stand by and watch. Although Mu Qing was a servant, he had come with them after all. He was a servant of Nangong Hua. Mu Qing being crippled was no different from slapping their faces. "You are Lin Sun? It seems like not only are you famous in the lower realms, your temper is also very big." Beside Nangong Hua, a handsome and arrogant young man wearing a crane cloak and a dragon belt around his waist spoke coldly. His name was Ran Chen, and just like Nangong Hua, he was a true disciple of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. To be able to become a true disciple of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, all of them could be said to be peerless and outstanding geniuses. Not only Ran Chen, Nangong Hua, the other young men and women beside him were all such people. Facing the questioning, Lin Sun seemed to be completely unaware of it. He kicked Mu Qing, who was on the ground, and sent him flying. Then with a wave of his sleeve, he cleaned up the blood stains on the ground. Only then did he say, "His blood dirted the ground of my Green Deer Academy." He looked at Ran Chen and said, "What? Do you have any objections?" The teachers and students present were moved. They realized that Lin Sun was seeking justice for Wang Ying, who had just been defeated. Even when facing the descendant of the heavens pivot Holy Land, his attitude was not polite at all. Ran Chen's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Sun. "If you have any objections, then hold it in. I'm not in the mood to discuss who's right and who's wrong with you." All of a sudden, Ran Chen was so angry that his face turned green. He was a descendant of the heavens pivot Holy Land. Even in the ancient Desolation realm, he was a famous figure among the younger generation. But now, in the lower realms, he was continuously being provoked. How could he not be angry? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Haha, interesting. In the lower realms, there's actually someone with such courage. It's really rare. Unfortunately, people like this usually die the fastest. I'll give you a chance. Apologize to us. As long as you can appease our anger, we'll let you go today. The other descendants of the heavens pivot Holy Land also spoke up one after another. Although their words were casual, they revealed a sense of superiority. However, Ran Chen seemed to be a little dissatisfied and said, "Let him go? That's too easy on him. If I don't kill this kind of person, how will I have a foothold in the sect in the future?" When the teachers and students in the distance saw this, they were both angry and worried. No matter what, the heavens pivot Holy Land was like a colossus that occupied the ninth heaven. Even the Green Deer Academy was unable to fight against it, nor did they dare to provoke it. And now, seeing Namgong Hua and the others pointing their spear at Lin Sun, their words revealed that they did not intend to let Lin Sun off easily. How could the teachers and students not be worried? However, Lin Sun acted as if nothing had happened. He stood there with his hands behind his back, as if he was thinking about something. He did not make a sound, but from the beginning to the end, he did not show any signs of backing down. It doesn't matter if Mu Qing is dead. After all, he is just a servant. However, I am still his master in name. If I don't help him get some justice, it would make me seem incompetent. At this moment, Namgong Hua spoke. He was dressed in a golden robe and had a head of golden hair. His entire body was dazzling like the sun as he stood there. However, at this moment, his expression was cold and indifferent, giving off a threatening and oppressive aura. "Now, I can give you a chance to atone for your sins. Surrender to me, become my servant, and serve me. This matter can be forgiven." Namgong Hua's words were calm. His eyes were like golden beams of light as he stared at Lin Sun. This caused the faces of the teachers and students to turn ugly. Let Lin Sun be a servant? What was the difference between this and humiliation? Senior brother Namgong is still too soft-hearted. This time, he is too easy to talk to. Brat, why aren't you bowing your head in gratitude? To be able to serve senior brother Namgong is a precious opportunity that others can only dream of. End of chapter 684. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.